Happy Tuesday morning, all. We are the Junks coming to you live from the Big Bear AI Performance Center in Ashburn, Virginia, Commanders Park, site of Commanders training camp. Just 2 days left of training camp, fellas.
Wow.
Today and tomorrow, and then training camp wraps. We've got the game against the Lions
Going
on
quick.
Saturday, and then you got one more game against the Ravens, joint practice and scrimmages with them,
Yep.
and then the final preseason game with the Ravens. So it's
like
coming to a head at this point.
I feel like
training camp wise.
I feel like it wraps in name only. That's
Yeah.
just so they don't have to deal with fans.
They'll still practice.
I mean, yeah, they're going to be doing the same thing. They're not making cuts yet. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it still goes.
Yep.
Yeah, they just don't have a line of cars going out to Loudoun County Parkway.
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
I
Do we know if we're on the air?
Yeah, I think we are.
We're on the
I
air.
believe we're good to go.
We're good to go.
Some technical snafus at the beginning. but
Valdez
sometimes
would tell us if we weren't.
that could be the way it works when you're outside of the comfort zone of the studio, or basically at Jason's backyard here.
I would
in
like to do the
Ashburn.
show from here every day.
I'm very aware that you
Is that
would-
possible?
That you'd like that to be the daily setup.
It actually only took 35 minutes for me to get here, so it wasn't bad. But I will say that I don't drive on the Beltway or GW Parkway anymore because I just drive Connecticut to get
Yeah.
into work. But people that are on the Beltway are maniacs. They're maniacs at whatever I
4:30,
was.
yeah.
Sure.
I mean, literally maniacs.
Flying by you.
Just flying by me, up
Yeah.
on my butt. I'm 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. People are crazy.
It does drive me crazy. Like, the same thing happened to me. Like, I'm in the second most right lane of
Yeah.
4 lanes.
Yeah,
like,
just chilling.
If you want to go faster than me, that's fine. There
Yeah.
are 2 other lanes over to your left where you can drive 80-plus miles an hour.
But you were tickling 80, I'm sure.
Actually, I wasn't.
You weren't?
No, because this is not
He doesn't
that much
usually-
further than D.C. It's basically like I didn't have to rush to get out here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I was out here with plenty of time.
I'm just chilling.
I stopped at 7-Eleven. I got a big giant coffee. I mean,
Yeah.
I took my time.
Oh,
Yeah.
believe me.
I
I'm
woke
sitting,
up early.
I'm sitting next to Cakes, and his leg is just pounding nonstop, and we have this skirt over the table, and
Yeah.
it's just rubbing my leg. I can basically feel Cakes
Yeah.
rubbing my leg through the skirt.
I think I'm second in the league in leg jackhammer during the shows. I think EB leads the league clearly in
I
that,
don't
but I'm
even-
probably a close second.
I don't even notice it.
Yeah. Just nervous energy.
a
What
little
are you gonna
sticky
do?
out here.
Yeah.
A little sticky.
So we're going to
A little,
have
little humid, don't you think, John Paul Flame?
A little
actually feels
humid.
pretty nice, I think. I mean, you're wearing long sleeves. What are you doing?
Well, I thought it was going to be kind of cooler.
It's,
I mean-
well, it's going to warm up.
It's 6 in the morning. You wouldn't expect it to be 100.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know.
I'm fine.
Due to childcare issues, I had to bring my daughter Isabella here
See
this
that.
morning. She's actually excited to get autographs of famous people.
Oh,
Very
okay.
good. Good
Oh,
for
yeah.
her.
I don't
be
know
fine.
that she can name 2 people on the roster, but she's excited to meet people. But because we had to get up so early, I wanted her to sleep in the car because, you've had kids.
Sure.
If they don't get enough sleep, they can be a nightmare.
Cranky.
So that's going to probably catch up to me later in the day. But I put on relaxing music on the ride here, and it was rain. It was white noise, but there was one band that popped up as
Okay.
like the third tune. Can you name this band? I would say that was popular 20 to 30 years ago.
right,
That's
so
going
It
to
had
be
a
Ladies.
very famous song that showed up in sleep music.
Sleep music. Hold on. You put on sleep music while you were driving?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Why-
wanted,
For
'cause he wanted
Isabella,
Bella
not for
to
him.
sleep.
You weren't listening. For Isabella.
No, I understand that, but like if it's if it's in the car,
You
and
think
it's
I'm going to fall asleep driving?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance. I mean, if the
no.
music is
It was just
designed-
for Bella.
I was good. I shaved. I
Yeah,
showered. I,
don't
have
know.
energy.
I don't know who the band is.
Goo Goo Dolls, Iris.
Oh, I mean, all they do is crank out hits that
a great tune.
they all sound the same,
Yeah.
but they all sound good, and they tickle these golden ears.
Yeah,
they're
they're good.
fantastic to listen to.
So it's funny you mentioned a band. So remember I told you a couple months ago we had Shane who called in and said he could fix my Sub-Zero
Yeah.
for like, $5,000 less than everybody else and not having to. He did an amazing job. There was a bulb that went out from day one. He finally got time to come over and put it in yesterday for my freezer. And he comes over and he goes, "Hey, how was your vacation?" I go, "Oh, it was great. How was yours?" He says, "Great." He was just in, I think, Germany, and he was just
Quite a vacation.
just for fun.
Yeah.
I guess he does this on the side. He was like a roadie for a band, and I went,
Okay.
"Oh, that's interesting." And he goes, "Yeah, I did that for like 10 days." He does that every once in a while. And then he said it was a band from Maryland. I go, oh, wow. I go, back when I was at Maryland, there was a band called Sorry About Your Daughter.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jimmy's Chicken Shack.
I thought you said Good Charlotte.
No. It was this band called Sorry About Your Daughter. They played the VU. They played all the fraternity parties or whatever.
All the College Park haunts from back in the day.
It just made an impression on me. First of all, because I love the name. Like, how great a name is that? Sorry About Your Daughter. That was the band. That was the band. They're touring in Germany 30 years later.
Hey, you know what? You'll go tour over in Hamburg if people are going to show up and pay the ticket prices.
I mean, what are the odds?
That's pretty weird.
The one band I remember from college that kind of had local
Pretty
band
wild.
that had an impression on me.
Yeah.
30 years later,
And they
was
were
still
just a
performing.
cover band. They were playing all the bars.
For me, they were. Yeah, I remember them playing like Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. But they put out a few albums. I guess they were doing a 30th anniversary bit. And I think they're doing a show out in Colombia in a couple weeks.
Very good.
Yeah.
Literally traveling the world.
And it's so funny about that. I've always wondered in the back of my mind, whatever happened to those guys? Sorry about. I thought they were pretty good.
Yeah.
Turns out they were pretty good. Look, they've been doing it for
still
30
grinding.
years.
Yes.
Still grinding.
Same as us. 30 years.
Good
still
enough.
grinding.
By the way, when I got here this morning at about 5:10, I couldn't believe the line of, first of all, the cars that were already in the parking lot.
Right.
And I couldn't believe how many cars were just lined up at the gate.
I know.
At 5:10.
Sure.
Now, I'm guessing they're all employees,
Yeah.
they're interns that are here. But I thought I was going to be the first one here. Well, not the
thought
first one here. I knew these guys would be here.
I literally thought it would be empty. I thought it would be like my car parked
I thought it was-
next to yours, and
Yeah.
nobody else would be here.
Yeah.
There were
There
100
was
plus cars in the lot.
Easily.
Well, they knew the Junkies were broadcasting live from
Right.
Commander's
That's
Park.
what it is. That had to.
They
have been
knew
it.
we were going to have Dan Quinn on the show at 7:45. Big Tress Way fans. Is he joining us at 8 o'clock?
Yep.
Yes,
The both
that's
do.
the
And then
schedule.
Mark Klaus, team president at 9. See
Yeah,
what I
that's
did
our
right
guy.
there?
We're kind of like this. I feel like I'm this with Mark Klaus now.
You know
I feel like we're boys.
That's just because he's a nice guy.
he is a nice guy. He's just
Yeah.
nice to everybody. He
He's
probably
just nice
makes
to everybody.
everybody feel like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn it! We don't have that.
no, but we had a good
No.
conversation with them at the media
We
thing.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
My eyes
monopolized
are-
his time.
My eyes are transfixed on that food truck that just came by.
Well, mine are more transfixed on the giant Commander's merch trailer off to the right outside of the
Oh, really?
the broadcast tent.
You going to go buy some?
Who knows? You never know. You can always get new gear, but we all know
I like free gear.
free gear
Yeah.
trumps buying
Yeah,
gear.
yeah.
Of,
They want to
of
bring
any
free
type.
gear here. I'm
Did
their
any
guy.
of you guys
Set
get
us
your
up.
Whopper post-show?
No, of course I didn't get a Whopper.
I did see on social media a few people
course.
tweeted pictures
Yeah.
and went out and got the
Oh, they
Whopper.
did?
Oh, Drab, you got your Whopper?
What did you get the Whopper with cheese?
I got the full meal last night.
And
Onion rings or
No, hold on.
fries?
But I always love Burger King
Yeah.
and the Whopper.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've been a
You're
fan.
BK guy.
Yeah, one of first memories with my dad is he told me to get the Whopper. It'll put hair on your chest.
You love having it your way.
Yeah, and
it's just
it
delicious.
hits every single time.
I don't know what to tell
care. There is something different about the Whopper.
Yeah.
It's just good. I
How
don't
was
know.
the location? Because what I'm positing
Oh, it's
is that
great.
a lot of the Burger King locations look run down.
No, I was at America's newest Burger King.
Ooh,
Nice.
How was the service?
It takes a little bit, but it's fine. To be expected.
That's
with
very
Burger King.
diplomatic.
Yeah.
I like
They're
that
making it
answer.
fresh.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't.
Understood.
I was craving, but before PT yesterday, there wasn't a Burger King nearby. It's a shame. They need more. They
Yeah.
need I don't know what's going on there.
They
But
are-
like,
Are you sure you're not getting paid under the table by Burger King?
Well, I like
you have
it.
a deal that we don't know
No,
about?
I'm not. I would like one.
Yeah.
But I went to one of their competitors, Habit Burger, which is right
Yeah,
near
yeah.
my
Oh,
PT.
Ben, I like that
And
spot a lot.
You know what? They do a great cheeseburger too.
They
They do.
certainly
A little
do.
pricey.
They
a
know
little
what they're
pricey.
doing.
I
But
don't
it's
know.
Habit, little bit-
it's
little
a step
pricey.
above fast food. That's
Yeah.
like fast casual.
That's why it's
I
more
would say-
expensive.
They give you a buzzer. You got to get the buzzer.
if you have a buzzer that vibrates in your hand,
Yeah.
that's a step above all
Yeah.
the fast food.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just the way it works.
But very good. I would also do endorsements for Habit Burger.
Absolutely.
Just so you know.
We're open for business, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd
Let's
do
do
endorsements for Brewster's Ice Cream, which is right there. That's fantastic.
I knew that
ice
would
cream.
catch your eye with your sweet tooth,
Oh,
JP.
yeah.
Big giant trailer filled with nothing but Rocky Road
You're
ice
looking
cream.
at merch. I'm looking at the food going by.
Those
That's the way it
trucks,
works.
they're going to be Mitch. There's going to be a million guys. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
lines are going to be outrageous for the food trucks.
Probably.
Yeah, that stinks. Because I want to get something.
Man, there's like 6 food trucks out there.
Yeah,
Hey, there are going to
Oh,
be
man.
thousands of people out here
I know.
in an hour or two or less.
and I guess after the show, the schedule is we gave them a list of names. They gave us a list of names. We think we've got 5 guys targeted. We'll see how it plays out, but we should have a bunch of interviews in the can for everybody that we could play throughout the week.
Yeah.
If all goes well. It's always kind of crazy. You never know who you're actually going to grab, but we got a good list in theory.
Yep. Junk's coming to you live from Commanders training camp in Ashburn. Head coach Dan Quinn scheduled for 7:45, and punter Tress Way, he'll join the show coming up at 8 o'clock.
How many hours of sleep do you think Dan Quinn gets during the season?
Ooh, that's a great
Do
question.
you think he averages over 4.5?
We can ask him.
I'm going to say
he tries to get like 6.
I'm going to say tries
6 to 6.5.
It's hard to function. Trust me, I know. On 4 hours of sleep.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah.
Probably more than you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dan Quinn, he'll join us at 7:45, Tress Way at 8, and much more to come. Junkies coming to you live from Ashburn from Commanders training camp. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the show. Junkies coming to you live from Ashburn, Virginia Commanders training camp. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since all the way back in 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Were you a Cakes Classic champion last night?
I was
that's
not,
right.
JP. My 0 streak for the year of
Continues?
2026 continues. I've not cashed in one single Cakes Classic. Not even one measly cash.
I saw you tweet out that you got off to a hot start.
I did. I set or resetted somebody, and I was like, here we go, baby.
That's the dream.
10s over 9s on a Jack 10-9 flop. All the money goes in.
Uh-huh.
I was for sure that he had King Queen and had me dead. He didn't.
Right.
So I double up early, score a bounty, got another bounty later, and then I ran a set of 4s into a turn
Zippy
straight.
cards.
Into a turn straight, which crippled me. And then my 10s got outflopped by Queen Jack and a Russian woman who I've never seen so excited to win my bounty.
Whoa, there
ever
was a woman
took
in the
my
field?
bounty.
Yeah.
There were 2 women at the table where I got eliminated. So yes,
I've played the Cakes Classic a few times,
Yeah.
and I don't know that I've seen a woman.
there were a handful of ladies in the field.
Nice, but it is the larger Potomac Open going on, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So that's maybe why there were
again,
some women in the field.
Now we're 8 months into 2026. 8 months and 0 cashes. 0.
Wow.
Donuts all the way around.
That's
Just means
surprising
you're
to
due.
you.
Just means you're due. buddy.
yeah, it just means
I
I'm
thought you were a good poker player, but
well, I've
Guess
never
I'm-
purported to be a good poker
guess I
player.
was wrong.
I just enjoy playing.
He's had some good runs.
yeah, I know.
have, yeah.
So you,
Been a lean
but
year.
you spent the night there last night.
I actually didn't.
Oh, you did.
I
You
got
came home.
eliminated so
So
early.
early,
Oh,
you
you
could
went
drive
home.
home.
I got eliminated at 2:10, and I was like, if I get on the
Oh, at
Beltway,
2:10 p.m.?
yeah, before
Oh.
if I get on the here's my standing rule. If I can get on the Beltway before 3 p.m. from MGM National Harbor, I will do it. But if it's post 3 p.m., I'm
Not
there.
worth- it's
I'm
not
there,
worth it.
I'm there for the evening.
Yeah.
Because then I'm just sitting in gridlock on the Beltway, and nobody likes that. So
Yeah.
made it home.
All right. Well, maybe next
You
time.
made it home. And
I did.
Jake Moody's going home, too, right?
Jake, well, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I said I hope Jake Moody is a renter and not a buyer.
Yeah.
And from the way his pro career has started,
Yeah.
he should continue that trend. He loses the kicking competition to Drew Stevens.
I thought it was a little early, but I guess they just want to give him all the reps.
They've seen enough.
He's got
they
a big-
saw enough from Moody to say bye bye. Now that doesn't mean that Stevens is going to be the kicker throughout the season.
No, I
because
think Commanders fans.
if there's been one constant with the Commanders, it's been churn at the kicking position.
Commanders fans have got to be really patient because he's an undrafted rookie kicker and he's never kicked in the NFL. He's got to be patient with him.
But he's got a big leg.
I
He's got a big leg.
I kind of disagree. I don't know if they have to be that patient because you could just bring in another guy to compete with Stevens.
Well,
now.
I'm just saying, if he misses one kick in the
Yeah,
first
but
game,
that's
That's
gonna
kind of what
happen.
they've been doing, Cakes.
Yeah.
That plan
are you
doesn't
just
really
gonna-
work out
Are
great.
you going to use 17 different kickers? I mean,
Yeah,
you got to be
I mean,
they're
patient.
they're kind of on that sort of
No,
cycle.
they're going to go with Drew for a while, and then unless he's god awful through 5 weeks.
But I'm sure they
he's gonna
track every kick. I mean, we know
Yeah,
that they
yeah.
track every pass that Jaden Daniels has made, whether it's in training camp or during actual games. And I'm sure they do that, even though we'll get reports that they took 6 kicks.
Yeah.
And that's when they have, a rush coming at them, and it's in practice 11 on 11. But they're taking kicks throughout the day,
How did-
so I'm sure they track it all.
How did things go so poorly for Jake Moody? Wasn't he a third-round pick?
Yes.
He was third-round pick. Think about burning third-round draft capital on a kicker and it not working out.
Well, what's
That's-
the percentage of third-round picks that don't work out? Probably 60 to 70%.
Well,
But
Because
when-
first-round
no.
picks is like 50%.
Yeah, but it's one thing if you draft
I'm talking
a-
about drafting a kicker.
If you draft
like
third
third round,
If you draft
Like-
an offensive lineman in the third round, all right, he might be a backup, and then eventually he's not on the team. But when you draft a kicker in the third round,
it's insane
you-
to pick a kicker in the.
You
the
pretty
third
much
round.
think he's a lock.
I mean, the only thing wackier was the Raiders drafting Sebastian Janikowski in the first
First round,
round.
yeah.
He had a
about
pretty good,
25, 30
He had a
years
pretty
ago.
good career. May not have
He
been worth the
did,
first
but-
rounder, but he had a pretty
did,
good
but
career.
Yeah, I mean, that's
You just didn't want to hang out in a bar with him if you're a woman.
probably not.
All right.
Probably wasn't a great call.
I don't know. I feel bad for him. I thought he did pretty good last year, right? Wasn't he like 18 for 21, something like that?
His
And
numbers
then
were pretty good.
And
Maybe
then
he
he
was
got
pretty
up.
solid.
He got up for. I think by all accounts, he was like 9 for 9 to start training camp the first few days or whatever,
It's
and then
the
just hit a
leg,
bad
though.
streak. And
It's the leg, because if you think about it, when you play
Yeah.
the Cowboys, you know that they have a weapon
yeah,
at at kicker.
Yeah.
And the Commanders haven't had that. So when you have that guy who can hit a 60-yarder, it's a major advantage. It's not to say he's going to hit all 60-yarders, but you
No.
have the possibility
Yeah.
of hitting those 60-yard kicks, and Moody didn't really give you that.
Yep, I don't disagree. But, you watch. He'll resurface somewhere. Somebody will give him a
Moody?
shot. Oh, yeah. He'll resurface.
I'm sure he will, but
yeah, that's the nature of the beast.
I know what he's not.
Hey.
He's not very good at his job. That I do know.
Man, Cakes
Cakes has real hostility
he doesn't
towards
hold
kickers. I like
I mean,
kickers. I'm a kicker
Drew
defender.
Stevens-
I'm just being honest here. He's
Yeah.
not very good at what he does. He's already been on 3 teams
That's
since he
kinda
was
standard.
drafted in
It's kinda
2023.
standard.
he
for
hasn't been
kickers.
successful.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they're going to
It
go
could
with
be mental. Who knows? I mean, maybe it's in his
Oh,
head.
I'm sure there's
His
a
conf-
mental component
His
to
confidence level's probably shot.
It's the nature of the job.
Drew Stevens in 4 years at Iowa went 76 for 95
Yeah.
and missed a total of 2 extra points. Now, the extra points in college are about from me to Mitch over there.
Yeah.
But, he was 76 for 95. I'm not sure how many of those were 50-plus misses, but
Still,
he's getting his opportunity, man.
I'm not surprised that Stevens won. I was kind of surprised that they made it with 2 preseason games. But
Yeah, I was
maybe they
gonna
just want to
say.
give him the prep so that he knows
Yeah.
he's the guy. He could pregame and all that and just go through the deal, the
Yeah.
rituals
Yeah.
of being the guy. And then it also gives Moody a chance to get picked
Yep.
up somewhere else. So a courtesy, I guess.
Yeah.
So that they did
I
move
mean,
on.
what percentage of teams have first-year undrafted kickers, rookie kickers? Not very many. I mean, there's got to be
Probably not.
There's got to be a lot of just veterans that have been there for a while.
Well, obviously
or
they have confidence.
multiple teams. I don't know. They like them though.
But
Yeah.
it could be a difference maker for this team where at the end of a game, you get the ball back. You just need to get the ball to maybe the opponent's 45.
Yeah.
You get it to the 45, you line up for a 62-yard field goal. And
Yeah.
Moody would have had no prayer at that. And Stevens, from all reports, it's not to say he's going to make it, but would have a shot at it. He's got the leg to do it.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I'm hopeful. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, look, the odds are, if you were to bet, will Stevens be their kicker in Week 17? Look at Cakes' face. He's-
I'm just going to
he
bet on.
made it.
I'm going to bet on history that he's not going to be. That is a safe bet.
But that's
Yeah.
their hope. That
No, no,
their
of
hope
course.
is they have their Brandon Aubrey.
That
Yeah.
would be great if they found their kicking weapon, and it's a position of stability for this team for 3 or 4
It'll
years.
be interesting to see if in the first couple weeks against Philly or Dallas, if they're down, they're tied, or they're down 3 late in the game, and they're going to throw out a rookie kicker on the road to try and tie it or win it. That'll be interesting to see.
I think you have to. You have to have faith.
Yeah.
They made their choice. It's going to be Stevens, not Jake Moody, and hopefully he will deliver for them.
Did you guys happen to see? I know I may throw this at Klaus. Josh Harris interviewed in the last week or so, and when he was asked about the possibility of maybe designing the new stadium such that they could bring in real grass. Did you see that interview? And he did say that they're looking at all possibilities. And I don't know, maybe he's a good salesman, but he made me think like it's on the table.
Yeah, but didn't Seattle just do that too, where they all kind of tease you
Yeah.
that
And
it's
then
a
go the other route?
possibility, that grass can be a possibility, and it's unlikely.
He didn't. Listen. He said it. There's extra obstacles, but he did say that it's getting easier and easier to do it with technology. Every year. So it's certainly on the table. I mean, I wouldn't bet on it happening, but he sold me on the idea
of
that it
the
might.
I would assume the major hurdle there is just the cost of it. It's got to be much more expensive to keep and maintain and replace.
They can
yeah.
survive.
Grass field.
Cakes. They make enough money.
I'm
They've
totally
already
with you.
They've already valued the Commanders at. He bought it for 6, right?
Yeah, $6.05 billion.
I think they've already valued it at 9.3.
Oh, that makes sense because
the
the Seahawks just sold for around that same
Up $3
number.
billion,
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
pretty good.
Of the 4
In 2
fields
years.
behind us, aren't they all turf? I just walked out there. They all look to be turf. Maybe there's one that's grass and it's just cut very short.
Here's
I'm
the
pretty
good
sure
news.
they're turf.
No have idea. Never been on those
Yeah,
fields.
they're all-
I've seen them before, but I've
JP's
never
wrong.
been on them.
JP's wrong. They're all grass.
Yeah.
They're all grass?
Yeah.
Man, they look like turf.
Yeah, that's how well.
I mean,
maintained
they
are.
play their home games on natural grass. It would make
Yeah.
sense for them to practice on the
Here's
same
the good
surface.
news about turf, though, especially to be an indoor. And I know Drabby's not into indoors. That's what our kicking situation is. Hopefully we're still alive when that stadium opens in 4 years or whatever.
God willing.
God willing, we're alive
Yeah.
to watch those games. I
Fingers
believe
crossed.
our kicking situation suddenly, it's gonna be amazing. Because
I
we're
mean,
going to be
it's
indoors,
72 and
probably
sunny.
going to be on turf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to
That'd be great.
Suddenly we're going to be in kicking heaven. You watch. It's going to be 4 years away. but-
4 years too late for Jake Moody.
Yeah, 4 years away for Jake Booty.
Come back.
I'm sure he's going to come back. He'll come back with another team.
Yeah.
He'll visit maybe the Commanders' new stadium.
I love Cakes' face when you mention certain people. Like if it's Shador Sanders, his face is just this disgust. Or
Oh.
Angel Reese is one of your new targets. And who were we talking about yesterday?
I don't
that
even
you were
know.
just ripping?
Once
Don't
Cakes
remember.
decides, it's over for you. There's no coming back.
Well, all I am is right in basically every aspect.
Okay. All right.
You guys keep watching Angel Reese and tell me she's a great basketball player.
Nobody's
Keep trying to-
saying that.
keep
You
trying to
won't-
feed
you
me
won't
that-
find a person
Keep
on
trying
the
to
planet.
feed me that propaganda.
You won't find
Don't
a
worry, I
person
don't watch
saying
her,
that.
so I couldn't tell you either
Trust
way.
me, I've only seen highlights
This,
or
this,
lowlights.
yeah, this is interesting. I was just browsing ESPN.com, and they did the power rankings for all the NFL teams for the future.
Okay.
So for
Their 3-year window.
the 2027 through the 2029 season.
Yeah.
Now, this is not the power rankings that had us like 28 for this
No,
year.
that was
the
that
Commanders
was NFL.com.
Slightly better, EB.
Yeah, slightly. They have the Seattle Seahawks 1.
Drabby's very excited. He
Got
loves
the
it.
Eagles 2, right?
They-
Philadelphia's 2.
We got Philly 2, and then Detroit's 3. Yada yada yada.
So best
Baltimore, I
3-year
think
windows.
was Baltimore. I think was 9, and I kept thinking, okay, you got a young stud quarterback if he's healthy. He should be top 12, 13, no, 15, no, 18, no, 20.
Number 20.
They got Washington 20 out of 32.
It's top
Whatever.
20 out of
Whatever.
32.
And they said,
Could be worse. It could be
Whatever.
worse.
well, look, I was surprised. I would have had him higher.
If Jaden Ball's out, all of a sudden they'll be 9.
I know,
mean,
I know.
It's all
Well, that's
about
what they
Jaden.
say. Reason for concern. Everything surrounds Daniels
Yeah.
and the offensive line. They do mention the offensive line
Yeah.
and the age of the receivers.
Their bold prediction or fearless forecast or whatever they call it has to do with Brandon Coleman playing well this year and then flipping Brandon Coleman next year for draft capital.
I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
what sort of draft capital are you going to get for Brandon
I mean,
Coleman?
if he balls out, I
mean,
guess.
Isn't
if
he
he
more-
plays great,
Isn't he more valuable to you? Like
I was going
for-
to say, if he balls out,
like,
why would you trade
why-
a young
why-
tackle?
well, I mean,
because Tunsil will return.
Yeah, right. But
Play-
you want
play him on the
backup,
other
you have
side.
Depth,
don't you want like a guard?
swing
Like,
tackle?
Yeah, you put him in guard.
Play
and-
a guard. Yeah.
Okay, you're different. You're
Yeah.
like killing the messenger.
Well, I'm just saying.
I can read it for you if
If
you
he-
like.
I believe you. I'm just saying that I'm not going to trade a pretty good offensive lineman if he develops into that for
Yeah.
like a 5th-round pick.
No.
Right.
To me, that's losing.
Well, I think the thought would be it's much better than a 5th-round pick.
Well, you let me know when a team calls Peters and offers better than a 5th-round pick for any offensive lineman not named Laramie Tunsil or Josh Connerly.
Here's the
probably not
bold
gonna happen.
prediction. The Commanders will trade Brandon Coleman for a nice return ahead of the 2027 season. Coleman will step in at left tackle while Laramie Tunsil recovers from his tricep surgery. Coleman has had a strong 90.7% pass block win rate at tackle over his career, including a 92.3% last season.
Well, the bottom line is that they're somewhat optimistic on him filling in, fine.
Yep.
And I think I am too as a fan. So, you don't want to ever lose a player like Laramie Tunsil, but I do think, fortunately, it happened with enough time. They can kind of scheme around it, coach guys up, get everybody settled in. And I do think that Coleman's athletic enough that I think he'll fill in just fine.
By the
And
way,
you
it's
pointed
Nick-
out a lot. They thrived 2 seasons ago with
Right.
Brandon Coleman at left tackle
It's
before
already-
Laramie Tunsil arrived.
It's already been proven they can win 14 games with him largely at left tackle. So,
But I agree with Cakes. I'd want to keep those young guys
Definitely.
like Connerly and Coleman because
Of course.
Tunsil's not going to play till he's 40.
you're right. I would keep him too.
So-
of course. Play him at guard if you need to.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
By the way, number 32,
Number 32.
32, the Browns. Cardinals.
Cardinals.
This is the
Yeah,
3-year
they're bad.
window.
yeah, it's the 3-year window.
The 3-year window.
So I guess they're not that high on Beck.
Listen,
By the way, we should start coming up with our sassy, bold predictions for the NFL season because we'll be doing that soon.
Yeah.
within the next few weeks.
You're gonna think about that for 2 weeks. Your bold prediction.
Oh, yeah.
I usually think about that during a commercial.
I'm going to
break.
let it marinate in my
okay.
brain and try to come up with something. It doesn't mean it's going to be good or
mean-
it's going to come true.
My God,
But I'm-
Case.
Hey, I'm thinking ahead, EB.
That's a commercial break.
I'm actually thinking ahead.
Okay. All
It's a
right.
tease, EB.
All right. All right.
All right, speaking of teases, coming up on the show in just about an hour, head coach of the Commanders, Dan Quinn.
Big
He'll
Q.
join us coming up at 7:45, and we'll be joined here by Commanders punter Tress Way. That's coming up at 8. Junkies on the road in Ashburn for Commanders training camp. We'll be right back.
All right, EB here. Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. How will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager, and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. Maybe you're going to throw some cash on C.J. Abrams to go yard. Maybe Jacob Young to hit a bomb. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. That's FanDuel.com/local. Play ball with the home for home runs on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Junkies World Tour 2026 rolls on. The latest stop, Ashburn, Virginia.
Yep.
Jason Bishop
Ashburn,
lives
VA.
here.
7 minutes
Get
from
a
my house.
7-minute commute to work. We're here for Commanders training camp, second to last day of camp. They will have training camp open to the public today and tomorrow, and then it is a wrap from here
Wrap
in
it up.
Ashburn. Just to let you guys know some intel from where we're set up. There's a very clean, isolated porta potty off to your left, about
Really?
75 feet. That's very critical information.
That one orange one right there?
Yes.
Really?
All right.
That's your
No.
spot. You don't want
don't wanna go to the
There's
line,
100
the
of them
row.
lined up over there. You're not
Oh,
going to
yeah.
go over there. That's a
No.
rookie move. You go to that one over there. It's handicap accessible.
I'm going to
It's
try
big.
not to go to any of
It's
them.
big and it's roomy
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's clean.
Well, I'm not going to go in there and do serious business. It would just be a quick hitter.
I
picks.
heard last week. I think it was last week.
Yeah.
Grant Paulson was out here.
Yeah.
and he had to do
Serious
He had to
business?
do the dirty deed
Oh,
in,
Lord.
in one of the porta potties, and I don't think it was clean like this
Oh,
one.
Lord.
Oh, really?
And it was sweltering hot.
Oh, yeah,
Like, can
yeah.
you imagine just how
Well, yeah, I mean, he was there
horrendous
at
and
3
hideous
o'clock.
that had to be?
Where did the rooster, Chris Russell, where did he trip and fall? Didn't he tear his ankle up
Apparently, he stepped in the world's tiniest divot,
up there?
and
Yeah.
It's just a little.
I don't know if he
pothole.
fell. Did he actually fall? I don't know. I don't know.
I
all
don't
the
know. I think he
details.
fell and he turned his ankle.
Did he
pretty bad.
really?
Yeah, but it was a small divot.
No, not only did he fall and cover his pants in mud,
Yeah.
he went to the medical tent.
Oh, he did.
He was
That's
in
how
there,
bad
I
it
heard
was.
he was in there for an hour.
Wow.
What a baby.
Rooster,
Just
what are
making
you
everything all about him.
Rooster, what are you doing?
imagine?
I mean, I love the Rooster, but like that's one where if you even do tweak your ankle, you just gotta suck it up. You
Yeah,
can't
suck it
you
up.
can't limp over to the medical tent.
Right, they had to take his socks and his shoes off.
Oh.
Look at it. Oh boy.
It's just classic Rooster.
That is a classic Rooster.
Humiliating.
It's the roosty.
Yeah.
I still can't get over the fact that he claims he threw 85. When he was- like honestly, I can't
know.
get over it.
I don't know. It's hard. It's
That's
hard to
what he was
imagine.
telling Adam Peters, by the way,
Yeah, I mean-
in small talk.
Yeah.
All right.
Because Adam Peters is always thrilled by the exploits of high school baseball players from 35 years ago.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cakes, I saw an article. I thought about you last
Okay,
night.
yes.
I consider you, of the four of us,
Yeah.
the financial guru.
Well, that's a big stretch, but okay.
That's a
well,
big
you're
stretch.
at least studying the market. I don't
studying
know.
No, he
No.
studies his accounts.
studying the market is way
Yeah.
to that's like what my kid is doing because he's about to become a financial advisor.
Okay.
He studies markets
Well-
and like EB said, I look at my stocks.
Yeah, studying, just
Okay.
looking at the Dow and the Nasdaq.
Yeah, but he probably knows pretty close what the Dow is. I might not come within 5,000.
Well, yeah, I mean you're on another planet.
This
you
is
don't
what
care.
I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
It's like 53,000.
I'm sure I'll be
So-
wrong, but go ahead.
All right, that'd have been about 3,000 off. I would have guessed 50. I saw an article yesterday that Nike stock has plunged 72%. What's going on with Nike? Are they
Well, I can
done?
tell you this.
Are they done?
I
Is
don't
nobody
know.
buying Nike shoes
Okay.
anymore?
Well,
Is
Drab-
nobody buying Nike clothes anymore?
Drab's the biggest Nike sycophant that I've ever met in my life. So I mean, he might
Well, I
he might
think-
have some insight.
Well, I know I have
Yeah.
insight from the golf world.
Yeah.
Yep.
They have the worst trash
Just
ever.
garbage?
It's just garbage, unimaginative, terrible, hot garbage.
But haven't
and
they
I
been
said that
crushed
on
out of the golf game since Tiger?
Yeah, so it's been but like Rory
Rory
still
still
wears
wears it.
it. I
Rory.
think doesn't Scotty Scheffler wear Nike?
Doesn't Koepka wear?
All right,
I
but
mean,
that's
that-
golf. That was probably still just a small percentage of
Okay.
their total market.
I'm just
Yeah,
giving
yeah.
you one example, though. Whoever's in their creative department or whatever, they just have trash designs.
Right.
So I assume that it transfers. Look, they make great shoes for basketball. I think people buy, but running shoes, people are buying Hoka's, they're buying Brooks, they're buying everything else,
Ons.
they're buying Ons, they're buying everything but Nikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their tech is, they used to be the leaders in tech, and they haven't innovated anything really in years that people want. And so maybe outside of like running or I don't know. But for the most part, kids are not wearing Nikes
No, they don't
anymore.
like
Well,
They're-
no, remember the guy that broke the 4-minute mile or whatever the heck he broke?
yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't wearing Nike, and Nike was racing to do it with those, I've already forgot, carbon shoes.
The ones that
Yeah.
are like this high.
Yeah.
But even if you look at most teenagers and young kids, they're
Yeah.
wearing like Adidas Samba shoes again, and they're just not wearing Nikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
So what is their
Why is
stock?
that good?
Huh?
Why is that good?
I mean,
Who cares about Nike?
I've got Nike.
it's only one of America's greatest companies.
I mean,
You want to be a big fan of German companies?
I mean, any company's fine with me. I don't care.
He just likes the way it looks. and
Yeah,
feels.
I don't need to just have only Nike stuff. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean,
that's true.
It's a reason part of like Steph Curry signed with a Chinese apparel company. He
Right.
could have
Wait,
signed with Nike.
was it good when Under Armour plummeted?
Wasn't great.
I used to love
Is
Under
that
Armour.
good,
great.
Bickle? No, it's kind of
again,
sad.
I mean, it's kind of sad, but the unimaginative.
I still wear.
I look at Under Armour stuff sometimes.
I
and
still
go,
wear a
Doesn't
lot.
look great.
I still wear Under Armour stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes.
I mean pullovers, and I don't wear golf shirts. But
I think I'm wearing. Yeah, I think I'm wearing these Under Armour actually
I
sweats.
I wear those.
But Ryan Keel gave me these 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Man, I'm not buying current Under Armour
But
stuff.
I
But
do
Under
wear.
Armour, there was a perception. I remember we did a segment 5 years ago about Under Armour, and there was a perception
Yeah.
that it had become for like old white guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
I-
It's
Remember
for
we had a
boomers.
caller.
Well, that's
I remember
what we
a caller
are.
said yes, but we had a caller say unathletic
Yeah.
is what Under Armour stood
Yeah,
for.
UA stands for unathletic.
Unathletic.
Yeah.
Nike was always supposed to be cool.
I saw two dinosaur white dudes wearing Under Armour like within the past week, wearing like just Under Armour tops. I was like, man, maybe that's the demo now.
I had a kid at my house this weekend. It was one of Cooper's buddies. And
Yeah.
It wasn't Cooper. And he's transferring, doing his fifth year, actually doing his fourth and fifth year at a new school. I won't say the school.
Why?
But it's an Under Armour school. And I asked him, how's he liking the gear and anything? He goes, my feet are killing me. My
Trash.
feet,
Didn't like it.
my feet are killing me because
Yeah.
he's got to wear Under
Yeah.
Armour.
Yeah.
You know?
Anyway, I thought that was interesting. I wanted to ask the
I never
financial
got
guru
into the
Cage
Under Armour shoes.
that the stock
Yeah.
has plummeted that much.
I had a very small position in Nike in one of my accounts, and I sold it like 2 years ago. Like
I'm telling
it was
you.
on the way down, and I sold it. I was like, "This is
yeah?
not great."
Some of
and
the-
it's gone probably down $20 a share since I sold it.
I mean, I think you guys know, but like some of the older heritage brands
Yeah.
are coming back, right? Like I have some great Puma gear.
Yeah.
Like great Puma gear. What else?
well, I think Adidas really
Adidas
took off
is on
during
the
the World
comeback.
Cup.
Reebok is making a little bit of a comeback. My buddy now works for Starter.
They're showing the Nike chart. They're showing
Look at that.
on Monumental. I could ski down that slope.
Down 76%.
My
And-
God, that is horrendous.
Oh, I undersold it.
That's
It was
in the past 5
76%.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's bad.
It's not great.
Not a good trend line.
It's not great. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
You know what? I think that's good. People have more choices. We don't have to all just wear Nike. I think it's great for other companies to thrive. We don't need Nike to be the only one, to be dominant.
Yeah, but if I recall, when we went to Wild World when we were 16 or 17 years old, you were
40
proud,
years ago.
You were proud to wear your brand new Nike Air Force Ones or whatever, and then
Yeah.
they got stolen.
That's correct.
Because he put them in
He's
a
wearing Jordans right
because
now.
he put them in a cubby that
Yeah.
didn't have a lock on it. Of course, they're going to get stolen.
I mean, I literally wore them one day.
Drabby's wearing Jordans. See,
No, I
Mitchell's
like Jordans. I say they make good basketball
Yeah.
shoes. Yeah, I like them. But I'm not going to I don't have to be head to toe like
wearing- I
Drabby
like their
and
golf
Nike.
shoes. I like their golf shoes.
Yeah, I mean,
There it is.
I
There's
guess I
the
am
swoosh.
kind of.
yeah, I mean, you know, I like all the brands.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
I like
I mean,
Travis Matthew.
I mean,
I like
Johnny,
Dunning.
Johnny O.
I like Millar.
Yes.
Johnny O. I love Johnny O.
Yes.
But
Those are all the
but
golf brands.
We're golfers, though. I mean, that's what we do.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I have some nice Puma stuff. They may actually make some nice golf gear. Really nice. You'd be shocked. Anyway.
Well, Puma Pete used to hook me up, but now he doesn't work for me anymore.
All right, so yeah.
Now he's dead to you.
Is there another company in that realm that is thriving, like stock wise? Like if Nike's plummeting in that
what's going
in
up?
that area,
Ask the guru.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
He doesn't know.
No
Yeah,
clue. I haven't boned up in the apparel sector
Yeah.
of my financial
Just don't look at the
studies.
NASDAQ futures today. I just want to
Yeah,
tell
it's
you.
bad.
You know, don't
That
look
means
at
I'm definitely going to look at it during the break. It's a lock.
it. It doesn't matter what it's opened at. It matters what it closes
I need
at.
to see those red numbers. Whatever.
Oh, yeah,
whatever
somebody's
they're
tweeting.
trending.
Yeah,
Well,
kids
that's what
love
you're
New
gonna say.
Balance too. You know, New Balance gets a lot of run with the kids. So.
You sleep on former commander
What's
Chase
Bella?
Young.
What's Bella?
being,
JP? What's Bella wear? What does she like?
She's got Nike socks on.
Got Nike
She's got some of
size.
that.
She got the Adidas slides.
And
She
she's got
has
the Adidas.
Lululemon on, but I
yeah.
think that's her mom's jacket that she's put on.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Oh, it's her jacket, she
Yeah.
said.
All right.
All right, good.
All right, Junkies coming to you live from Commander's Training Camp in Ashburn. Coming up in the next hour, Dan Quinn. He'll join us coming up at 7:45. You definitely don't want to miss that. And Commander's punter, Tress Way, Pro Bowl punter. He'll join us coming up at 8. We're the Junkies at Commander's Training Camp in Ashburn. We'll be right back.
We'll start with football. After Monday off in Ashburn, players are back to work today as the Commanders get set for preseason game number 2 Saturday afternoon in Detroit. The kicking battle was decided on Monday. Commanders have released veteran kicker Jake Moody. Rookie Drew Stevens wins the job. He'll be the team's 8th kicker since 2024. Some other moves Commanders made Monday. They signed former Lions running back Craig Reynolds, adding some backfield depth with Jeremy McNichols nursing a quad injury. And they also signed linebacker Chris Barnes, who spent last season in Carolina. Some other NFL news. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained right groin in practice Monday, injury not believed to be serious. And veteran wide receiver Keenan Allen has signed a 1-year deal in Indianapolis. Baseball Nationals had a much-needed Monday off. They have lost 3 straight, 5 of 6, heading into the first of 3 tonight in Texas. 8:05 first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Merle Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. The Junks are on the road. We are broadcasting live from Commanders Training Camp in Ashburn, Virginia. Head coach Dan Quinn will join us coming up at 7:45. But before that, let's hit the skins. Brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy. Shot for right now. 12-ounce can for all day. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. Use the code JUNKIES to get 10% off. Don't Sleep makes you great.
All right, guys, as you know, we are here at the Skins training camp, Commanders training camp. They're technically saying, Cakes keeps saying it, that camp ends in a couple days. But
Well, at least to the fans.
To
Yes.
the public.
The public.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't end for the players.
No, they still practice.
They still practice.
course.
They
Yeah.
still haven't made cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like nothing really changes
Well, the
if they don't have
cuts
to
is-
deal with this.
Right.
Cuts have changed where now it's just big one big day.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, camp is still going for these guys.
Sure, absolutely.
Just not
A lot
necessarily.
of jobs
fans.
still be won out here.
Let me see. We talked about it actually during the commercial break. There actually have been a couple roster moves they made. They signed a running back, Craig Reynolds, right?
Yep.
Played under David Blau, so there's familiarity.
They also say that he was previously with Washington, so maybe he was here in camp in previous years because I don't remember. But
He filled in Detroit a couple games when Gibbs and or Montgomery missed time.
I mean, he's
a serviceable player.
yeah, I mean, he's got some credentials.
Yeah.
He's got career rushing totals of 658 yards. He's got experience on special teams. You know, we talked about during the break with the McNichols injury. It does bring some opportunity from people, at least a roster spot for now. So that'll be good. See what happens there. And they signed a linebacker, Chris Barnes, veteran, who's played a bunch, 75 career games, got 303 career tackles, added for linebacker, special teams depth. He's previously played with the Packers, the Cardinals, the Panthers. So just when you think, you're kind of settled in, you never really are in this league, the not for long, right, league? Just
Yep.
ask Jake Moody.
But both those guys may not be on the roster once they make the cuts. They may
Correct.
just be bodies right now. Now, I think Reynolds
Absolutely.
has a shot.
Yeah.
Depends what they do with Henry and Allen. Like if they go practice squad and they want a vet in there, depending on how long McNichols is out. But though they don't have top-end talent at running back, with Ja'Cory Cross-Game, Merritt Bill,
But it's
and
good to
Rashad White, they now have some depth.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
definitely think
Reynolds
that's the
last year was with the Patriots. Well, he was with the Lions for 4 years, but then he joined the Patriots. I think he was on the practice squad. But and now, he comes here this year to fill in. McNichols is down a little bit, so we'll see what happens after that.
So as far as like the
And we don't know. They might like him more than McNichols. They might like him more than
Well, we'll
others. I mean,
see.
Blau knows what he can do.
Yeah.
And maybe he's looking for a specific trait.
From Cutstown,
Cuts down PA.
that's right. He went to Cutstown.
I didn't realize
Or Kutztown.
Reynolds was 30 at this point. I thought he was a little bit younger than that.
So if you look at the currently
Undrafted.
the position battles that are there, there's a couple we can go through each one of them. I'd say at running back, as you mentioned, You got Bill. You got Rashad White. Those are your top guys.
Yep.
You got Fat Man, who I think is firmly in the mix there. Then, of course, the undrafted free agent, Robert Henry Jr., he impressed with how he was running around. You got McNichols. You got Jerome Ford. Now you've got Craig Reynolds. So there's definitely some battling going on there in the running back room. It would be interesting to see where they settle in there.
I think at the bottom.
Haven't heard much about Jerome Ford during camp.
Yeah,
to
but
be
again,
honest.
you got to look at it as 53 and
Yeah.
then 70.
Yeah.
How many of these guys are going to still be there when they cut to 70?
Yeah. I thought Jerome Ford was going to be a guy who would make the team and would be a contributor, just based on what he was doing when he was
It's
at Cleveland.
just going to become a numbers
but
game.
now he's maybe 5 or 6 on the depth chart.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's one of their most competitive position battles. Obviously, at center, they have Nick Allegretti set to rejoin practice. The rookie, Matt Golban, has gotten some praise for people. I know I think John Commons liked what he's seen from him. I've heard Logan Paulson say some nice things about him. Dan Quinn said some nice things about him. So it'll be interesting to see how he develops. He's their 6th-round pick. Julia Good-Jones, you see good things, and then sometimes you see him get pushed way back, and you just wonder where he fits in.
This guy doesn't have a lot of experience, so these reps have to be good for him.
Yeah,
The guy's
hopefully
missing time.
Hopefully Allegretti comes back healthy, ready to go, and kind of just eases all the concerns there.
Supposed to practice today.
Safety, still got a tough battle there. Quan Martin had an interception in the opening, right?
Yep.
There seems to be a battle with him and Jeremy Reeves to play alongside Nick Cross, who's really had a good camp, and everybody's excited for what he's going to bring to this team. Personally, I'm more of a Jeremy Reeves guy. Just that when I've seen him get opportunity on the defense, I feel like he's flashed. But Quan Martin had a solid showing in the opener, so that he's certainly in the mix there.
Yeah, but it kind of tells you where he is on the depth chart, right? Because the guys who played in the opener, for the most part, were not starters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they sat 26 guys. The third quarterback position is one that's interesting. I thought, when I looked at every throw afterwards, I brought up every throw for AK, Cali Kamanis. I was kind of low-key impressed with him, to be honest with you. He's not super athletic, but he's got good size, got a good
They
strong
drafted
arm.
him for a reason. They like him.
Yeah. I mean, they
He
drafted
played
him
a lot of
7th
college
round.
football.
Yeah.
A
So,
couple
I mean,
different
I
schools.
definitely think there's something to work with there.
How much taller is he than
He just looks so much
6'2".
bigger.
He's
not-
listed at 6'2".
Then
He
who?
just
Then
looks
Hartman.
bigger.
how tall is Hartman?
Hartman's not that tall.
He's
I mean, they're
listed
probably
at 6'1", I think.
Hartman's
they're
listed
probably
at
about the same.
6'1", but he looks just
He looks smaller, right?
But he's more athletic. And
Yeah.
to Hartman's credit, at least there was a play or two where he took off running, and he gives you that element. And Hartman did make some nice plays. He also had the overthrow and interception. So you get a little of both there. Again, we talked about it yesterday. DQ praised both those quarterbacks for how they handled the end of the half and the end of the game situations. And those are things you don't really often think about, right? You kind of take it for granted.
Was DQ asked yesterday about the potential of Jaden playing on Saturday?
I'm not sure.
I think he'll be asked at 7:45.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Wide receiver. That's still probably the other biggest battle there. You got so many guys there now that they've brought Diggs in. He's kind of locked in as that 2 guy behind Terry McLaurin Cakes. Antonio Williams, I think that he is impressing people. I think they expect him to be featured prominently. Then, of course, you've still got Treylon Burks. You've got Luke McCaffrey. You've got Jalen Lane. You've got De'Ami Brown. I don't know. They like Jade Bradley from DeMatha.
DeMatha boy.
So they've got a nice little, I think, wide receiver room, whereas before everyone was kind of questioning it. When you add Diggs to it, suddenly it looks a lot better.
Well, it's just elevated, obviously, with the add of Diggs. He instantly becomes the number 2 or the 1A, 1B, 1B guy to Terry McLaurin. So all those other guys now get just pushed down in the pecking order, and that's nothing but a positive for the team. Like Stephon Diggs showed last year that he still has plenty of juice left.
Yeah.
Like he played in the Super Bowl. He was a really good target for Drake May, and now he's a year removed further from the ACL, so should be even better here in Washington, you would hope.
So with the upcoming schedule, you got the Lions game on Saturday. That's a 12 p.m.
Yep.
start.
Yep.
Then you got
you
the-
guys will be at the Freedom races at 12.
That's right. Then you've got the final preseason game on Friday, August 28th. That's at 6 p.m. That's actually also going to be on NFL Network. And then you got your regular season opener. Today's the 18th. Cakes, I can't do the math on that. That's September 13th. That's less than a month away.
26 days.
3-ish weeks.
Yeah,
26 days, I believe.
That'll be a 4:25 kick.
Which
at
you love.
Philly.
You love 425
Don't,
kicks.
Don't love that. But we did talk about it yesterday. I'm going to go around. Let's just each make our official, let's say, what you predict and then what would you do regarding Jaden
For Saturday?
in the preseason game against. I'll start. I think I have now come to the conclusion that preseason is kind of a joke. These preseason games, kind of like Pro Bowls and All-Star games. And the juice is just not worth the squeeze. To put him in there for 8 plays or something, God forbid somebody gets hurt. I think I'm at the point now where I think I would sit him. I'd sit most of the starters. And I think that's what they're going to do.
I'm with the great Tom Brady. They should be playing. They need to find a rhythm. I'd like to see Jaden in for at least a quarter.
Okay.
At least a quarter.
All right, so you would play him, and you think they will play him.
I'm willing to. I told you we made our bet, double or nothing. I don't have great confidence, but I definitely would if I was the coach.
Right.
But,
But I want your prediction. I want your prediction, though, what you think they're going to do.
Yeah, I'll predict that he's going to play.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll play for a quarter. I mean, I'd play him for a half. I mean, back in the day, they would play for a half.
I know.
Sometimes into the
I know,
third
times
It's
quarter.
have
not
changed.
back in the day anymore. You know,
Yeah,
back in the
it's
day,
too
a guy
soft.
would get cracked, knocked out, come to the sideline, smelling salt, go back in the next series.
That's true, but
they don't
in
do
the
that anymore.
preseason, I think you need. Look, there's a reason they have training camp. Like you could go down this road. Well, we don't want our guys to get hurt. Let's not even have training camp.
Well, it's gotten to the point I feel like it's more about evaluating the back end of your roster and protecting your top tier guys.
I think a young quarterback who didn't play a lot last year should be in there and play for a little bit, but I don't believe he's going to play.
All right, so you think he should,
I
but
think he
won't.
should, but he's not going to play.
All right,
How long would you
I've
play him?
switched my
I'd
stance.
probably play him for 2-3 series. Yeah, I mean a quarter.
Cakes.
Yesterday, I was vehemently against playing him. I've switched my stance a little bit.
All right.
I think he's going to play 2 series.
All right.
And then he's done.
All
Yeah,
right.
but he's asking you, what would you do?
What would I do? I'm a scaredy cat. I would wrap him in bubble wrap, and he would never see the field until
Hicks
they take.
never plays
they
guys.
they take the field against the Eagles.
But
for the
again,
real thing.
like we talked about yesterday, if he plays, you got to play all your number
Got
ones.
to play all the ones,
And look,
especially along the line.
Yeah.
I think Dan Quinn wants to see what he can do with the offense in a new offense before we get to September 13th,
Yeah.
I
in,
think-
in like a real close to a real game scenario.
Yeah, you might be right.
Except they're not going to show anything. It's going to be super vanilla.
Understood.
I mean, I guess you could go through sort of the rhythm of it, but you could do that in the joint practices. See, I think the joint practices have replaced the games as far as where the real evaluation's going with their key guys.
But if they take it easy with Allegretti and they don't play him this weekend, I don't know if they're going to play Jaden behind a backup center.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
don't-
imagine
Probably not.
the calamity if, God forbid, 5 got hurt? Just what a disaster it would be, and just how much it backfired. The juice is not worth the squeeze.
Yeah, but that could happen
Well-
in week 1.
That's fine. Week 1, he's playing. There's,
about
there's
if-
no debate. This is debatable.
What if he doesn't play that well in week 1?
So what?
Maybe the preseason helps.
So would you play? So you don't think Caleb Williams will play this week or Drake May?
I
or
mean,
any-
it's got to be individual case.
why did Jackson Dart play? I mean, some of these younger quarterbacks.
Well, I mean, obviously,
have played
coaches
or
have
might
different
play.
philosophies,
And some
but it's
vets
about
played.
50%.
Yeah.
Or actually,
It was actually
less. It's less.
It's
yeah.
less.
12
right?
out of
But
32.
that was week 1.
Week
one,
2, I think it'll be more.
Week 2 will be more.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, Josh Allen played.
Right.
He doesn't
He's
need a rhythm.
He's
I mean-
also built different.
I mean, maybe he's got a new offensive coordinator, right? Well, no, Brady is the head coach now.
Brady
is.
It was his offensive coordinator.
At some
but-
point, you have to acknowledge that as tough as Jaden is, and I put him up there as tough as anybody, he's a toothpick. All right, so I got to treat a toothpick different than a tank. I mean, it's just at some point you have to face reality,
Right.
And I think that's
Hey,
what
look,
we're
I
dealing
think it's
with.
reasonable. I just would prefer to see them catch a rhythm heading into the season. And this training camp was supposed to be different. We'll talk to Dan Quinn about that coming up in about a half an hour. This training camp was supposed to be different. And by all accounts, it has been, with less rest days, a little more energy, trying not to be lackluster heading into the season. And I think preseason games is part of it, or should be
Well,
part
if he
of it.
comes out flat in the first 2 games and
Yeah.
they go 0-2,
That's gonna
and
be
he
the blame.
and he doesn't look good
Yeah.
or sharp, people are going to start pointing fingers at Dan Quinn and saying,
Exactly.
well, you probably should have played him for a few
All right, but
series
here-
in the Detroit game.
I'm willing to go
Could've
on
played
record
him in the
now.
opener.
I don't
Yeah.
care. Listen, he's an unbelievable player when he's healthy.
Agreed.
He's not going to come out flat. I mean, maybe one series, but over the first 2 games, you know what he's going to play like? A freaking Pro Bowler.
I hope
he's
you're
gonna
right.
play great.
I just
So why
said
didn't he
if
do
he
that
comes out
last
flat.
year?
Wow.
It was fits and starts. It never
You
got
think he's
to
going to
rhythm.
play great in the first 2 weeks?
I would. If I had to
don't know about
bet,
that.
I would bet he's going to play great over play bad. I would always bet on him.
I know you have
playing
confidence
better.
in him,
Yes.
but he could come out on the road
Of course,
against
he
a
got
good
a bad
team.
game. Of course,
And that's what I mean.
But people have get bad games.
Yeah.
But I would always bet on that kid if he's healthy to play well. I would never bet on him to play poorly unless he's hurt.
All right, we'll see
Oh, no,
if-
unless he hadn't
we'll see-
played. In,
we'll see if
you know.
Dan Quinn agrees.
And remember, for those of you that's going to throw him into all these preseason games, they sat him in regular season games last year.
Oh, that's because the season was over. They were tanking.
That's because those
It was
games
a tankathon.
That's because those games didn't matter.
I know.
What?
Well, this is a little different because
How
now
big
you're
that don't matter?
because you're prepping for the season, which does matter.
He's doing
so you're
plenty
kind
of
of
prep.
prepping
He's
for
doing
it.
plenty of prep during the week.
I would play him for 2 series. One, if he marches them down the field and looks crisp and he's running the offense effectively,
Yeah.
then he takes a seat. And I'm also telling him, no crazy running. And if you run, you better either run out of bounds or you better be sliding.
Well, he knows
Okay,
that.
Good luck with that.
Let's not throw your elbow out in the preseason game against the Lions.
The guy's a competitor. They're going to flush him out. He's going to take off running, and everyone there's going to be 80,000
I
scared
kind of
people.
want to, and I want to see that,
I don't want to see.
but
it
I don't think we
in
will.
The
I don't,
preseason.
I don't think they're going to play him.
All right, coming up in just about half an hour, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. He will join us. We are coming to you live from Ashburn for Commanders training camp. We're the Junkies. We'll be right back.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who's going to win the division? Who's going to make the playoffs? Who's going to be lifting the trophy at the end of the season? Well, on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. How about going with Washington to qualify for the playoffs this season? Right now, Washington's trading at 20%, meaning a $100 trade is going to pay out $318 if they can clinch a playoff spot. Kalshi's a lot of fun. On Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Junks World Tour 2026 has landed in Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders training camp. 2 more days of camp left.
Starting
I
to
believe
rustle a
the-
little bit.
I think the fans are starting to come in.
They are,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
You know what else is starting to come in?
What?
The sun behind me.
Yeah.
And I need some sunblock, or I'm going to look like Mike Shanahan by the end of the show.
You can lift
So-
up your collar, pop your collar.
I could do that.
Block the
That's-
neck a little bit.
That's a
You got a
very
hat
80s
on.
look. I look like Phil Mickelson from back in like 1990.
I can't see anything. I have my sunglasses on, but I really need my readers. And if I put my readers on,
I think you need to put them on.
I'm going to look like an
You
idiot.
need to show everybody the readers that you brought here.
Well, there's wife's readers.
For my wife.
I know that's why he needs to show them.
But I
to
have
everybody.
to because I can't see anything.
Yeah.
We're
I
just
mean, they're the pinkest glasses I've ever seen.
Bella might like them.
Yeah, my daughter's here.
Oh,
She's
this
already
is much better.
she's already checked out the merch shop.
I mean, I'm wearing them. I don't care. DQ is going to see me in these.
It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I look like a moron, but what are you going to do?
You know what?
My
you
eyes are
You
terrible.
know, you look kind of trendy.
Oh,
I'm
really?
gonna say- now I don't know anything about trends,
Do I look,
but
Bella, do I look trendy?
you look like you're fashion forward.
I
with
would
this
say you look like something, but I'll tell you off air what you look like.
I can probably predict what you're going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just looking up Southern Conference hoops, and I can see it.
Yeah. Now you can see what's on your screen.
So
Right.
my daughter really wants to get autographs, even though she doesn't know who the players are. They're famous people.
It's
right?
fine. You know
So
what?
We're going to be here with famous people.
She's in the right demo for getting autographs.
and
She's going to like Tressway.
last
Tressway's a
night,
good dude.
after her soccer practice, I stopped at Giant to get like some sort of a notebook.
Okay.
And she thought it was the world's worst notebook. I just got an orange spiral notebook.
Yeah.
So that was out. And then she wanted to find if Dylan had a football. We had old footballs, not worth it. So she's already eyeing a $30 football from the merch shop.
Hook her up. Come on, you got money.
Better get somebody decent.
Go buy her a football. You can't put it on the little nubs piece of paper.
No, you know what she brought? She
What?
brought her white soccer ball.
Get him all right.
Oh,
You know
really?
what? Get the football. $30. Come on, you got that.
Right.
You can handle
Daddy
that.
will pay for
I just
it.
can't imagine being like a grown adult man
Yeah.
standing out here all day waiting for an fight, elbowing kids out of the way.
But there's gonna be
to
hundreds.
to get to the front of the line to have Terry McLaurin sign something for me.
Were you
a
here-
lot of people do it.
Were you here years ago? We were here, or at least I was here, for
Yeah.
Fan Appreciation Day, where they had people lined up
Yeah.
for autographs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was on the hill. Maybe it was this hill. I can't remember exactly where. I feel like it was over there. And there was, dozens and dozens of people just lining up, probably about 6 to 8 lines for autographs, Cakes, and they
of
weren't
course.
all kids.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of them are losers.
I used to
Hey.
love autographs.
You like if you had like a John Riggins signed jersey or a Terry McLaurin signed jersey, you'd want that. No, if you had a jersey,
it's fine, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to wait in 90-degree sweltering heat
I
and,
know.
and battle with the masses to
I
get
know.
it.
We're different. We're
jaded.
We're
We're
jaded,
jaded
But
people.
normal people, it's a normal activity. It's a normal
okay.
activity.
Yeah, so she's prepped. She has the little autograph book. She has a Commander's monkey.
Okay, very
which
good.
has a little jersey.
Excellent.
And then the white soccer ball, if you want to go that
Well,
route.
they could sign her hat.
Yeah,
She could sign the
the
bill
hat.
of the hat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that would work. Either way. If I was you, I'd cough up the $30
Yeah,
and buy her the football.
Oh, believe me, I will get the $30 one, not the $45 one.
Is it a small one? Is it like a
It's
little mini?
it's almost like a K2.
Yeah.
And then the
Perfect.
45 is like a bigger
I
one.
used to love chucking the K2, throw wobblers with a K2 as a kid. Oh, it was so great.
So tell me what happened in the Great Falls. So it was like
Oh.
a stabbing.
This is really uplifting.
I know.
But what happened?
It's a big story, though. It's one of the top
I
stories
mean,
in
it's
the
a
area.
terrible story.
So I was driving home from work yesterday. I had to stop in Arlington to stop at a buddy's house. And so I took the GW Parkway.
Right.
I took it to the Beltway. I said, I'm not going to the toll road. I'm not going to pay the tolls. I'm just
Yeah.
going to take
Squeaker.
Georgetown Pike.
Court.
I mean, I pay it every day.
I understand.
And I'm going to take Georgetown Pike home to Route 7. I'm driving down Georgetown Pike, seeing all the palaces, probably
Coveting.
probably past Dan Quinn's house.
So much coveting was going on.
And then I get up to the top of the hill, and there's a cop with his motorcycle blocking Georgetown Pike. And he's diverting me. I said, so I'm going this way. He goes, yep, you're going that way. And I saw media behind him.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, all right, I don't know, did a tree fall down or something? I didn't think it would be a murder, but a woman was stabbed in her car.
Yeah, she was found unconscious
think-
outside of her vehicle. This is
Okay.
Georgetown Pike near Old Dominion Drive.
Right, I was right there. And I assume it's a domestic thing. I guess they haven't announced who the suspect is.
Well,
but
one of the officers said, quote, there's no immediate indication that this was a random act.
no, it wasn't random. No way.
So police said a runner found the woman. The vehicle near her body was registered to her.
Right. So
This is a horrible
it's
story.
a horrible story.
You know, I don't know if you guys saw the reports. It was like the day before I left for our trip to the Outer Banks, there was a shooting at Wheaton Mall.
Yeah.
I happened
Did see that.
to be at the Wheaton Mall because I was looking for an air mattress.
Okay.
And Dick's had an air mattress. I
Mm-hmm.
was also looking at Target. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I went there earlier in the day, like around 1 o'clock. Didn't see anything at Target. Was walking around. And then my wife said, no, Dick's has one. And I parked my car. I'm walking through, and this is a true story. I was there around 5 o'clock. I think the shooting was at 5:30. I was walking around that mall, and I go there sometimes to go to Costco. That's why I'll go there, or Dick's, right? If I'm going to go to the mall, I go to Montgomery Mall typically. I'm telling you, I felt unpleasant vibes. Like it just was – I wasn't feeling the vibes.
Feel bad
prescient?
juju at the mall.
It was just, the mojo wasn't great.
Yeah.
And it was to the point where I actually was in Target and I decided instead of walking through the mall to walk to my car, I just walked outside the entire parking lot. I skipped the whole middle of the mall to go back to where my car was over by Dick's.
Yeah.
Because the vibes were off.
Inside it was bad. Yeah.
And then I get home and I find out 20 minutes later there was a shooting. How sick is that?
Yeah, like a premonition.
I
almost.
didn't say I have a premonition.
I think
Yeah.
I would always have bad vibes at Wheaton Mall.
I don't know. I just had the vibes were off.
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking around. And I was just watching people, and people seemed to be looking
Can
at
we
people.
tap into your power? What do you think about the opener for the Commanders?
Yeah,
No,
can
no.
we use this for
Are
good?
they going to cover?
Can
I'm
we
not
use this
saying,
for profit?
I'm not saying I had a premonition or I have seeing powers. I just was telling you I felt awkward vibes. I felt negative vibes to the point where I didn't even walk through the mall anymore. I got outside and walked all the way across the parking lot to my car, and then it turns out later. Now, the good news is I think the person shot was like shot in the leg, and I think okay. And I think they apprehended the person.
Maybe
And
suck-
I think it was teenagers.
It
I
would
think.
suck to be shot in the leg, but I'd rather be shot in the leg than elsewhere.
Yeah, yeah. But that kind of thing happening in a mall, you just really – I know Cakes is always on alert. You don't really
Always.
you don't
Always
expect
vigilant.
something like
Was it
that
a
to
dispute
happen.
at Spencer's? Do they still have
That's still there?
Yeah, there's those numbers. Spencer's makes me laugh because, I mean, you can go in and buy a heavy metal T-shirt. You can buy a sex toy. You can buy Halloween decorations.
Oh, you can buy a sex toy at Spencer's?
Yeah, you can buy everything at Spencer's.
Right.
I mean, they got the whole, like, they've got the one
Let's make
aisle.
sure we have JP's daughter out of the
I
tent.
think she's out of earshot, so I'm not worried
Hey,
about that.
By the way, speaking of
She
sons of
wants
daughters-
ADs, by the way. She asked if she could
Well, I
come
gave
on
her
the air.
ADs.
I said, no, yeah, you can come on maybe the last 15 seconds. And she goes, 15 minutes.
Oh,
I was
look
like,
at her. She's
not happening.
Negotiating already.
Everybody wants their ADs.
Yeah.
So my wife and I, so when my daughter was up in Hoboken this summer, her apartment didn't have any AC, so we bought a window AC unit.
Yeah.
And so we took it when we moved her out. So we have it in our garage. It's only 2 months old. And I said, you know what? Eric's son is going to be up in Hoboken. Wonder if he needs an AC unit, window AC unit. Does he have air conditioning?
No, remember I told the
Are
story.
you trying to hawk it?
Yeah,
no.
I'm trying to sell it.
No, remember I told the story. He also is in Hoboken, and he put in his girlfriend's AC unit
Right.
in the window, and then he realized there's no lock for
There's
the
no
window.
lock, okay.
And he's on the first floor. All you can do is just push up the window.
Yeah, steal it. It's
just
gone.
Steal it. You just crawl in the window.
Well,
crawl
that too.
into
All right,
the
so
apartment.
Steal it,
So he
and
can't
then you
use it.
Then you
No.
break into the apartment.
No, so it's the first thing I told him. You need to tell the super that you need some plywood or
Hold
something.
on. What? Why are apartment units in New Jersey not having air conditioning? That is
they're-
a major.
They're
That's
old
a huge.
buildings.
They're older
They're
buildings.
Is that what it is?
old
Okay, so-
buildings,
so-
yeah. He doesn't even have a washer and dryer.
It's like Hagerstown, the dorm,
dorm
in
in
Maryland.
Maryland.
It's like my
Yeah,
kid.
yeah.
Two of my kids stayed in Hagerstown as freshmen.
No, the older
and they were
dorms don't
sweating
have
their Bozaks off.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
but a window
my
unit's fine.
oldest daughter was a freshman at Tech,
Yeah.
she was in Slusher Hall.
Yeah.
It's 12 stories. She
Yeah.
was on the 12th floor.
Oh.
Zippy AC unit.
Oh, so
Yeah, but if
so
you
hot.
have a window unit, it's fine.
She didn't have one though.
Oh, well, then
Then she
terrible
boned.
parents. Terrible parents.
But I have one. If anyone wants to
Oh, you're trying to sell it?
purchase it,
Man,
it's 2 months old. It's basically brand new.
are you going to put it on your community, like whatever?
My wife will put it on
Your
Facebook
community,
Marketplace.
yeah.
It'll go on Marketplace.
Oh, I got a funny story to tell you. Stevie bought a couch off Facebook Marketplace. Great one for $250. Yeah.
Oh, he stole it.
But it definitely has an odor to it.
Oh, does
and
it?
So now
Oh.
he has to. Now he has to. I guess I think he's paying like a furniture cleaner guy. He has to come to the house.
Okay.
It looks spectacular.
Yeah.
But it's got a
got a
very
funk.
It's got a very pungent odor to it, and he needs to get it.
It has a
cleaned
Fred?
out. It has a Fred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred Funk.
Yeah, it has
got a
Fred.
funky.
It's got a Fred. It's got a Fred Funk to it. So
probably
How much did you have to spend on the upholstery guy?
I don't know, but
He's gonna probably end up the cost of a brand new couch.
yeah, I know, right? I mean, who knows? But
All right, so
He
we
could have
got
gone to silly Marlowe back in the day.
Marlowe Furniture.
There's no chance they're still around.
Yeah, of
I think
course
there
it
is.
is.
What?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Still around?
It's always
Really?
threatening to close and has a
Always.
close of business
Just
sale. But
waiting to see a liquidation sign.
I know,
next
it's
to
right
it.
there
If
on
you wanna
Rockville
get
Pike.
Cheap
Wow.
furniture. Don't you go to Bob's? If
Bob's, yeah,
I
Bob's
think
is taking
if you
over
want-
the cheap
If you want
furniture.
cheap furniture, you go to Bob's.
Regency.
Yeah.
There's a few of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, we don't go. We go to Belfort.
I know that.
Belfort's more of a tweener.
It's pretty nice though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have decent stuff there.
Maybe an upper tweener.
I think when we first got married, we drove all the way out there
Out to Belfort?
to go to
They got
Belfort.
some nice stuff out there.
Yeah, yeah. All right,
Do you
are we
think
gonna
does DQ shop at Belfort?
have, I don't know.
I don't think
I don't-
DQ shops.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Have you ever
I guess
run
the
into him
the
at the
answer-
Harris Teeter?
Nope. Never.
You've run into him at a restaurant, though, right?
No,
No?
I don't think I've ever
Oh.
seen him out. He lives in like Great Falls, so he doesn't hang out in Ashburn that much.
All right, so he's scheduled to join us next,
Yep.
correct?
Dan Quinn, head coach
Supposed
of the
to have.
Commanders, scheduled to join
And
us.
Tress?
next. And Tress Way coming up at 8. Don't go anywhere. Where the Junks coming to you live from Commanders training camp in Ashburn. We'll be right back.
Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments, just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you, year-round peace of mind. The expert technicians at Crop Metcalf handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again, with membership starting at just $15 a month. Learn more now at serviceexperts.com.
Fans are streaming in here at Commanders training camp. Dan Quinn, head coach of the Commanders, scheduled to join us in just a few minutes. Tress Way, Pro Bowl punter, will join us coming up at 8. So lots to get to upcoming on the show here from Commanders training camp.
All right, I made the purchase, $30.
Very good.
It's done.
Let's go. Did you get your discount? Did you bring your badge over, get your 30% off?
I didn't.
You slept.
yeah.
You
What was the
sleep.
discount? They asked me if I was military.
Media discount?
30%, baby. You
Yeah,
just
I
missed out on 30%, JP.
I was super honest.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Man, I don't know that they would even check this. I look kind of military every once in a while with my short haircut.
Sure.
but-
Yeah. That'd be
Big
stolen.
DQ
You-
is walking in now.
You see the shadow DQ with the hat backwards.
Very good. He's
Yep.
going to join us
Our
here.
pal John
There's
Kime.
Sean.
walking
Hey, John,
by.
how are you, buddy?
Very good.
JK, what's up, JK? Oh, he just
By the way,
ran
very
into
nice.
Sean.
Very
Or
nice
Sean.
of head coach Quinn to join us. Practice starts at 8:30, so just 45 minutes till practice gets underway, and he's going to join us here underneath the tent.
Yes, sir. There's Coach.
Look at that. He got
Coach
the fresh
Quinn.
Nikes on, looking
Very
good.
Very good. Coach, great to see you. Thanks for
How
joining
are you,
us.
buddy?
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
He's got the Wreaking Havoc shirt on.
Yep.
Yep.
So at the end of the table, we've got two of the most prominent Salisbury Seagulls
That's
of all
true.
time. Head coach Dan Quinn and Jason Bishop. Oh, and Tim the engineer, also a gull. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at
Three goals?
Look at the gull representation.
I spoke
Yeah,
there.
strong.
I spoke there in April. I know you'd spoke there. I think last year.
Last
Right.
spring.
I'm guessing the,
What a
the audience
downgrade.
was probably a little bit bigger.
That's a huge downgrade.
I only had about 60 people. You probably had 6,000.
That's all right. It was impactful, I bet.
Yeah, it was, man. Hey, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, good to be on with you guys, man. Enjoy.
And
getting
Jason,
to hang
you
with
did interview him when you were at Salisbury, right?
Back in the day on Sports Rap, our sports show.
Greg Gaston, you.
Yeah, great. All we had, but you could only listen to the radio station inside the dorms on the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they hadn't built the tower yet.
It's called a perk of being a Salisbury student.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Right. So I don't know, maybe 8 people heard it.
Yeah, 10 maybe. Yeah.
At
So great.
I know we've talked to you about this before, but since we were going back to the day, at what point did you think that coaching was your calling?
I knew early that I wanted to coach. I wouldn't said like thinking that I was going to coach in the NFL, but I had like some impactful coaches coming up, on me from like youth, football and track and stuff through high school. So when I went to college, I majored in education, thinking I would go, teach elementary school and then coach high school ball and high school track. And then when I got to college, I was like, man, this is a good gig if you can do that all the time, So like that's how I got rolling, thinking, all right, when I was in college, probably was the time I'd like to go coach in college. And I did that for 10 years.
It's awesome.
Well,
All right, I think we got to get right to it.
Let's get it,
You
man.
Are you leaning towards Jaden playing on Saturday, or you just haven't decided yet?
We haven't got there yet. Like the next 2 days, we're still like back into our camp space to go. So I kind of look at the whole team, once we get through like Thursday, and then we can decide who we're going in. But with new systems today, tomorrow, man, like back to camp and going to dig in. So that's
Right.
where we're at.
Can I
today.
ask
What
you
are the
this?
pros and cons of playing versus not playing? Obviously, not playing the pro
Yeah.
is they don't get hurt.
Right. So that's the pro.
Yep.
The con, excuse me. The pro is new systems, timing, new looks. So when you had the joint, that helps when you
Yeah.
have the joint practices to get some of those guys work in that space. But just having the time together in a game, it helps for sure. And then also like going through the entire routine of what it looks like to go play.
Yeah, right.
Well,
now,
getting
if
yourself
you-
all the way ready.
If you decided, okay, Jaden should get a couple series just to get him in the rhythm,
right.
I would assume you have to play the number one offensive line too. You got to
Yes.
play all the
Yep.
starters. up
100%.
front.
would that
Yep.
include receivers and everything? Is that kind of an all or nothing deal?
It's not all or nothing. It's really custom to like where the health of the team is. Like if somebody was not healthy enough to go, then we wouldn't. It'd have to be, hey man, like all systems are go, then you get to play. But yeah, that would like the O line would certainly be a factor.
I
in that.
defer to you. I mean, obviously you're the pro. We don't know anything, but it seems like from afar that preseason's almost become like the way like the Pro Bowl is, and like the way All-Star games are. Like you guys are getting your big work in the joint practices, and this is more for back of the roster. And it's
Some
just
of
like
that
the
in some
ju-
games,
the
but you-
juice just isn't worth the squeeze. As I'm making that argument, I don't want my guy to play 2 series and
Yeah, we
you're gonna-
disagree on this.
Yeah, and you're going to say, "Hey, Jay, just stay. Just dump it off, whatever, get rid of
Right.
it." But he's a competitor.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to blow around. He's going to take off, and 80,000 people are going to freak out.
That's going to happen whether it's preseason, regular season. And
Right, but regular season it matters.
Yeah, well, this matters too to get ready for the regular season.
That's what
That
I
would be
said.
my
Yeah,
argument
Yeah.
to say if you can find a margin or an edge, like winning in the NFL is really hard. So if there's a space that it makes sense to do that, then you should. but there's certainly cases where it doesn't.
Does he ever come to you and say, Coach, man, I got to get out there and play?
Of course.
He
Yeah,
says
that's
that.
him all the time. But
Yeah.
we've got a good relationship. Like
Yeah.
he knows, when he can push back and when he can't. And so we had some of that last year
Right.
when he wanted to go. Nope, this is where we stand and this is where we're at.
How hard is it to tell guys like Terry McClure and all these guys, super competitors, like, you're not going out there today. You're going to be in T-shirt and shorts while the other guys that we're evaluating are going to get reps.
They get it. Like
Yeah.
sometimes there could be some disappointment. I don't do it like while they're walking into the locker room, or like after a pregame, like, okay, so I give them some space and some time to get prepared because like getting ready to play, like you have to be all in all spaces. And so there's also like all sorts of good competitive ways for the guys that are playing to evaluate them and see where we're at. So,
Right.
like even in the game, Friday, there were significant plays. What do you see? You're evaluating guys. So there's a lot to gain, for different parts of the roster.
I would also think it'd be good for David, your new OC, to have his starting guys out there for. I mean, I know he's calling plays in practice, but in a game, does that help?
It does. Who
Yeah.
are you going to feature into that
Yeah.
space when you have like preseason games? Sometimes you're just relying on rules and that because you're not game planning the other opponent.
Right.
But you do like some plays. If we can get this route, if we can get this call, that would be something that would be important.
Right.
Talking to Coach Dan Quinn, entering his third season as head coach of the Commanders, so third training camp. First training camp, a lot of veterans you guys brought in. I think it was unknown for fans what to expect. Last year, a lot of optimism, but you spoke this year that you wanted training camp to be different. Are you
I did.
accomplishing what you set out to accomplish?
Yeah, and I think you'll feel that today in terms of what we were looking to do. I thought going, after the off season, could they come back into like in training camp, like in crazy shape where we didn't have to play our way into shape? That was going to be like, and so seeing the guys come back, I felt that, which allowed these systems to get underway. The practices have been the most competitive we've had in our 3 years here together. There's a lot of position battles, but just the elevated competition, they're in shape, some depth at a lot of positions makes like every rep, man, it's on.
One thing we talked about last year after the season was at certain positions you guys needed to get younger and faster.
Yep.
Has that mission been accomplished? I mean, it seems like on paper for sure.
Yeah,
Is there a difference when you watch?
Yeah, for sure. The speed you can feel both sides of the ball. Our special teams has always been a good flagship for us. There's some guys we have good, core special teams player, and to see some of these guys also start to make their way into year 2 and what that looks like, I'm pumped to see those guys as well. So I think you'll feel the speed in that group on both sides, especially on the edges.
Have you had moments so far where you're like, that's amazing. That's what it's going to look like, or are we still building there?
We're still building some, but there's definitely moments of that. I grade every practice, to say what are the key performance things that I want to see at each practice. So
How many A's do we have so far? We got any A's?
yeah, there's a few.
Uh-huh.
But each practice I want to, like most practices, it's back and forth to go. But where are we at with the ball and ball security and takeaways and penalties and mental errors and the speeds that I'm seeing? So I have certain markers for each practice that I want to see. And so what you'll see today and tomorrow, like this is some of our high points of training camp in terms of reps and play time. And so like it's going to be a battle here.
I
in
was
the next 2 days.
I was a little surprised that you let go of Jake when you did. Is that because you want the new kid to go through the 2 preseason games to get in the flow with knowing what his role is going to be? Is that what you were thinking?
And he earned it. So I would say you have a point.
So
of
he
what
earned
you're
it out
saying.
here, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
But they've been going since the spring and then through the first couple weeks of camp. But we
Right.
knew it had to go through the game process to get her because Jake also had a good camp in terms of accuracy. But we felt, okay, this is the space that it's time. Drew earned that, and now over the next couple weeks he can get all the kicks, all the plays, all the reps, and so. So it was twofold. He had earned it, but he had to go through that process to get there.
Yeah.
Diggs. What do you
Oh.
see in Stephon Diggs? How much of a difference maker?
Oh, he's going to be a difference.
Yeah,
maker.
he's actually an incredible teammate to see. I've coached against him for years,
Yeah,
and,
right.
but he's good against man to man. He knows where to sit down and zone. He's got excellent football IQ, football acumen. That's something that you don't know about somebody until they're in your building or on the practice field with you. But hearing him detail things, so it's been nice for some of the other players even to hear his point of view on certain things. So he's off to a really good start. Although it's a new system, he's been in, played a lot of football. Okay,
Yeah.
this is now this. So his understanding of where we're at is certainly gaining. So it's nice to have him here now where we still get a couple more weeks as opposed to week one where you sign somebody and you're trying to catch them up.
What were your impressions of Sonny Styles' first game action against the Miami Dolphins?
Yeah.
I wanted to get into that.
Oh, good.
Because I hate social media, and I'm a huge Sonny guy, and
Yeah, he's gonna be excellent,
all these
you guys.
idiots who are saying, "Oh, he's overrated. He wasn't trying. He's got no heart." Who was the idiot that said he had no heart?
I can't
I think
remember.
Poly Market Football.
So stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one series. It's his first game. I mean, he's going to be.
Yeah, I didn't love
a-
it like any of our first series. I'll be honest
I
with
know.
you.
I know you didn't like it. I know you didn't like it.
But I would
it's not-
say, like,
He's
you don't
legit.
you don't have to be out here long to see the impact that he's going to make. He loves it.
Right.
He's into it. And so it's not surprising to see like he's going to be like a heavy hitter in our league. Like he's got speed, he's got range, he's
Yeah.
physical. So I would not read into that one bit. If I
Yeah,
were you.
don't count
believe
him
me,
out.
I don't.
Any of
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Do you
Of
think
course
you're?
not.
Do you? I know you got to go here. Do you think you're going to play some more defensive starters on Saturday?
We'll go through like today and tomorrow. Those are our big, highest
Okay.
camp
All right.
ones to go, and as long like see where the guys are, but they're healthy to get going. And if we have that chance, then we'll give more guys
I'm going to lose the
opportunities
bet.
for play for
I'm
sure.
going to lose the bet.
Probably.
I'm
might
going to
lose.
lose the bet.
might
He's
lose
going
the-
to play the guys.
Hey,
I'm going to
You're
lose.
talking about Jaden.
A lot of them. Yeah, I'm going to lose.
real quick.
Well, it is the second preseason.
Real quick, DQ, I wanted to ask you a couple of get-to-know DQ questions. I know we've had you on before. How many hours of sleep do you get on at night?
Right now.
during camp.
During camp.
I set the over-under at 4.5.
I think it's 6.
I'm going to say over, about 6, 5.5 to 6.
There you go.
Yeah, let's
yeah.
go.
4.5, you die. I mean, you need a little more than that.
What's the last movie you've seen in the theater?
That's been a minute. I'd have to really go back through the Rolodex right
Been a
there.
while, yeah.
It's been a while, you guys.
Titanic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a TV show you binge with your wife?
Not
Yeah,
right now.
Not right now, but
it's
I
called
definitely
Eagles tape.
I like doing that because it is. I actually, speaking of the tape, like you go through the first preseason, you watch the division game. So over the last couple of days to see, Philadelphia and Dallas, and New York into their games. I like seeing, some new coordinators
Right.
on their sides of the ball. What are they doing? I watch the games in like game order. So
okay.
not offense or just defense. Like this was the kickoff. This is what happened.
With
this is-
sound on?
no, I didn't do it like on our regular, like the
Right.
coach's copy of
Right.
it. But it is a good way to watch a game because you get like the actual flow of it. How'd the ball end up here? Or what took place? Oh, there was interception that got the field position here. So I like going through that, and I get a feel of like who they are on teams. Some of the featured players.
All right, last one. Do you have a hobby when you're in Hawaii?
I do. I like being out on the water, and
oh.
so
surf?
I'm part of an outrigger canoe club,
Oh.
and
cool.
so like riding the waves in and
Oh,
doing
wow.
that, man, that's a lot of fun.
That sounds
so,
manly. That sounds a manly pursuit right
so
there.
it's a lot of fun to do that. I probably
How
do
many
that
on a canoe at a time?
6,
Oh,
Six.
my God.
and so I enjoy that a lot. I do that probably 4 or 5 times a week.
Good workout.
in the mornings. Yeah, it is.
Well, you're
And,
definitely coaching the guys how to row correctly. right?
definitely
Yeah,
not. Like
you're,
that,
you're barking out the
they could
signals.
care less that I coach. Hey,
Yeah.
coach, get your ass in
Yeah.
the boat.
What time do
So-
you usually leave here? At night? 8, 9?
Yeah, it just depends. Like in season is a different format,
Right.
than training camp. So now we get here early. So I get here around 5, and then get rolling with the guys, and then they get here around 7 to start getting ready to throw a good practice. It takes a while, like fuel, hydration,
Right.
get the warm up, and then by the time 8:30 hits, like they should be primed up and ready to roll. And then in the afternoons, we watch the practice tape, and then we start talking about things that we're going to cover the next day. We do
right.
a walkthrough in the evening. So it's kind of like a split day. Like the morning is big time. Push it physical. Then in the afternoon, evaluate the tape, and then kind of get everything set for the next day. Into tomorrow, there's some goal line, there's fourth down and short yardage emphasis. So
Gotcha.
each day kind of has like, hey, this is what we want to get done today. Today you'll see some fourth downs and mediums like 3, 4, 5, 6 where
Today's going to be a good day.
yeah, you'll see some 2-minute, and so. But this is the last big block of us versus us. We get into a joint practice next week, so
That's right.
like back into
Baltimore.
camp mode to get to it, and this is our last heavy us versus us bunch of competition. So
Do you like the fans watching?
I do. Yeah, it's awesome to have them here. You feel their energy, their juice for it, so it's definitely an advantage to have that.
All right, so
we know we gotta run.
35
All right, we
minutes
gotta
until practice starts.
Thank
Head
you, Coach.
Dan
Thank
Quinn,
you.
thanks
All
for
right,
the
guys.
time.
Good being on with you guys.
Junkies coming
Yeah,
to you
appreciate it.
live from Commanders Training Camp in Ashburn. Joining us next, Tress Way, here on the show. We'll be right back.
The Commanders have made an early call on the kicking competition. On Monday, they released veteran kicker Jake Moody, giving the job to rookie Drew Stevens, who'll be the 8th kicker for the team since 2024. The 22-year-old was signed as an undrafted free agent out of Iowa back in April. Commanders also signed ex-Lions running back Craig Reynolds and former Carolina linebacker Chris Barnes. Commanders this weekend getting set for preseason game number 2 against the Lions. That'll be Saturday, a noon kickoff for the Commanders in Detroit. College football, Ohio State and Oregon ranked 1-2 in the AP preseason poll released on Monday. Defending national champion Indiana comes into the season at number 6. And baseball, after getting swept over the weekend by the Mets, the Nats are on the road this week. They'll try to snap a 3-game skid tonight in Texas. First of 3 against the Rangers, 8:05 first pitch for the Nats tonight here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. The Junks are coming to you live from training camp for the Commanders at BigBear.ai Park. I believe that's the name of it. They've paid a lot of money, I'm sure, to put their names all over the buildings here in Ashburn. We're joined now by Pro Bowl punter Tress Way.
Yes,
Pop
thank
him
you
up.
guys. Thank you.
I'm just going to
People's champ.
I'm going to tab him the greatest undrafted punter in NFL history.
Oh, man,
Wow.
I'll take that. Thank you.
right?
I've heard that before.
I have not, but I'll take that.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Thank you.
absolutely. Yeah, you deserve
Who else
that.
is in the
on that.
running? Like, who else is in the
I don't know.
running?
I didn't
See,
do that.
that's the best part.
I
Name
didn't.
another one.
I did look up Ray Guy.
I don't know.
Ray Guy, I think, was
Had to have been
drafted.
drafted.
First round
Yeah,
pick.
Yeah, see,
yeah.
he doesn't count.
See, he
That's
doesn't
right.
count.
He got to have his
See?
time. Yeah,
When,
he was drafted.
when did you first punt? Like how old? Like when did you discover
My,
maybe this is my path to be
yeah.
an NFL player?
Junior year of high school,
Okay.
I was just a place kicker that kicked
So
the
you
ball
were
a long
kicker?
way. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that was right whenever you could start recording live TV. This is what I tell the rookies. I'm like, guys, I learned how to punt from TiVo. There was a left-footed punter by the name of Dave Zastidal for the Arizona Cardinals.
I remember that name.
My dad and I would like record his games, and then we'd hop the high school fence on Sundays and like go try and do what he's
What
doing.
did your dad do though? Because to steer yourself even into kicking,
Yeah.
how did that happen? My daughter asked you. You were a soccer
Yeah,
player.
yeah.
Like how did you become a kicker?
Yeah, it was Pee Wee football. You get 2
Okay.
points for kicking the PAT, not for
Okay.
going for it. And had an assistant soccer coach, was assistant Pee Wee football coach. We scored a touchdown, and he's like, "Hey, Tress can kick that soccer ball a long way. You ought to let him try this." And so I just stayed with that. Loved playing DB. Baseball has always been my favorite sport. But then once I got up to high school, started getting like. I don't know what the recruiting is now, but like old school looks, like the questionnaires, like letters in the mail and things like that. And so then my coach is like, Tress, I got a concussion one game, and then we were on our backup kicker, didn't go too good. He goes, I think you should just focus on this kicking thing, and practice has got a whole lot easier.
Were you
So
a good
I was-
corner?
I tried hard. Like another coach on the field brings his lunch pail to work kind of guy.
He
Yeah,
knew his
yeah,
calling.
there you go.
His calling was punting. He knew.
He's
I'm
got
gonna
a
ask
great
him,
life.
though.
He's got a great
Oh, he's got a great life. But hold on.
made a lot of money.
Hold on.
Well, I'm on the 18 Birdies app. He plays all the time.
I don't even.
Come on, man.
I don't
You
even.
can't out me on that.
I don't even know how I became his friend on 18 Birdies, but like
It's because
you-
I accepted your friend request,
Oh,
and so
okay.
now you're putting it out there in the public. So now I might
blocked.
yeah, I was about to say, golly,
Unfriend
Everybody's
him.
on it now.
Unfriend him, try.
All right, hold on. Can I ask him? Because I'm always a kicker defender. I love the art of kicking.
Yep.
And punting, though, I've never been good at punting. No one
Okay.
ever taught me or anything.
That's
But you know,
okay.
you hang out with your boys and
Yeah,
you're punting in the front yard.
Yes.
There. I could never. Give me the technique. What am I
Yep.
doing wrong? How was the drop? How
How does he know what you're
Secret
doing wrong?
sauce.
Well, I know, but
No,
there's a certain
it's a
technique.
pretty. It's I know what everyone's doing wrong. So no, I'm just.
No, but like there is a.
Yes.
What is the technique? The art.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
the? What is it?
So
What's the key?
believe it or not, it's all in your drop. Like
Yes,
whenever the
yes.
punter, there are moments, guys. Whenever I've had the tough ones, the shanks, and
Yeah.
the shanks are always worse at home games than they are on the road. On
Right.
the road, the other team their fans go nuts.
Yeah.
When you shank one at home, and our fans just go, Oh,
There's a lot of,
that hurts way more.
No, but
And
how is the ball
Yeah.
supposed to be
Yeah.
at your
It's
foot?
supposed so everybody swings a little different, but you got to match it to your foot. So it's however you have the ball pointed. Those guys, like the Ray guy, the straight up and down, they keep that thing straight and they just kind of cut it up through the inside. Nice little cut shot, carve
Yeah.
one in.
Right.
Me, I kind of like to swing across my body, so I just kind of turn it in a little bit and you just match it to the foot.
Wow.
When it leaves my hand, there are moments I'm like, we got a chance here, and then there's times like it catches your thumb and turns in midair, and you're like, oh crap.
Yeah.
But it's
This is
also
trouble.
Yes.
it's also the flexibility of your hammies too.
Yeah,
that's big.
I am not, to
get your leg up as
I'm
far
not
as-
that flexible. I
Okay.
kind of take the rubber band approach. It's just if you keep it nice
all
and
about the
tight,
strength
you got the
then.
yes,
Okay.
you got the pop. Now, I am not your typical like creating a factory punter. You want the guys that are 6'4", 6'5", swing their leg way up in the air. I just kind of figured it out, and I like to let it rip a little bit.
How
So-
often are you legit terrified that they might get there, that they're bringing 11 guys? How often does that happen?
Early in my career, very much so. Jeremy Reeves goes a long way. That dude,
He's
he
like
is
your
the real
protector guy?
Yes, and it's his ability, and he watches so much film. I mean, he is just. And like me and him are just good buds, so
Yeah.
it's like fun being out there in the thick of it, like with him. But those guys,
Who
that's-
calls it? Are you the
Revo.
one? He does.
Revo, yeah.
So
I
does
call
he-
direction. I call because I like part of my strength is trying to keep returners guessing.
Yeah.
If you guys watch games like moving forward, I stand in the same spot every time, and
Okay.
I punt left and punt right from that way. We had Coach Nate Katzer in for a handful of years a while
Yeah, I
ago.
remember him, yeah.
And he was like, "Hey, you swing across your body," and I'm sure coaches have tried to get you to stop. That could be your strength, but you got to make them honor both ways. Change my career, just
Hey,
standing
it-
there and ripping it both ways.
Kind of like with golf. In golf, you'll know if you're shooting 170, 175, 180. Could you close your eyes and know how far you're punting?
Kind of, yes. Especially the pooch punts where I'm trying to drop them inside the 20, 100% those. The spirals, something like 'cause
That's
you don't,
random.
You don't want to outkick your coverage. The
Yeah.
times
Right.
that I have, and
Yeah.
we have the best coverage on the planet. The times that I have, I promise you, that's been on accident. It looks good, it feels good, but you're like, woo, this could come back.
So how many times in a practice, in an hour and a half practice today, will you punt? How many kicks will you get off?
Today is a punt day. I'm probably in between 50 and 60 total.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But it's like it's the full warm up and then working situations. We have a punt period, and then I'll like go with the returners on a separate field, and then I kind of like to like work my game, if you will, like sideline to sideline,
Right,
numbers
right.
to numbers. So yeah,
When was your last fake punt, and did it work?
yeah, man. NFC Championship, make it rain. We
Oh,
got
that's
'em.
right.
Oh,
Remember that against the
Oh,
Lions?
yeah.
we
That
was-
loop,
that's right.
that clip is on repeat at my house right now in the living room. It's just going. It just
I'm gonna put that
as
up.
it should be. I'd do the same thing.
Hey, Monumental, put it up.
Yeah, it is three for three, and there you go, the shirt, the NFC.
That's a great-
championship.
that's a
Yes.
great shirt.
That I love
Dress
that this
up.
has turned into a thing. Like
Yeah.
I was with Dak at the Pro Bowl, and
Yeah.
he like was joking
That
around
is
about
awesome.
it, and I was just like, "Hey, bud, like honestly, it's
Hey,
facts right now.
That
That's
is
how,
facts.
that's how-
Be
Got
honest.
more than Dak.
I had somebody that told me that Dak was not a good dude. What is your
I have
take
not.
on him?
I
You
I've
didn't
gotten
run into
the-
that?
He's not
I've
gonna
gotten
say,
the-
he ain't going to say anything.
I'm just
about that.
asking. I mean, he's,
Well, and also too,
knows him.
like we are talking about the Cowboys, so
That's true.
I wouldn't be afraid to be
Right.
honest. He has always been awesome. Like,
Really?
yeah, I got to meet him.
Maybe I got a bad source. I
You
probably
never know.
do.
Well, it takes.
No, you probably got a good source.
You catch him. Yeah, you catch him on a wrong
That's
day.
true.
You never know.
Good
yeah.
point.
All right, I got another technical question.
All right.
Do you get anxious about holding?
Whenever it is really cold or if it's raining, your boy's
Yes.
puckered. Like it is. Oh yeah. I mean, it is. We have the best field goal snapper in the NFL. Tyler Ott last year. You guys, I bet 1 or 2 times he snapped me a field goal where the laces weren't perfect.
Really?
I mean, he's just. And we went to rival high schools growing up too. So
wow.
it's been
He's from
fun.
Oklahoma?
All right,
Yeah, born and raised Tulsa.
I need the mechanics of that too.
All right.
So you're lining up, your kickers, walking it off wherever.
He's
You got
walking
the
it off.
rookie. You got
Yeah.
the rookie.
Yeah.
Who's talking? How's that
Yep.
operation going?
So the only time I'm talking to him is the play clock. Like if we're inside 20 seconds, I just kind of every 3 to 4 seconds give him a heads up. Because if it's over 20
you'll
seconds.
say 17.
Yep. I'll be like, hey, we're at 17. You got time. I'll be like, hey, we're at 12. Like if he's still taking his
Then
sweet
what
time.
happens? Then what happens?
Then I'm waiting for him to give me the nod. I kind of hold my hand up to give Tyler like an aim point.
Yeah.
I turn, flash. We have different calls, hard counts, go on 2, things like that. At that point, this is a common misconception. Old Ray Finkel, Dan Marino spinning the ball for
Yeah,
the laces.
right.
What you want to do is you want to do the 2 hands so that way it doesn't spin off your finger. You just kind of use your fingers to turn it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So
my
hold
God.
on.
I don't
So-
know how you do that.
you're-
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
He's an
So
expert.
you're just doing a
It's my older brother's favorite thing is to tell people that I am not a punter, that I'm a ball holder. That's his go-to. That's my
So you're
older
actually
brother's
just
go-to.
doing a flag.
He's a Cowboys fan, so he doesn't count.
Wow. I love that, man.
Yeah.
How many more years can you do this? Honestly.
I have found a beautiful sweet spot of like 1 year at a time with like there's a really cool veteran benefit of going 1 year at a time.
Yep. Yeah.
I can promise you guys I am having as much or more fun than I have ever had. DQ is the bomb to play for, and it has been really fun. Like, dude, seeing all the excitement of the fans and things like that, and I know you guys know it has not always been that way. It has been so fun to be a part of this, so I'll just keep riding.
Hey, can you remind us? Because
take your career to the new stadium. Get to the new stadium.
That's what Mr. Rail said. That he's like, we got to get you to that new stadium. I go, ooh, what's the steroid policy here?
can you remind us? Because last week there was a bit of a number controversy surrounding a player here. And you traded
Probably heard
numbers.
about that.
All right, you might have heard about the number controversy with a certain player here.
Gotcha.
But you actually used to wear his number here in
Yes.
Washington. Can
Yeah.
you remind us how that all transpired, that you ended up with number 10?
Yeah, I cannot emphasize, one, how respectful he was. And then also, two, like I was getting to know DQ and AP, and I just asked them. I was like, hey, what do you guys think? They were so cool. They're like, dude, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, if it means a lot to you, you can keep it, and like, if not, no big deal. And it was kind of cool. Like, it turned into a couple of speaking opportunities, like, my faith's the most important thing to me. I was like, my identity and the number. Like, I'm pumped to see people. Like, so when I sign jerseys, I'll sign best jersey ever, and then I'll sign my name. Because back in the day, you had to custom order a Trust Way jersey. It just, like, wasn't on there.
Right.
But Jaden was, like, so respectful through that whole thing. And one thing that got lost in that is usually whenever a player's changing numbers, like, you have to buy Fanatics out.
Yeah.
Where they're like, hey, we have stock jerseys for you.
Right.
They were like, no, you're good. You can get They're like, I think we see where this is going, so like you'll be okay.
So
But
JD, he didn't come to you. You offered up the jersey.
he came to me.
he did come
Yep,
to you.
He
Okay.
came to me. A lot of people don't know this. I actually told him no right out the gate, and
Really?
and I didn't feel that good about it.
Oh, wow.
I was in the last year of my contract. I wasn't sure if I was going to be sticking around, and I was like, man, I've played my whole career here, and it'd be weird to switch numbers one time, and then be done. And then after I told him no, like, we kind of revisited the conversation, and I told him, I was like, hey, man, like, I've had a change of heart. Like,
Did you have to sleep on it first, or did you told him that?
The next day, and then that first training camp, we came out and there's fives everywhere.
Yeah.
It took a second because I'm like, oh, check this. Oh,
People love me. People love me so much.
I was like, no, it's not that way anymore. Yeah.
TW5 instead of JD5. It's all
That's right.
good.
Yep. Yeah.
That works.
So a few months ago, I don't know, it was probably spring. Tressor and I were having a beer at a local spot, and he goes, "Bro, I've never done your show before."
I was about to say,
Is that true?
It took me 13 years, guys.
That's
I'm
not
here.
true.
We have practice today, but I'm just going to stay. I'm here. So
You're welcome.
I'm not leaving.
He goes, "I've never been on
Well,
your
that's
show." And I
crazy.
said, "Well, we got to change that."
Yeah, well, definitely.
We got to get him
Made
on
it,
more
yeah.
regular.
Is that
More
because
regular.
were you a regular on the? You probably were a regular on other shows.
Thank you for assuming that. I just I'll respond to it like Bish texts me. He's like, "Hey, you want on the show?" I'm like, "I'd love to hop
You
on
know
the
what?
show." So it's
Producer's
just-
fault. Producer's fault.
this
No
is the
regulars. Yeah, no regulars. Yeah.
No, and he's cool, man. He's funny.
Do you
We
look
have a
at
good conversation.
Are you like a fan when the schedule comes out? You look at it.
Yes, solely for how late of indoor games do we have. There is nothing better as a specialist than giving Mother Nature the middle finger. So, like, we go to Arizona and Minnesota late.
That's
I'm going to
perfect.
sleep like a baby. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the best. So, other than that, it's a lot of family and friends. They love traveling they always come see us at home,
Yeah.
but they love, like, the cool destination road games and, like, things like
Not-
that. So,
We were talking
Do you
about
like
earlier.
the overseas games?
oh, yeah.
Oh, you do?
Love
do?
'em. Yeah, love them. Yeah.
How tough is it personally when you build relationships with players like a Jake Moody, and
Yeah, yeah.
especially a kicker? Because
Yeah.
you've been here,
Yeah.
but I don't know the number. We probably should have done our research.
No,
But you've
that's
probably
all right.
been through 15 kickers since you've been
through a
here.
lot.
It's more than that, I think.
And you guys are a tight unit.
Yes.
You know, you guys kind of practice together. You're part of the team, but
Yep.
you are a little bit separate,
Oh, it's-
right?
yeah.
What's that like?
Yeah, it's. I will forever say that's the hardest aspect, but also everybody knows that that's part of the gig. But it does make it like more special whenever you have an extended period of time with guys. Like, dude, I was with Hop for 7 years.
Hopkins, yeah.
He's still like he and his wife. They're still some of our very best friends. We
Right.
see them multiple times a year. So like when you get in the specialist world, you're right. Like when you get in that. like, dude, when you're out there for like a game-winning field goal or like a big moment for a specialist, and you guys are like doing it together, like that stressful moment, you form bonds, like just like the other guys and other position groups and things like that. The longer you're together, the stronger that is.
So one thing we were talking about before, obviously Jake Moody gets cut yesterday. That means the young kid, Drew Stevens, is going to be the kicker.
Yeah.
Is that when you see some of the other teams in the league, like the Cowboys,
Yeah.
they have a kicker who's a weapon.
Holy smokes.
It's not to say that
Yeah.
other kickers aren't weapons, but that can hit 60 yards or 65 yards. Is Drew Stevens going to be a weapon like that?
He's got that kind of leg.
He does have that kind of leg. What has impressed me with Drew is that
There you go.
whenever that just comes out when the camera's
right.
on, the point.
Sorry,
comes.
for people listening on radio, EB took a picture. Trustway pointed at him. We are on TV too, but we're mostly on the radio.
It's a great shot.
They're like, wait, hold on, what just happened?
What is he just stopped?
Great
Yeah.
shot.
So Drew, I think what has been so impressive with Drew and probably ultimately led, to us letting go of Jake, this early into camp, us being outside, practicing outside every day. I think Drew has kicked indoors one time in all these practices, and the dude is just nails. Like
Really?
his ball flight, the power that he has with his leg. We're in Washington. We're in the NFC East. So other than Dallas, we're playing outside. He has that kind of like outdoor weapon of a leg, and I that's what I walked up and saw him first thing this morning. I go, hey man, the result of what
No,
happened
he's the guy,
yesterday is because of how impressive you've been. I'm like, it's fun watching you rip it. Let's keep rolling.
He's
So-
a country bumpkin, kind of like you.
I don't know.
He went to Iowa, but is he from Iowa?
See, what we're trying to get is like I have like monumental movies in my life that this dude's never even heard of
Oh,
because
yeah, yeah.
he was a little bit older than my son
He's
whenever
a
I was
kid.
a rookie. Yeah,
Yeah, he's
so
a kid.
we're catching him up all that.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So part of the job as a kicker and as a punter is dealing with pressure. This is going to
yeah.
harken back to our old producer, Brett, but he had a theory. I want to just spit this theory to you. He used to call it the Brett booth.
Okay.
That kickers shouldn't know what's going on. So you'd put them in an isolated booth.
Like on a
They
game
don't
show.
know the score.
All right.
That way
and-
you don't know.
They don't
and
know
then
the score.
And then they come out, and maybe it's a game-winning kick, but maybe it's just a run-of-the-mill kick, and they come out, so then pressure is erased. Do you think the Brett booth would be effective?
All right, so I 100% say the pressure is not erased, but that idea doesn't suck. Like that's not. That's like the golfers that don't look at the leaderboard. You
Yeah.
know, like that's
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
Maybe
By the way-
maybe we can get like a
Just black out the scoreboard when you
the
go
little
on the field.
restroom tucked down under there and be like, Drew, we'll holler at you.
Drew Stevens, born in the place you'd like to be buried, EB, Augusta, Georgia.
Oh, he's from Augusta.
He's
Okay.
from Augusta.
To
Look
get
at that.
technical, I think it's South Augusta, but I don't know
Okay.
if he'll hate you for that or love.
All right. Well,
I don't know if that's
hopefully
good or
we'll
bad.
get him on the show.
Oh yeah.
All right, they're giving us
All
the
right, man,
wrap.
you
All
gotta
right, yeah, it's good to see you
Trust
guys.
me.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you. We'll do it
pleasure
again.
to finally be on the show, guys.
right.
Yeah,
13
Hey,
years.
that's
Hey.
right. We're in, man.
1-800-636-1067.
We're gonna get
You
you on
can
again.
call in.
All right, fair enough.
All right, that's the greatest undrafted punter in the history of the NFL, Tressway. Took some time out before practice starts here at 8:30. Coming up later in the show, team president Mark Klaus, he will sit down with us and join us. That's in the 9 o'clock hour. Junkies broadcasting live from Commanders Training Camp in Ashburn. It's been a busy morning out here in Ashburn for Adam Peters especially. The team just tweeted this out 25 minutes ago. Roster update. They've made the following roster moves.
Oh, wow.
They've signed the following 4 players. Linebacker Chris Barnes.
Okay.
Defensive tackle Maurice Hurst II.
Okay.
Tight end Trey McKitty.
Wow.
And RB Craig Reynolds, who we touched on a bit earlier
All
in the
right.
show. They released punter Matt Hawk and
Okay.
kicker Jake Moody. We
Okay.
obviously knew that was a pretty high-profile move. And they placed wide receiver River Craycraft and running back Jerome Ford on the reserve/injured list.
I know
because Ford got banged up in the preseason.
So
game.
maybe that's why we haven't seen a lot of Ford or heard much about him
Yeah.
recently.
I know it was just words, and anybody can say anything. But what was your sense listening to DQ?
Who's playing
when he
Jaden?
talked about when he talked about this camp versus last year?
I was
Do
still
you buy into like more energy and all that sort of thing?
Yeah.
I mean,
because
I
there
think-
was confidence
I think
last
so.
year.
Yeah, but we don't know what's going on day by day.
Yeah,
you
but I
know?
think the fact
we
that
have no idea.
he's given less veteran rest days.
Yeah.
I think the tempo that you've heard from people that cover the camp every day is that it's been quicker, more urgency than we saw last year. And look, when you're coming off a 5-win season, that's a huge disappointment. Things
I
things
believe it.
can't stay status quo heading into year 3. So
He
I
knows it's a
believe-
big year.
Yeah, but it's a little hindsight, right, where people are looking back at last season and looking at the training camp
Right.
because they were coming off a championship season where they made it to the NFC Championship game. And I don't think during camp people are going, they look lackluster. They look like there's no energy. It was more of a looking back on it. So
That could be
but,
the
But
case.
still, you're buying into that there is
Well,
there is a little more urgency.
I mean, it depends. Who knows? I know a guy like John Keim said he knew at the time that things were off. They were off because
They
Terry
might have
wasn't
known
there.
privately, but they weren't really saying that.
Well, no, it's not going to say it. Yeah, but I mean, not having Terry there, just standing
Yeah.
there, was just added tension.
Yep.
And things were different, and I mean, DQ described it as they got just a little too comfortable.
And they also have a lot of younger new players. So I think
New
that
coordinators.
New coordinators. So I think it's a whole new dimension this year.
Yeah.
And I would agree with Eric, just based on, and I was kind of on DQ's side. I do think that the second preseason game does mean something.
Right.
All right. It's not huge, but I think it does mean
I
something.
just know
for
I'm
a
gonna
young-
lose the
for-
bet.
for a younger quarterback.
I'm going to send you $10 because I'm
And-
going to lose that bet.
So I
I'm
think
gonna
it
lose
kind
the bet. I
of
know I'm
it
gonna
kind
lose
of
the
depends
bet.
on the health of the offensive line. But like he said, you're going to have to play the entire first unit if you're going to play JD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to send it to me in advance?
I'm going to preemptively do it
Yeah.
because I already know.
He knows. He knows.
I know. I can read. I'm looking at him.
Look,
he wants to play him.
You know when you bet on a loser. You know when you have a loser on your hands.
Now remind me. Last year in the preseason, Jaden didn't play.
I think he played in the second
He
game
played
for
in
a
the
little
second
bit.
one, not the first one.
Correct.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then I think he,
And then
maybe
nothing-
didn't play in the third.
Luckily,
Yeah.
I
don't know.
repress any and all memories of preseason football from previous
Well, I get
years.
it, but wouldn't that
But I
kind of show
understand,
you his
like the
mindset
pattern that he's going to go
about
through.
playing a young
Well, but
quarterback?
I thought
in the
it
second?
might also factor that some guys are already getting hurt around the league, which happens every year. But and then Mariota being hurt, like God forbid if something did happen, and now you're playing AK in week 1.
Yeah.
I mean, in a must-win situation, sort of ish.
Oh, I don't think.
well, you would-
I don't
you-
think
you're
you
not
could
gonna
do
win,
that.
but-
What would you do then?
I-
Let's just say, play it out. What do you do?
You'd
Let's
have to
say
sign- you'd have
Jaden
to-
pulls a hamstring and he can't play for the first 3 weeks.
Who's the best free agent
Available.
out on the street?
The
Jeff,
oldest.
Jeff Driscoll.
Yeah, a Jeff Driscoll type.
I mean, I feel like you have to find somebody.
Well, you'd have to
better
go
than
trade
Jeff
for a
Driscoll.
Cooper Rush
Yeah,
or
you might have
something.
to. Yeah, you might have to find like a serviceable backup.
Josh
I don't
Johnson.
see any scenario where they'd start a 7th-round rookie out of Rutgers in week 1.
That's why I don't even play the game.
Yeah.
That's why I don't. I mean, the 2 series. I don't know what you're going to get.
All right,
out
but,
of that,
head coaches aren't.
he knows more than
They're
me,
not
so.
scared.
but Mariota should
Right,
be
they're
ready
not scared.
too.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think Mariota's going to be ready
They're
by
saying
regular
he should
season.
be ready.
he
Just
should be.
because
Yeah.
they
Just
say
saying,
he should be doesn't
just saying,
always mean.
You got to think about the worst case scenarios. What could possibly happen?
Well, the worst case scenario is starting a 7th-round rookie out of Rutgers in week 1 on the road against Philly. That is your worst case scenario.
I
I
agree.
don't know. I did get a vibe. Like I bought into the words that there's a different energy
Yeah.
in this training camp. And look, there's urgency for his job. I know he has a contract that's well beyond this year, but he needs this year to go well for the Washington Commanders, or he could be on the hot seat.
Well, yeah,
I
I don't
would
like to
agree.
think about it because he's such a good dude. But the schedule's brutal. So, I mean, good luck to him. It's going to be brutal. Every week is brutal.
I can't get over how young Drew Stevens looks. I'm looking at
Well,
his,
he's 22.
He's 22 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally looks like. If
A
you
high
told me
school
he was
kid.
a high school junior,
Yeah.
I'd believe you.
I know
Like,
he's.
That's a lot of pressure to put on a 22-year-old shoulder.
We're just all old fogies.
I know, we're all old.
22-year-olds are going to look like teenagers.
I
to
mean,
us.
he literally looks like he's 15 years old.
I know.
I can't even Venmo you. Right now I have 20 cents in my Venmo account.
Well, link it to your bank account, Ricky.
Can
What are
you
you
link
doing?
it to your credit card already?
I mean, what are we doing
No,
here?
I don't
my
do
wife
that.
sent it to me. She
Yeah.
just sends it to me.
Oh, you got to have your Venmo linked to your bank,
No,
right?
my wife hooks
I don't.
me up.
You don't?
Nope.
It's just a
I
stand.
only use Venmo for fantasy entry fees.
It's just a standalone entity.
That's all it is.
Okay.
It's all for fantasy football.
Okay,
I'm serious.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I totally believe you.
And also, sometimes I'll pay my house cleaner with it.
With your
Lourdes.
Lourdes.
Yeah, but
Still
how do
with
you?
Lourdes.
How
How
do you?
many years have you been with Lourdes?
20 plus.
Wow.
Right.
Long time relationship.
She's awesome.
Let me
She's
see.
an awesome woman. But yeah, I'll pay her on Venmo too. So I use it for fantasy and Lourdes. that's all I need.
All right. So what is their schedule? Are they starting now?
8:30.
They're warming up
8:30.
now.
They're starting now.
No,
right?
they're just doing warm-ups, like stretching.
Yeah, they're out there.
Because the fans are they're streaming in. People are stopping by to say hello, which is very cool. They're stopping by all the food trucks. I can't wait to figure out what I'm going to get first. There's paisanos out there. JP saw the ice cream truck.
Chicken and waffles.
They have chicken and waffles. I mean, they got everything out here. And frankly, there's not a line right now. As long as the players are out on the field,
Yeah.
that's going to be empty.
It's fair game.
Yeah, yeah. So
Bakes, was it like this when you went to Roosevelt Raiders training camp?
Yeah, I'm sure it was a lot
Back
like
in,
it was,
was
a
that
lot.
1986?
It was a lot like
87?
this, JP.
What year did
Yeah,
you try
it
out?
was a
Were
lot
you
of fanfare.
freshman, sophomore,
Junior year.
Junior year.
Because that's what you should always do is have no football experience whatsoever, and then try out as a junior.
And they just threw you out at defensive end.
Well, there was no position for me, JP. I played positionless football. Okay? There was no position for an unathletic, smallish.
it lasted 3 days.
It's been a while since he's told the story, so how did you turn in your helmet?
I went to. I came in for day 3, and I was resolute. I was like, this is not for me.
Had you told your dad?
I am more cut out for tennis and lounging at the pool during late summer, not sweating with these animals for 2 days.
Was your dad Rick? Because he probably had to
No,
buy
he
all the
didn't care.
pads
He
and
couldn't.
everything.
He couldn't have cared less. I walked in.
I think Gene knew.
I handed my pads.
I know, but still, like if you think about it, for football, there's an expense. You got to buy all those pads and everything.
No, they're through
Not
the
public
school.
high school.
They're
Yeah.
through the school. I didn't buy anything.
Okay.
So I walked up to one of the assistant coaches in the locker room and said, "It's over. Here,
Johnny.
wait a minute. I'm done." And he's like, "Okay, you suck anyway." Like I'm sure that's what he's saying. No big loss.
He didn't beg you
No,
to stay.
of course he didn't. Why would he? So that was my high school football career in a nutshell.
Right.
A very small nutshell.
Is Tressway the best dude ever?
He's so
He's a
good.
great
Love
guy.
that guy.
I mean, he's awesome to hang out with.
I mean, should we just have him come on? Just call
Yes.
in every week?
Whenever.
Just
Get him
give us-
sponsored.
He
Give
can
us his
literally
take.
punt until he's like 45 years
We
old.
should
if
get
he
him
wants.
sponsored. He's awesome.
I mean, it does take a lot of wear and tear. I mean, 50, 60 kicks
It's a lot.
today. I know
didn't
he's
know.
in shape, but
I
that's
didn't
a
know
lot.
that he had turned down the number thing at first.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good nugget. Yeah.
It's a
But
great
But
story.
he thought about it.
And then he
felt
slept
bad
on it. His
about
wife
it.
probably
Did,
said,
did you think he got an envelope? Probably not, but
I don't think it was about that.
I definitely don't think it was about that.
I'll find out.
There is an attraction though.
But he might have gotten
like,
an envelope.
I'll find out.
I
If
doubt
you
it
have a
was about
football anywhere near your body, and you have the space for it, you always want to punt it just to see if you can do it.
Yeah.
Like I was at the beach a few times. We had just a plastic football, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not a real football, but I definitely punted it a half dozen times, and 4 out of 6 were shankers. And
Yeah,
just terrible.
I've never
Terrible
mastered
form.
the art of punting. It's an art.
Yeah,
to
I
punt
don't-
like a 50-yard
I
spiral.
don't know if you just drop it under your foot. Do you hold it to the? I just don't know. I don't know how to. I don't
Those
know the
guys-
science of it.
Yeah, those guys.
That's
drop
all
it.
he's been doing
Yeah.
think about it, for 17 years.
I know.
Yeah.
18 years.
According to JP, he's doing a lot of thinking about golf too.
Right.
Jason probably knows as well.
It was funny too
What?
when Tress came up before he was on. I pulled up his bio and he looked over. He's like, "Dude, you can just ask me. It's all good." Like,
Yeah.
I pulled up his stats. He kind of busted me on it. He's like the nicest guy you'll ever
He'll
meet.
talk about anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good dude.
And then we never got to the story, but Helly told it on the broadcast that when he was out with the sore or
The pec.
or the pec injury,
Yeah.
it was from allegedly a flex off with Terry Crews.
Yes.
I think.
Is that not true?
At a pool party.
I think
I
Dan
think-
Helly's lying.
I think that was a bit story
That
then
Helly took?
That Helly heard it and said, "Well, I'm going to run with that." and then he said it on the air, and then I guess it just became
Took on a life of
it
its
got
own.
spoken into being a truth.
All right.
When I don't think that's really the case, but we can work with that.
Tress's last 3 rounds that I see 80, 80, 79.
He's a good
Pretty
player.
damn
He's
good.
a 3.3.
That's
he's
pretty
pretty-
impressive.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
You mean he doesn't swing and miss? You mean he doesn't drag his putter on the green before he hits the ball? He doesn't do those things? Man, that's shocking.
All right, so after the show, we're
And his brother-in-law's a professional baseball player,
Oh,
right?
it's a
Bryce
super athletic
Terang.
family.
Bryce
very
Terang is an all-star. Well, I don't know if he was in the all-star game this year, but
We're
second baseman for the Brewers, stud.
We're scheduled to have a bunch of the guys. I think we had 5 on our list. They gave us maybe a name of 10 different guys or so that might be available to us. We've got some really good names. If we can
Yep.
grab them,
Yeah.
it'll be great, and we'll have them for the rest of this week.
We'll just mess with him.
We'll put them in when we can. Does practice end at 10 or 10:30? It's very important because I,
think
do
it's
have a
10.
tea time.
I think it's 10.
I need it to
What
end
time's
at
the
10.
tea time?
Have a tea time.
I have a tea time.
I mean, just look at his clothes. You can tell.
I don't
He's
know
got
how
the
are
long
you,
pants
How are you
on.
wearing long sleeves? I'm getting baked like a Peruvian
I'm
chicken
hot.
over
Because we
here.
didn't know where we were going to be. We didn't
I'm
know the
not- I
sun
didn't know I was
gonna
gonna
You know
be
where you
directly in
are?
the sun.
You're on the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
How did the
Right now.
Peruvians take over the chicken game?
I don't know, but
like
they're
10
good.
or 15 years ago,
They're great at that game.
It was just regular chicken, and
Yeah.
the Peruvians came in,
I don't know.
and they seem to own that market now.
Yeah.
Is the Peruvian chicken where they have the yellow sauce? Have you had the yellow
They have
sauce?
so many
Yeah,
different
it's like
sauces.
That yellow. I don't like spicy.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
I
the
like
yellow
spicy.
sauce has a lot of mayo, right?
I
I'm
like
sure
mayo.
it does.
You're making me hungry.
Sardi's has like 6 different sauces. I
Yeah.
mean, they're all over the place. Green, white,
I know I
yellow.
could go over there, but I don't want to. I don't want to spend the money.
You're such a.
Are you going to die? Are you going to be buried in a platinum coffin? Like, where's all this money going? I just don't understand.
I can tell you off air.
I can yes.
I bet.
You can certainly let me know. All right, coming up later
We got
in the
Mark
show,
Klaus,
Mark
right?
Klaus is going to join us. That'll be in the 9 o'clock hour. Junkies broadcasting live from Commanders Training Camp in Ashburn. We'll be right back. All right, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now with a really cool prize, 800-636-1067. Caller 10 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. IndyCar zooms into history with the first ever race around the National Mall, August 22nd and 23rd. Get race ready with all the information you need to know at freedom250gp.com. So 800-636-1067. You will win those tickets if you're the 10th caller.
Did I walk in front of the camera? I did. It may not be on us though, so that's good.
You're
Probably.
good. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it.
They're showing camp right now. That's good.
Sorry, man. I got to a food truck and back. Just made it back. So
Impressive.
got some paisanos.
Impressive work.
Oh, Bella, you got the paisanos.
Can I do a quick Paisanos impression?
By the way,
from
I
years
just told
back?
her, I was like, "You're gonna have pizza for breakfast." She goes, "Breakfast."
Yeah.
She's not used to waking up so early.
Pizza
I think
for
she
breakfast,
thinks
that's
it's
what
noon.
Lunch, right?
All right, I'm going to do my Craig Laughlin doing a Paisanos commercial from years ago. This is probably 14, 15 years ago.
It's a nice callback.
All right. I love Paisanos wings. That's my Craig Laughlin.
bad.
That's my Craig Laughlin. That's all I got. I love Paisanos wings. I think that's pretty good. That's a pretty good locker.
All right.
And I'm
Works
sure
for
we'll
me.
hear from the locker in the next few months as the Caps get ready to drop the puck.
It'll be here before
early
you know it.
October.
So
Yes.
if you're not watching us on Monumental, we're up next to the bleachers.
Yeah.
We're in a tent. Next door, there's another tent where like Smoot and Logan Paulson and Santana and those guys are doing their show, their podcast, and all the things they do.
We're right by. I just saw JD5 slinging some passes. He has the camera, the GoPro on top
Yeah.
of his helmet again.
Yep, right next to us.
It's
is
amazing,
is the
really, to
media
watch
tent.
NFL quarterbacks, any of them. You could pick the 4-string guy. How far they can sling it with such ease.
Yeah,
You know what I
They've
mean?
been-
Like,
they've been
he's
doing
just-
it since they're 5
He's
years
just rolling
old.
around and just slings it like 40 yards.
I
It's
know.
effortless.
So
Back in the
easy.
day when we had
Professionals.
when we had the rights to the games, we would get the sideline credentials, and we would stand there. And I'll never forget. I've told the story a million times. Being on the field with like Casey Weldon and some of these other guys, and they all just sling it. It's very difficult to tell just when they're on the sideline, before a game. You could tell in game, who's got a bigger arm than who. But when they're just warming up, slinging it with their guys, it's unbelievable. And then I'll just never forget who was the running back for the Bears.
Curtis Enos.
Curtis Enos was built literally like a Mack truck.
Like-
and I can't believe he didn't have an unbelievable career.
Yeah. I
It
think
just
he was-
didn't really work out.
I
He
think
was like
he
a
was-
top 3 pick.
Yeah, I was going to say top 5, but he was definitely high up in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Years ago, we were down on the field when the Falcons came into town. I think this is when RG3 was here, 2012 or 2013. And we stood next to Julio Jones.
Oh,
And it's just like, you look at him and you're like, oh, this guy runs like a 4.4. He's 6'5", 230 pounds, chiseled.
I played
Like,
blackjack.
How would you cover this part?
I played blackjack with Julio Jones at the Bahamas.
You did?
Nicest guy in the world.
he
Yeah.
was friendly?
Oh, he was the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
I didn't delve into his career.
Sure.
I mean, he knew I knew who he was.
You got a picture
But we
with him.
just no.
You didn't bother him for a pic?
No, because I left my phone up in the. I
Tragic.
wasn't using my phone down there.
Okay.
I turned it off. The roaming charges like JP got.
Yeah, you
But-
want to avoid those if you can.
But he was the nicest guy.
Yeah.
All we did we just talked about the cards.
Yeah. Well, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah.
I saw a video recently, speaking of Roman charges, where somebody was talking about LeBron James being cheap.
Okay. Being
That-
frugal.
LeBron James, who's, I think, a billionaire.
Yeah.
Probably.
Or at least very close to being a billionaire.
I mean, he's got a few
Apparently, when they travel on the road, he only uses Wi-Fi, and everybody Jones. And I'm like, it's okay, you can handle roaming charges, but he waits till the Wi-Fi till he gets to the
Hey,
hotel.
he's cutting those corners.
Dude, he's smart.
They would probably all
Smart
do that.
guy.
He's smarter than most. They just did a story that I saw went viral of a guy, I'm sure you saw it too, who in his entire career made like $50 million. He claimed he never touched one check.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he just lived off the per diem or
I
if
think
he
I
did off
saw that. Was it
appearances.
Endorsements.
Yeah, I mean, it
was he a corner for like the Titans?
yeah,
was a
something
corner.
like that.
Lo-
Something like that. But whatever, same guy, the longtime NFL veteran.
Logan
and he-
Ryan or Ryan Logan? It's
Yeah,
one of
that
those-
might be.
Yeah.
that might
No,
be
didn't he
right.
play for the Patriots,
Patriots.
too?
And the Titans, yeah.
And the Titans,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
No, he
He's
does.
smart.
He does Sirius on NFL.
Gronk
Network.
did the same thing.
Yeah, he's smart.
Gronk was
Gronk
smart
did
with
the
his
same
money. Like
thing,
you
and
look You look
Jay
at Gronk,
Leno supposedly never spent his Tonight Show money.
Good.
Yeah.
That's
He's
smart.
making $20 million a year on Tonight
I haven't
Show.
touched one Junkie's paycheck all these years. I'm just socking them away, living off endorsements.
All I've done is touch them.
All I've done is
All I've done
is
is
cashed
spend
every
them.
single check.
I've spent them all to the point where there's nothing left.
Yeah, I hear you. I look at my credit card bills. I'm like, oh, well, there's a big chunk of that check.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Straight to City.
Right.
City
right.
just making dollars.
So I see John
Cakes'
Kine.
leg has not stopped pounding throughout the show.
By the way,
It's a nervous tick.
It's a nervous tick. I got the extra large coffee, and I botched it by not getting a huge water to go with it. I mean, just poor planning on my part.
All right, so we're going to have Mark Klaus on top of the hour, right? And we're going
Talk about the new stadium, and a
stadium.
lot of the business things.
right, the PSLs.
John Comez tweeted a photo of Nick Allegretti out there in practice,
Oh,
warming
good.
up with the guys. So he is, in fact,
Very good.
in gear, warming up. They still don't know. I'm sure they asked about an update. We should have asked about Amos.
It's so funny how just an interview with Dan Quinn, you've completely flipped because weren't we all talking about yesterday Nick Allegretti not playing in the preseason game, but I bet you think he's going to play now.
No, I don't know that.
You don't think
I don't know.
Allegretti's going to play?
I don't
but
know
you
the
think
answer to
Jaden's
that.
going to play?
I think by
I would
looking
if-
at him, I think Jaden's going to play.
I think
But-
they're good. I think they're basing it off of how they look in the next couple practices.
Well, I think
I don't
in
think
terms
they've
of
made
if guys
fair.
stay healthy
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything's
yeah.
good and they can give it a rip, that they will.
If
I think he
Allegretti
wants
can,
to.
if Allegretti can go, I would play him.
Yeah, if he can practice in full over the next 2 days,
I would
or at
play
least,
him.
if you feel like he's good to go on Saturday, give him a series or two, and then put him on ice.
and play Jaden.
I
when he's in there.
don't think though if Jaden plays, which I do think he's going to play, and I'm going to lose, and I only have 20 cents in my account. Although my man out here, one of the guys came by and said he was going to hook me.
You're Venmo poor.
Eric-Bickle-3, so I could pay JP. I do think if he plays, it's going to be very, very limited.
Brief.
It's not going to be like
Brief
a half.
appearance.
It's going to be so limited.
Yeah.
Get in, get out, get the vibes, get everybody going through the routine,
Bish, your boy AP just walked by.
and then get
You
out.
flag him.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, there he is.
How about
My man,
how about a
AP.
10-play, 80-yard drive,
GP.
throw a
GP's here.
touchdown, and then your day's done.
That'd be great.
That'd be
GP,
fantastic.
GP.
That'd be great.
AP followed by GP.
We're not even paying attention to the show. We're just looking at who's behind us.
It's very distracting.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is why we stay in studio. It's a lot easier. We're way more distracted when we get out and about.
It is.
Although I will say, it's
I'd
very
still like to
nice.
do the show the rest of the week here.
Because you like the 7-minute drive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't?
But it is
So
very nice to come
transparent.
out to see people coming up, say hello.
Sure.
They've been listening to the show since forever. I met the wife of a guy I grew up playing baseball with. They live out here now. He's met his son, who's a student at Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
A lot of people. Some guy came out to an appearance cakes that we did. I think the Prince William County Fair, maybe.
Okay.
25 years
We
ago.
have done county fairs in our past.
Yeah,
This is true.
And he was reminding me of that. So,
well, you
very,
called
very
a
nice.
wrestling match at Montgomery County Fair, didn't you?
I emceed a wrestling event
With Jimmy Superfly Snuka?
Yeah, pour some out for Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Those were not his glory years, JP.
Did he look
Hey.
like he was on the brink of it?
Hey, look behind you. You got
He
a super,
looked like he was on the brink of
you
it.
got a superstar behind you.
Oh, JP Finley?
Oh, it's
Adam
A-Wad.
Epstein.
Oh, AWOD. If
Is
you
Adam
think Jimmy
here?
Snuka in his later years chain smoking Marlboro Reds before
Yeah.
he wrestles in Gaithersburg, if you think that's not the end of the road, trust me, it's the end of the road. And he died shortly thereafter.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Oh, they were showing. I know I get morbid, but they were showing interviews and like the last time Hayden Panettiere was like walking around in like New York City, and then
Yeah.
like, hours later she's
Right.
dead. This is awful.
I know, it's terrible.
Awful. I mean, do they think it is drug overdose?
I don't
I don't know.
Yeah, 'cause
I've seen that.
they said they found.
She
They found Narcan. Is that what they give people when they
To revive them if they've overdosed.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Not good. That kind of stuff always haunts me.
I was overdosing
I didn't
on the-
realize how
on the
bad her
sun.
life was when she was growing up.
Yeah,
I mean, addiction
It's
and-
Hollywood too. It
I
does
know.
it to 'em,
It's
man.
the Hollywood. You know what? Hollywood lifestyle is the worst.
It's
You got to keep, especially if you have a daughter, keep her away from Hollywood.
Hollywood's
She's just gonna
not
get.
great.
Jimmy's daughter lives basically in Hollywood.
She's
My
gonna
daughter
get-
loves it. West Hollywood.
Well, I hope she doesn't
Right.
get taken advantage of.
Yeah.
But she's not in movies and
Right.
Well, let me tell you about West Hollywood. When we were walking down the street, Isabella, who's here, said, "Hey, Dad, is the flag of California a rainbow?"
right.
That's West Hollywood.
Yep.
Might as well be, I guess. I don't know. Who knows?
There are a lot of flamboyant people there in bars.
Yeah,
To
for
say
sure.
the least.
For sure. All right,
All right, so we got Mark Klaus coming
Mark
up, I
Klaus,
believe, at 9.
We saw him walking around. We saw Adam Peters. The guys are out on the field.
Are we trying to get AP too? We're trying to get Adam Peters? Oh, I thought we were. Sorry.
I just said Bish could flag him down. He was walking by.
I just so tight.
I just know Drabby's going to earn his money.
He's talked to.
at 10
Haven't you
a.m.
talked to
today.
AP at one of the steak dinners?
I said hello to him.
Maybe for 10 seconds.
2 years ago.
Okay. Yes, that was. the
I
one that we
introduced
were
my
at.
daughter to him, and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
had no interest.
Yeah, I don't think they're drinking buddies.
I talked to him about Chris Russell's fastball 2 years ago.
I know he didn't care about that. All right, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, I believe at 9 a.m., Mark Klaus, team president of the Commanders. He will join us as we are live at training camp in Ashburn. We'll be right back.
After Monday off, the Commanders getting back to work today in Ashburn as they get set for preseason game number 2 Saturday afternoon in Detroit. The kicking battle has been decided already. Commanders released veteran Jake Moody on Monday. Rookie Drew Stevens wins the job as an undrafted free agent out of Iowa. Stevens set a school record with 76 career field goals. With the Hawkeyes, he had 12 from 50 yards or more, another school record, and a 58-yarder in 2025 is tied for the longest field goal in school history. We're back to baseball for the Nationals tonight after a much-needed Monday off after getting swept by the Mets over the weekend. Nationals on the road all week. They have lost 3 straight and 5 of 6 heading into the first of 3 tonight in Texas. Nats are now 7 games back in the NL wildcard race. Nats and Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We are out of the studio. We are in Ashburn for Commanders training camp. Tons of fans pouring in. Practice is underway on the fields behind us. Thankfully, the clouds have come out. It has cooled down, and I'm not going to get sun poisoning because the sun was relentless for about an hour and a half.
Yes, I see Mark right behind us.
So we're good now.
He's walking over here. He was a helicopter pilot, right?
That I don't know. You would have to ask him that.
You always ask us
I know.
open-ended
I know
questions
that-
we don't know.
I know that he went to West Point. I know that he's a big silly went to West Point.
I'm
okay?
pretty sure he was a helicopter pilot, but we can
then
re-ask.
we can certainly ask Mark Klaus, team president of the Washington Commanders. He is joining us now here at training camp. Hopefully,
what's
we
up,
didn't. Did we talk your ear off at the media get together? We feel like we monopolized your time,
Yeah, I
Jason
couldn't
and
even
I.
get to the food table, you
I
guys.
know.
were
The food was gone by the time.
No, look, you guys know I go to those things sometimes. I just hang out and like to chill in the corner.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
We had good conversation.
We did. I always enjoy talking to you.
You gave
guys.
us some good off-the-record stuff. I love it.
I'm good for one or two of those along the way.
I was just asking the guys because I didn't remember. Were you a helicopter pilot?
I was.
See, he was a helicopter pilot.
I
Did
was.
you ever have a scare?
Oh yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure.
What was the worst scare?
So I'll give you the 2-second version. I was flying. So one of my assignments was in Death Valley. I was a bad guy. I portrayed the bad guys, and it was like 122 degrees. And helicopters are the power of a helicopter is based on the temperature and all this stuff. So we're out there
Really?
flying along. And when we had measured before we went out, we were super tight, like almost too hot to fly.
Yeah.
And I got up there and I was flying in. We were going to go around this peak, and I tried to go up to get over it. Nothing.
Wow.
And the only thing that saved us was there's like a dry wadi and I could turn into it and fly out of it.
So in those moments, what are you thinking? Did
Honestly,
your mortality, like, did you you always hear about what do you think about those last seconds if you think you're actually going down?
This will sound cheesy, I know that, so I'm just going to get that out there ahead of time. But you do train so much
Okay.
that you really don't think. Honestly, I realized there was no power. I'm like, you immediately know to look that you got to get down and get lower, and so that's what you do.
But if that option wasn't there,
Yeah, it would have been. I would have gone into the side of the hill.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
honestly, if there wouldn't have been that cutout that I could get into.
How many people were in the helicopter at the time?
3 of us. So,
3 of you.
Yeah. So,
So how does that work? I don't even understand. Sorry, I got to understand this. How does temperature affect how
the power of the engine. So the hotter it is outside, the less power your engine has. So how much weight you're carrying is super important as you're measuring heat.
Wow.
So I bet your listeners didn't know they were going to get the
No, this is
aerodynamics.
good intel.
No, that's interesting.
aerodynamics
Good
of it.
information.
How long does it take you to look? We had an old radio producer, and I love the guy, but he told us that he used to fly helicopters when he was like in the Army or whatever. and I just didn't believe him. How long does it take? How long does it take to learn from scratch?
Yeah, so it takes flight school's about a year. So it takes
That's it?
Takes you about a year, and then look,
Maybe he did.
Then you train, right? You go to a unit. You've got.
You didn't
guys
believe
that have been
JV?
there first.
I didn't know if I believed him.
Takes about a year to get
About
through
a
it.
year?
Yeah.
Wow. And then are you? So then you're not a nervous flyer at all. You
No,
love
no,
flying.
I'm not, yeah.
Do you fly regular planes? Do you
No,
have that ability?
I did when I was flying helicopters, but I keep saying I'm going to go back and do it again, and I just finding time.
Life happens.
Job's keeping me too busy.
Right.
I mean, I've always fantasized just to avoid traffic, having a helicopter
Oh yeah,
ready
you
and
and me
available.
both. Here in
Yes.
particular. Oh yeah, I would love it.
All right, so far we got a couple days left when fans are coming by.
Yeah.
Success so far from your perspective?
It's been fantastic, and as you guys know, we doubled the days essentially this year. Steered several of those to season ticket holders, where we're really focused on, creating value and making sure that we're making that experience positive. It's been incredible. I mean, we've been full every single day, rain, shine, great atmosphere, great energy, and these guys love it too. I mean, the players are like, are fans going to be there tomorrow?
Right.
Yeah, they're going to be there, and so it matters to them a lot too. It's been great.
So a little thing that kind of went viral or was reported this week, if you went to the game, Braves on the Warpath is back. Like, how does that get discussed? How does it come back?
Sure.
How did you come about bringing those lyrics back?
Well, I think, a lot of times we've been talking about the strategy, if you will, of trying to connect our heritage and our past with today.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of the things that we focus on are looking for those things that fans loved, and part of an era that we are incredibly proud of as Redskins and championship football. And so we look for those things. Now, in this particular case, I would say, found that the old version was a little clunky, right? It wasn't as clean. It wasn't as flowed as well. And so we said, hey, let's look at going back to that. And, we didn't make big fanfare about it, but I do think it lives more in the space of being a connection to the past.
One of the stars of week one of the preseason were the uniforms.
Yeah.
People raved about the uniforms. Are you guys pleased
They
with
look
that?
great.
They did.
Yeah,
they
they
do.
look-
When you see, I say this to someone, you talk a lot about this, and you can kind of get into the am I too much into the details or minutia? You see them run out of that tunnel on the field. You're like, yep, that's right.
That works.
That's the way it's supposed to look.
And the end
That
zones,
works.
too. The end zones painted differently as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I keep hearing about the new stadium, the current stadium, the upgrades, and people are telling me you wouldn't believe what they're doing, even though they're going to be there maybe 4 more years.
Yeah.
Can you talk about some of that stuff? That we're
Yeah,
gonna see?
look, I think it's incredibly important, and we talk about this a lot as a business team. I don't want to hear that you think our current stadium isn't good. I don't want to hear that we're going to be in a new one soon. We got to make the experiences right now for our fans incredible. And by the way, how can we expect you to come to the new stadium if we're not doing things to make this one better?
Yeah.
And so what we tried to do was focus on the things that mattered the most to fans, right? Which is, can I get them in and out of the stadium a little bit more efficiently? Can I make parking a bit simpler? Can the food be better? Can
and more affordable.
Right. Can I create value
Yeah.
for people on food? And can I clean it up? There were just things that we, that needed to be fixed, that had been.
The ripped leather couches.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
exactly. Right. Or
Yeah.
paint on a wall. I
Yeah.
mean, you think about that as being a pretty easy thing to do, to tell fans or to signal to fans. that we
What
care.
other though? Is there something brand new that we've never had to experience?
Well,
Is there
if you're
anything
on
like that?
if you're on the club level,
Yeah.
you know that our club level season ticket holders are all you can eat.
Right.
And to be honest with you, 2 or 3 years ago, quality of the food and how it was distributed was a mess.
Sucked.
People could
Yeah.
wait 45 minutes to get chicken tenders, right?
Yeah.
We can't have that. So if you go there now, you'll see this incredible structure we've built. It's the facing of the kitchen. So the kitchen's right behind it. It's a heated, think of slots where you just grab and go, right? So it's always being replenished, always making sure, and we upweighted the quality of the food. And a lot of love this year for the $5 Bud Lights too. So
And that's because Danny Boy and his team back in the day didn't give an F.
well, look, I think the
He's forward-facing. He doesn't care
that's-
about him.
I think I think the reality is that we have a responsibility to make that experience as great as we can, and we were super grateful to have so many season ticket holders come back to the franchise, and I feel like I got to make it. I got to make that work. I got to make it a value.
One thing that we talked about when Cakes and I were hanging out with you at the happy hour was, and you talked about it, about interviewing the companies that they were going to build the new stadium.
Yeah.
And you guys finally decided it.
We did.
Clark was one.
Yep.
I can't remember the other two.
Morton, Sid, and Smoot.
Okay, so
Yep.
you hired 3 companies.
Yeah.
How did that? You told us about the process.
Yeah.
And that was a long process.
It's a long
lot
process.
of details.
It's a
but
long process.
You decided on those 3 companies.
Yeah, so as is the case many times in life, everyone's kind of good at certain things, and
Right.
so when you're building a stadium, this is not a project you can just kind of pick one person.
No.
So you really got to look across the entire array of what needs to happen to make this a world class and, in our mind, the best building in the world. You got to get the right people in the right lanes, and we're super excited about Clark, Mortensen, Smoot. All 3 bring different skill sets to the table that are going to make this an incredible.
What about grass?
Yeah, so look, the good news, right, for where we are right now, is we have time. We're going to obviously construct the building in a way that gives us optionality. And anyway, even if you did do turf, you'd want the ability to do grass
Like
for
they
certain
did in the
things,
World
right?
Cup.
Like they did in the World Cup. But I think our mindset is we've got probably 2 to 3 years. Let's continue to see how technology unfolds. Our focus is try to bring the best surface for the players. Let's see what happens. I mean, science is advancing on both fronts, right? Quality of grass that can be grown indoors, quality of turf, all of these things are moving. We want to give ourselves as much optionality as we can, so when we get to the point in a few years where we need to decide,
If you did decide, and I know it's probably a long shot, but if you did decide to go grass, what kind of considerations do you have to take? Like is
Yeah.
it actually like rolling it in and out? Is that like the biggest challenge?
No, yeah. So what you need to do is you need to make sure there's infrastructure to grow the grass. So that's
What does that
essentially
mean?
water and light, right?
Okay.
And so
Well, you kind of got the light, right? But the
you do,
translucent?
but you're going to need to supplement it with grow light. So
Okay.
if you watch how they did World Cup, like if you saw any of those videos where it was showing
Yeah.
how they were going into enclosed buildings and growing that grass. It takes a process,
yeah.
right? You've got to have grow lights, you've got to have irrigation, it's underneath the floor, all of the things that are necessary infrastructure wise, and that's what we're focused on.
It's not rolling it in and out like did they do
Oh,
that in Arizona?
Yeah, they do,
Yeah.
but see, the problem we have, that's a great answer because
Yeah.
that allows you just to kind of get it out in the sunlight and go.
Right.
We just don't have that space at the RFK site.
Okay,
So-
understood. I
so
didn't
you-
even know that was a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, physically it can be done. There's a lot of different techniques that they have now, but the reality is that we just don't have necessarily the space around it.
So for
roll.
plausibility,
in, that's right.
plausibility, it would be just full-time, real grass with grow lights and whatever else, water, et cetera, that you need.
Yeah, and like I said, what we'll do is make sure that in the design we have the capacity to do that.
To add it if you
yeah,
want.
Right.
Talking to
How-
Mark Klaus, who's the team president of the Washington Commanders.
How do you soothe the fears of a fan base that are starting to see reports of PSLs coming to the new stadium? They've never dealt with that before
Right.
at the old
Yeah.
stadiums. What's your
That's what happens with these new stadiums.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
look. First of all, I understand it can be confusing and it can be frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
What we're trying to do is make sure that one, we're super transparent and we educate kind of what the process is. This narrative that all there's going to be is these incredibly high cost PSLs is just not accurate. We've got a very distinct focus. That from day one, Josh and the ownership team have delivered is we need to make affordability part of our strategy. And, we've talked a little bit about this. We're going to have what we call the Wall of Fans, which is going to be this really cool continuous bowl. So a little bit of giving you a little bit. I've not talked about that
Okay.
publicly.
Oh,
but-
very nice.
So
Like that.
it's going to be this kind of ability to see every seat in there is going to feel like you are standing up against just this incredible, stack of fans that are over the tunnels where we come out, where the opposing team comes out.
So is that going to be the bit kind of like where the Clippers have that wall? Like,
It's interesting,
Like if you're
yeah,
wearing
a little-
enemy gear, like you can't sit here if you're wearing a Cowboys jersey. Like that
we're
sort of-
working all of that
Okay.
to make it very protective for
Okay.
our fans.
Great.
And we're going to make sure that those seats can be affordable, right? I want our fans, I can't promise that everyone's going to be in the exact same seat,
Yeah.
but I certainly want them to have an opportunity to be part of this.
You've seen the reports from Buffalo where fans are upset about some of the obstructed view seats, etc. I assume some of that is unavoidable when you put a stadium together and you pack in 65, 75, 85, whatever. There's going to be some. How much of an issue is that going to be here in D.C.?
Look, I think part of what we're trying to do is design this so that every seat in the house, and I know you hear this a lot from people, like every seat's going to be a great seat, but we really are going to ensure that, like, our upper deck is going to be closer to the field than any stadium in the NFL. So your views from different positions, and what I just described about the bowl, you're not going to have these big overhangs where you're sitting underneath seats from above. It's going to be more of a slope all the way down.
It's going to be
the
steep,
stadium.
though.
Yeah, it will be. The way we're designing it is it will definitely pull you closer to the field, but you're not going to feel like you're, climbing
About to
Mount
fall
Rushmore.
down.
I grew up going when I was a kid. Both my parents Buckeyes, so not Ohio State fans. Sorry, but I used to get taken up to the top deck there. Man, that was a mountain climb to get up at those
Oh, I
seats.
bet.
I loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
But
What was your favorite game
there's-
growing up? Do you have a memory?
Well, anytime we beat that team up north,
Yeah.
that was a good day.
Don't say it.
That was a good day. But now I got to be more diplomatic than that.
Yeah.
No,
But,
you don't.
So I don't get it. How are you?
So
If it's not as sloped, how are you getting them closer?
Yeah,
to the
it's-
field.
in the design itself, it is a slope. There's no
Yeah.
doubt about it. But it's not going to feel like you're climbing Mount Rushmore. It's the way that they can design it so that you've got this kind of continuous, gradual move up. So there's no one part. Like part of it, sometimes the bowls are flatter, and then it's like this straight ascension up. Ours is going to be more of a continuous curve up.
Gotcha.
And we're probably, I would say, next 3 months or so, we're going to start sharing the views of that so people can really see what
Have you already put out there the the screens and all that? How
No, that's
gonna
all.
Be?
We're close on that, but it's going to be it's very unique. Nothing like it in the NFL.
Really?
Yeah, nothing like it in the NFL.
I'm wondering, Pete, I feel like we have to ask on behalf of the fans. Some people still want the old name back. For us on the show, we got tired of talking about it for years. We feel like it's a dead issue. But I'm wondering, has the acceptance of Commanders and the Commanders brand grown in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I've talked about this a couple different times, a couple different occasions. I know there are things that fans may want that I can't deliver, but what I can do is focus on the things that we can change and that we can evolve. Everything from what we talked about earlier today, uniform, fight song, retiring legends that were part of our Redskins heritage and era. All of those things have been very thoughtful and part of this idea of connecting our past with our present. And I think in building the Commander brand with that as a combination, we've got a real chance to bring people along with us on the journey. And I'm going to keep looking for ways and opportunities to do that where we kind of bring these worlds together. And that's really been the goal from the get-go.
Well, bringing the new stadium back to where the old one.
Yeah,
That's,
how about
that's
that?
number one.
How about that? That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
Pretty good.
Well, I we all said this during the run to the NFC Championship game. We saw more and more of the gear, and you see it. Obviously, we're here at training camp, but you see it more and more. Whereas
Out and about.
John and I, for years,
Yep.
did a pregame show. And over the years, you'd see less and less Redskins gear. You would see like an old Chris Cooley jersey or, a John Riggins jersey, but less and less. And now I do think there is an uptick on, Commanders hats, Commanders jerseys that you're seeing out and about.
Yeah, no, look, it's funny that you say it. That is a huge measuring stick for me. Like, are people wearing Commanders gear? Are people out? I mean, I've seen people love the W with the spear, the Hail Razor jerseys out there in force, and people will know. Like if they
Look,
see
my
me-
daughter's got the old one, right? Ismael, can you show your hat? She's
I love
got the
that
regular
hat.
W.
I love it. I like
She's
it.
a couple
Nice,
years
nice
old.
look. Nice look. So it's funny. Like my wife hates this, but like when I'm out and I see people in gear, I'll go up and say, "Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that."
That's awesome.
It's getting harder. It's getting harder now because
Too
there's
many
more
people.
of it out there. But yeah, my wife, whatever.
I haven't seen many number 5 LSU jerseys.
Did you used to wear Campbell's soup gear?
I did. So
those are dying a little
Oh,
bit.
by the way,
CEO, you're wearing.
in
I
the-
know. Like,
in the-
like, what do you wear?
I wore it like I'm all about the brand. Like,
Yeah.
I am all about the brand. But my wife will tell you this too. Will not go to a grocery store with me. I'll go immediately to the aisle. I'll start resetting.
Oh,
cans.
really?
Labels out.
I'll get the
Ed-
manager
You
out.
gotta
I'll be
edge
like,
it.
"Come on,
You gotta that
what are you
Campbell.
doing, man?"
Yeah, yeah.
She's like head down right out
Yeah.
of the store.
Who was the number 2 though? Campbell's is number 1. Who was the number 2 soup?
Just like the team up north, it's the light blue can.
Oh yeah,
is
it's
what I would say.
Oh, it starts with a P.
Maybe.
Sounds like pro.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I think we got some in our
Yeah.
closet.
What are you
Hated
doing,
when
man?
you
Our
bought
pantry.
that. Your closet.
Our
Hated it.
pantry.
If I come to your house, and I'm not saying I am,
Yeah.
but if I do, the first time you get a free coaching session from me.
Okay.
The second time I take that food with me.
No.
you get the-
That's hilarious.
All right, I have a question for you.
All right.
All right, if you're coaching this football team, would you play Jaden Daniels in the second preseason game?
So you know the joy of my role, and this is just such a gift for me. I've got the two best guys in the business in DQ and Adam Peters.
AP.
And they are so committed to what we need to get done this year. And look, I know they will look at all those. I can tell you this though. There's probably no one that wants to get out there and play any more than number 5.
Yeah.
So,
Right, right.
But I got two great guys that are making those calls, and I'm going to figure out how to get that stadium done and get them in the
Awesome.
Get
Yeah.
the environment as crazy as I can for them to win games.
Noon kick on Saturday.
We're going to let you go. We're not going to monopolize more of your
It's
time.
okay.
We'll be
I know how
earlier.
you guys are. You get a hold of me.
Yep.
Like
Yeah. We know you got to do some
That's
stuff.
Mark Klaus, Commanders
Thank you, Mark.
president.
you guys,
Thank
man.
you.
Here with
Appreciate
the
it.
Junks. Junks are out of the studio. We're live at Commanders training camp in Ashburn. We'll be right back. Junkies coming to you live from Commanders Training Camp in Ashburn, Virginia. Jason Bishop with the 15-minute round-trip commute to work today.
Yeah.
He loves that. He's a big fan.
Do it again tomorrow.
Mark Klaus just joined us, in case you missed it. He's always great. Team president.
Just was over just chatting up with Logan Paulson, and Sean Springs a little bit.
Very good.
Giving him my take on just being a big wuss and not playing these studs in these preseason games.
Yeah.
And they said, they always liked playing. They didn't want to go into week one without really hitting.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And I said, well, what about in college? You guys didn't really go,
Yeah.
there was no preseason. You just went week one. He said, yeah, but the difference is in college, you are hitting. You're live in college.
Yeah.
Even today, in 2026, you're live.
Mm-hmm.
Training camp's just different
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, that's what the Players Union doesn't want these guys getting banged up. They know the season's long enough with 17 games over 18 weeks that you want to reduce the hitting. And that's
Right.
why I think a lot of times, especially in the last 10, 15 years, the first month of the season, you see teams kind of trying to get their feet underneath them because they're not hitting when they're out here for the most part.
Hey, we should thank Chris Russell, stopped by, and
Yes.
actually did bring us some cold Diet Cokes because
Big.
he was listening a few weeks ago when we had the discussion about Diet Cokes causing cognitive decline.
Yes.
And we talked about Cakes, who's probably consumed 1 million Diet Coke cans in his life.
And I've already had plenty of cognitive decline. So I'm not worried about it at this point. If the decline is going to
Why
keep
change?
happening, then I'm just going to keep adding to it. And they're nice and cold, too. So thanks to the rooster. Luckily, he didn't step into a giant crater or a really tiny hole like he did, I guess, last week.
Had
When
to
he
go to the medical
He had
tent.
to go to the blue medical tent like
for
Jackson
2 hours.
Dart.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you, Rooster. We appreciate that.
Can you imagine wrapping his ankle barefoot?
Are you showing?
I think he said he sprained his thumb, too. Now, again,
On the
I've-
fall?
I've had a thumb injury or two in my past, so I can kind of relate to the Rooster in that respect. But look, thumbs are fully
Your
functional.
thumbs are good. You know what I've
Thumbs are
noticed?
good.
I never sit on Cakes' side of the table.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, very rarely. You got some big muscular calves, Cakes.
Well, I mean, I walk every day. I play pickleball. I play tennis. My legs should
Yeah,
be
but
in
that's
decent shape.
genetic. That's more of a genetic thing. It's
Yeah.
not like you've been doing anything to groom your calf. You just got like Phil Mickelson's got big calves.
Why do you got to diminish? I gave him a compliment.
joning.
I
I'm
give him
not
a compliment.
joning, but I mean, let's be honest. He's not doing some calf regimen.
Okay, whatever. He's got big muscular
He's got
calves.
genetic.
He
God
got
gifted him.
jealous and had to take a
No,
take a shot.
he got. I'm not jealous.
Don't
he was
be- don't be
gifted.
jelly.
He was gifted genetically.
I mean-
that's genetics.
He wish he knew who he got it
Well,
from.
you know what?
He
Mom or
walks a
dad.
lot.
JP, I appreciate
walk a lot.
the
Mom or dad.
props, but you know what? These legs, they may look aesthetically pleasing. They're less functional than ever. Like I'm so inflexible now. Like if I drop something and I have to bend over and pick it up, I need to do more squats.
It takes time.
I think I need more squats because I'm bending instead of like bending down with my knees, I'm hunching over with my back. And I know it's terrible for me.
Well, I had a conversation.
I'm going to look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame within 5 years.
I had a conversation with my PT yesterday. After he's kind of fixing my elbow, I'm at 90% there. He's fixing my neck. I'm at 90% there. But I said, we haven't even talked about this, but my knee, if I sit still for 30 minutes, it's curtains. It's stiff.
Yeah.
And he checked out my IT band.
Yeah.
Which I didn't even know. I thought your IT band was like near your hip. Or
I
whatever.
thought it's
It goes-
something
it
with
goes
your
all the way
computers
down.
at work.
No, it goes all
is,
the
too.
way down, all the way down to your leg. He said it was like a rock.
Dude.
That it's so tight right now.
I understand because, I'm playing pickleball tonight at 7:30. It's a lock before I play. I'm pre-Advilling because I know that my knee's going to hurt at some point.
Hold on.
So
I set the over
7
under
p.m.
3.5.
3 Advil at
3,
7
of
p.m.
course.
Boop, gobble them down. Pickleball.
Well,
I'm
you'll
good.
feel great afterwards.
So
I
I
feel
He's never
fantastic.
met a dosage that he hasn't gone over.
No.
He loves overs.
I'm a very consistent 3 Advil guy. I don't
I
need
think
2.
3
I don't
Advil's
need
fine.
4. 3 is the sweet spot.
I think 3 Advil's
3
fine.
Advil's perfect.
Hey, so are we going to play hit or hurting here? I know Drab said that we have a Pat
Yeah,
McAfee
all they
ditty.
talked about before the show was Pat McAfee's country album or country song.
Oh, he's doing country music.
I don't know. Is it country? What is that
I
dumbass
believe it's
doing?
country.
Yeah, it's a country album.
Doesn't he strike you as a guy if he's going to make a foray into music?
Actually,
It's
I was
going
going
to
to
country?
guess. I was
don't
going to
know.
guess
I
kind
wouldn't
of
have
metalish, like rock.
I don't know. Maybe his leanings are rock too. But if I had to guess, it's a country tune.
All right, so here's the controversy: is that anyone in the music industry is saying that it's absolutely trash. Okay, which you would think a podcaster, former punter, probably not putting out great music. But also people from ESPN, I guess, are on Twitter or on social media pumping it up and saying how great it is, and so they think they're all bought and paid for. And, you know,
Can we hear some? Can we hear some?
Yeah, you're the country expert, not me. I don't know what's.
I mean, I'm no expert, but I can tell you if it's pleasing to the ears or not.
Valdez will know what the song. I think he's pumping one song over the other ones. I don't know if this is it or not, but
all right.
Get the hell out the way. Symphony. Pop's long haul working, mom's preaching an epiphany. Bunch of smart ass souls and rivers running with steel. Hustling our bones, a true user's deal. Spend nights at poker games, small stack grind. Dreams so change the world of my mind.
You knew that was
You know what?
I mean, it's overproduced.
I actually feel like they could produce his voice a little better.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like any other country song.
No, I think if they like his voice almost sounded too prominent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it kind of. I feel like the mix was off, but
I mean, this headline
Whatever.
says, like, from what
is
Drab said, ESPN stars shill Pat McAfee's new music despite widespread criticism of, quote, AI slop album.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
that's
overproduced.
Listen, who
He would
cares?
sound
Yeah,
like
but
me.
he's going to command
live.
hate. He's going to
People are
command
gonna hate him no matter what. Yeah,
exactly.
All I'll say is that guy's super talented. He's a brilliant broadcaster, whether you like him or not. He's super talented there. He's talented with the wrestling. I think some guys are just
that doesn't.
You don't have
That's
to
just
say
You're
that
a
that's good or
talented
not.
punter and you're good doesn't mean you should be putting out an
No,
album.
no. And-
It's like people do this all the time. Like no one tells them no. No one can tell Pat.
That
He
might
doesn't
be,
care. He likes to
Listen,
put
I'm
himself
not going
out
to
there.
say that it's going to sell one of them. Who cares? My point is, some people are
But
just
people
more
are talking
talent-
about him.
Hold on. Let me just get to my point. Some people are just more blessed than others. He's more blessed than others. Not just because he can punt a football, because he's a brilliant broadcaster. He's an unbelievable wrestler, like entertainer. And I don't doubt that I can already tell he could carry a tune. That doesn't mean he's a country star. Doesn't mean that anybody should buy his album. But some people are just more talented humans than others, and he's one of them. I'll say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
a more talented
you're a fan,
human.
I'm not.
No, I'm not saying I'm a fan of that.
No, you're a fan
I'm a fan
of
of
his.
him.
These are some of the headlines.
Okay.
The album reviews. What if Jelly Roll was somehow worse? That's one of those. a train of diarrhea and disappointment. The AI slop. Broke Country's new album is getting destroyed.
No one's going to like an athlete putting out an album. No one's historically
If his
ever
name was
liked
John McAfee or Brian McAfee, people wouldn't care, or they might be positive. It's Pat
it.
McAfee.
He's
they're
way
gonna-
too. It'd be like LeBron putting out a rap
They're
album.
gonna.
No one's going to like
They're
it.
going to hammer.
Yeah, he's got no chance.
Small percentage will like it.
But some people, like I think Tressway is one of those guys. He's just a more talented human. You know,
Yeah, he's
just a talented human being.
Yeah.
You know,
He's first of all, he's a good-looking dude.
he's a good-looking guy.
He's a
super
punter in the
talented.
NFL.
A good
for
golfer.
13 years.
What
Great
is he, about a
golfer.
5 golfer or something?
3.3
handicap?
apparently.
He's a 3 handicap golfer.
Stud.
Right? It's just doing that on part-time. Yeah, some humans are just more talented than others, and I'll put Pat McAfee in that.
So is that the only song he released?
No,
Or-
no,
it's
an
like
album.
13.
He got a whole
There's
album?
14
Yeah.
songs.
It is all AI slop.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's just-
I wish
I
I
don't
could
know.
carry. He could carry a tune.
I'll be honest. That's not good for country.
Might not be, but
if that to me that sounded like if you think that's what like all country sounds like.
It's not. But
I kind of do.
He could carry a tune.
You're saying it's a blight on country music?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, where's this?
Who
This
cares?
is why people.
What is he
don't
going to
like
do? A live performance on game day now?
I don't know.
it. No, I think I read that he wants that to be like the game day song or something.
geez.
And is Jelly Roll now disrespected because the way that
Jelly,
that
he's
headline
Jelly
he's
was?
like-
Roll.
he's
I
like a
told
big
you
punchline.
2 years ago. Overexposed.
Okay, I went
Jelly Roll hit the overexposed route.
I went to a Jelly Roll concert because my sister-in-law was a huge fan. Actually, I think it was. I can't even remember. Was Jelly Roll the headliner? Probably. Because I went to
Probably.
a Machine Gun Kelly one. They weren't together. I think it was Machine Gun Kelly and Avril Lavigne.
How
I
did-
can't
Kelly,
remember-
that's a silly
I
double
can't
bill
remember
right
who
there.
was with Jelly Roll.
How did they? Did you like him or?
Yeah, it was fine.
He's fine. Yeah.
No, he.
No, I was out of all those that I just mentioned. I was most impressed with Machine Gun Kelly because I was expecting.
He's
kind
also
of
super
I
talented.
was expecting the rapper, and instead he was like a rocker.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of rockers, this is a must-watch. I've only watched, I think, 8 minutes of it so far. The new Travis Barker doc.
I
on
heard it's
Hulu.
great.
Oh, I saw
That's a
that.
must-watch.
Is it all about the plane crash?
Well, it definitely
it's about-
it focuses on that.
Yeah.
I've only watched about 10 minutes of it. When he goes and tours Europe, he gets on the Queen Mary, and it takes him 9 days because he'll
never go on a plane again.
And can you blame him?
I
He
thought-
survived a freaking plane crash.
I thought his wife got him on one. I thought she got him on
I mean,
recently.
from what I watched last night, and it's brand new, he basically said, I'm never getting on an airplane ever again.
Wow.
Never going to
Didn't
do
his
it in my
daughter-
life.
His daughter said
It's too
something.
traumatic.
His daughter said something to him before he got on the
She
plane
told
too.
him not to get on
She said,
it.
"Daddy, don't get on that plane."
Yeah.
Of the one that
That's-
crashed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I think she
I
was
didn't
4
realize
at the
that.
time.
That's crazy.
Maybe
Three
she
or
was
four.
2.
Oh,
Yeah.
2 at the time.
Yeah.
That's a must-watch.
Yeah.
right.
And that song one more time. That's going to make you
Make you
creep up a
tear
little
up,
bit.
nostalgia.
Yep. Absolutely. It's a great song,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
but it just makes you feel everything that's going on in their heads.
Yeah.
Especially with getting sick. And
Sure.
Plane crashes.
Yep.
How
How fragile life is.
Yeah.
Creepers.
Another uplifting portion of the show.
Hey, you know what? This is JP. Sometimes this show delves into real life emotions,
Yeah.
and being scaredy cats, scared of dying.
Drab doesn't, maybe he does know this, but before you were our producer, there was a period of time where there was a dalliance with putting together a Junkies band, and there was a sponsor that actually gave the guys instruments.
That's right.
I'm
That's
sure
true.
Jason sold his instrument. I don't think I ever got one.
I think I gave my amp.
Well, I had a bass.
I
didn't
gave
have
my
a bass
amp to my
guitar?
brother.
Jason was given a bass player, a bass.
No, I
bass
had
guitar.
I had an electric guitar and the amp, and I tried to give myself lessons for like a year. It's just some people are more talented humans than others.
I had an amp that Metallica would have used on stage, and I gave it to my brother. I said, "Here, this is yours now."
Yeah, but you didn't even really try, right? You didn't really try.
I don't think
I
any of us-
tried.
I had no real
I
use
honestly
for it.
tried.
You actually tried?
Honestly, 100%.
You might be the only one that tried.
I don't doubt
Our
it was
faux
my
band.
It was my idea. So
Yeah.
I don't doubt that you guys weren't into it, but I tried.
That would have been. and
I
that was-
wanted to learn how to play guitar.
Drab, that was pre-AI. Imagine how bad that sound would have
Where
been.
is the guitar now?
I think Goodwill somewhere.
Mine?
Yeah.
I think I gave it away. I mean,
Oh,
it was.
Yeah, it's.
I had it on a stand for years, but I tried to play like the easiest songs. And
I
just
can't remember,
do it.
JP. I really can't remember what I did with it.
I don't even know.
No,
if I
you
was given
sold
an
it. I
instrument.
know for a fact
Yeah.
you sold it. We talked. It was
I
air.
mean, you were
We did it
sell
on air?
everything.
No,
I
you
sold it on
you
air?
sell everything. You
were
sold
I
it.
know, but back then I didn't remember.
You
how I
were
did
selling video games out of your trunk.
Hey,
that. True, I was.
people were buying them. He was going to do it.
You're probably right.
He wants to sell the air conditioner he just bought his girl. I mean,
It's $300. I don't want to give it away.
All right, when we
I
come,
don't need it.
When we come back, we're going to give you the chance to win tickets to go see a real country artist when he comes to D.C. Garth Brooks, his Blame It All on My Roots tour. Keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up next. Junkies broadcasting live from Commander's Training Camp in Ashburn, VA. We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to Garth Brooks' Blame It All on My Roots tour Friday, September 18th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale this Friday, August 21st at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. So I talked about pre-Advilling tonight before I pickleball, and luckily we have learned people that listen to the show, like at Dr. Osti on Twitter. I'm going to give him a shout-out.
Oh, he's a long-time listener
Yeah,
to the show.
so thank you, Matt. He said, I'm a big believer in exceeding recommended dosages for stuff like ibuprofen or Aleve, with two caveats. One, has to be sporadic usage. Maybe mine's not that sporadic. Two, strongly consider taking a PPI like Nexium or Prevacid along with the ibuprofen to reduce your risk of an ulcer. And he's a bariatric and general surgeon. Like, this is not just a guy who has a Twitter doctor.
Did you ask for his bona fides like you do every doctor who's ever called in the history of the
No,
show?
but you know what? I should. Dr. Osti, send me your bona fide so I know that you didn't go to some fourth world country to get your medical
What
degree.
if he told you he went to Towson?
Then
he'd love
it. He's so above board.
Tiger
He's good.
Pride.
He's good to go.
Anything
People
here-
call Towson the Harvard of Maryland, in case you were wondering. They have said that. They've never said that about Salisbury, to my knowledge. Sorry, Tim, Jason, and Dan Quinn.
I think Johns Hopkins might have something to say about that.
Maybe,
But-
but we tend not to consider them.
Yeah,
they're not. They're not on the same educational stratosphere, same
Right.
level.
I don't know if you guys saw, Micah Parsons is one of those guys who has gotten into the world of podcasting and everything. He's one of the more popular athletes that podcasts. And I saw him breaking down his thoughts as a former member of the Dallas Cowboys and a former participant in the NFC East, his thoughts on the NFC East. And I think his rankings ended up being, he said it was the most competitive division, toughest to figure out,
Top to bottom.
according to him, top to bottom. He had the Eagles winning the division again with Dallas 2,
Washington.
Commanders 3, Giants 4. That seems to be the prevailing wisdom. Do you think either the Commanders, I doubt the Giants, but the Cowboys could break through and get back to one? Because it used to be
Why
that
not?
nobody ever repeated.
Why not? Why couldn't that happen? Right? I mean, why couldn't Washington? Their schedule's brutal, but why couldn't they outperform these other
If
teams
Jaden
and
plays
win
like
the division?
if Jaden has a rookie-like year and the defense is better,
Better.
I'm not saying they have to be top 10, but better than they were last year.
Which they're gonna
This
be.
team could win double-digit games.
And Dak Prescott's had the years where he's been awesome and they've won 11, 12 games.
Right.
They just suck in the postseason.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
yes, it could happen.
their offense is loaded.
Right.
You know,
And their
we love
defense is better.
I looked like I think the Commanders' receiving core is a tick below. The Commanders' receiving core now with Stephon Diggs just 1-2 with Terry McLaurin. That's a great pairing. But picking C.D. Lamb with Dak Prescott, it's proven.
I actually think that the division winner's not going to have more than 11 wins. I think it's going to be tight. I don't think it's going to be a 12 or 13 win team that wins a division.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
I think it's going to be
runaway
really
team. Yeah.
kind of like the AFC South is, or
Yeah.
yes, the AFC South's usually pretty tight within a game. I'm not saying they're going to have 9 wins, but I think it'll be really tight at the top 2 or 3.
I also wouldn't be surprised if Philly slips.
Yes, I
Yeah.
feel like
I don't think
I
that'd
wouldn't
be
be surprised either.
Yeah.
I mean, their personnel, Jason brought up ESPN's article that came out on ESPN.com where they ranked the next 3 years for each NFL team. And Philly was number 2.
Yeah.
So they've got a
They got young defensive studs.
deep team.
Yeah.
But you hear all these whispers about Jalen Hurts and the confidence level in Jalen Hurts. I mean, when we talked about the tiers a few weeks ago, he was ranked, I think, 17th, 18th amongst quarterbacks. Saquon Barkley had a down year last year. They lose their top receiver. I get it. Maybe they've added all these guys and drafted guys, but Brown was proven. A.J. Brown is a proven number 1 receiver, and he's no longer there. I do think they slide a little bit.
They could, and that's what I'm saying. I think they could dip a game or two or win or two, and then it's much tougher at the top. I could see Dallas win the division. Washington, I think the schedule probably prevents that, but I wouldn't be
But shouldn't
surprised.
Dallas have a similar schedule to Washington? It's just the timing
probably.
of it may be different, but generally speaking, you're facing the same division out of conference.
I'd have to go
Obviously,
look.
your division games are the same.
No, I think that's true. It's just
It
look
should
from
be
our
a
perspective.
comparable schedule.
That's fine, but we're coming off 5 wins.
Did you guys see the
difficult-
latest PFF grade of the offensive line post Laramie Tunsil injury?
No.
Where PFF has the Commanders ranked heading
No.
into the season.
Well, I will say this:
I
that
can
Coleman
tell by your
wasn't.
tone, it's not high.
How about it's 32nd out of 32
Wow.
teams?
Yeah, that's whatever.
I mean, they say
Whatever.
before the injury to Laramie Tunsil, this was a group set to rank just inside the top 20. But the loss of Tunsil for a significant amount of time is a huge blow to the group. There will be an expectation of improvement from Josh Connolly Jr., and his 59.9 PFF grade in 2025 was fine for a rookie, but this is a unit that could really struggle if Tunsil misses the full season, which it looks like there's a good chance he misses the entire
I think he's
season.
going to miss. But again, they won 14 games total in 2024, where Brandon Coleman was largely the left tackle for most of those games. So they've proven they can win with him at left tackle. I mean, he's not as good. He'll give up sacks. Not going to be perfect, but they can win with him.
Allegretti's got to be really solid at center. I
Yeah.
mean, they did make it was a risky move by getting rid of Biotish.
JP, the first 5 for the Cowboys are at the Giants, Commanders at home, Ravens at home, at Texans, Bucks at home.
All right, definitely
So
seems softer than the Commanders
I mean,
start, but I'm just saying
slightly.
over the course of 17 games, they're generally playing the same teams.
I mean, Ravens, Texans, Bucks won't be, and then they go to the Packers.
Right.
Yeah.
So those
That's
4
pretty tough.
Yeah.
That's tough, too.
Hey, I need to bring my daughter on here. She's been begging for ADs.
Yes.
We learned from Rom years ago, attention dollars are very valuable. Come over here, Isabella.
Love 'em.
She's fired up. She got
Isabella.
Dan Quinn's autograph, and she got Tressway's autograph.
Very
Very
good.
nice.
And they have a kids area here, I think at 10:30 when the players, they actually prevent the parents. You know how you're always talking about adults
Yeah.
Yeah.
coming in and swooping in for autographs?
Yeah.
They have a kids zone
Good.
on the white fence, and so the
That's
kids get the
fantastic.
autographs, and there can't be some parent like blocking them.
Yeah, some of these 45-year-old jerks are going to elbow a kid out of the way. Don't have to deal with that. That's a good thing that the Commanders are doing out here. So
Yeah.
good for them.
There you go. You got some nice signatures there. Absolutely. Tell your dad you want a new jersey.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player? Jaden Daniels, probably, the quarterback?
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. You look like you need a new.
Spoon-fed.
You just have T-shirts. Does your daddy didn't buy you a nice Jaden Daniels jersey?
She might have a little jersey.
Really?
But it got too small for me.
Oh, you
All
probably
right,
need an upgrade, or maybe a Terry McLaurin jersey.
That would work,
Just
too.
something that's about $150.
Yeah, all right. We have to get out of here. Broadcasting live from Commanders Training Camp. B. Mitch and Finley coming up next here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Commanders after Monday off, back to work today in Ashburn. You heard the Junkies there all morning right here live on the Fan talking to head coach Dan Quinn. Got center Nick Allegretti back in the field today. That's some good news. He's back at practice after missing nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Some roster moves were made. Team placed wide receiver River Craycraft and running back Jerome Ford on injured reserve. Commanders officially today released kicker Jake Moody, among others, so rookie Drew Stevens officially wins the job. He'll be the 8th kicker for the team since 2024. Baseball. Nationals had a much-needed Monday off. Boy, did they ever need a day off, getting swept over the weekend by the Mets. Nats have dropped 3 in a row now, 5 of 6. Playoff hopes are fading fast, if they're even there. Still 7 games back now in the NL wildcard race. Nats are on the road all week. First of 3 tonight in Texas against the Rangers. That's an 8:05 first pitch here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and we start the program wishing Brian Mitchell a very happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank
happy
you,
birthday,
sir.
B. Another trip around the sun.
I take it, man. Thanks for the present yesterday.
Yeah, man, that was a fun time.
You told me you were going to whoop my butt, then you got to the course, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I sucked. I had been playing good golf, but I hadn't played golf in probably 2 weeks. And
I played okay.
What'd you shoot, 80-ish?
80.
80, yeah. I nailed that. What'd I shoot, 95?
You shot, yeah, not yet. 49, 46.
I got a little bit better on the back. The front was a disaster.
Yeah, you look a mess.
Yeah, it was.
You in the 19 look a mess on the front.
It was, Mike Beasley, what a pain in the ass that guy is.
Bruh.
He played well for him.
Yeah.
He got bad late. But for him, he was locked. When he hit that shot on 4 that curved around the tree line, I mean, we were playing the 4th hole.
Onto the green.
And he hit 2 shots on the 14th fairway. And then I think he parred it. No, he probably tapped in for bogey. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Me and LD had fun, though. LD, I will ride or die with you no matter what. We might lose all the money forever, but you are my partner, sir. I think your best shot, you had 2 shots. Number 3... the par 3 where you had the kick-in bird. I think you missed it and had a par.
Yeah, I buried the number 3. I buried number 3.
Okay, yeah, because that was like a 4-footer. That was a hell of a tee shot. But the shot you hit on 6 or 7? 7. Because your tee shot went 30 yards.
The par 5?
Yes.
Yeah, I hit about a 25-yard drive. Then I hit about a 255-yard 3-wood. Then I kind of yanked the 7-wood into the trap. I had 88 yards. I hit it about 98 yards and zipped it back to 2 feet.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I was so angry with you at that moment.
You know one thing? I never quit.
I know.
That's what, like, when I'm playing golf, like, that's why I don't like playing match play with guys, because they'll be like, hey, let's go to the next hole.
That's why I only like playing match play.
I want to finish the damn hole. You can watch me because I'm practicing. I'm trying to figure out shots.
I like to quit. I like to play matches because if I have a blow-up hole, we're on to the next. It was a great afternoon, though. We lucked out. I heard thunder on, like, the 13th hole and thought the horn was going to blow, and the horn didn't blow until we were putting on 18.
Yep, there you go.
The timing couldn't have worked out any better.
That was great.
You got to meet Irish Steven, who's just the ultimate ball buster.
Yeah. He said, your guy, he's not drinking his drink. I said, because you're trying to kill him.
LD, at certain places, you don't have to ask for the double.
I'm going to tell you. Congo and Westwood. Westwood has a lemonade. Do not ever ask for extra.
Right.
Because you can't taste the lemonade in the first one. If you ask for something extra, you will not taste any nade. It won't happen at all.
Right. All right, we are at practice. The Commanders made a boatload of roster moves this morning.
Yeah, I saw some numbers out there today. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, dude.
Who the hell?
I mean, a lot of moves. Yesterday, it happened while we were on the air that they were going to release Jake Moody. That happened this morning officially. Are you surprised? Let's start here. The Commanders put out a post. I don't know if you've seen this because I know you were working this morning. Our starting kicker with Drew Stevens in the frame. Are you surprised at all that they're going all in with this kid?
No.
Like the text I got yesterday when the move was made was kicking competition's over.
Yeah, but you need to, like, the one thing about professional sports, and I know people understand, we talk about pros all you want, but I always make want people understand that these guys are human beings as well. And when you go with somebody, go with them. You can't say this is our guy and then, but we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Most athletes work off of confidence. And if your bosses are saying that you're with them, you have a greater level of confidence than you do if they say, this is our guy, and they have 5 kickers come in the next day.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I think with a rookie, I've talked to Drew Stevens for a couple months now. Like I talked to him, hell, I think he was here rookie mini camp. Like he's been here probably since May-ish, maybe earlier than that.
He looks like he's in damn high school.
And one thing I like about him, which you need, he's a confident young man, right?
You got to have that.
He basically told us, I signed here because I thought I had a good chance of getting this job, which
in other words, I signed here because that kicker he's gonna mess up and give me a chance.
Right. So the kid has confidence, but one thing I'm going to tell fans, and I don't know how, I'm curious where you land on this. This is a rookie kicker with a big leg.
Yeah.
This is like when a young golfer comes up to the PGA Tour and can hit it a mile. Sometimes you're going to spray it.
Yep.
He's going to miss kicks. I think the organization is locking in with him because they're showing him, hey, if you miss a couple, it's okay. You're our guy.
But when you have
fans have to have the same understanding.
Yeah, well, fans don't have to have it. They can say what they want. They don't write the checks. The people that are writing the checks and can get rid of him, they need to have it so this kid understands they support me. Okay, I'll go to another sport. Coyvin. That's White Brian's guy.
Yep.
Look how he's playing. He just went pro.
Right.
And he damn sure look like he been there, right? Because he knows whoever is going to be his sponsors, they're not leaving. If he have like one little stumble here or there, so keep moving forward, man, and support him.
Yeah. So I don't know how long the leash has to be, but you got to give him some rope here, man.
Hell yeah.
And,
I agree with that.
And I'm not sure everybody will get down with that, but like that's what's required. Now, the Commanders made a bunch of roster moves. So
how many was it, Jay?
Dude, I'll read it out to you. Released Matt Hack, who was punting with Tress out. Hawk. He honestly punted pretty well in that Dolphins.
He did. But that was just till Tress got healthy.
Right. Tress was
and that kid knew that.
Yeah, everybody understood the assignment there. Tress was cleared Friday night, I believe.
Yeah.
So they released Hawk and they released Moody. They signed linebacker Chris Barnes, D-tackle Maurice Hurst II, tight end Trey McKitty, and running back Craig Reynolds.
Is he wearing 46 or something like that I saw out there?
Yeah, we'll have to get an updated roster.
Yeah.
But listen to this. They placed, so when we heard, I think Keim reported yesterday that they signed Reynolds, right? When I heard they signed Reynolds, I was like, okay, there's a move coming with J-Mac. Jeremy McNichols is dealing with a quad injury, could miss some time.
I heard 6 months now. 6 weeks.
You supposed to say that?
I heard it out there.
Okay.
From somebody that wasn't not in it with the team. That's what I heard.
Jerome Ford goes to IR. They placed River Craycraft, the veteran wide receiver, who wasn't going to make the roster. That might be a stash, honestly. And Jerome Ford to IR. I saw Ford leave the locker room Friday night, significantly bandaged up. I also wonder if
those two young guys made them say, okay, we can put them on IR.
So you also have the lingering McNichols thing. With the roster spaces, you're allowed to put, hell, you can put as many guys as you want on IR. You're allowed to designate 2 of them for short term, for a short term return. Neither of these, now it hasn't been disclosed. Maybe there is disclosure coming that they're putting Craycraft and Ford to the short term. I kind of doubt it though. because you gotta save your short-term spots. One
for top-notch guys.
What if Mariota? Like they say he's going to be fine for the regular season. Cool. They said Allegretti would be back in a week. It took him 3 weeks. So like it's possible the Mariota thing lingers or something else happens. You got to keep at least one of the short-term IR spots for that. And I wonder if J-Mac's getting one of those. Because if it's 6 weeks from now, you got 3 weeks till they start, and then that'd be 3 weeks, and then he could come back for the fourth game.
Yeah. You got that right.
But I'm curious, the D-tackle signing, Maurice Hurst. They just brought a big boy in Cowart, right? Who I think we were all fairly impressed by.
Big Maryland?
Yeah. I thought he played well in the second half of that game. He was blowing stuff up. Maurice Hurst is an interesting player. 5th rounder in 2018, played his college ball for the Michigan Wolverines. Has played the last 4 years in Cleveland. Only played in 2 games last year. My guess is Maurice Hurst is not on the fast track to a roster spot.
Yeah.
However, this Settle situation is lingering a bit. And with the Settle situation, they've now brought in 2 D tackles that are similar size profile as Tim. Cowart was 6'3", 3 bills. This young man is 6'2", 290. These are kind of traditional nose guys.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just to get you through camp. Do you have any apprehension about the D tackle position bringing 2 in the last week?
No. I told you, right now I'm not overly concerned about anything because the approach here is like they ain't rushing nobody on the field.
Right.
So I think for me, I have to recalibrate my expectations. And when it comes to that week we're off, you see what kind of moves they're making then. Because that seems to be when they're going to start trying to get everybody ready to start going week 1.
Agree with that. It's an interesting – you also add a linebacker. Now, some of this might just be special teams. Some of this might be getting through preseason. You add a tight end in Trey McKitty. Is this – I mean, the size profile of a linebacker and a tight end are guys that can help you on special teams, especially in the preseason.
Yeah.
Do you see anything else to all that?
The tight ends that
– So let's also – Allegretti back in practice today. John Bates back in practice today. There's some good news for you.
Yep, but like when I'm looking at the tight end group, I think you look at guys that they are very comfortable with. It's 4 of them for sure. Well, more than that. 5 with Cager.
Chig, Bates, Sennett. Sennett had a hell of a
Sennett,
catch.
Yankoff, and Cager. Those 5 for sure they're comfortable with.
I think it's just depth. Special teams get through these practices.
Because, like, let's be real. We don't know how much the starters are going to play if they're going to play the second game. We know one thing for sure, they're not playing that third game.
Sure. So
you need guys that can go out there and go through that hour, 3 hours of, let's say, like crickets in the second half of that third game.
Yeah.
Think about that one.
Well, dude, I will say this. So DQ, I thought, kind of created some wiggle room to not play guys against Detroit on Sunday. Who's running the board? Luigi in there this morning? Get number 9 ready for me, Luigi, of the DQ cuts. Quinn was asked this morning about possibly not playing Jaden Daniels in the preseason, what his comfort level would be with that.
Yes, I'd be comfortable with like him and other veterans that have played to go, but we haven't decided in terms of like will we or won't we. We had a joint last week. He got a lot of reps. He'll get a lot today and tomorrow going against our defense, so I'll have a better sense for where everybody is before we make any of those decisions. But he's thrown like an incredible training camp. His accuracy, his command of it, a new system, you wouldn't feel like that for him. But I've been like certainly impressed by what I've seen so far by him.
I kind of think we're tracking towards him not playing. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I am comfortable with it. I think if you balance risk-reward, I also think we're being set up is the term, but I don't mean it with any negative connotation.
Uh-huh.
I think we are tracking. How about that? Maybe that's less
Yeah, that's a good
connotation. We're tracking to a situation where today they're going to go 2 hours-ish, right? Now they're in shells, but I did see the coaches pull the team off to the side, which looked like a little bit of a verbal ass kicking to say, let's step it up here a little bit. Tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, I think, be full padded practices. And I think they'll go deep. And I think there will be a lot of good work. If you got the guy that's supposed to be your starting center going through his first week of camp, Allegretti's practiced a day and been out for 2.5 weeks. If he goes today, tomorrow, and Thursday in full padded practices, and then that game is Saturday at noon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not even Saturday night.
Yeah,
it's Saturday at noon.
You know all I'm thinking about that game? What time I got to be there?
Damn, what time do you have to be there?
I had to be at this one by 4, and it was at 7, so I'm expecting it's at noon. I got to be at 9, maybe 8:30, because the bus got to leave.
Yeah. I don't think Kerwin's here. Chris, we're not going to have lives before the game, right? We're not in programming at NBC? Oh, you have to be quiet about that.
Too late now.
I might get there at like 11:45.
The answer's no.
Well, if I got to be there, I'll be there. I mean, honestly, the most interesting thing for this game on Saturday is going to be watching warm-ups and see who – because what happens in the preseason, if people are unaware of this, is
they get that workout in.
The guys that aren't going to play get a significant workout pregame. And that's when you can tell.
They get a lather.
Yeah, I mean, they're sweating. Now, Detroit is indoors, so, like, it should be comfortable.
I don't care. They're going to get
they'll be
lather.
sweating, for sure. But, like, I guess I'll probably get – what time are buses leaving? Do you know?
Mm-hmm.
You're on that first bus, like the media official bus.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes I get in an Uber because I have to be there earlier.
If you could let a fella know what time you think the second bus is leaving, because that's generally the bus I have to be there for when those guys get there. I'm hoping to stay in downtown Detroit. I know you don't have to worry about this. The hotel prices in Detroit are insane. Bro, you know the
you don't have to worry about it neither.
Yeah, but I try to be good to the companies that are sending me to these places.
Man, stop trying to be good and be good to you. You don't just go lay in no dump. Make sure they pay according to your standards.
I'm with you. Listen to this. The hotels in Detroit. So I have stayed in this hotel, like it's the General Motors headquarters. Has like this Westin attached to it.
Uh-huh.
You know those?
I remember that hotel.
It's a fairly iconic building in Detroit. It's like those 4 big towers right on the river or lake.
They had
Whatever
a car show or something down there. I was there last night.
Yeah.
For the draft, I think it was.
Okay. Yeah, it's a nice hotel. I've stayed there before. It is running. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. That hotel. This is I'm not staying at the Four Seasons. This is a Westin. It's a nice hotel, but it's nothing outrageous. It's $500 that night.
Hey, that's the skill. That's what it is that night, bro.
So there's a hotel I love, which is actually in Dearborn, and it's Henry Ford's old estate, and it's called the Henry, and they've converted it to a hotel now, but it's a half hour away. But I like it there. I kind of think I might just stay out there. Kerwin, where are you staying? It's probably better done off air, but here we are. Marriott downtown. All right,
Marriott.
Maybe I'll just stay there. But the Detroit joint, I have what is going on in Detroit that hotels are $500 in August? Is it the car show or something?
It might be because I think
there's no way it's the preseason game, is it?
No, it ain't the preseason game. They had something going on down there last year at this time too.
Yeah, you might find me in Dearborn.
They did my man Von Miller wrong, dog. Anybody want to see this? Look at this. Isn't that that's the dude from Good Times,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. That dude's been.
They did it wrong, dog. They did it wrong.
That dude's been in a million movies.
They did it wrong.
It's B. Mitchell
John
Finley.
Amos.
Yeah, John Amos.
Yeah.
B. Mitchell Finley coming to you live, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Let me remind you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitchell Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. It's kind of cool out today. I'm not mad at it. Look at that, B. You like that Photoshop?
I like it.
Joey got a birthday hat on.
Joey, where you get that picture from? That was today?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that was Abernathy. Got that.
I haven't even seen Greg.
He was over there. He doing special reports for the Junks.
Right.
Yeah.
We're out here for a month on our own in a tent. Junkies come one day. There's like 3 phone tags.
Crew.
Yeah, dude, what a joke. I do want to open the phone lines up at some point. I just want to give people the opportunity to wish you a happy birthday. I feel like that'll be fun. I will encourage people to also kind of roast B. Mitch, but some people will probably just call and be like, yo, B, I met you in 2004 at Home Depot. Happy birthday. That's kind of what I expect. But if you have a roast or a jab of B. Mitch, today is your day. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Start with the NFL. Players had Monday off, so the Commanders back to work today in Ashburn. Take a look at how they fared earlier today. Kayvon Chason, Odafe Owe, both sitting out with injuries. Defensive lineman Johnny Newton, linebacker Jordan McGee missed practice as well as the Commanders get set for preseason. Game 2 this weekend, noon kickoff Saturday for the Commanders in Detroit. Also, the kicking job officially won by the rookie Drew Stevens after veteran Jake Moody was released, part of the roster moves made earlier today. Baseball, the Nationals are stumbling toward the finish. Playoff hopes are fading fast, 7 games back in the wild card race after Monday off. Nationals are on the road this week, first of 3 down in Texas tonight. Nats and Rangers, 8:05 first pitch here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live. BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. All of our training camp coverage on The Fan is brought to you by Paul Henry's. Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. We got to do a poll of the day. Clary, have you come up with a poll of the day today?
I have. And
what is it?
The poll of the day is, should the Commanders bring in some competition for Brad Stevens?
You keep saying Brad Stevens.
I keep saying name is Drew Stevens. I know. It's like stuck in my head. I've said it 3 times now. Like, he's going to be Brad Stevens for the rest
They
of
already
my life.
had competition in for him, though.
Yeah.
And he won it.
Yeah, I agree with B on that.
So why would they bring it in again? I mean, you don't just keep bringing a kicker in?
AAA poll of the day brought to you by AAA Commanders MVP membership. Become a AAA Commanders MVP member today. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free at AAA.com/Commanders. I agree with you, B. Like, they had a competition since May, and the kid won it.
Yeah.
Maybe even Moody lost it. Apparently, Drew Stevens just made a 60-yarder his first day as official kicker.
You know what that was? Let's show him why we went with him.
But it bounced off the crossbar to go in.
Hey, still went in. That's the crossbar. I mean, it was inside the uprights.
We got the great Toblerone Alberhauser joining us. I'll let you get settled here.
Can you please
Toby.
call that man by his right name?
Tobias Altizer, I believe, is his right name. B, we do have some injury stuff. Jordan McGee, Johnny Newton, Odafe Owe, Kayvon Chason. These are not bottom of the roster guys. They did not practice. They brought in a new linebacker. They brought in a new D lineman.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Johnny Newton had his most impressive outing Friday night.
I agree.
You don't jump to conclusions in August. I can't encourage that enough. But that is certainly something of note, especially going into a couple days in pads that's supposed to be fairly...
Can that be why they didn't practice today? Because Chason and Owe didn't do anything since Thursday last week.
Right. I don't know. It's something.
Yeah.
We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's kind of a big day because Dan Quinn has kind of made it a big day. He's told us it's a big day. It's a big day when Toby joins us. Hello, Tobo. How you doing?
What's going on, guys? Good to be here.
What'd you see today? What'd you learn?
Well, Josephs, you mentioned Owe not practicing today. They clearly like what they've seen from Josephs. He basically took all of his reps today. So you like to see that from the rookie. And I thought Jaden, he finished practice. I mean, Jaden was just on the money to
Electric.
finish. 2 passes, touchdown, found Diggs on a little slot fade down the right sideline, and then immediately finds Chig right over the middle on a post route for a touchdown. I mean, that's the stuff you love to see, just right on target, right on the money. So good.
My buddy Mike Farley's here today and was asking me, what do you think for this season? And I just, the math, I'm not a math guy, but I can look at numbers, right? And I can draw some conclusions. We don't draw conclusions from August. Mm-hmm. But when Jaden Daniels is on the field, the Burgundy and Gold win about 2/3 of their games. Mm-hmm. He's looked so freaking good that if Jaden Daniels is on the field for the majority of this season, I think they're a wild card team.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem for some people.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, too, I wonder if they didn't tip their hands a little bit on what they're going to do today in terms of what they're going to do in Detroit, because Jaden took so many reps today. And obviously that's a good thing. Make sure you're getting ready for the season regardless. But he took so many reps today with the ones and even occasionally with some of the twos just to get those extra reps in. So I'm wondering if they're not tipping their hand a little bit that maybe he's not going to play against Detroit. Obviously,
I think DQ's kind of saying it.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
If he's not going to play, he needs to get a lot of reps.
Yeah.
So we know he needs the reps. Get it.
I have been clear that I don't think the risk is worth the reward of 11 snaps in Detroit for the guy that when he's on the field, you win 2/3 of your games. And they're going to play that game on August 22nd. They don't play in Philly till September 13th. I personally will completely understand if they don't play him. B is correct and played in this league and said you got to play football to play football. Where are you, Toby?
I'm more old school. I would love to see him play. I think you do need some of those reps. At the same point, the joint practices against Miami are valuable. You're going to get the joint practice against Baltimore, assuming they don't flake this time, and those are going to be valuable, right? So I do think that those matter, but I also think there's a difference when things are live versus when they're not.
Yep.
And even though I think when Jaden plays out here, he doesn't necessarily – it's not as if he plays like he's in practice and holds the ball for a year and a half. Like, he gets the ball out on time, and if he has to, checks it down. But I do think there is a difference. So I understand your point, JP, that if you lose him for any amount of time, then obviously that's going to be a massive risk. I also think you run the risk, once again, if you start slow, you could bury your season because it's not like you play anybody easy coming out the gate. So you got to be ready to go.
When you're going live, like you're saying, live is different than when they just in practice because you learn how to protect yourself more. You know, in practice, you get a little complacent.
Yeah, I think
nobody's going to touch me.
This morning was fairly complacent until they kind of got a verbal ass kicking, I thought.
Yeah.
And sometimes what's funny, and I'm curious if this was your experience, B, sometimes you see a little slower practice pace when they're coming off days.
Yeah.
And I believe they were here yesterday for a walkthrough, but still, like, it's not.
They're not doing much. It's stiff. You know, if you've been going to training camp for the last 2.5 weeks, you get some days off, what you going to do? Sit around.
Yeah.
And then when you go out to run your body, like, hey, what the hell is wrong with you, man? I thought we were chilling.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're going full again, and it takes a little time to get there.
Yeah.
And then you sometimes need that coach to act like he's a jockey and start whipping so you can go.
My buddy Sinai texted me, said, please tell Mr. Clean himself happy birthday and more blessings.
Mr. Clean. I like that one.
You know that it's B. Mitch's birthday, Toby.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday.
Toby turned 48, man. I'm getting there.
Do you know that B. Mitch kicked my ass at golf yesterday?
Well, that sounds about right.
I think he beat me by 15 strokes. Which the handicap system was only giving me about 9.
So you still got killed either way.
He just don't know how to fight.
I
He gives
did.
up too much.
I took $20 off Beasley, but I owed him 60. So it was a net loss of $40.
Yeah, not ideal, but I guess happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, B. Tobes, where are you on the kicking situation? They're going with Stevens.
I like it. I mean, he's got a bigger leg, and I think in the modern NFL, I mean, you see the weapon that Brandon Aubrey gives you in Dallas, being able to essentially cross midfield and you're in field goal range. So I think that having that bigger leg matters. Now, you got to be able to make every kick inside 40, basically. I need you to be automatic inside there. But having that extra weapon, I wonder if you go back to 24, we talked so much about them going for it on fourth down so much.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of that is, well, we don't trust the kicker, and we don't want to punt. So there's your decision. I'm going to go for it. So I wonder if you throw this into the mix, when you get to the 40-yard line, are you more apt to kick it? Does that just give you a little more of an option there instead of going for it on fourth and short every time once you get past midfield?
Does it make a defense play you differently if they know you have a weapon like that?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just with Dallas, with the new kickoff rules and everything and where starting field position is, Dallas picks up, a first down and a half, picks up 15, 20 yards. There's 3 points on the board.
There you go.
It changes the way that the game is played.
I mean, yeah, because generally your starting field position is about the 35 now.
Yeah.
And if you can get 2 first downs, you're almost in range.
Yeah.
Which is why I wish they had kicked Friday night from the Dolphins 44 instead of punting.
Yeah, after that injury, though, Jay, you throw things out of whack.
Yeah. Yeah. How concerned are you about Mariota, Toby?
I mean, ideally, we don't see Mariota.
Right.
So, it's tough to say because you would love to have him. I do think that it actually works, and I was thinking of this at the end of practice there. I think it works for Kaliak Manis in his favor because he gets more reps now. He's having to basically rep with the twos, and he needs all the work he can get.
I love the way he moves in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, he's a different style. You know, like Mariota.
He's just
and
not
Jaden,
very mobile, but he's
No.
got a good arm.
He's not mobile, but he seems to be like you don't have to be very athletic to be able to move in the pocket. I watched the other night, guys are coming around the edge, he just slides up, they go right past him, and he delivers the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Brady.
A lot of guys can't do that.
Brady wasn't athletic, and he avoided sacks as good as anybody, right? Being able to move around. So that's the thing that I'm interested to see is the more reps that he starts getting, B-Mitch, is how does he start to evolve? But I do think the Mariota thing is interesting because now that you do not have him for the rest of the preseason, does one of those two step up? Are you more forced now to keep that third quarterback going into week one? Because I would assume that, DQ said he's optimistic that he's going to be good to go for week one, but I think that's kind of pushing it a little bit. That's a little bit, early on and quick to have him back. So that's going to be interesting to see if they're maybe forced to keep that third quarterback so they're ready for week one.
Yeah, listen, man, I think that right now when someone goes down, they're being overly cautious.
Yeah.
And I can understand it on one hand, but I don't understand it on the other hand. Because I've always felt like just because somebody else get hurt don't mean I need to stop trying to get better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's what it seems like. Like, oh man, he got hurt, so let's pull everybody back. Football is I said 100% injury sport. Somebody gonna get something along the way, and what you learn how to do is play with stuff. If you keep going.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing and that's part of the conversation about playing guys in the preseason, too, is I think it's important to get those reps, especially, do you think in a year where you've got a new scheme on offense and defense, it's more valuable to get those reps? Because I feel like going into a game, you're going to be able to do some of this stuff in the joint practice and get an idea, but going live and having to get your clock ready as an offensive, going against it live, versus a defense as well, being able to mix different things and just try stuff. Do you think it matters more?
I don't necessarily know if it matters more. I think it's probably equal because this is where I go with the new installment. It's football.
Yeah.
These guys, I know when we hear a new installment, the coaches talk about the difficulty of it. Coaches normally want you to think that their stuff is so much different than everybody else. Same crap. But a lot of us in the media and a lot of fans, oh, man, they got to learn this new stuff. Ain't too much else you can do once you know how to play football. All the numbered holes are the same. The routes are the same.
Yeah.
So if your terminology changes, you got to learn the terminology. And if the terminology changes, once you get the terminology, you're playing football now. So I don't know if they've been doing this stuff since March. Jaden been doing it since last year, per se. They probably got this already wrapped up. And this is all they do. They play football. They're not going to class in college and then going out there.
Yeah.
It's just football. So I don't know if they need more, but getting that feel, I would say yes, they need snaps. Getting the rhythm of it. Like when you're riding your bike, you don't think about what you got to do. You just do it. They got to get to the point in football where they're doing the same thing.
I think if I got a mile 15, I'd be thinking about riding that bike.
Yeah, but you're not thinking about riding the bike. At that point, you think about your butt hurting or not.
Yeah, I'm not like you. I just go, just casually, 20-mile ride this morning. Yeah, I ain't about that.
All right, B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from the BigBear.ai Performance Center out here at training camp for the Washington Commanders. We're going to take us a quick break and get back and continue moving forward with this, what's going to happen, what's happening, and how things are going to be approached this weekend. We'll be right back. Hey, big up to Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from the training camp out here in Ashburn, Virginia, the Big Bear.ai Performance Center. And this question right here kind of throws me a little bit. Our great producer, Ryan Clary, came up with this angle. Calls on the Commanders' future. Do you think the Commanders are set up for success in the future? If not, why? If so, why? This sounds just like a clickbait type thing to me. And my whole thing is, I think that this team has been moving in the right direction since Adam Peters came in here. Being set up completely for the future? No, because you still need some more pieces to it, and I think they'll get there. But I don't know. We're in the middle of training camp. We're trying to get better for this year. I don't know if I'm thinking about the future right now.
Well, I mean, you think about the long-term future of this team. Like, I don't know that Stephon Diggs is here past this season. I don't know about some of those things. But I do think when you look at where this team is at right now, they do seem positioned in a spot that they can be better than a lot of expectations around this team right now. I mean, you look at where some of the Vegas win totals and stuff are at, some of the predictions, the power rankings of where the Commanders are ranked at. I think they're kind of back where this team wants to be, where they're a little bit slept on. They're not thought to be one of the top dogs in the NFC. And to me, I'm sure you get this question, JP, B-Mitch, when you're asked, like, what do you think the team's going to be this year? And I'm like, well, it kind of all rides on Jaden Daniels, as dumb as it sounds and as simple as it is. When Jaden plays, and especially when he plays at his best, he plays like a top 5 quarterback in the league, and they can beat anybody.
Totally.
But Jay says it all the time. That's for every damn team in the league.
Yeah.
If your starting quarterback stay healthy, you got a chance. If they don't, you don't have a chance.
Yeah.
I just talked to Josh Connerly Jr. for a minute, and I asked him about the Laramie Tunsil injury. And, it happened a couple of weeks ago, so, mentally we've moved forward, I would say. But that is a big damn deal. And Connerly said, he's like, BC can step in and play. We have confidence in BC, but we're also not pretending like this isn't a massive blow to our organization.
Mm-hmm.
And so Louis Riddick, who we both like and respect a lot, in this ESPN piece you guys are discussing, Benjamin Solak wrote the Reason for Hope piece, right?
Uh-huh.
And Solak wrote, a healthy Jaden Daniels season would go a long way to elevating the Commanders' standing here. Doubly so if it comes with a strong showing from first-time play caller David Blau. I agree with all that. Mm-hmm. I really like the offense. I'm a Blau lever. Jaden has shown what he can do.
Yeah.
Louis Riddick, who we both know and respect, wrote the Reason for Concern piece. Everything that surrounds Daniels concerns me. The offensive line, makeup of the receivers room, big playability of the running backs, and early competency of Blau. Daniels is a superstar. Make no mistake about that. Mm-hmm. I'm just afraid we won't get to see the best of him if general manager Adam Peters doesn't support him better. I don't know when that was written.
Yeah.
I would guess that was before Diggs arrived.
Okay.
I think the arrival of Stephon Diggs, maybe not for the long haul, to your point, Tobes, but to this season is a massive improvement for this offense.
I definitely agree with that. And I think listening to Santana talk about this receiver room, as he stated before Diggs came in here, he felt good about this receiver room because he think it had more depth than they did last year. Now you bring Diggs in, that makes it even better. And you have to keep, listen, we can have people talk about Jaden, but your comments that you made before, every team, if your quarterbacks are not healthy and they don't have the proper support, they're going to have a problem. I don't know too many quarterbacks can go out there without the proper support and have success. People try to make it seem like Tom Brady did it by himself. No, he had an unbelievable defense, a super fantastic special teams. He had an offensive line that blocked their ass off, and he had receivers that, whether or not they were big names, they lived open. Tight ends that were the best of the best.
Yeah.
So he had a lot around him. You need that around you, and I think what they did when they brought in Diggs, they changed some stuff. Bringing in Chig, I think they tried to change some stuff. And I think they're trying to make this running game to a point where he's not going to have to do everything. And last year, even 2 years ago, I felt that they depended upon him too much.
Totally. I think if you play better defense, can change all that too.
Totally.
Well, and I love, back to the Diggs thing, I like the idea now that you bring in Diggs. The question before they brought him in is who's the number 2 receiver, who's the number 2 pass catcher. It could be Chikakonkwo, whatever. Now we're talking about, well, what you get from Antonio Williams this year, you don't depend on it. It doesn't, you don't need it to make the offense function. You've got Diggs, you've got Terry, you've got Chig, and I think that Antonio Williams could have a really good season. But now there's not that pressure of, hey, Antonio, if you don't step up, hey, Diami, hey, take your pick of any number of the receivers. Like Santana said, there's no question that this receiver room this season is deeper. You know, they're going to have to cut somebody that probably is going to get picked up. That wasn't the case last year.
Yeah,
so, you know,
I agree.
that means something. But now that they can at least slot down the depth chart where you're not as reliant on them. They can have a good season. It's not saying that I don't think that Antonio Williams could go for 600, 700 yards, but I don't have to have that to make my offense function. And now those guys can work, and they're going to be in more optimal spots because you got to focus on Terry, you've got to focus on Diggs, and you got to focus on Chick.
True. It's going to be interesting, man. I still like Burks. I think he's had a good camp. There was this scare on day one, and then he's been out there every time since. There was something interesting with the receivers today. Did you notice anything?
Nope.
I'll tell you what it is when we come back. It's B. Mitch and Finley live in a tent.
brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Start where the guys are out in Ashburn with training camp after Monday off. Commanders were back to work today. Some Commanders were back to work. There are some missing pieces on defense today. Caleb Von Chasen, Adafe Owe, Johnny Newton, Jordan McGee, linebackers also missing practice. One bit of good news, center Nick Allegretti was back on the field and back to work after being out nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Baseball Nationals play tonight in Texas, trying to snap a 3-game skid against the Rangers. 8:05 first pitch here on the Fan, but all is not well as things start trending toward the end of the season. Two-time All-Star C.J. Abrams is reportedly, quote, not thrilled about a move to second base. This according to a report in The Athletic. His agent says Abrams' priority is winning and to be a team-first player, but believes he is a shortstop, both short-term and long-term. Baseball season's in full swing. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka, zero bubbles. It's not seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
Thanks, bud. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I want to run through some of Dan Quinn's comments this morning because he talked at length. I heard him on with the Junks too, which was cool. I want to start with, there's so much focus out here on Jayden Daniels, right? And I understand he's a star. He's an actual. He's got a Nike deal and a Gatorade deal.
Yeah,
that's only the 1%. You know what I mean? But for this team to be good, the defense has to be significantly better. They were god awful last year.
Yeah,
they were last or second to last, only thanks to the Jets' ineptitude in damn near every major statistical category. So this is Dan Quinn, number 6, Luigi. Number 6. Dan Quinn talking about what he wants to see from his starting defense.
I just didn't love kind of the urgency that we played with. Just wasn't like as downhill and aggressive that I saw from the practice, and so I wanted to see more of that. So, third downs, obviously, allowed a conversion. So it just didn't feel as violent and as strong as I'd like to see, from the unit overall. And then offensively, I didn't love the way we started the second half. Like we had a real chance to do some things. We scored, got to stop, then having the ball to go back, man, like could have went up big into that space and had to punt. So those are, 2 points of emphasis for sure, like starting both halves, being aggressive.
So, I would tell everybody on that team, I don't care if they're young, I don't care what position they play, if they're older, watch Antonio Hamilton play in that football game. From the moment he stepped on the field to the moment he left, he was violent, he was aggressive, and he played like he was a young dude trying to open somebody's eyes. You saw some guys playing timid, but you saw other guys going for it. You got to get to the point where this game of football, yes, it's a business, but it is a game, and it's something you play since you were a kid. Never lose the enthusiasm that you got from that as a kid. Because I watched that dude play. He looked like he was having fun. And I think guys got to get to that point. For 14 years, I'm going to tell you, the reason I played the way I played, I had fun on the football field. It never became a chore to me. You get what I'm saying? Whether it's working out or going on the field, in the sun, it was always something I wanted to do that I was still working to get to as a high of a level as I can get. And I think guys got to find a way to get that mindset, because Antonio showing the hell seemed like he was doing that to me.
Agreed. Also cool today, I think not everybody recognized, like Jayden's mom tends to be kind of front and center in his life, but Jayden's also really tight with his dad.
Yeah.
His dad was at practice today.
Yeah.
I just thought that was cool.
Yeah.
He was there with Wale. Mm-hmm. Those two are friendly, living in Southern California. I want to go back to Quinn. I just saw a photo of that. It reminded me to say that. The position groups that stood out to him against the Dolphins, because I'd say for me, it was the running backs, and I thought the depth at receiver showed pretty well.
Yeah.
Number 8, Luigi, Dan Quinn talking about what position groups stood out to him against the Dolphins.
I would say I certainly liked, kind of the second and third quarter. I thought the corners, and their ability to cover down the field. There was and I'll give credit, it was a nice catch on Hamilton in the early part of the game. But after that, I thought the rush and the coverage kind of came together. Interior-wise, Byron had some good push. And I thought that caused some of the interceptions that we saw in the second half. So the one to Ale, the one to Malik. So I would say I liked seeing that balance in the fourth quarter of guys like really going to battle for it. So I would say the rush and the cover towards the end of the game was something that I was impressed with, especially the interior guys, Ricky and Byron.
Barber and Byron really played well in the second half of that game, and I don't know
caused problems.
I don't know what conclusions to draw from that, but they deserve the credit from the performance.
But I think the conclusion you can draw is if you get pressure, you can make plays. The pass rush and the coverage goes hand in hand, and vice versa. The coverage helps out the pass rush, and you saw that working in unison. So when we got on the field, it ain't going to be all about the guys rushing the passer. The guy covering has to do a little something too, and if those guys are doing their job at a high level, then you can see some of those things happening. Like, those balls came out, quarterback didn't want to throw the ball there. When you go to step into a play and there's a big dude in front of you, you have to short step. The same thing happened to Hartman. He went to throw a ball, and he overstrided and it just sailed on him. When you get pressure, it changes up your rhythm. And I think if they get consistent pressure, we'll see more plays happening in the back end.
What'd you think of Quan and Harris Friday night? Quan got the pick.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn explained that he wanted those two to play a lot and that it could look different in Detroit. It almost feels like Detroit might be Reeves and Cross going and Quan and Harris not going. But what'd you think of the safety play?
I didn't see a problem with them. I thought they played well. They were in the right positions. They were coming up in the run game. And, Harris is a heat-seeking missile. He wanted to hit everybody.
Yeah. I was cool with their level of play. I thought Quan's putting together a pretty decent little camp here. With the Trey Amos situation, when do you get – I don't know if you're concerned yet, but if you aren't, when do you?
My whole thing is going to be –
My thing with Trey, I'm a little concerned at this point.
Mine will be at that week when everybody is sitting around and they trying to figure out what they're going to do.
So after roster cuts?
Yes.
For the young man, though, that hasn't played since November, has practiced once, what does that do mentally for a cornerback? That position requires unreal, irrational confidence.
He has to sit with Rasul. So we heard him right here, and he has to learn. He has to get his mental confidence back, which will give him physical.
In the leg, right?
No, the mental confidence will give him physical confidence. You get what I'm saying? What are you doing, dude?
What is this maniac doing?
I don't have any fingernails.
Just when you think Chris Russell can't be crazy.
When we see a guy get hurt, we just go, "Oh, they're healthy." Yeah, the doctors say they're healthy. The coaches say they're healthy. Until inside of here, you're not healthy. And that's the main thing. Like when you hear people saying football is more mental than it is physical, those are the things they're discussing. You sometimes have to mentally fool yourself into thinking something is whatever to get back to just playing free. Think about before a guy gets hurt. You watch them flying around and doing stuff. Then when they get hurt, they get back on the football field, they don't play as fast because they're thinking about everything.
Yeah.
And normally they're thinking about, my leg hurt. Oh, I got a bad knee. I got a bad ankle. I got this. And they never can get back. Those that can get past that, they immediately step back up.
Yeah, I think for Amos, you're now battling the injury and the mental part of this.
Yeah.
And it's tricky, man. Speaking of mental, Chris Russell joining us in the tent.
Dude, biting a can.
So Chris Russell rolled in here with a 12-pack of Diet Coke, and a can of Diet Coke in his hand, and rather than use his hands, he bit the can open. Is that standard issue for you, Rooster?
Hello.
Hello.
Right, there we go.
So I bite my fingernails a lot, so I don't have very long fingernails. So sometimes the cans are easy to open. But sometimes they're a little stubborn, like me. So that's what you saw.
Stop biting your fingernails.
Yeah, that's true.
You're a grown-ass man.
I should do a lot of things that I don't do that you give me advice on.
If you stop biting your fingernails, you don't have to bite the can.
I hear you. By the way, I brought in some Diet Coke if you guys would like. It was really for the Junkies appearance here because Cakes is kind of like me, body by, he doesn't have my body, but body by Diet Coke. So I brought him in a 12-pack of Diet Coke that was cold from my refrigerator. They're not as cold right now, but they're still fairly cold.
You might want to put them in that ice
JP,
over there.
I know you're a big Diet Coke-aholic.
Already had one.
Okay, well.
Now, I am very
don't
lucky.
Never say I didn't bring anything.
I work with the legend, Chris Kerwin.
Yes.
And Chris Kerwin takes care of the sodas.
If
there's one thing Kerwin likes, it's a good soda.
I am aware of the
So
bit.
we will add the Diet Cokes to
Sure,
the cooler. Thank
absolutely.
you.
No doubt.
Now, I called you in here to talk football. Then you walked in and you bit open a can. So it got off to a weird start.
Right.
You tweeted out there was a little skirmish, end of practice. Get us up to speed.
Yeah, so there was a one-handed catch on the final play. I didn't see who made that because you're blocked off from all sorts of different angles. But at the end, and the very last thing that happened was Javonte Jean-Baptiste was involved. I saw Trent Scott involved. I saw 55, whose name I forgot, Byron Coward. Pushing and
That's
shoving.
JP's buddy from Maryland.
I
Dude
saw
can play, man. Fighters.
I saw a couple of other guys, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste basically had to be held back from the group. Like, he was hot, and he was still hot about 15 minutes coming off the field after they separated. There was a long team gathering. I mean, you can't hear what they're saying, but clearly there was some hot tempers at the end of a non-padded practice. Really not even that hot out, quite honestly. So that was interesting to see.
You know what I mean?
I don't think it was any
almost
big
3
deal
weeks of dealing with the same damn people.
Yeah. I don't think it was any big deal. I wish I had, better play-by-play, but it wasn't a brawl. It was more like a bunch of guys got together, pushing, shoving, everybody kind of trying to be mano a mano, and then Javonte Jean-Baptiste basically really hot afterwards and still hot coming off the field to the point where he didn't want to talk.
Interesting.
Could have been a game plan not to talk to y'all.
Well, listen, if you see
Stranger
me,
things have happened.
Exactly. I wouldn't want to talk to me either. So.
I also wonder, because you said this earlier, I thought the practice this morning was a little sleepy to start.
Mm-hmm.
And you never wonder when we never know what they're working on, right? We never know if, all right, guys, today's a 3/4 speed day. I really want to make sure we're nailing fits on third downs, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And what happens in practice sometimes is one dude who maybe is trying to make the team or whatever is going 100 when the coaches are saying go 3/4.
Yeah.
Sometimes that pisses people off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it does.
And especially at the end, right? When you've been out there for an hour and a half or whatever it is. Again, they didn't have pads or, so you never know what it – sometimes we can't see what triggers something, right? Sometimes it's what's said, and I always argue this with baseball ejection. Well, the guy didn't do anything to the umpire, but he got ejected because the umpire's an idiot. Well, we don't know what he said. We never know what was said to trigger that react. So anyway, long as story short is, sometimes guys would just start jawing and things get hot under the collar. I don't think it's a big deal, but I guess it was a little bit notable after a decent practice. And like you said, it was kind of sleepy at the beginning. I do think when you guys probably had to come in here, I do think it heated up a little bit in the final team periods. I mean, Jaden was really, really good on 2 back-to-back throws. I don't know if you guys were down there for that. One to Stephon Diggs on a roll to the right to elude pressure along the sideline, and then the one right down the middle, Beamich, that you obviously saw.
Toby told us about it.
Oh, to Chick. Okay. Well, Chick was wide open, but it was in hurry up, right? They had to come up. They had to get to the line of scrimmage, get set, and Chick was wide open, but you still got to get the ball there. And you still got to get it in stride so he doesn't have to come back for it. Yeah. And,
Bruce, I get this question all the time. I'm guessing you get it too. What do you think of this team? Where do you think they're at?
In terms of a record projection or
Yeah,
how they look.
It doesn't have to be record. It could kind of be whatever you think.
I think they look better than they looked last year.
Yeah, I
in
agree with
camp, right? I think practice seemingly was more intense this year, more focused on the two things that we noticed, right? I think right from the jump, red zone work and emphasis, which is so important, and then the kicking competition, and we got the answer to that yesterday. Hopefully, again, red zone emphasis will continue to be obviously emphasized, not only in camp but in the regular season. I think they look better than they did last year. I think it's more real. I think the depth is better than it was last year. I am worried very much about the center position, even though Allegretti comes back. You just never know. Golban, I thought, played reasonably well.
I'm pulling that thread.
Yeah.
You're just not sure if Allegretti's the guy?
I have more confidence in Allegretti than I think most in the media. What I worry about with the calf is what happens if he gets driven back, right, and he's got to re-anchor and set. Does the calf, which can happen to anybody, obviously, but when something's already compromised. So if you lose Allegretti on day one of camp, not that big of a deal. If you lose Allegretti 3 weeks into camp, I think it's a bigger deal, especially being that right now you don't have a veteran center behind him unless you count Julian Good-Jones and then obviously the rookie Golban, who I thought played reasonably well on Friday night. Golban.
I do think, I'm not going to say it's BS, but DQ has this thing where rookies don't get to the top of the depth chart right away.
Mm-hmm.
He did it to Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
He did it to the number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner. When he got here, Marcus technically took the first reps.
Make you earn it.
I think Golban is your backup center. But I think because he's a 6th-round rookie, they're not doing that to Good-Jones quite yet.
Yeah.
Frankly, I can wrap my brain around that when Allegretti's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Once you saw Good-Jones play in the center position with the ones and it impacting your ability to function on your offense, I would have just gone to Golban.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't think he was ready. Maybe it was the earn your spot stuff.
Yep.
But big picture, I think Golban's your backup.
I'm with you.
I also think they're signing somebody September 1st. There's going to be a whole bunch of guys.
Yeah, the kid in Houston. I forgot his name off the top of my head. There's a kid in Houston that I've heard some decent things about. Graham Glasgow is a veteran name that we should keep an eye on. He was been with Detroit, plays center, left guard, center a lot last year. I know they were looking to upgrade from that, and he's not back with them, so keep that in mind. But obviously, familiarity with Blau, the Ben Johnson offense, and Lance Newmark was there for a long time, so familiarity there. That's a name that could play into the mix, especially if something happens again to Allegretti, which hopefully it doesn't.
Yeah.
Not. I agree. I like Nick a lot. I think he's primed for this opportunity.
Oh, I do too. Yeah, I agree.
I'm not even sure I want to ask him.
Uh-oh.
Why what?
What does the Rooster think if Jaden doesn't play Saturday in Detroit? Because for the record, I get it. I am totally fine with it.
That he doesn't play.
If he does not, I completely understand the mental processing that lands at that part.
I understand it more because of the Mariota injury and because of what's not behind him. They don't even have Josh Johnson this year.
And do you think Allegretti's going to go Saturday?
No, probably not, right? So if you're not going to play Allegretti, I would like to see Josh Connerly play, but if you're not going to play Sam,
What's the most important thing for offensive line?
At this time of the year?
Yeah.
Staying healthy, probably.
Then chemistry, right?
Yeah.
So if none of them play together, then listen, man, I understand the thought process, but if they never play together and your quarterback don't play, you're basically going through the same situation when the real season starts, and everybody number one is going to be coming at you.
So, B, I've heard you talk about this, and I think we're on exactly the same page. Forgive me if we're not. I'm a big. They should all play. They should all get out there. You got to get ready for tackle, full speed football on September 13th by playing tackle, mostly full speed football. I know it's not the same exact thing. I know the result doesn't matter. The process. I've heard a lot of smart people say, well, it's not the results that matter, it's the process, right? And that's in football, and that's in all sports, and that's, I guess, in life. Well, to me, the process of getting ready for full-speed 65-plus snap football on September 13th against a divisional foe that's arguably the best team in the division on the road, you got to play as close to it as you can. Even if it's 10 snaps, 8 snaps, whatever it is, get the oil running through the engine so maybe you're not false starting, maybe you're not jumping, maybe you're not a little too over-eager, whatever the case might be. And I do think it's different for quarterbacks, man, right? I mean, I'm sorry. There's a huge difference in joint practice when you can't be touched and you can't be hit. You can simulate whatever you want to simulate. You can't be touched and you can't be hit.
Mm-hmm.
I think the quarterback processing speeds up when you can be touched and you can be hit.
I kind of agree with you on that when they say that the result does not matter. But you can't tell me if the guys are playing, they're not getting better and getting closer. Just like if we did radio together and we never do it together.
Great.
You do one show, I do one show. Then all of a sudden we come together. We wouldn't be as good as we are if we were working together the whole time.
Great comp.
And that happens in everything.
Yeah.
So the result is obsolete. But you want that person to get to a certain level and a certain point, and you got to find out how to do that.
Yeah.
And in this day and age, it seems like everybody do it without people playing. But the teams that have more experience, they get to the hitting the ground running a lot quicker than the ones that do not.
DQ has an inherent cautious bone.
Yes.
Like he is we're going to wait. Like Allegretti probably thought he could be back last week, and he wasn't. Like there is an inherent cautiousness in this leadership structure in Ashburn.
And caution is fine.
But you made the point that the joint practices aren't live, and you're correct. And you made the point, I want the live.
Mm-hmm.
But the flip side of that coin is you could get hit. You could get rolled up on. Like, a lot of things could happen. So, like, I just think that merits conversation.
Totally get it, and especially at the quarterback position, and especially because of Mariota's situation, and, again, what's not behind him. The only way I could counter that is Laramie Tunsil snapped his triceps out one-on-one in practice. Trey Amos, who you guys were talking about as I walked in, hurt again in practice. Nick Allegretti, for his day of practice, hurt in practice, out for 2 weeks. There was a fourth one.
The difference in pointing out the guys getting hurt in practice, quarterbacks don't get hit in practice.
Understood. But he
they can still get hurt.
But he can roll an ankle.
I agree. I agree. It's an interesting conversation.
How about he could roll an ankle in a divot?
Nah,
Did you see yourself on television?
He's an actual athlete.
Yes.
He won't do that.
You know that we aired that clip in all ears.
Well, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that until Heather just did it.
I think the whole world has seen the clip, and you know the worst part of it is, I know I'm not Mr. Popular, but how many people have told me that they hope I fall in another ditch?
That's not very nice.
No, that's not very nice. That's not.
We were merely investigating on your behalf.
You actually expected that.
You guys were funny. You guys are my guys. I love you both. I can take whatever crap you guys give me. We're totally cool. You guys can say anything to me.
Here.
Dopes on Twitter?
I'm going to let you watch.
Oh,
this
boy.
is television. This was on NBC Sunday night.
Real live television,
Yeah.
huh?
It was Longfellow Tidwad, who is quite a character.
Yeah.
He asked me, we do a mailbag segment in all ears. He asked how catastrophic was Russell's fall, and then we showed the footage. This was on television. Lots of people saw this, Chris.
Dude, I almost fell in another divot this morning.
Was it bigger than that?
No, I don't think so. That was pretty big. I mean, you guys know about it.
Were you
there.
not looking?
You're right. I wasn't. I was looking straight ahead. I just said
about
hello
this
to
morning.
Oh no, I was looking.
I
this
think
morning,
you
and I
got to
still-
learn to look where you're going, dude.
Listen, you guys in that simulation there knew the divot was there. You were able to go through the process with knowledge.
He played in the
I
NFL for
understand.
14 seasons. You
I'm
think he's
aware.
fallen in that divot?
No, probably not.
I mean, maybe I could fall in the divot. I don't think he's fallen in the divot.
You guys can do I'm just giving you. You can do whatever you want to me. It's the knuckleheads on Twitter that I hate.
We were supposed to break 4
Okay,
minutes.
sorry.
The great Chris Russell. We'll keep him in this damn 10 all afternoon. Nobody go anywhere.
Preseason game number 2 coming up for the Commanders this weekend, Saturday at noon in Detroit. Commanders back to work today in Ashburn. Among those missing practice, Caleb Von Chason, Odafe Oweh, defensive lineman Johnny Newton, linebacker Jordan McGee, all missed practice. Some good news, center Nick Allegretti was back to work on the field today after being out nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Go to baseball. Nats two-time All-Star C.J. Abrams is said to be, quote, not thrilled about his potential move to second base. That according to a report in The Athletic. According to his agent, Abrams' priority is still winning, to be a team-first player, but believes he is a shortstop, both short-term and long-term. Back on the field tonight, Nationals try to get back to the winning ways. They have dropped 3 in a row and 5 of 6. 7 games back now in the NL wildcard race. Starting to run out of time. Nats on the road all week. 1-3 in Texas tonight against the Rangers. That's 8:05 for the first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Quit. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center. Haven't even opened the phone lines up, but what the hell? Press the button, Clary. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The boys are talking ball, but people want to call in and wish B. Mitch a happy birthday. I'm going to let them do it. Let's start with Easy E in Rock Vegas. What's up, Easy?
In Rock Vegas. Hey, what's up? What's going on, y'all, today?
What's good, man?
Nothing much. Happy birthday, D. Mitch, man. Here with us for another one, and hopefully for many, 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 many more.
I'm wanting that.
Why'd this get all morbid all of a sudden?
No, I'm about to get orbit on you for a second. JP, you said if we got a roast for B. Mitch, that we can add it. I'm not going to roast B. Mitch. I don't think anybody should roast B. Mitch. But this would be a segment called Roast JP About Anything. Y'all should add that to the
that's
list.
my life. My life is roast JP about anything. Nobody catches more grief than me constantly.
And hold on, I got one more thing. Is Chris Russell still with y'all?
Nah, he fell in the divot. He's stuck.
Well, look, you better be careful with them divots because Chris Russell needs a life alert, man. The way he's falling right now, he needs a life alert because he's falling and he can't get up and it's going to happen one day.
Kerwin had to get him up. Kerwin saved the day.
Yeah, Kerwin saved him.
Well, somebody's not going to be there to save him one day when he falls. He needs that life alert, man. Get him a life alert. Take my call.
Appreciate you, man.
That was messed up,
I'd
man.
like to be clear on something. My birthday's a little less than a month away. If you want to call and roast me on my birthday, fine. Although it might be a weekend. We might not be on air.
They're going to call before you go to weekend.
But you don't get to call on B. Mitch's birthday and roast me.
That was my present for you.
How does that work? We could do this for my birthday in a month. But today is Brian's birthday. You call, you wish Brian a happy birthday. If you want to roast him, you can. Not me. Let's go to Brad in Manassas. What's up, Brad?
How are you? I just wanted to wish B. Mitch a happy birthday and ask him if he started his leather helmet in his playing days.
Now we're talking, Brad. Now we're talking, Brad.
Nah, man, that's Doc helmet. I'm going to pass the buck.
Thank you, Brad. Good call right there. Phone lines are open. If people want to call and wish B a happy birthday, I'm all for it. Clary, do you want to wish Brian a happy birthday? Have you done so yet? Clary's on a call.
Well, you know, I was thinking about that. Brian, do you want a mimosa?
I love your stallion impression. So we'll take the calls as they come in. I did want to get into this because this Clippers situation
ain't going nowhere, JP.
Yo, so the NBA, there was a report that everything was fine and that it was over, and then the NBA is like, wait a second. NBA spokesman Mike Bass released the following statement. ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. The NBA has a number of television partners.
Uh-huh.
They have NBC, Amazon, countless around the world. But ESPN is the biggest cash cow the NBA has.
Yeah.
For them to come out like this and say contains numerous and significant inaccuracies is a big damn deal.
Well, it's a big damn deal, but you know what though? The NBA might be embarrassed because they can't find nothing that they said it. That ESPN said it publicly. You know what I mean? I understand what stuff may look like, but if you don't find that smoking gun, you got a problem, right?
Yeah. The 11-month investigation into salary cap circumvention allegations expanded beyond Leonard's deal with Aspiration, the now-defunct green banking company at the center of the allegations, to at least 3 other companies that also had deals with the Clippers. 2 of the sources familiar with the talks told ESPN. However, sources said the league has presented no evidence that Ballmer funneled money to Leonard. One thing I don't understand, wasn't Kawhi on a Supermax anyway?
He didn't take the full thing. He didn't take the full thing.
That should have tipped him off anyway.
Yeah, he never took the full thing. But then again, some guys don't take the full thing because some guys do care about team building.
Right.
Somebody care about building my account.
Do you believe they circumvented the salary cap?
Yeah.
Me too, dude.
But if you got as much money as Ballmer, you know how to do stuff without being caught. Am I right?
Yeah. Like super rich people probably pay less taxes than you and I. They figure stuff out.
Yeah.
So I think this absolutely happened. Honestly. I'm going to let Deacon weigh in. Deacon is in D.C. What's up, Deke?
Good morning, guys. I understand that today is Brian's birthday.
Correct.
Well, happy birthday, Brian. And my birthday is next Tuesday. So we're birthday dudes. Yeah.
You're a Virgo, though, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm really under the sign of the cross. However, some people would say that I am a Virgo.
All right. Gotcha.
Thanks, dude. Okay, go ahead. See ya.
Damn. You quick draw with that damn trigger, aren't you?
When does Virgo start and
like
Leo
the 23rd or 24th?
I'm a Virgo. I know that.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean about my cosmetology?
I don't know what it means about your cosmetology, but I know you get on my nerves just like somebody else.
Don't finish that.
I'm not.
Virgo traits. Let's Google this. Virgos, born August 23rd to September 22nd, so that's me, are practical, analytical, and hardworking.
You're not practical or analytical. You might be hardworking, but the other two you're not.
Known for their meticulous attention to detail.
Meticulous lie.
A strong desire to help others.
I don't know about that, Jay.
A deep commitment to self-improvement.
Nope.
This part is definitely inaccurate. You ready for this part?
Go ahead.
My sign, being a Virgo, says they strive for order and efficiency.
Lie. 100% lies.
The only thing I would say is the hardworking part.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I'm kind and helpful.
Huh?
Kind and helpful.
You're not very kind, dog.
Common weaknesses of Virgos. These kind of hit the nail on the head. Overcritical, hold themselves and others to impossibly high perfectionistic standards. I'm incredibly critical of myself. Anxious, prone to overthinking, worrying, and mental exhaustion.
Very much so.
That one tracks. Rigid, I don't think I'm that rigid. Reluctant to ask for help, very much accurate. Things I like, clean and organized spaces. I wouldn't call that tent that. Books, I do like books. I like to read. Healthy habits.
Nope. Nope, not at all.
Quiet nature.
Huh?
I like being in nature. And intellectual stimulation.
Not necessarily.
I think I like to push my brain.
Yeah, when doing what?
Like I like to read, I like to think, I like read magazines.
Yeah, you like also you get excited about silly stuff. That's not intellectual stimulation.
My dislikes, rudeness, chaos. I thrive in chaos, actually. Inefficiency, which drives me crazy. Laziness. I can't stand lazy people. And public grandstanding. That kind of tracks. Let's read about Leo traits. Leo traits for B. Mitch. Bold, charismatic, generous, and natural-born leaders who love to shine in the spotlight.
Son.
I would say this, B. Mitch's Leo's key strengths. Confident.
Very much.
Generous, yes. Yep. Charismatic. Loyal.
Yep.
Creative.
Very much.
Common weaknesses.
What's that?
Stubborn.
But that's confidence. Most people believe that a stubborn person is stubborn just because he's confident in what he wants to do and he don't want to listen to the dumb stuff you're probably telling him to do.
Common weaknesses. Bossy.
That's a leader, right? so you know what? This AI crap, they take words. When you're a leader, people say you're bossy, right? And you know who probably say you're bossy? Damn Virgos.
AFC East preview coming up at noon. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Going to get into our AFC East preview coming up at noon. Take a look at the defending AFC champs, the New England Patriots, Derek's team.
Although he don't know his quarterback name, he just told me Mac Jones about to take off this year. And I'm like, where, in San Fran? He's like, I'm talking about Drake May. Well, you said Mac Jones.
I did want to bring this up real quick. The Commanders drafted Sonny Styles with the 7th overall selection.
Okay.
And a lot of people, we've had callers, people have said this a lot. You're not doing enough for Jaden. You got to take a rookie there. I think if Carnell Tate was there, they would have taken him. But Tate went 4th to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah Love went 3rd, right, to Arizona.
Yeah.
So there was a receiver available for Washington, Jordan Tyson. Played his college ball at Arizona State, I believe.
And he hurt?
Jordan Tyson went 8th. They took Styles 7th. Tyson went 8th, and he has been hurt. And that was the knock on him coming out of Arizona State. I'm reading now from ESPN. New Orleans Saints rookie wide receiver Jordan Tyson could miss the next 2 months with a right hamstring injury. Sources told Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network on Monday. Tyson, 22, was hurt during the Saints' joint practice with the Jacksonville Jaguars that New Orleans hosted at its facility. The Saints will open the season at the Lions on September 13th. A 2-month timetable from the injury would be Week 6, leading up to New Orleans game at the New York Giants. Oh, that game's in Paris. Saints coach Kellen Moore said Friday it is an injury that could potentially go into the regular season, but he declined to put a timetable on it while the team was seeking opinions. According to sources, Tyson sought multiple perspectives on the hamstring injury, which Moore said is different from Tyson's hamstring issues he dealt with at Arizona State. You buying that?
I'm not buying that, because if it was the opposite leg and he's hurting the one on the other leg now, it's because he started to favor some stuff. And if it's that same leg, then it never got completely healed. And now they're going to have to worry about him with this. Because if it happened more than one time and you're not about that life, you can't get past it.
Yeah, man. It's Stallion asked the question, did the Commanders dodge a bullet not taking Tyson?
I don't know.
I don't think that was going to be their pick.
Like, my thing is this. If he was to come here, he could have gone to camp without getting hurt. We don't know. I think they got a good one in getting Styles. And I think watching him the other night, I just felt he played a little high early on. He started to come down later. I watched him affect the quarterback by him dropping. He drops and he sits there. You know what the quarterback does? Oh, I can't throw the ball over him. And they went somewhere else and threw an incomplete pass. So I think you got a good one. Let's let him develop. And for everybody that want to knock him because of the first preseason game in one series, you must have never played nothing in your life.
Yeah, I think that's absurd.
You have to give him time to grow. And learn the speed of it, and then you grow. Not everybody just step in and go crazy.
I think they would have taken Tate if he was there at 7, even if Styles was there at 7. I don't think they were taking Tyson. And obviously they didn't, because he went after them.
Yeah.
I also think, what's the kid's name? Delane? Mansour Delane that the Chiefs traded up to get?
LSU.
I kind of think they might have taken him. But Chiefs traded up to get him. And I think they're thrilled to get Styles at 7. I think people should be very comfortable with Sonny Styles. I am. I did want to circle back to our poll question of the day. Stallion asked if they should bring in more competition for Drew Stevens. I'm encouraged by the responses here. 68% of people said no. Like, they had a legit competition.
They already have had the person come in and have a competition with him. So every time, if he wins again, then what you going to do? Bring somebody else in?
Right.
No, eventually you stop having competition and you start trying to develop the guy that you decide to go with.
Luigi, if you're able, I did want to circle back to Dan Quinn talking about Drew Stevens. He was asked about it this morning. And I think number 2, Luigi, this is Dan Quinn talking about Drew Stevens earning the kicker job.
Yeah, and I thought this was a good competition all the way back from the spring when we had here. We kicked just about every day from the spring and like 2 out of 3 days in these blocks for training camp. And both guys, I thought, have had, productive days. But I thought Drew established himself. Thought he's kicking it, pure and clean. And so it is important for him to have the next 2 games where he gets all the kicks, all the moments, and so it was just a good competition. I thought, earned it, and so we're moving forward.
I think that's where we should all land on this thing.
I think they wanted to find out how would he handle it under the lights, and he did it.
He did miss an extra point, but there was a penalty.
It was a penalty, so it's not in history. He didn't miss it.
Right.
So,
I don't know, man. The trying to judge, like, even to say, did Washington dodge a bullet with Tyson? What if Tyson misses the first 2 games and has a monster rookie year? Like, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
we are in a microwave society. We want everything done yesterday.
Correct.
And we're not going to be able to judge this stuff until their careers are over anyway.
I totally agree. I was, though, like, I remember pre-draft having the conversations and, talking who they should pick. The injury stuff to me with Tyson was significant enough that on my big board, he was going to move down pretty good. The receiver I liked would have been if they traded back, and I liked Mekhi Lemon, who's dealing with his own injuries in Philly. Yeah, injuries happen, man. It's part of this game. We'll see what happens with Jordan Tyson. I kind of like that Saints team. Who's the receiver they have down there? Olave? If Shuck continues to show, that division is very winnable. That NFC South, I think the Bucs are going to take a big step back. That just things don't seem right in Tampa. The Panthers have had a lot of injuries already to key defensive players, so I do think that the Saints could be all right. Whether or not they get much production from their rookie 8th overall pick, Jordan Tyson, we'll find out. When we come back, AFC East preview time. Can the Pats go back to the Super Bowl?
Things not going great for the Nationals on the field recently. Now off the field, there may be some issues as well. Two-time All-Star C.J. Abrams reportedly, quote, not thrilled, end quote, about a potential move to second base, according to a report in The Athletic. His agent says Abrams' priority is first player, but he believes shortstop, both short-term and long-term, is where he needs to be. That's the only position he's played during his 5 seasons so far in Washington. On the field, the Nats are on the road all week. The playoff hopes fading fast now, 7 games back in the NL wildcard race. Nats play the first of 3 against the Rangers in Texas tonight, 8:05 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. Football in full swing, of course. Preseason Game 2 is for the Commanders this weekend in Detroit, Saturday noon kickoff against the Lions. Practice today, a bunch of players sat out. K'Lavon Chaisson, Odafe Oweh, Johnny Newton, Jordan McGee, all missing practice, but center Nick Allegretti was back after missing 3 weeks with a strained calf. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and it is Brian Mitchell's birthday. Pretty cool that the Commanders just wished you a happy birthday on social media, B.
Hey, man, I appreciate it.
That's pretty neat, dude.
Which one? My favorite Instagram?
I just saw it on Twitter.
I don't really like that one too much.
Well, at least you're not hacked anymore.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it.
Now, the Commanders' official account has 1.3 million followers, so a lot of people just found out it's your birthday.
Oh,
B.
boy, I might say bing, 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 bing.
All right, we've been doing our divisional previews throughout training camp, and today is AFC East time. The AFC East comprised of 4 teams: the New England Patriots, the Buffalo Bills, the Miami Dolphins, and the New York Jets. You got 2 really good teams and 2 really bad teams. Let's start with Miami, B, because we saw them in person.
Yeah.
Not a lot of depth at the skill positions. You've got Achane. That receiving room is lean.
Yeah.
You got Malik Willis. How confident are you in Malik Willis?
I like his game. I think he's going to have to do a lot of running around.
He's going to have to run.
Yeah. You saw him have to run the other night.
Yeah. I don't know. Defensively, I like Chop Robinson. You got a new coach there. It's a defensive guy. What is the Miami win total? I can't imagine it's 5 wins, 4.5, something like that, Clary?
Well, you guys got to take a guess first. What do you guys think? What's your official guess?
Well, 4.5. I think it's about right. Yeah, 4.5.
I hate you guys. You nailed it. 4.5.
I'm going to go left hand up on this. I feel like when they had the joints last week, we looked it up. So I feel like I knew that one. So just,
Well, he asked the question. He looked it up.
Would you go over or under 4.5? I think they could get to 5.
Yeah, possibly 5.
I like that D-line.
They're going to win 4 or 5. So 4.5 is perfect.
You're not taking a side?
I'm going to go 4 because what I saw the other day, they're not that good.
They're not that good. Let's do the other bad team before we get to the 2 good teams in this conference. The Jets.
Win total 4.
They bring back Geno Smith. Aaron Glenn is up there. The Jets haven't had an interception, I think, since Joe Biden was president. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's accurate. The Jets finished last year with a minus 203 point differential.
That's not good.
I mean, I think that's...
And they didn't have no interceptions last year.
Doug, they had the worst point differential in the NFL last year at minus 203. They won 3 games. They went 3-14. You get Geno back. You got Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall just got hurt this morning, right? I think Breece Hall's out a month now.
Wow.
What do the Jets have defensively? Is there anything you like there? I'm trying to think top of my head. I'm going to pull it here in a second. I don't know, man. The Jets just seem perpetually...
That organization seems like it's a problem.
You know what tells you a lot about that organization? as Dan Snyder and Jerry Jones's relationship kind of fizzled over the years, Dan was very close with Woody Johnson, the Jets ownership.
That tells you what you need to know.
Defensively, the Jets drafted David Bailey out of Texas Tech. That's a player I like a lot. Middle linebacker Demario Davis has played some good football. They have Minka Fitzpatrick now. Minka's played some good ball. The Jets' win total is got to be 4.
The Jets' win total is 5.5.
Give me the under,
the
dude.
Jets is 5.5. They're belling the Dolphins?
That's what they're saying.
Okay, well.
Dude, I'll take the Dolphins on that.
Yeah, I'll take the under.
Jets schedule-wise, to get to 5, they open with the Titans in Nashville. You got to win that. Then they play the Packers on the road to the Lions, on the road to the Bears. The Browns at home is maybe gettable. They do get to play the Dolphins twice, so we'll see what happens there.
They're going to split.
They get to play the Raiders.
Another split because it's so far to fly.
They get to play the Cardinals. I don't know, man. That's a bad football team. Let's talk about a good football team up there. The Buffalo Bills. The Bills have been good for some time. Last year, the Bills went 12-5. Were a wild card team. They did win a playoff game down in Jacksonville, and then they lost. Did the Bills lose to the Patriots in the playoffs? Who did the Bills lose to in the playoffs? I think they went to Denver and lost to the Broncos.
Yes.
The Bills obviously have Josh Allen. That's the headliner. The overwhelming favorite to be the MVP winner again. He won it last year. What do you think of the Bills, B?
I think Josh has he's a damn good player, but he's going to have to get this team over the hump because he's going to be blamed for everything.
They did add DJ Moore.
Yeah.
DJ Moore's a guy that had some real success in Carolina. It never really went right for him in Chicago.
Then he went to Chicago for a bit, right?
Yeah, and now he's in Buffalo.
So is he what he was in Chicago, or is he what he was in Carolina?
The Keon Coleman situation is very strange. They drafted him. There was a lot of excitement. Last year they ended up benching him. That is a good offensive line in Buffalo, probably among the best in the NFL.
They just dismissed him, actually. They talked so much trash about him.
Right. James Cook was a hell of a running back for them last year. Defensively, there's pieces you like. They added Bradley Chubb. They added C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's a real troublemaker. Greg Rousseau is that edge rusher. Ed Oliver's another good edge rusher for them.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson gets more fines than he does make plays.
Guess a former, I don't know what team he technically played for. Maybe the Commanders. A former Ron Rivera relatively high draft pick is on the Bills roster.
What position?
D-line.
Huh? I have no clue.
Remember big Phil Mathis, Fedarian Mathis?
Yeah.
He's now a Buffalo Bill. They also had a coaching change. You get rid of McDermott, you promote Joe Brady.
But Joe Brady now, I asked this question. What do you think he's going to do? Because Joe Brady seems to just want to be friends with Aaron, which means he's going to let him do what he wants to do. Will he have much guidance? Will he do much? Is he going to make a difference?
Joe Brady can run a hell of an offense. That's a big step.
Can he run a football team?
I don't know.
I know a lot of coaches who have run hell of offenses. North Turner was one of them. Hell of an offense, did not have the wherewithal to be a head coach because he did not know how to lead.
My guy Mathers just texted, happy birthday to B. Mitch.
Appreciate you, Mathers.
The Bills' win total is going to be 11 games.
I'll say 10.
Stallion?
We're going to meet you in the middle at 10.5.
10.5.
We're good, dog.
So B-Mitch has got them going under. You've got them going over.
They'll probably go over because they play a bunch of stiffs because half of their damn division suck.
I mean, the Patriots took advantage of that for years.
Yeah.
Just rolling through the AFC East.
But they rolled through the NFC, too, when they got to them in the play in Super Bowl.
Now, the entire AFC East is playing the NFC North, which is one of the better divisions. And then I guess the AFC South because it seems like they all get to play the Titans and stuff. The Bills are going to be on TV all the time. You know, they're going to have national games all the time. I kind of like Josh Allen, to me, it kind of did a Sam Cassell dance this offseason. Like, there's no way they make that coaching change if Allen isn't in on it.
Mm-hmm.
And Allen got his guy now.
We've seen quarterbacks get coaches in and get coaches fired. How often do they just have immediate success? When the quarterback is dictating the coach, that means he wants coaches that ain't gonna really push him, and then that coach also don't seem to have a lot of like oomph, and they normally go the other direction. I want to see.
I don't know. I kind of like the Bills this year, but I don't think they're going to win the big one, and I think ultimately that's kind of the knock on
It's been
Josh
a knock
Allen
for a long time.
All right, let's go to the Patriots, because I think this one is a really fascinating kind of season ahead for New England. Last year they were damn good, and I don't think we should confuse a really, really good regular season. They went 14-3. They lost 3 games all year, and I think one of them was week 1 to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Their point differential, they were kicking teams' asses. They were plus 170. That, I believe, is the best point differential. No, the Rams and the Seahawks, the only 2 teams with a better point differential last year. Point differential can be really telling. The Pats were good at home. They were 6-3 at home. They went 8-0 on the road.
Yeah. Do you think they won't repeat that this year?
Does
some of this off-season stuff with Vrabel affects them this year?
I was going to ask you that.
Beat you to it.
I don't think it does, but I think
this starts coming
it's not
up a lot.
Go away.
This starts coming up a lot on the road when people question this stuff, and they're not going to question them in New England.
Right.
But if it starts happening on the road more internationally, you never know.
You do wonder how much, if you were a player on a team that the head coach went through something like that, would it matter to you?
Probably won't matter to you because normally players are not going to try to mess with the coaches. But if I start getting asked questions about it, he going to have to try to figure out a way, because if I keep getting asked questions, I'm going to eventually answer the questions. Just like other players that get into trouble, you get tired of having to answer the question for them. They're going to get tired of wanting to answer a question for him, too.
Can you imagine, and I don't think they will, their playoff run last year was pretty darn fluky. C.J. Stroud had one of the worst games I'd ever seen in the playoffs. Denver had to play the backup quarterback. But whatever, I'm not discrediting it. They were damn good in the regular season. Postseason seemed weird. But can you imagine if they got back to the Super Bowl and all the media scrutiny that comes to the Super Bowl and Vrabel had to deal with this stuff? That would be wild.
We'll see.
All right, the New England Patriots win total. They went 14-3 last year. They had the Bills at 10.5. I think you put the Pats down to like 10.
They had 14-3 last year? 10.5.
They had a crazy easy schedule.
10.5.
Last year's schedule was among the easiest in the NFL. This year, obviously, it's going to be way different. They open with the Seahawks. Whatever that line is, I'm laying the points. I think the Seahawks might throttle them in the. Typically, the teams that have that Super Bowl opener where they're, raising a banner and stuff, that tends to be a one-sided affair. The Pats open in Seattle. See you, big man. Then they're home for Pittsburgh, at Jacksonville, at Buffalo. Somehow they get to play the Raiders again. Then they get the Jets. Then they're at Chicago. Like that stretch where you go Steelers, Jags, Bills, but then Raiders, Jets, Bears, Dolphins. You got to stack some wins there. I think it's 10 is my guess, Stallion. What is it?
The win total is 9.5.
Damn.
It's pretty. I mean, for coming off a Super Bowl run, like I think that's a pretty crazy low line. But also, I kind of think it's fair.
Yeah, it's just like
they also lost Diggs.
They lost Diggs.
They did add A.J. Brown.
A lot of people didn't expect what they came out with last year. This year's going to be a little different. And then again, we know how things go. How many people were just, we were in the Super Bowl and approached this offseason like that.
What do you make? So, I mean, just looking at their offense, They added A.J. Brown, obviously. They also added Romeo Doubs. That kid that plays left tackle for them. Wow, look at this.
Oh, boy.
Look at this. Oh, Chuck with the balloon.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Chucky.
Happy birthday, dear B. Mitch. Happy birthday to you.
Appreciate you.
Look at these people.
I'm going right into this one.
Well done. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank
you,
you.
Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
That was very kind.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Look at that. Cupcake delivery live on air.
Yep, I'm going to eat some, too.
All right, I like it. Patriots.
I'm still waiting on that bourbon to be delivered.
Will Campbell, the left tackle, I think out of LSU.
Short arms.
Had a rough rookie season, but they stuck with him.
Yeah.
Can he get better?
Yes. After playing a year of it, I mean, he has a chance to get better.
They added Elijah Vera Tucker, who's an experienced seasoned player at guard. Morgan Moses still their right tackle.
Morgan Moses is still around, baby.
I love Big Mo. Hunter Henry had a great year for them. Yeah, I'm going to wait till the break. Hunter Henry had a big year for them last year. Messed up. Their defense was damn good last year, and I think a Mike Vrabel coach team, you can kind of count on that defense again.
Yeah, I agree.
They did bring in Harold Landry from the Titans. Clearly, Vrabel liked him a lot, I would say. Milton Williams, big guy they spent a lot of money for from Philly last year, still up there. To me, Drake May last year was very good. Undeniable.
Yeah, he was.
They didn't ask him to do a lot.
No, they didn't.
How do you think a Drake May offense that didn't go for 300 yards passing till week 16 and A.J. Brown are going to coexist?
One thing about it, Drake will let it fly now. And if you're throwing the ball to A.J., he's fine. If you're not throwing it to him, is when he loses his mind. I think they're going to try to feature him because the relationship that he already has with Vrabel.
I think it's
but also that could help another defense if you're going to try to force feed him.
I think it's a good situation for Brown because of the familiarity with Vrabel. Like, I think Mike Vrabel's got to know how to manage A.J. Brown. And I don't know that Nick Sirianni, being a volatile, emotionally guy, was the right guy for that task.
He was a petulant child. He was worse than A.J.
I don't think the two of them were a great duo.
Nah.
I don't know, man. Derek's a Pats fan. What do you think? You nervous, D? Derek's not nervous. Do you think Drake May, what we saw last year, is who he is? He completed 72% of his passes, 4,400 yards, 31 touchdowns, 8 picks. That's a great season.
That's an unbelievable season. But got to repeat it.
He also runs a little. He ran for over 400 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns. He was also healthy. The rookie year, I think, did he deal with concussions that rookie year? I know he missed some time. I want to say he had a concussion. I could be wrong on that.
Well, if he had a concussion, he want to stop running.
But, like, the conversation we always hear about this team, man, you need that quarterback to stay healthy. Same thing applies in New England.
It applies in every city out there with a football team.
Do you know who the backup is for the Patriots?
No.
Tommy DeVito.
Better hope nothing happened to Drake May. That's all I got to tell you.
Their running back room.
If he wasn't from Jersey, the Giants fan wouldn't have gave him all that love.
I think he's actually from Massachusetts, DeVito.
But he was Jersey
Italian.
They loved him there.
I like their backs. Ramondre Stevenson's a veteran that just knows what he's doing, and then Travion Henderson. Remember he ran that kickback last year?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine they try to
he got from one point to the other rather quickly.
That dude could scoop.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Patriots. Would you bet the Bills or the Pats to win the AFC East?
I don't like neither one of these teams now.
I trust the Bills more than the Pats.
I don't know. They got a new team, new coach up there now too. I don't know if Joe is going to have a bigger hold on his team than Vrabel. I go with Vrabel.
Was McDermott?
Vrabel was the one guy who was able to get under the skin of Bill Belichick while he was a coach.
Was McDermott with you in Philly?
Yeah.
What was he like? Did you see him as a future head coach?
Nah, we just saw Lil Red. He had red hair, so we call him Lil Red. Like he was Andy's guy, and when I saw him, he's just like Mike Marks. From knowing them and then seeing them when they were coaches, they were the most arrogant dudes you could find.
Marks was here, right?
Yeah. He didn't say one damn word. Then when he got there to St. Louis, he was something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, time for GOATs. I don't know if we've done GOATs in a couple weeks being out here at camp. Roger Goodell wants to go international. What are the best cities for some international football? Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Start with the Commanders back to practice today, but a bunch of players did not participate. Kayvon Chason, Odafe Owe, defensive lineman Johnny Newton, Jordan McGee, linebacker, all missed practice today. Some good news was center Nick Allegretti was back in the field, back to work after missing nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Also, some moves were made, including the team putting wide receiver River Craycraft and running back Jerome Ford on injured reserve. Baseball, Nats played tonight, first of 3 in Texas, 8:05 first pitch here in the Fan. And a report in The Athletic says two-time All-Star C.J. Abrams is, quote, not thrilled about his proposed move to second base. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Remember me.
Remember me for centuries. All right, when you hear this song, it means it's about to be GOAT time, where we debate the best of the best. 2 things I want to get to real quick.
All right.
Eric Bieniemy spoke to the media today in Kansas City. Obviously, we know the terrible story that happened here locally with his wife. Eric Bieniemy, talking about his wife, Mia, said, she is on the road to recovery. She is doing great. She's truly a soldier and a saint, and it's been incredible to watch. We're sending absolutely all of our best to the Bieniemy family going through an outrageous tragedy. Number 2, speaking of GOATs, speaking of the best, our friend Deb from the chat is on the line. Hello,
What up,
Deb. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. I just wanted to call and wish Brian a happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
And in honor of your birthday, I will let you share my nachos anytime you want to.
Is that a euphemism, Deb?
No, you know, that's why we call
it. This is B. Mitch's day. It's not about me today. All right, Deb? Keep it clean.
Woo! You know, you always take it there. That's why you have a nickname in the chat.
I certainly did not take
So
it there,
MJP
Deb.
is what it is.
You took it there. Deb, thank you for the call.
Appreciate you, Deb. Thank you.
That's Deb from the chat right there. All right, B. I want to get into this. Roger Goodell, speaking with the German television outlet RTL NTV.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with their work, but he's speaking with a former NFL player named Marcus Kuhn in an interview for German television.
All right.
Roger Goodell, quote, at some point there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I have no doubt that this will happen one day. Goodell said that once an NFL team is established in a foreign country, its home field could host a Super Bowl. So the GOAT debate here. One, let's just start with, how do you feel about an actual team overseas?
I think it's going to be one. I think it'll be in London first, and then they may venture out to another. I absolutely love Berlin when I was there for NFL Europe. What was the old stadium that they did?
The Olympics, right?
Yeah, the Olympics in. That's where they played at. You know, they would have to redo it and make it bigger, do some other stuff to it, because I don't think it's ready for an NFL game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's ready for an NFL Europe game,
Right.
but not a regular NFL game.
it would have to be a new stadium, but
Yeah.
they've got them. Like Madrid, we were just there. London's got them. Paris has got them. I'm sure Berlin. Where does Bayern Munich play? I bet that place is a castle.
Mm-hmm.
So we're debating the best cities that the NFL could go internationally. Joey, our producer for Monumental, texted me his top 3.
What's that?
Joey said Edinburgh, best city in Scotland, which I disagree with. Then Mexico City, then Vancouver. I do think...
Does Edinburgh have the wherewithal for all that?
Glasgow's the biggest city. It's like substantially
No,
larger.
no, that was the Edinburgh Edinburgh, while we were going to play golf, it seemed like a small town.
It is. It's not very big, and their soccer teams there aren't on the level of the Glasgow teams. Like, Celtic's the best football club in all of Europe, but certainly the best football club in Scotland. And Celtic Park is like an NFL game could be played there. It's super nice, super high end, and unfortunately, where Rangers play is also big enough. But Joey goes Edinburgh, Mexico City, Vancouver. I do think that's a really interesting angle to this.
I don't know if we're going to no game in Canada right now. We've been messing with them too much. They like hell with us.
But I could see the international expansion being within North America because it makes the travel significantly easier.
Makes it easier, but you talk about some frigid damn temperature.
Vancouver, I think, is pretty nice. I think Vancouver's kind of like San Francisco in that it never gets too cold. I could be wrong. It's that Pacific Northwest weather. You know what I mean? It's probably like Seattle.
Have raining all the damn time.
Adam Goss, you live in Vancouver. Tell me what the weather's like. What are your cities, B?
My cities, Berlin, Germany.
That's 3?
That's one of them. I don't know order. I think Berlin, Germany. Let's go somewhere in Japan.
Dog, you're gonna travel to Japan?
Hey man, I'm talking about where you know you can get some damn people in
They're
the stadium.
trying to make some cash.
You get some people in the stadium, yes
Where
indeed.
the cash at?
Where the cash at? And I like Paris. I always like Paris, so.
Yeah, hard to not like Paris.
Yeah.
All right, Stallion, what's your list, buddy?
So my number 3 is.
Go to,
Hey, by the way, you have to give us a GOAT still, B. Mitch. The number 1 that you would choose.
No, go to what?
What's the one city you would pick?
Oh man, give me Paris.
Okay.
All right, Paris. Paris is my number 3. I think Paris is awesome. Haven't
Have you
been
been
there.
to Paris?
Have not, but looks awesome.
Stallion in Paris would be a scene, dude. All those French women just give him the cold shoulder. Stallion be smoking cigarettes, wearing a beret.
Oh, I'd love to smoke cigarettes in Paris. I can tell you that much.
It doesn't count as smoking cigarettes if you're in Europe because everybody does it.
Everybody does,
and you're
even
just
kids.
like you're allowed to.
It's oxygen.
I think
It's
they give
oxygen.
them to you at the airport. All
I'm
right.
sure.
Number 2.
Number 2, I would have to say Toronto. Like Buffalo's kind of there, but it's not. And I think
NFL games have been played in Toronto.
They have been played there, but I also think they're American football fans and they have their own football league. It's established enough.
I think Toronto, Canada makes a lot of sense, but if you're making this international move for the NFL, you want new fans.
Yeah.
Like Canadian fans are probably already just fans.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, but I have Toronto on my list, so I get it.
Number 1, Mexico City. I would have never guessed that, but once I saw the World Cup, those fans are different, man.
That's for soccer.
I feel as if I know, but I feel as if they would embrace the physical combat of football. Seeing
they've
the
played
fights in the
games
stands.
down there. Yeah.
Exactly. I feel as if they would embrace it and be electric and be immediately one of the best fan bases in football.
So
let's go back.
Uh-oh.
Let's not go to Japan. Go to Milan, Italy.
Okay. B has updated his list.
Yeah.
Tokyo, gone. Milan.
Yeah.
They haven't done a game in Italy yet.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think
go there.
Spain, I believe, is the furthest south into Europe they've gone. They haven't gone to Italy, Greece.
I will take that.
All right. So your 1 is Mexico City, Stallion?
That is my 1 seed.
Okay. What about you, Dub B? Do we have Dub B today? I know he's got another vacation lined up.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
You got one on line right before you, though.
I think he goes on vacation tomorrow.
Thursday.
Pardon me. Go ahead.
Liverpool, Manchester, London. Teach them what real football is.
Wow, taking shots.
Damn.
Well, you're going all England. You're the all England club. Why all England?
So they can actually call football.
Okay. Why
Okay.
Brian doing bits?
Don't go over there. They gonna get you.
We got Luigi today. Luigi.
Yeah, I'm going to go Toronto, number 3. And then I'm going to go London and then Mexico City.
Mexico City. All right, so far we have 2 votes Mexico City, 1 vote London, 1 vote Paris. These are all kind of boring. At least B's was exciting. Berlin, Milan, and Paris. The White Bryans are incredibly boring. Liverpool, Manchester, and London. I think it'll be London. Like, I think if there's
I think it's going to be London, and it'll be the Jacksonville Jaguars moving there.
I think it could be London and the Jaguars. I think it could just be an expansion team. I think the best way to do it, if they did this, the problem with expansion in the NFL, there aren't enough quarterbacks, so the product sucks. Like, there aren't 32 good quarterbacks, let alone adding 4 more teams and needing 36 good quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
The money will do the talking regardless eventually, but, like, players are going to hate playing in Berlin or
I don't know
like
about
NFL
that, Jay.
Europe guys will try to fight to get on a roster, but they want to live here.
Jay, I don't know about hating Berlin.
You think? I know you like Berlin.
I'm just telling you. It'd be some dudes over there. You'd be like, they'll never come back.
If they do it, they should do a division in Europe so that, like, if teams from here are going,
You need
play
to have
2 in
at
a
least
row.
4 teams over there.
Right. I think you should do London, Paris, Berlin, or I think they play a lot in Frankfurt.
Yeah,
'cause there's a
Frankfurt,
huge
where they used to
military
play.
base, like American military. My list would be, and this is not as cool as it is just like practical because I'm a Virgo. I'm very practical. Number 3 is London. Number 2 is Toronto. Number one on the list, and number 1 in your heart, Glasgow. That's where the Scottish Claymores played. It wasn't in Edinburgh,
Well, yeah,
Joey.
you can go see your family if you want to. We don't want to go over there. We go over there for golf.
Glasgow reminds me of Philly. It's a big, aggressive city. That works for football.
I don't know if you want the players around really aggressive places all the time.
I think the aggression in sports is so focused on the Celtic Rangers rivalry that they'll just have fun with American football.
Okay.
They're going to kill each other over the soccer teams, but in a deep-seated religious clash. But football, they'll just support it.
I'm with that.
I wonder. So they're going to Australia this fall. You think they ever play a game in Japan or China or something?
I think eventually they will. China, I don't know because of the
There's a
different-
lot.
the
There's a
stuff.
lot there,
It's
yeah.
a lot to get there. Japan, I believe they will. Because let's be real, flying to Australia, that's taking on a lot right there, bro.
How long is how much further is Australia than
isn't
Tokyo?
London and the 49ers playing against Rams in Australia?
Yeah.
And one is supposed to be going like a week ahead, and one
Yo,
of them
the
waiting.
Niners are going a week early. The Rams are going the day before.
And you know what? I'm actually hoping that Sean get destroyed in this one. Because, that's just stupid. You're changing. You're talking about at least 8 hours different. And you're going to go like a day before? See, some people think they're too smart for themselves sometimes.
B, I think it's way more hours different. I think it's tomorrow in Australia. We have that
Oh,
dude
yeah,
that calls
yeah,
in.
you're right. It's 14 hours from here, so it's 11 hours from there, basically.
So Tokyo is 14 hours from here.
I'm talking about the time difference. It's
Yeah.
14 hours ahead. So it's 17
I
hours
think
ahead.
it's
of
like
them.
22 hours ahead.
From where? No, it's 14 ahead.
What time is it in Sydney right now? It is 2:41. So I think you're right. Is that 14?
Yeah, 14, yeah. So in San Fran, it's 9:41.
Right.
That's going to be some weird stuff, bro.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
In L.A., same thing. Listen, bro. You know we had somebody here. Oh, it don't make a difference. Yeah, it damn makes a difference.
Yeah, that was Ron's
Going from here to
altitude
the West
theory.
Coast makes a damn difference.
What city should get an NFL franchise? We'll let you guys chime in. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Roger Goodell says it's happening, so you better get ready. No, you should have somehow realized what you ought to do. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us
Feel the way I
on the
do
YouTube chat,
about
including
you now.
Deb. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Let me remind you, Rude is the official show sponsor for B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro Partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Talking international cities best for an NFL team. Let's go to Justin in Bethesda.
What
What's
up,
up,
Jay?
Justin?
Hey, happy birthday, B. Mitch.
Thank you, bro.
But I'm going to start off with, I think it needs to be in Toronto or Vancouver just to keep, like, the television habits for, like, the networks. I don't think you're going to get many networks that are going to be happy if you go any more overseas than North America, but maybe the first I'll go is Rio.
Rio.
Ooh.
I like it. They played a game down there. Or no, they played in...
I thought they played one in Rio.
They may have played in Sao
Yeah, they're in Rio
Paulo.
this year.
I think they played in Sao
They're gonna Rio
Paulo.
this year next year, but
Yeah. That's a good call, man. So they're playing this year. It's Dallas against the Ravens in Rio. It's the first time they're going to Rio. They've previously played in Sao Paulo.
And that's where that kicker got robbed, didn't he?
Did he?
In Brazil, yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers, I think, backup quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Backup quarterback, yeah.
Don't mess around. And have you seen City of God?
Nah. I just tell people, when you go to these some countries, know all the damn rules. Don't just go, oh, I'm a tourist. Yeah, some people don't like tourists.
All right, let's keep the phone lines going. I'm trying to find that story. Yeah, it was the Steelers. Skylar Thompson.
Yep.
It was in Ireland, though.
Ireland?
Yeah.
I thought it was one in Brazil as well. Somebody got. But you got to know sometime. Man, everybody don't like everybody just being all in that stuff.
Agreed. Let's keep the phone lines going. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Top of the day to you, JP. And first things first, happy birthday to Mr. Brian K. Mitchell, one of the best broadcasters ever in the Washington, D.C. area, and his teammate is enjoying it thoroughly, I know, but B, there's not a better man on the airwaves, my friend, and you deserve all your accolades. And great job with Rigo.
Thank you, man.
Hey, man, no problem. And hey, guys, on the subject, I would have to say that most people are going to say, like, London and Paris, but I've got to say Mexico City should be a serious consideration. And also, man, for farthest away, maybe, I guess Japan or Argentina. That'd be my throw at it, guys. And, hey, B, make sure you have a good birthday, buddy.
All right, man,
I'm gonna get off
appreciate
there. I know you got up souls, guys. Take
Thanks,
care. Have a
Mark.
nice day,
Argentina?
All right, buddy. Dude, I've always wanted to go to Argentina. My boy Gio's from Argentina.
How about Portugal? Since so many people moving from here to Portugal anyway.
Lisbon?
Portugal, they go there.
What's the biggest soccer team in
cheaper.
Portugal? Porto FC, maybe? FC Porto? I mean, it is way cheaper. I just don't. I'll be totally honest with you. I don't know this answer. I don't want to offend any Portuguese people out there. I don't know if they got the cash. Like
Greg say Johannesburg.
I've been to Cape Town would be dope. Cape Town is.
They got some good spots they can put on the water.
Yeah, Cape Town's on the water. Joburg's inland, like significantly inland. I think when they had when they had the World Cup in South Africa, the final was in Cape Town. You see the stadium when you're there. Cape Town's probably the coolest city I've ever been to in my life, and it's got everything. You're on the ocean. It's got mountains. It's like a 2-hour drive into this beautiful wine country. I believe that cape is the Cape of Good Hope. Does that sound right? Is the bottom of Africa the Cape of Good Hope, or is that the bottom of South America? The weather, B, you're in downtown Cape Town, which is a really cool, imagine kind of like a San Francisco, San Diego vibe, just beautiful coastline, mountains, everything, but it's a big city. And then the weather is like great, and then you drive south to the Cape of Good Hope, which is where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean. And you know how when you go to the beach, it's always a little windier at the beach? B, as you start making this drive, the weather just changes. And the atmosphere where these two oceans collide is unlike anything I'd ever experienced in my life. The wind is howling. Like howling, 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Well, I just heard every kicker in the league say, well, "Nah, we don't want to go there."
It's not like that in Cape Town, but say it's like a half-hour, 45-minute drive south to the Cape. And when I was there, it's incredibly beautiful. It's stunningly beautiful. But I just think about 200, 400, 600 years ago, they got these old-ass wooden boats making that turn. No wonder so many of them crashed. Like, it was just, I think they called it Cape of Good Hope because you're just praying you get through there, man. It was, dude.
Are there different temperatures of water? One is cold, one is hot?
Probably.
I mean, warmer?
I think the Indian is generally
that's how
warmer.
you normally get that all this thunderstorm when that cold air and stuff hits. So that could be why it's so crazy right there.
You know what's funny is somewhere, someone is listening to us that is like a geologist or a professor of history. And they listen to me make these claims because I've been to a place once, and they're just laughing because I probably am incorrect about something.
Yeah, but you know what you saw. You're explaining what you saw. The problem with some people some of the academia people, they don't understand common sense sometimes. I'm not telling you how it develops or how it's made. I'm just telling you what the hell I see. And sometimes that's all you need, right?
Yeah. When we come back, we're going to go around the league. We're going to talk some football. What have we learned from preseason around the NFL? We're going to be joined by Justin Mello, Sports Illustrated.
Let's start with the Commanders getting back to work today in Ashburn. Preseason game 2 Saturday at noon in Detroit. Bunch of players, though, did not participate today. Kayvon Chasen, Odafe Oweh, defensive lineman Johnny Newton, linebacker Jordan McGee, all sitting out. Some good news, though. Center Nick Allegretti was on the field. He's back at practice after being out nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Baseball Nationals had a much-needed Monday off. They have kind of hit the skids of late, dropping 3 in a row and 5 of 6. Coming off a sweep over the weekend by the Mets, the Nats hope to bounce back on the road all week. They play the first of 3 tonight in Texas against the Rangers, 8:05 for the first pitch for the Nats tonight here on The Fan. Also, two-time All-Star C.J. Abrams reportedly unhappy, not thrilled, is the quote about a potential move to second base, according to The Athletic. His agent says Abrams' priority is winning and to be a team-first player, but believes shortstop is his position, both short-term and long-term. He's played there during all of his 5 seasons so far here in Washington. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Shout out to Johnny Cash. I tell you, when Jeff's running things, we don't get Johnny Cash very often. So I'm enjoying this, Luigi.
Thank you.
Also excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our buddy Justin Mello. You can give him a follow at JustinM_NFL. Covers the NFL Draft for Sports Illustrated, covers the Titans for Sports Illustrated. Justin, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing well. First preseason game in the books. I don't think people realize we're more than halfway through training camp. Only about 12 full days left of camp. So we're full steam ahead towards week 1 here in September.
As dudes that have to do a radio show in a tent at training camp every day, I like hearing that, Justin. Dude, so I want to start with a piece you wrote for SI about the rookies who look good all across the league. I think you had 10 rookies that really stood out to you. Let's start with the number 1 overall pick. What'd you see from Mendoza for the Raiders?
I thought he was really good. I thought he was in control, for the most part. He was 10 of 16, 97 passing yards and a touchdown. But I think most importantly was he ran a variety of concepts, and he executed them at a high level. They ran some play action. He went through his progressions. He was moving defenders with his eyes. I thought it was a really, really strong showing for a guy who's probably not going to start in week 1, right? They've been pretty adamant that they want to protect him as long as they can. That's why they brought in Kirk Cousins, a starting caliber veteran quarterback who knows the head coach, having played for Clint Kubiak in the past. Seems like it's going to be Cousins in week 1, but I thought Mendoza looked ready. And whatever his number is called, you imagine it'll be at some point this year. Don't think they're going to be in, serious playoff contention with Cousins. Whenever they feel, the pressure starts mounting and they've got to make a change, I think Mendoza looks like a quarterback who's ready to play this season.
Let's keep it going then. A couple of receivers that stood out to you. Stribling, the kid for the Niners, and Concepcion for the Browns.
Yeah, Stribling was one, funny enough, first pick of the second round, right? Number 33 overall to San Francisco. They took some heat, for that pick. A lot of folks thought they reached on him. Doesn't look that way so far. It's obviously early, but, the note coming out of camp and my good buddy Grant Cohn, who covers them down there on SI, Stribling's been very impressive. And then you get to the preseason game where they played the Titans. Titans had their starting secondary out there. 2 corners. They committed more than $100 million to in free agency in Alontae Taylor and Cordell Flott. And Stribling kind of dominated them. 7 catches on 8 targets. He had 63 yards. A couple of those catches were big boy catches. He had that one on the sideline where he got full extension. He was really impressive. And you look at what's happening in San Fran down there, losing Ricky Pearsall for the season.
Yeah.
Mike Evans, it's probably getting the veteran treatment right now, sitting out these days. They're going to need, I know they brought in Debo, but they're going to need some guys to step up with the way the room is shaping up right now. And Stribling looks totally capable. And Concepcion, he just kind of looked the part, right, as advertised. He was really dynamic. He had 72 all-purpose yards for Cleveland. He scored a touchdown as a runner. They kind of gave him an end-around carry. He got into the end zone, really good contact bounce to finish that run. But he also thrives as a receiver, as a punt returner. that's what I saw from him at Texas A&M, right? Like, there's nothing he can't do. He's a breathtaking athlete. He's elusive. He's explosive. This is going to be a bad Cleveland team this year. I think we all know that. They're going to need some guys to generate explosives and create opportunities for themselves. And I think Concepcion certainly looks like a guy who's capable of doing that for Todd Monken this season.
Of those guys that you saw that impressed you, which one you think stood out the most?
Ooh, out of those three receivers, if I was choosing one or those two, I had Jacoby Lane on the list as well out of Baltimore. That's why I say three. I'd probably go with Lane, in all honesty, because
where's he from?
One of my good buddies, Jacoby Lane, played at USC, and he's with the Ravens right now.
Yep.
This guy, Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, he noted the other day, 27 years he's been covering the Ravens. He doesn't think he's seen a rookie receiver have as good of a camp as Jacoby Lane is currently having. Like, he is lighting it up out there, showing chemistry with Lamar Jackson, getting reps with the first-team offense. Big receiver, big-bodied guy, you know, body control on the sideline, huge catch radius. He had 3 catches for 38 yards and a touchdown. He's running away with the Ravens wide receiver 3 job right now. Obviously, they've got, you know, some guys they trust, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, having just signed Flowers to the extension. A couple of these guys been here for years, but I think Lane is the wide receiver 3, and he's got a more of a red zone skill set than any other receiver on the roster. Watch out for Jacoby Lane on what should be a pretty good Ravens offense this season.
Dude, let's talk about the other first-round rookie quarterback. Ty Simpson kind of lit it up for the Rams. How real do you think that was?
Yeah, he made my list, and, how real was it? You've got to watch the tape because I think the numbers are maybe a bit better. He was 21 of 25 with 190 yards and 2 touchdowns. When you watch the tape, the beginning of that game, they had the training wheels on. A lot of it was one-read completions. They were moving the pocket, bootlegs. It was very protective stuff. And then, interestingly enough, as the fourth quarter started, all of a sudden it feels like they took the training wheels off. It was full field reads, going through progressions, navigating pressure. He was 8 of 10 in that fourth quarter with 99 yards and both of his touchdowns. I think that portion of it was the more encouraging part instead of the full, 21 to 25 picture. You definitely like what he did. And this guy's probably 2 years away from playing, right? Like Stafford, we know he's going to play this year. He signed the extension that indicates as of now that he has designs on playing 2028. I think at his age, everything's a day-to-day basis. Mm-hmm. But it certainly, indicates Simpson's a couple of years away. Taking that into account, you love what you saw from him in this Sean McVay coached offense. It certainly is on the right track. And again, watch that fourth quarter if you haven't. That's when he did big boy quarterback stuff, and he passed that test with flying colors.
Justin, Fernando Carmona is an offensive lineman, and most times I don't think most fans can see how those guys are actually playing. What stood out so much about him that made you put him on this list?
Well, he made my list because, again, maybe I'm a bit more attentive. I cover the Titans. But what's interesting about his situation is when they drafted him, though, no one thought he had a chance to start as a rookie. They were essentially telling you, we've got a competition going on at right guard. It wasn't the most exciting competition, right? It was between a veteran, guy who's been a bit lackluster throughout his career, Cordell Volson, and then a sophomore they drafted last year, Jackson Slater. Well, as camp has gone on, all of a sudden, those guys haven't quite been living up. I don't even want to say, I don't know that there's any billing. They haven't been exceeding expectations. Kind of created this opening for Carmona, who comes in, all of a sudden seizes the opportunity, starts stringing some good practices together. Well, he ends up earning the start in the preseason game. They want to give him a chance. He was really good in the preseason game. In fact, I think it was a couple of those, national guys tweeted clips from how well he played in that game, and now the head coach Robert Saleh comes out and admits he's the front runner for the right guard job, and he's going to start again in week 2 of the preseason. I tend to think this battle is over, and 2 months ago, a month ago, it was unfathomable to me. And now you ask me now, I say I think it's over. I think Fernando Carmona is going to be their starting right guard. He was really good in that first preseason game. I always say grain of salt a little bit, but Pro Football Focus grades, they had him graded out in the 80s and 82.4 overall and 83.9 in pass protection. Tajay Spears, one of their running backs, had a 25-yard run. You pull up the tape on that one. He came over to the left side, as a pulling guard and pancaked the defender to the ground. It was a really strong showing for Fernando Carmona. He makes this list because anytime you're a fifth-round player and you're going to be a Week 1 starter, I think that's a pretty big deal, and it's a great debut for him in San Francisco.
Talking with Justin Mello here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at JustinM_NFL. Justin covers the Titans, covers the NFL Draft for Sports Illustrated. I want to talk about some of these rookie running backs you wrote about because, especially for fantasy players, running back can obviously make a big impact. You got a new backup in Vegas backing up Genty. You've got the young man that's going to probably back up Kenneth Walker with the Chiefs. How are some of these runners looking?
Yeah, this is a stat that I keep coming back to when I talk about Mike Washington Jr. in Vegas. Last year, and this could be a trivia question 25 years from now, how do I know the Raiders were bad? Well, what if I tell you their second leading rusher was 35-year-old quarterback Geno Smith, who had 109 rushing yards? I mean, this team desperately needed a number 2 back behind Ginty. And I think they've got one in Mike Washington, who ran a 4.33 at the Combine, fastest time of any running back. Had 1,000 yards at Arkansas last season in the SEC. Well, he was really good in this preseason game, 63 yards on 6 carries. He had the longest run of any running back in Week 1 of the preseason. He had a 53-yard explosive gain. And when you watch that play specifically, vision, burst, contact bounce, breakaway speed in the open field, really impressed with Mike Washington. I think he's the clear number 2 in Vegas. And I think something similar of Emmett Johnson in Kansas City. He's got a bit more competition there. They've got a bit of a better running back room than the Raiders do. But here's an interesting thing about, Kenneth Walker. I think a lot of casual fans maybe watched what he did in the Super Bowl and the playoffs in general for Seattle. He was Super Bowl MVP. If you pay attention to the regular season, number 1, he's been somewhat injury-prone throughout his career. And number 2, these points kind of go hand in hand. That's why last year in Seattle, it was very much a timeshare during the regular season. They were trying to keep him healthy based on his past history, and they gave Zach Charbonnet a lot of run during the regular season. When he signs a big deal in Kansas City, they would be smart to take a lesson from that. I don't know that he's a 25-touch-a-guy game, based on his history and the injuries and stuff. There's some room there for a number 2 to get some run. And Emmett Johnson, who I absolutely love throughout the pre-draft process, looked good in his preseason debut. 59 rushing yards on 12 carries, averaged nearly 5 yards a carry. He also had 10 receiving yards. Really good, tough, physical, hard-nosed runner. Don't be surprised if Emmett Johnson has a bit of a role for the Chiefs there behind Kenneth Walker this season.
Let's zoom into the team you cover every. Actually, dude, how did Robert Henry not make your rookies who impress list? I don't know.
Got a limit to 10.
Okay.
Yeah, got a limit to 10 at some point. So unfortunately, he was someone who I considered. But and I get it. That's coming from the Commander side. I totally get it. But I just thought, based on roles, and Mike Washington having the 53-yard run, what Emmett Johnson did in that game, and then you look at that Commander's backfield, it was very impressive. You can, say it's a different topic altogether, but I like how crowded that backfield is in Washington. Mm-hmm. I don't know how notable that's actually going to end up being once we get to the regular season.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, let's zoom out to the Titans. Obviously, you're covering them every day. Biggest question down there is Cam Ward taking a big step? How has he looked, going into his second season, number 1 overall pick?
Well, it's interesting because they've been pretty satisfied with what he's done at training camp. Learning a new offense, first-year coordinator in Brian Dable. They have felt that he's taken to it nicely. The relationship between play caller and quarterback is strong. They've implemented a lot of the things he likes executing into the offense. He's playing efficiently. He's going through his progressions. He's been more decisive at camp. None of that really translated to the first preseason game, where he struggled, where he was 5 of 12, under 50% completion percentage, had a couple of misfires. He was inaccurate a little bit. took a disastrous intentional grounding penalty where he kind of, backpedaled all the way into his own end zone and then couldn't get it back to the line of scrimmage. Looked like it could have been a fumble almost. When you watch the tape, here's the positive that might come from it. I've spoken to a couple quarterback gurus. I've watched, formed my own opinions. He just looked kind of sped up to me. Almost everything that went wrong is because he was not even half a second, less than that, 2/10 of a second, a little bit too quick in his process. Is that I'm trying to play fast, they want me to play fast? Is it excitement, getting on the field for the first time against, the opponent? Is it jitters? He hurt his shoulder in Week 18 last year, didn't finish the season. I think a lot of things you could probably say could have accounted for why he was a bit sped up. The other positive is it's the kind of issue, if you're going to have an issue, that you want this time of year. A lot of offenses in August are dealing with timing issues, right?
Yeah.
You can work on that and get it to where it needs to be. Just take a bit of a deep breath, half a second, not even. Let the process play out. You're going to be just fine. What are they happy about? The following practice after that preseason game, he was 21 of 25 with 5 touchdowns. He was hard on himself, bounced back nicely, but certainly something that you're going to keep monitoring moving forward.
Justin, were there any high draft pick rookies that you expected something out of and you didn't get it?
Well, there are a couple right now. I think I don't want to use injury as a cop-out, but you see Jeremiah Love now. I don't know why they played him as much as they did in that first preseason game. He was already reportedly to be banged up, and now he's dealing with a high ankle sprain. Carries a multi-week timetable. You look at Jordan Tyson, number 8 overall pick, New Orleans. That's a guy I was very cautious with throughout the pre-draft process due to the lengthy and concerning injury history. Well, now he's got a hamstring injury. They're saying it's probably going to be a multi-month thing. I thought David Bailey, to answer the question, I thought was a bit up and down, the number 2 overall pick for the New York Jets. I thought Sonny Styles as well. I think there was some, you guys will know better than me out in Washington. There was some split opinions on how he played in Week 1 in the preseason. So certainly you've already got some injuries impacting the top 10, to answer your question. And you also have a couple of guys who I think, again, forgive them. They look like rookies in their first ever NFL game. I think Sonny Styles, David Bailey, a couple of guys that might fit that description a little bit.
What about Carnell Tate in Nashville?
0 catches in the game, certainly. But when you watch the tape, I thought he was getting open a little bit, and Cam Ward missed him on a really easy out route that should have been a completion. No doubt about it should have been completed. But again, that was one of the ones, that ref was a telltale one of if he just takes a 2/10 of a second before he releases it, it's an easy completion out to the sideline. But he's been dominating camp at practice, and he had 3 touchdowns the next day for Cam Ward in that bounce-back practice. But certainly, I don't think it's funny. The Titans starting offense, first drive, 11-play, 95-yard scoring drive, ended in a touchdown. But the kind of takeaway point has been the first-string offense did not look good enough. Was there room for improvement for Carnell Tate? Absolutely. A couple of those routes I thought he could have snapped off a bit quicker and gotten open. I tend to think they had more of a offensive operation issue than they had they even had more of a Cam Ward issue than they had a Carnell Tate issue.
Very interesting. Last one from me. With the Titans, obviously you've got Saleh there running the show, but Brian Daboll is a excitable fella.
Yeah.
How is the Daboll Cam Ward vibe?
It's good. It's good as of now. And listen, expectations were low when if they're moving on from Brian Callahan and the disaster that they were last season. But so far, so good. You hear Brian Daboll speak at the podium. It's funny. He still talks like a head coach. I think it's hard to get out of that mindset when you've been a head coach, for sort of as long as he was with the Giants. People forget, or maybe not everyone, but the Giants, when Brian Daboll was the head coach, they tried like heck to trade up to number 1 overall for Cam Ward. Brian Daboll was infatuated with Cam Ward throughout the pre-draft process. Do you remember the Hard Knocks clip? It kind of went viral where before the Titans turned in the card, the GM, Joe Shane, he called the Titans GM, Mike Morganti, and made Hard Knocks as a bit of a joke where he said, just checking one last time with you. They really wanted to move up to number 1. and it was because they believed in how much Brian Dable believed in Cam Ward. Really interesting, and I think that played a role. Dable had options this offseason. I think that played a role in his decision why he came to Tennessee. Another thing might be that Robert Saleh, by the way, has essentially said he's got full autonomy on offense. I'm checking in, I'm offering my feedback and pointers, what we're seeing on our side being the defensive side of the ball and how you can make things more difficult, more challenging for us. But at the end of the day, that offense belongs to Brian Dable. And Cam Ward's development is firmly in Brian Dable's hands. I think it's where both parties want to be. Cam Ward really likes him so far, and Brian Dable wanted to coach Cam Ward for this last year and a half. So far, so good. But again, regular season comes at you fast. We'll see how they look week 1 against the New York Jets.
Absolutely. Hey, Justin, thank you very much
Appreciate
for the
it,
time,
Justin.
dude. Appreciate it.
Pleasure is mine. You gentlemen know where to find me.
All right,
Cool.
bro. Thank you, man.
Good stuff there from Justin Mello. Give him a follow at JustinM_NFL. Coming up at 1:45, we're giving away Dave Matthews Band tickets.
He has a little bit of Ryan Clarence.
Brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Commanders back to work getting set for their second preseason game Saturday in Detroit. A bunch of defensive players missing from practice today. Kaylavon Chasen, Odafe Owe, defensive lineman Johnny Newton, linebacker Jordan McGee, all sat out. Center Nick Allegretti, though, was back on the field for the offense, back at practice after being out nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Also, the kicking battle officially over. You know about the Commanders, who officially today released Jake Moody, their veteran kicker, so rookie Drew Stevens officially wins the kicking job, at least to start 2026. Baseball Nationals with Monday off. They've lost 3 in a row and 5 of 6. Hoping to get back on track on the road tonight. That's for the first of 3 in Texas. That'll be 8:05 first pitch against the Rangers tonight here on 106.7 The Fan. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at CoptCopt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Merle Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Luigi plays some different beats around here. Who sings this, Luigi?
Yeah, Luigi.
Post Malone and Hank Williams Jr.
What the hell?
How about that? That's new to me, man. What's not new to me, and I think is, I will hold off on my take. I will let Stallion answer some questions. Locked on Nationals.
Let's go, Stallion.
So, they moved C.J. Abrams from shortstop to second base. Paul Taboni. Was this with the Junks? I don't know when.
No, this was his comments to The Athletic.
Okay. This is Taboni. No, this is the agent. Okay?
Yeah.
Mike Sanders of Rock Nation Sports told The Athletic, I think first, CJ was not thrilled about the decision to move him off.
Would you be?
No. CJ was not thrilled about the decision to move him off shortstop at this time. But his priority is to win games for the Nationals and be a team first player. So that is what he is going to do. No longer a quote here. Abrams is well aware that he needs to improve defensively. Still, there are some chasms to close. Sanders doubled down on Abrams' assertion that he views himself as a shortstop long term and indicated that his client intends to spend the winter focused on improving his defense at his preferred position. Sanders believes Abrams has earned an offseason to prove that he can stick it short. I'm quoting again from Sanders. He's always viewed himself as a shortstop, short-term and long-term, and would love to have the offseason under this front office to be able to work on that. I believe CJ can be a very good shortstop, and without having an offseason to specifically train at the position using the information and feedback this staff has given him, I don't think we have a full evaluation yet of how good he can truly be there. Nationals president of baseball operations Paul Taboni said the team is trying to be considerate of Abrams, who remains a franchise pillar on the field and in the clubhouse. Sanders, who like others have dealt with the organization this year, appreciated Taboni's transparency. Taboni said to The Athletic, if I'm CJ, of course I'm upset. It'd be weird if he wasn't. CJ has been a shortstop for his whole life, and it's a huge part of his baseball identity. If I didn't sense he was upbeat, I'd be worried that he wasn't being real with us. He deserves to be pissed off.
He deserves to be pissed off, but I think one thing you can understand as well, he's played this position a long time, and part of the reason that they're moving him around is that they don't think he's very good at it defensively.
Yeah.
So what he's saying, and it through his agent about him improving over the winter, he's going to have to put that work in and find out exactly what it is that can get him there. You know, let's be real. The people prior weren't pushing him like these guys are pushing him to try to get him to that point. And if I'm him, after looking at the highest paid guy at shortstop making $42 million and the highest at second base making $25, I'm busting my ass all off season. I'm gonna come back and y'all gonna say, "Damn, this is a new dude." You know what I mean? You got to figure it out. But he should be upset. If he wasn't, then he don't care.
Right.
But the fact that he's upset, I can understand that. And listen, man, Taboni might make moves that may not be on board with people, but I think the man is fair as hell. He talks the talk that a baseball player understands.
he is upfront and honest, which you're not always going to deliver great news, but like I'd always rather be told the truth, no matter what. CJ is from Atlanta. Go do some work with Jeff Blauser. Dude played short forever. Dansby Swanson, I think, was a Gold Glove guy for the Braves.
Andrelton Simmons.
Sure. Stallion, my question for you, Locked On National Stallion. I think you get a pretty good pulse of the Nats fan base. Hell, I'll open the phones real quick. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Nobody should be mad at CJ. And I'm just curious if people are. CJ deserves to be pissed. He just started in the All-Star game at shortstop.
At shortstop.
At shortstop. And I get the defensive deficiencies are real. I'm not knocking that. But, like, if he's mad about this, I can understand it. I almost support it. Hell, it sounds like Taboni supports it.
Yeah, I think that two things can be true here. Like, CJ should be upset. He was just the All-Star starting shortstop. I think CJ is a terrific player. He is a top 2 player on this team. He was the National League starter at shortstop. Like, he is a terrific player. But also, he has to be better defensively.
Yeah.
And you play such a premier position. And listen, like, the cat's out the bag. Everyone in baseball knows that he's not a long-term shortstop at this point if he continues at this rate. So it was never a matter of if, it was always a matter of when they move him off of shortstop. But the timing of it is weird. Like, a month and a half left in the season, it is a little bizarre. And, you know, like this weekend, when he got that news on Friday, he was still playing shortstop, but he went 0 for 10. Like, that's not, CJ is not someone that goes 0 for 10 very often. So it's, like, clearly in his head a little bit. And you know what? Like, I understand it for him. Like, I was watching MLB Network yesterday, and they were not going in on the Nationals, but they were saying about how it's just a bizarre time to make this move. And I think that's kind of where the fan base is at. And I understand it. Like, I think it makes sense as to why the Nationals want to move him to second base. That's probably what's going to be the long-term play anyway. But the timing of it is just what I can't get past at this point.
It's no different than keep calling up, having pitchers and sending them down and picking them up and sending them down. It seems like you don't have a plan of what you want to do. And I think that's why you can see those pitchers were pissed off too. And I think he has every right to be pissed off. But the way you stop that is you improve.
The mood in that clubhouse has to just be sour. After you trade away Griffin, you trade away Garcia.
Yeah.
Like, now you're moving CJ around. It's got to just be – I don't know that it's a shock they're losing games. You know what I mean? Like –
you know, you see it happen to one of the better players, you go, damn, they're doing it to him? Then you start looking for something to happen to you. You get what I'm saying? So
you don't know what's happening with James Wood. Like, there's just so many. It's just crazy how much fun this Nats season was and where it is now.
Yeah.
I want to let callers weigh in. Chris is in Culpeper. Chris, what do you think about C.J. Abrams getting moved to second?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So
What's up,
it's a team sport. He's getting paid millions to play a game. It's a team sport, like I said. So he's got to kind of just go with the flow. But more importantly, B. Mitch, happy birthday! I just realized today when you mentioned it earlier that today is my youngest daughter's birthday as well. She turns 5 today. So it was pretty cool. You guys shared the birthday together. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate that, man. Good stuff. Tell her happy birthday.
I think he is being a team player. Like, listen, he's not going to social media doing like. Has he done any like angry posts or anything? He's allowed to be pissed off, but that doesn't mean he's not going to keep it going.
Yeah.
But I also wonder, Will is in Stafford. Will, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just want to make the point that, anyone who follows this team and knows the ownership group knows this, there's no future for this team. You might catch lightning in a bottle, but CJ's not going to be here. Just like James Wood's not going to be here unless something drastic happens, like they sell the team. Move the guy to second. I like that he's upset because he's a fiery competitor. But they got guys in the pipeline coming up, like Eli Willits. They'll plug them in at short. They'll put in 5 or 6 years, whatever it is, and they'll leave too. That's all it seems like. Thanks, guys.
I hate that you're correct. I hate.
He basically said it's gonna be a 5-6 year thing, and they're gonna keep moving.
That we have to operate from such a cynical, skeptical point of view, but ownership has earned that. And dude, if you're Abrams and they're yanking you around. And, I guess to his credit, Taboni told him this past offseason they might move him. And then CJ hears all the talk around the trade deadline. Like, he's aware of all this stuff. And now it's like this organization that's probably trading me anyway is making me move positions.
Now he probably want to be moved.
Seriously.
Probably won't say it, but it probably in his heart of hearts, he's like, to hell with this place. And wouldn't be wrong with feeling that way.
Yeah, man. I think it feels like the milk has gone bad in the Nats clubhouse.
Yeah.
If only we had a podcaster that was locked on Nationals and was in that clubhouse
They could really
every day
help us out?
that
Yeah.
could tell
I
us
mean,
how
yeah.
they feel, what's going on, what the vibes are in there.
I mean, listen, you can't win them all, guys. You can't win them all.
Yo, Stallion, what is your horoscope sign thing?
I think I'm a Sagittarius.
So remember how
horse head band.
the only one that made sense for me was hardworking? What does Sagittarius say?
Dude, I have no
Goofy.
idea. Nerdy.
Your core strengths are optimistic, adventurous, honest, and humorous. Core weaknesses, blunt, impatient, and restless.
Well, my brother's Sagittarius, so if Stallion is Sagittarius, he's a BSer. 100%.
Bang! I'm just saying.
And probably believe 1/4 of the things he says.
Stop that.
I'll tell you the truth. That's how my brother is, and you right along those lines, dog.
Looks like Tyler Biotish is getting carted off the field in L.A. for the Chargers. That's obviously awful news there. When you get carted off, seems to be bad. There's no real word on it, but, you know.
If it's not serious, every player tries to walk off.
Right.
Yeah.
What was the feeling like when you're on the field and you see the cart come out?
Yeah, when you watching somebody else when
Yeah.
come out? It's for me, it was always like you feel bad for him, you say a quick prayer, and then you start thinking about getting it out your head. Because the last thing anybody wants to be doing on the football field is thinking about injuries.
Yeah.
You know, I remember I used to play, and I used to get from my family, even my mom used to be like, listen, you got to stop playing. I said, Mom, if I don't play like this, I'm going to end up hurt. So if you keep playing like that, you're going to end up hurt. I said, well, it's been working for me this long. I'm going to keep doing it. So,
Yeah, man.
You know.
Tyler's a nice dude. I hope he's
I like
okay,
Tyler,
man.
yeah.
You hate to hear that in August. And for Herbert, too. I mean, that O-line has just constantly
Yeah, he's been
its
having
ass
issues with
kicked.
that.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're giving away Dave Matthews tickets. Next. Well, Bob Dylan closing us out. Not quite Luda, but I'm enjoying it. Now that I think about it, Luigi, has anybody said you kind of look like Chalamet?
No, I haven't got that one.
Anybody ever tell you just got an old mindset? Because you be playing some old ass music.
Thank you.
Joey, show Luigi on air for the folks watching on Monumental. You think I'm crazy? Do you think he kind of looks like Chalamet? We got the Mystics.
Talking
up.
about Timothy Chalamet?
Look at him. He kind of looks like Timothy Chalamet, doesn't he?
A little bit.
Yeah, I can see that. Stallion. Oh, I also see Stallion's got the hot dog hat on.
Now you gotta go get a girlfriend like Timothy Chalamet has.
Yeah, she's a baddie. I like seeing Stallion in the hot dog hat. Promise you.
I hope you don't have a girlfriend and your girlfriend listen to the show and think I'm trying to get you to
Yeah,
go
do you
find
have a
another
girlfriend, Luigi?
Yes, I do.
What's her name?
Charlotte. And
Charlotte,
she
I
loves
was
Timmy.
just joking, Charlotte. I didn't mean that.
Is she a school teacher?
But if his name was Ryan Clary, I'll be truthful.
What does Charlotte do, Luigi?
Biomedical engineering.
Holy moly.
Hold her close.
Yeah,
don't piss her off, though.
Don't mess that up, dude.
Don't piss her off. Biomedical engineering, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I am glad to see Stallion in the hot dog hat. We will get to the bets. B, did you see the news that the Giants just signed Najee Harris?
They did?
Yeah. I'm not sure what
Wasn't
Najee
he hurt
has
last
left.
year? Yeah, he was hurt last year.
They have Scadaboo, obviously, and then they have Tyrone Tracy, who had a really bad pass pro rep that got Jackson Dart killed in their preseason opener. Najee played 3 games
I wouldn't be
last year
surprised
for
if
the
Tyrone
Chargers.
Tracy didn't do that on purpose.
I'm going to do something on purpose right now, Brian. You ready?
What's that?
Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to go see Dave Matthews Band Fall Tour 2026, Tuesday, November 10th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now, Friday at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets are available. Caller 10 right now. All right, let's make some bets.
Heard it here first.
Whitest Brian, how'd we do last night?
Me and Jeff were the only winners.
Why did Stallion get the hat? What did he take?
He took the Phillies run line, but he's the only one here that lost.
Wait. You just said you and Jeff were the only winners. Oh, he's the only one physically in the studio that lost.
Yeah, if you were here, JP, you'd be wearing the hot dog hat.
What did I take?
Orioles.
Do we have? I'm going to ask this question
you
every
starting
day.
to get bad, Jay.
I'm going to ask this question every day because we're close. Do we have football tonight?
No.
No. Thursday.
Not a lot of Tuesday night action.
Thursday,
Do the
bro.
Sticks play tonight? No. I think the Mystics play tomorrow night. If you're looking at the WB, did you hear the WNBA is trying to sue the Nats for using the W?
Were the Nats here? Who was it first?
I don't know, but everybody can
Wasn't
use
it the
W.
Nats?
It's a letter.
It's the Nats and the Cubs.
The Nats was here first, right?
How are they mad at the Cubs?
Because
they
they
fly
have
the
they
W
flag
after.
exactly.
They what?
They fly the W when they win.
I understand there are lawyers and they have jobs to do. You can't lay claim to a letter. It's the alphabet.
Damn straight.
Like it's the alphabet. Everyone's allowed to use the alphabet. That doesn't make any sense to me. I am not a lawyer. Shockingly.
Hey, leave him alone, Jay. You might end up in court.
I got no W's in my name, dog. James Patrick Finley. No W's.
I'm just saying.
All right.
You know,
What do we like
they
tonight?
Take you in court just to take you in court.
Yeah, might be right. Luigi, what do you like tonight?
I'm going to go with the Pirates with Braxton Ashcraft over the Tigers.
B, what's your Braxton Ashcraft file?
Probably as much as I know about Ryan Clary being cool.
God, you dunk on that kid so
God.
much.
Hey, I dunk on people I like.
The Orioles are currently tied with a bunch of teams for the final wild card spot. They start a huge series against the Yanks. Is tonight the first of that series? Or were they playing the Yankees last night? Yeah, they played the Rays last night. So they're home in Baltimore against New York. Marlins Phillies is going to have an impact on the NL wild card race. The baseball's starting to matter, folks.
Is it?
For some, not here. What do you like, Stallion?
I think I like over 8. in the Rangers Nats game? Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
Who's
go
pitching?
over 8. Jackson Kent against Cal Quantrill.
Okay, this is the kid we were excited about. This is the kid that had three strikeouts and 3 walks in his first inning of baseball.
No, wait. 3 strikeouts and 3 walks. I think it was 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. I believe.
Oh, I was so far off.
All right, yeah, sorry. So I thought we were talking about Giovanni Cruz there for a
Now
second.
you wonder why I always pick on him?
No, I'm talking about the exact kid you just said is pitching tonight.
I
then
know.
I recited his stat line from his first start.
You were wrong.
By a walk.
By a walk.
You
That's
had the
right.
wrong guy. You're way more. That's why you're wearing the hot dog hat.
Well, you should have worn the hot dog hat for the 3rd straight day, but you're not here. So I think you owe us a hot dog hat day, actually.
Incorrect.
A hot dog hat segment. I think you do.
Nope.
Well, anyway, I'm taking the over tonight. Over 8.
Over 8 in the Nats game. You like anything, B?
I can't get my stuff to come up.
Just take the Nats then.
Nah.
What are you thinking? Were you interested in Athletics versus
Baseball,
Royals?
let me see it.
Athletics are playing the Royals. The Mariners are playing the Brewers.
Teams I can't stand.
You feel strongly one way or the other about the Mariners and the Brewers?
Yeah.
Why? I kind of like both of them. I liked the Mariners as
I
a
don't
kid
like-
with Griffey. Tress Way's brother-in-law is the starting second baseman for the Brewers. That's why
Okay.
I root for him.
I'll take the Brewers then.
What the hell? I'll take the Brewers too. How about a Bryce Terang home run?
And if we both lose badly, we have the arm wrestle for who wears the hat.
No, we'll be here and the hat will be in studio.
The one that wins does not have to wear the hat.
How about if we both bet on the Brewers and lose, we see if we can get Tress to wear the hot dog hat?
Yes.
I don't know that that'll work.
Yeah, he can wear it on at a press conference.
Again, not sure that'll work, but it'd be pretty damn entertaining.
Hey, if I have to go through a peck off with him, he may not be able to make it.
The peck off. Was Helly joking around, or did he actually believe that?
I think he believed it.
You were very kind in how you set the record
That
straight.
was a joke, right?
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Justin Mello for joining us. Fun program. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Happy birthday, B. Mitch.
Appreciate y'all.
Lots to talk about in Ashburn today with the Commanders back to work getting set for preseason game 2 Saturday afternoon in Detroit. Bunch of defensive players, though, did not participate. Caleb Von Chasen, Odafe Owe, defensive lineman Johnny Newton, Jordan McGee, linebacker, all sitting out. Center Nick Allegretti, though, was on the field back at practice after being out nearly 3 weeks with a strained calf. Also, Commanders officially released veteran kicker Jake Moody today as the rookie Drew Stevens wins the job, undrafted free agent out of Iowa, signed by the Commanders back in April. According to reports, he was a perfect 6 for 6 today at practice, including a 60-yarder, a doink, off the crossbar. Baseball, two-time All-Star C.J. Abrams reportedly not thrilled about a potential move to second base by the Nats, according to a report in The Athletic. Nationals back in action tonight on the road, trying to snap a 3-game skid. First of 3 against the Rangers in Texas tonight, 8:05 first pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsig on The Fan.
Hello, friends. Jim Nantz style. What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on The Fan. Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight, 4.5 hours from right now at 4 o'clock. When we go blitzing around the Beltway, we'll have a 4-pack of tickets for somebody to the Grand Prix 250 right here in D.C. The IndyCar is going to be flying around the DMV for the first time ever this weekend.
I'm excited about that. It's cool. I like unique sporting events, things that you don't normally watch. I mean, I talk about this with the Olympics all the time, where I'm not a fencing fan. I've never seen fencing on TV or followed a fencing league or anything like that. When fencing's on and there's a USA on one of the sides, all of a sudden I become the biggest foil fan, and I'm like breaking down technique and getting excited about people scoring points and parries and everything under the sun. I love that. This is unique. I've never been to an IndyCar race. I don't think I've ever really spent more than a couple of minutes here or there watching it on television, but it's right outside. It's like 2 blocks from here where they're going to start doing the track. It's pretty neat, man.
Nats Rangers tonight on The Fan in the 8 o'clock hour. I think Toby's got a short overtime when we're done between us and the ball game, so make sure you listen to Tobe for time this evening. But we'll be live and local deep into the night on The Fan. I want to talk C.J. Abrams at some point today because his agent actually spoke publicly on record to The Athletic and Spencer Nussbaum, and we've got some thoughts from C.J.'s camp now and his agency on the move to second base. I continue to think this is going to be tough for business trying to get an extension done with him this offseason. And the chances of him possibly being traded may have gone up a little bit when they moved him off the shortstop position, which we can get into. Was out at Commanders practice today, and the Junks were there as well. It was Sports Junkies Day at Commanders practice. They got a bunch of great interviews you'll be hearing all week long on their show. I saw Terry McLaurin was in their tent, Chiga Conquo, Adam Peters, you name it. They talked to him, so make sure you listen to the Junks throughout the week here on The Fan. But here's what really surprised me today. Dan Quinn has talked a lot about this section of camp today and tomorrow being really, really important. He's been calling it like one of the last big periods where they're with themselves to get a lot done. And he had said several times on the record that they were going to be in pads today and tomorrow. They weren't in pads today. So they had their game on Friday night, which the vast majority of the key players on the team did not play in. Just shy of 30 players did not play in that game on Friday night. Of the 53 that will make the team, mind you. And so you have 29 guys that didn't do anything Friday night anyway, other than maybe some sprints before the game. Then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, yesterday even, they're off. There aren't practices. They're not getting after it, which is totally understandable. Think about the NFL after a Sunday game. It's typically Wednesday before you're back on the practice field doing anything physical. But I thought for sure in the middle of training camp, without a joint practice this week, and just because we were told it would be a padded practice today and a padded practice tomorrow, they're going to get 2 hours each day of padded work in. And there they were in shells for a pretty short practice. That was around 90 minutes today, with a couple special teams periods baked in. Tressway punting for the first time. They did some like punting and kicking stuff. By the way, shout out to new kicker Drew Stevens, who won the job, who was 6 of 6 with a made field goal from 60 yards today. But it was what I would consider, having been at every single practice, one of the lighter practices that they have had. I mean, Toby, would you agree with me that, like, you were there? They had and I'm not knocking this. Someone will do some kind of video where I'm a tough guy saying this shouldn't happen. That's not what I'm doing. But like, they had a hydration period, they had a punting period, they had a kicking period, and of the 90-minute practice without pads today. It was kind of light.
Yeah, definitely the first portion was light. It felt like maybe after when Dan Quinn assembled the whole team was like, we got to pick this up a little bit. It felt like the intensity picked up, but the beginning portion was like, me and you could have run through practice.
They were going through the motions. And I bring all this up to say, you and I talked a lot yesterday about, are they going to play in the game against the Detroit Lions on Saturday? And I was kind of 50-50, not really sure, don't know what the plan is. I now think that they're going to, but they have to. And the reason I say that is, Danny, a lot of the guys on the team have not had a real practice since the Dolphins were here on Wednesday last week.
Mm-hmm.
They will have gone a full calendar week between legitimate practice. And they will have a padded practice tomorrow, but I'm told they're not going to have pads on Thursday. So there's one padded practice between a Friday preseason game that most guys don't play in and a Saturday preseason game that potentially a lot of guys don't play in. Without going full Herm Edwards from yesterday, football players play football, I'm now on team, they got to get some work in on Saturday in Detroit. It's not anymore like they should probably play guys. The way that they're doing their practice schedule tells me expect to see starters against the Lions, and if you don't, now I got some questions.
So I understand the trend line. I'm even in favor of it, to be honest with you, about less preseason play. When I was a kid, it was, the first game, I can't remember the exacts, but you'd get a quarter, or, the second game, you get a half. The third game, you get 3/4. Last game, you'd rest because there were 4. And, now we've kind of wisened up. The season's longer, 17 games, more wear and tear. There's Thursday night football where there wasn't in the 80s. I mean, there's push and pull. Used to be those guys had to get off-season jobs and were out of shape, and part of training camp going 2 a day was to work yourself back into shape. Times have changed. These guys show up usually in really, really good condition. So there's always kind of the health versus rust or health versus effectiveness thing that coaches have to weigh. And you think of some of the great conversations on Hard Knocks, even though, he's kind of a punchline now, but Hugh Jackson sitting in that chair for the Cleveland Browns, and everyone's like begging him, please, we got to work hard. And he's like, when you're sitting in this chair, it's just different. Now, whether you believe him or not, want to laugh at him or not, still the point I understand. There is a push and pull. But here's just how I am in general in my life. If something disastrous happens based on pretty tangible courses of action that I took, and I have a way to do something different if I get a chance to do that thing again, it's going to look different. It just is. I'm going to do it differently. That said, more simply, last year they were complacent, they were relaxed, they didn't feel any urgency, and they just sort of cruised through the training camp, preseason, and the like. Some of it was bad luck. Some of the vets were banged up, et cetera. Time of year is what it is. But the other part to me was this feeling of we've arrived. We're good. We're one of the elites now, and we've got to play the long game. We got to be ready for January football, not September football. And they never got there, and they were awful, and they were bad from start to finish. The injuries happened, and it cascaded and got worse. I would have a raging fire behind me, a near panic every morning that I got up, going, am I doing enough to prevent that? The thing we just lived, this horrible season where from Jump Street we were doomed. And I'd be doing it differently. Again, whether that means play a guy 2 possessions, 3 possessions, whatever, you would not catch me after a preseason game, as you said, that no one played, doing nothing. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, walk through Tuesday. You wouldn't.
So to be clear, it wasn't a walkthrough. It was a practice.
I know. I'm seeing. You're right.
It was a real practice in shells. Like they were thumping, but it's just shells. It's closer to a walkthrough, I'd say, or probably closer to a jog through than a padded practice in some ways. They may push back on that. But we're having 2 conversations that are a little bit different, I'd say. You're looking at the grand scheme from coming in wondering how different will this camp be from last year, where the revisionist history and the hindsight having become wisdom was they didn't do enough to get ready for the season.
Well, I was saying there at the time where the second day of training camp, it was vet days off. That was the thing. And I went, oh my God, emergency.
Right. But I'm saying after the fact, a lot of people decided like that wasn't a good enough camp. They got to do it different next year.
Okay.
I'm not even using today as an indictment to have that conversation. That's not the discussion I'm trying to have. I'm always very careful anyway, as a portly fellow who's out of shape, talking about the in-shape gentlemen running around and busting their butts every single day and how hard they're working. All I'm trying to do is have a conversation about Saturday night and the Detroit Lions, where I think there's an argument to be had when you have the joint practice, like you did against the Dolphins, that you don't need to play in the game that weekend. No problem. When you have a joint practice, assuming the Ravens don't bail on you again this year, and because they don't have to come to your place, you're going to their place, it's less likely that they are going to say, we're not going to practice against you. So you're probably going to get your joint work, very important work, in with Baltimore next week. And then you're not going to play in that preseason game. No problem. The only way that you can convince me this week, Danny, that you don't need to play in that preseason game against the Lions without a joint practice is if we found out they were having a team scrimmage. Remember last year's Burgundy versus Gold when they did that?
Oh, they're very excited about
when the
that.
Ravens bailed. Or if you had back-to-back days of 2-hour, 20-minute practices where you just got after it and it was the most physical, intense period of the entire training camp, which to me is what it sounded like Dan Quinn was kind of setting up at press conferences. He talked about this being a really important block, he kept calling it. These 2 days, these 48 hours. This is one of our last big blocks. And it starts today with the team not in pads. Now, I'm guessing a bunch of guys are banged up coming out of the game. I know Odafe Owe today is an example. Caleb on Chason, not on the practice field. And you're going to have some bumps and some bruises after your first game. A lot of the guys, including the two I just named, didn't play in that game. But you're going to get guys banged up, no doubt about that. Fine. One padded practice tomorrow, great. Now, Saturday, I need you to play. So all of this is to say, while today getting out there, expecting to have this huge padded practice that I didn't get to see, that was a little frustrating, I actually think we're more likely now to see the starters and Jaden Daniels on Saturday night. If we don't, we can have a very different conversation on Monday about the preseason, about training camp, about the readiness. Are they going to be able to hit the ground sprinting against this tough schedule? I think everything's on the table after that. But for right now, I'm kind of waiting and seeing and assuming that this is all leading up to maybe they're planning out the week 4, like starters for a quarter against the Lions. And then things make a little bit more sense.
Fair. I'm still not done with my part, though, that I know you're trying to move on from. How could, even if you did what we're asking, or what I don't want to put words in your mouth, what I think you're asking for, multiple possessions, a quarter and a half, whatever that boils down to, right? If you go 3 and out twice, you get 6 plays. That's probably not enough. Whatever the number is, 15 plays, 20 plays for starters, including Daniels and whoever else. How could you still be off on Monday of this past week? Where a bunch of the guys that we're talking about didn't play. You know what I mean? And then not ramp up. I mean, to me, it's the overall totality of it where they're going to pat themselves on the back because they did, kind of a pro forma thing, what the minimum needed to get guys ready to play Saturday. But I don't know. I mean, to me, it's still the same. And I hate using this word because, as you said, I'm not an in-shape NFL football player, but I can observe it's the same soft approach that led to disaster last year. And they don't seem to think that. Like, again, how could, in good conscience, I understand the day after a preseason game, be off Saturday. By all means. Nothing Sunday, nothing Monday, and lighter than we thought on Tuesday, and we're going to play 15 plays on Saturday, assuming they even do that, and we're supposed to go, yep, you guys are ready to rock and roll. Job well done. It just doesn't sit well with me.
You know what I'm curious about? I'm going to look this up. What does the Dolphins' practice schedule look like after that game on Friday? Was today their first practice since Friday, and were they not in pads? Because it would be interesting to see if this is more, like if your anger should just be at the state of the league in 2026, I think that's possible. That this is a cultural NFL-wide thing, or if this is more of a Dan Quinn thing. Whereas Hafley was coaching at Boston College and also a defensive mind. You would think the defensive guys are sometimes the more hard-ass type coaches that want guys out there in pads more often, hitting and being physical. But I'm just looking at their camp schedule here. So this is just the public dates. But I mean, today was their first public date since last Monday, so I guess I'll have to text the beat reporter to see what their actual.
Because remember, they were up here Wednesday, so yeah, so they wouldn't have had open to public on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday because it was all up here.
But they also could have been practicing yesterday or Sunday and not had it open.
Yeah, Saturday you'd be forgiven for traveling back from the game or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to say. What I don't like is on multiple fronts when it comes to the business side, they go, well, this is the league trend of not having open training camp dates. Yes, that is the league trend, but you lead the league in it. Like the arrow's going in one direction, and you're at the front of that tip of that arrow with the least amount of open practices, or among the least. Why do that? Why not be in the middle? Why not be towards the top in the other direction? If you're coming off a disastrous year, please treat it as a disaster, not some weird aberration. Please treat it like this I guess the word I want is urgency, and I don't see it. I want the urgency. I want the urgency that so many fans like me have, where I'm going, if I sensed the desperation to never, ever, ever make any of us go through what we went through last year, I would feel a lot better. I'm not questioning the guys, are they doing the lifts? Are they doing the workouts? Of course they're all working hard. I want to feel the urgency that I feel in my gut when I wake up in the morning every day to never have a year like last year again, and I don't get paid.
Well, it's totally true that this week you haven't felt that.
Yeah, and that's kind of my
really
point.
Leading up to and since preseason game 1. But there's a timing element of this. I'm going to try to play devil's advocate here a little bit. The opener for the season is on Sunday the 11th, right? Let me think here. No. September 13th is the first game, right? I think that's right. That's Sunday afternoon.
Double check, yeah.
Which means you still have
just under a month from now.
3+ weeks, leading up to that. So you have to hit the ground sprinting. Like this week might not be the week to slam the gas pedal down. If next week you're doing that with the Ravens, we'll see. I mean, I'm also willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and defer to them, but you got to come out and play well at the start of the year. If you look like crap against the Eagles after all of this, you probably did it wrong. If you play Philly and Dallas and Seattle and you're 0-3 and you've been handed your butt 3 times, I'm going to have some questions about the time you went a calendar week without having anyone in pads in the middle of August. Because if you're Stephon Diggs or Terry McLaurin or Frankie Louvu or a really important player like Daron Payne or Javon Kinlaw, as of right now, you have not had a legitimate hitting practice since last Wednesday until tomorrow. You're going a full
week.
This was Dan Quinn on the Junkies today out in Ashburn talking about the possibility of playing Jaden Daniels and the starters in preseason game 2.
We haven't got there yet. Like the next 2 days, we're still like back into our camp space to go. So I kind of look at the whole
Pause
team.
real quick. That is a very rare space to go.
Camp space to go.
You don't normally, you get in that space and you get to go, but you almost never get in that space and to go.
He's spaced in to go right there.
That's bonus. That's like an IOU 250 thou right there.
Everybody's bingo card just lit up.
Anyway, but he listen to how much he talks about these 2 days and how important they are.
Yep.
And I reiterate again that they had originally said they'd be in pads today. Like, this is not me just expecting and assuming they'd be in pads because they've been off for a few days. We had been told pads on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those are the padded days this week. And now it looks like only Wednesday. But anyway.
We haven't got there yet. Like the next 2 days, we're still like back into our camp space to go. So I kind of look at the whole team, once we get through like Thursday, and then we can decide who we're going in. But with new systems today, tomorrow, man, like back to camp and going to dig in. So that's where we're at today.
What are the pros and cons of playing versus not playing? Obviously, not playing the pro is they don't get hurt.
Right. So that's the pro. The con, The pro is new systems, timing, new looks. So when you had the joint, that helps. When you have the joint practices to get some of those guys work in that space. But just having the time together in a game, it helps for sure. And then also like going through the entire routine of what it looks like to go play.
Dan Quinn with the Junkies earlier today. So we've talked since yesterday about whether or not we'll see the starters. I think based on the fact that they're only going to get the one padded practice in tomorrow, and because they'll have gone a week between hitting, they really, really should be playing the starters. I'm also assuming they already know their plan, and they're working back from that plan. Like he suggested, we're going to get through Thursday, then we'll make up our minds and see. I don't think that's how it works. I think that's what you say because you don't want to admit, whether it's to the Junkies this morning on the Fan or reporters at the podium, what you're doing. But I think this is all laid out. It's like Blake Butera's spring training binder that he shows us. He knows on March 1 what they're doing on March 24th on backfield number 4. And I think a lot of this is laid out, and they know exactly how much guys are going to play on Saturday. And you work back from that, and that's why maybe you can be a little bit lighter today. Because you'll get work in tomorrow, and that guys will get those game reps on Saturday. But I'm curious to see what people think about that. 800-636-1067 is the number. A, do you think starters and Jaden Daniels play on Saturday in Detroit? B, do you think the way this week is going and the fact that they've gone a week between padded practices now, do you think that is indicative of the fact that they should play in a game, or do you think they're perfectly fine, the pace with which they're operating, the urgency, to use Danny's word, is okay, and even if guys don't play at all in the preseason, with kind of how this camp is trended here, getting a little bit lighter and taking their foot off the gas pedal some with the physicality, you're okay with that? 800-636-1067, G&D on the Fan.
Commanders were back out on the practice field today in Ashburn. Several players did not practice, though, including Odafe Oweh, Kayvon Chason, Johnny Newton, and Jordan McGee, all dealing with minor injuries. Other news across the NFL, free agent running back Najee Harris is going to be signing with the Giants. Jets running back Breece Hall is going to be out 2 to 3 weeks with a strained groin that he suffered at practice yesterday, but he is expected to be ready for the season opener. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz was carted off at practice earlier today with a leg injury, and the Seahawks are still planning to sign cornerback Terrion Arnold, although Arnold will be placed on the commissioner's exempt list when he does sign. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jackson Kent gets the start for the Nationals, his second of his career. Cal Quantrill will start for the Rangers. The Nationals looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. Day off yesterday. They're swept by the Mets over the weekend. Now they'll look to get back in the win column against the Rangers in Texas. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Coming up at 3 o'clock on Grant and Danny, there was a report from Adam Schefter today that we are going to get an NFL team based full-time internationally over the next 20 years. Do you actually buy that? I think this is posturing, and I'll explain why, coming up in like a half hour. But I think that's a fascinating conversation. We can get Mike Florio on late in the show to talk about this as well. But we've been heading in this direction.
Yeah.
Snail's pace for a long time. I still would bet against it long term. I just think there's too many logistical issues. But I know why the league keeps dangling it and floating it and pretending and saying that this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my sons, I think it's my oldest son, the other day about this, where he kind of was like, why are they going to London, or why are they going to these other places international to play? And the explanation I can give to him is, if you go to a mine and you are tapping the wall, and it's like, okay, we can't get any more iron out of here, or all the gold or all the silver's gone, where can we go? You got to go to a new mine somewhere else. That's what they've done here in North America. It's pretty tapped. Now, you go to Mexico City for a game here and there, you get some fans in Canada, but there isn't that much more critical mass that they can grow football. That's where the growth is. It's to make all the guys in Liverpool in the soccer offseason go, I need something to do. Well, how about following the New York Jets, or how about following the Arizona Cardinals, whatever the hell. That's where it is. That's where the money is.
Let's get you some notes from practice, and then I want to get back into the topic at hand. We're asking you guys, what's your prediction for how much starters play on Saturday based on how they're handling practices, including today not having pads? Feels like maybe they're ramping up to get a bunch done against the Lions. 800-636-1067. So first thing I'll say is, Jaden Daniels got a lot more reps today than he typically has because he essentially replaced Mariota with the second team.
He was first and second team. I like that.
For the most part. I mean, Ethan Kaliakmanis did get some of the second team work, but it was a lot of Daniels with team 1, Daniels with team 2. And so in a way, maybe a little bit of a blessing in disguise to not have Mariota out there, assuming he's back for week 1, because it does give Daniels a little bit more time on task in these practices. Now, this was not, as we've talked about quite a bit, a padded practice, or the pace, the tempo of this practice largely was not at the level of a game by any means. So I don't know how helpful it is overall, but it's still good reps against a starting defense, showing you those looks, buzzing with some of the Durante Jones disguises and things on the back end. On Kaliakmanis, I'll point this out. Kaliakmanis got some of the second team work that Mariota would have gotten, and certainly was elevated above Sam Hartman today in a very noticeable way to me. After the game tape that he put out there, where I thought he was the second best quarterback to Mariota, in the game for what it's worth, and better than Hartman. Hartman got a very rare rep or two here or there with like the down the depth chart guys, but Kaliakmanis outsnapped him and was the next guy in after Daniels in all of the series that they had. I say this to say there was also a period where first snap he got with like the twos, so to speak, 2s and 3s mashup. He dropped the snap. I picked it up and threw it. But there was another play where they got out of the huddle. There was like a false start on Trent Scott where he's looking back like, did we have this right? Did we call this right? And there was a little confusion. And I wonder if there's more of that, if they wouldn't think about bringing in a veteran quarterback to have, just to get some more practice work in for some of these guys that need it. Not to necessarily say Kaliak Manis isn't ready, but if you're having some of that stuff in practice,
You have too many of those, then the tight end can't catch the pass, or the
Exactly.
receiver, the running back. Yeah.
and we already know that Kaliak Manis and Hartman early in the season would not get to play. If something happens to Daniels and he's unavailable in week 1 and Mariota's not ready, then they're calling Jimmy Garoppolo or they're calling some other dude who's available.
Don't take our word for it. Take theirs. They did it last year. In a lost season when they were 4-1, having lost 9 straight games, they could not bear with the possibility of having a guy that's been in their building for multiple years start a meaningless football game. They had to call Josh Johnson.
Another thing I wrote down was they signed a lot of guys today. Kind of weird for at this point of camp. This is why I think they did have a bunch of dudes that were banged up, and maybe that's part of why they're not padded today. So linebacker Chris Barnes, D-tackle Maurice Hurst II, tight end Trey McKitty, and running back Craig Reynolds all made their first practice debut with Washington today, kind of signed overnight into today after a workout. Reynolds is the most interesting name here. Do you remember Hard Knocks with the Lions when they had to keep him on the roster because like he was the guy that most
kind of personified
was the version of what they wanted to be, the grit and all the stuff Dan Campbell talks about. He's every staff's favorite guy, and Blau knows him very well, I'd imagine, from their time with the Lions. I don't know how he figures in here. Maybe he's ultimately just a practice squad guy if McNichols isn't ready to start the year. I don't know that you bring a guy like that in to cut him in a couple weeks. I guess that's possible, just to kick the tires. Maybe you're Blau and you have a relationship with him and you tell him you'll get him some preseason tape or whatever so that he can go get a job elsewhere. But that was a weird one for me after the way Henry played, after he gave Katron Allen 23 attempts. I guess that just speaks to the fact that McNichols is still farther away than maybe we think to return from his injury.
That's how I read it. It was directly a McNichols correspondence and nothing else. Or corresponding move, rather. You know what I mean? It's we know Bill, we know Rashad White, we know Katron Allen now after all of his carries, and we got something in Robert Henry. Well, it'll be interesting to see what he does in the second preseason game, or if they kind of stash him saying we know what we got. That to me was we need a McNichols-like figure in here to take some of those reps as we divvy him up the rest of the preseason.
Bates was back today, and Allegretti was back today.
Both really important, by the way.
Yeah, hugely important on the field. Everyone's talked a lot about how they haven't been able to run the ball at practice that well. And they actually obviously ran it pretty well against the Dolphins in the preseason game. When they're down the depth chart, guys, were on the
twos
field.
were on twos, yeah.
Not necessarily really early in that game when Katron Allen started, but Bates is your best run-blocking tight end who hadn't practiced since the first couple days. And the center position's kind of important to the blocking procedures up front, you would imagine. So getting those two guys back could unlock their running game some.
One would hope. I mean, because again, this is based on people that are covering the team tweeting details from practice against Miami and kind of others. It's the interior push that was not there. So, Cosme's still the same, obviously. Center position was, Good Jones or Golbin or somebody, whether they're playing guard, et cetera. But it was the interior push that wasn't happening, so you'd hope the return of Allegretti, who, again, they let Tyler Biadasz go for nothing, thinking that this guy could step in and do it. And speaking of Biadasz, he was carted off his practice today with the Chargers. Just terrible news for him. Hopefully he's okay. But, yeah, this is a lot of confidence here that's Allegretti's gig, and he needs to step up and do it, and he hasn't been there. So it'll be TBD. That interior running was basically not available to them, according to those that were watching.
Yeah, that's a bummer about Tyler Biadasz, too. For those of you that missed that story today, carted off from Chargers practice after he got the 3-year deal for $30 million, I think it was. And remember, they were so high on him that Jim Harbaugh
picked him up at the airport,
drove to the airport, and scooped him up from baggage claim number 6. Not like social media content. They didn't have a camera rolling for Chargers.com. Just because Jim Harbaugh was steamed up to bring in Tyler Biadasz for whatever reason, he was that happy about it.
Yeah.
After Washington had cut him, that he went and got him from the airport, like his kind of lunch pail guy, I guess. But all right, let's pay off the conversation we were having earlier. So, what would you ask of the starters in Detroit if you were coaching? You're Danny Quinn.
We are going.
By the way, Danny Quinn. You're
Danny Quinn.
You're Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't have to stretch that far.
I was like thinking like what would his name be? It'd be
Danilo, Daniel. Oh, Danny.
Wait, literally the same.
Yeah, Dan Quinn. You can do Dan for that. That's totally. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Based on are my practices still all this soft and there's infinite days off like I've done it? I'm just jumping in. All right. So we're going to practice. I'm going to go back in time and practice Sunday and yesterday and today. But whatever. For this game, we're going to go into the second quarter. I'm not going to say, okay, the offense gets 2 possessions, and if they don't do anything, which is not the craziest thing in the world, and you punt twice, you're not just sitting down. We are going to play. We're going to play into the second quarter, both sets of ones.
Into the second quarter is fun. I'm psyched for that. I don't know that I would go that far. I mean, I'd be thrilled if they did, and I certainly don't have any issue with that. I think I am probably, it's a number of plays, and maybe it ends up being into the second quarter, depending on, like, if you give up a 14-play, 97-yard drive that takes 7 minutes off the clock to open the game against the Lions, then maybe we are playing into the second quarter, because if you're an offense, your second drive is going to be in the second quarter. Defensively, you might be done if I'm giving you 15 to 18 snaps and 14 come on that first drive. But I think I'm in that 15 to 20 snap threshold, and I think that does get you closer to being in good shape. Another thing that I wanted to point out, I heard EB say this on the Junks today, and it's a point that I've made before. He said something to the effect of, I don't know how much 2 series or like a handful of plays really helps you. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this in the past, and I've always kind of felt that.
That's how I feel.
I don't feel that way anymore, necessarily, because I guess my point is, then why does anything matter? Like, what is the threshold between 7 plays and 12 plays? 12 plays is helpful, but 7 isn't? 15 plays definitely helps you. We all agree there. So where is that line exactly? So this idea of, like, going out there for 1 drive and 6 plays, how much different is that than 0? And I would say, well, it's 6 plays different. You know, it's everything that you do in terms of going through the motions on a game day, I think, is relevant. The other part that not enough people are talking about with Jaden Daniels, he has not played in a game since a month before the end of last season. Does nobody care about that? As I know it's not October, but there is a element of, let's get him onto the field to just go through the motions one time before you're doing it against the Philadelphia Eagles, who might have the number 1 defense in the NFL. If you guys are comfortable with him not having played since early December and the final month of the season being out and just whatever rust is getting knocked off and it's okay, we'll just handle it all in that first week of the season. Cool, I guess. I think I want to do some of that. We always hear about like the mental hurdles you have to clear and the contact.
Rather do that sooner. Yeah.
All of that stuff. You don't take any contact at practice. You're breaking a sweat because it's hot out, but the asks are very, very different. Do some of that stuff with really low stakes against the Lions in a noon game on a Saturday that doesn't matter at all. Not when, if you lose, that's 1/17 of your season and it counts a whole lot against you. So I just think there hadn't been enough focus on, rust might not be the right word, but he hadn't played in a while.
Yeah.
Before that Vikings game, he missed a lot of time as well.
No, totally true. And yeah, to me, the big picture is how many games he missed. I'm less concerned about it was December 7th versus January 4th. The last time he played,
but
unless some other guys played, there's always 9 months between for everybody.
But there's a lack of accrued game speed and opportunity and reps, and they add up.
That's the part I care about. I care about he hasn't played 25 games yet. And that's why I was freaking out this offseason before they signed Stephon Diggs, going, how could we put any more obstacles in front of him? How could it be anything other than the best O-line money can buy, the best set of receivers and pass catchers and blockers and everything money could buy? They signed Diggs and everything's different now, but that's why I was freaking out and going, he has not played enough yet. And that's a part of this conversation as well. So, yeah, but I'm less concerned about if it was December 7th or 20th or January 4th when the last game was or whatever. But I think the point stands.
If it was October, would you feel like some rust, basically? You're saying the month isn't a big deal or it never matters?
Well, I mean, I think everybody comes back. You haven't played in 9 months. So if it's 9 months or 10 months, now if it's a year, if it's 2 years, okay, now it's a different thing.
How about let me say it this way. He's played 1 game since the beginning of November. He's played 2 games since the middle of October.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about that than if it was.
I think this is important. Let me throw this out here. He has played 2 NFL games since before Halloween. 2.
Yeah.
We don't want to just get him out there to run around and feel the speed of the game again before you got to deal with the number 1 defense in the league and the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe?
Yeah.
That should be an important thing to do.
Yeah, that's my view as well. I mean, we get there in different ways. I mean, to me, I go back to, I think of baseball. In spring training, playing 1 spring training game doesn't do it. So I know it's not exactly equivalent, but let's say you did the equivalent of an NFL season or a Major League Baseball season. If you get 4 games worth of 2 at-bats, that's not enough. To me, again, it's the totality of work that needs to be put in. And I'm going to keep hammering this. Every practice day that you don't do, that it's off, that it's walkthrough, and there's still some stuff getting done on walkthroughs, but that it's not as intense as it should be, you're not going to be ready for the season. And so I agree with EB's point in general, because it's my point. If you play 10 plays, 8 of them are handoffs, and one's a screen pass or something to make sure you don't get hit, I don't know how much of a difference that makes in the grand scheme. The difference is, what are we doing for these months at a time to make sure we're ready for the season? It's not a questioning of Jaden Daniels' effort. He's getting guys together and throwing and this, that, and the other. But with team together, practicing stuff, I cannot imagine squandering the days that they have.
I also think mentally it's important to go out there and to get through that quarter. His last 3 games he's played, like the only times he's played in a game since October 13th, he's left with an injury. At Dallas, a hamstring. Seattle, elbow. At Minnesota, elbow.
Yeah.
Like, you can't tell me mentally it wouldn't be good for him just to get out there, run around, leave the game healthy, and just remember what that feels like, too.
Totally think.
Having heard all offseason about his own durability and whether or not he can stay upright and all that stuff. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll spin you around the NFL. Some big names finding homes the last couple of days, including a potential Hall of Fame wide receiver and a guy who will definitely be in the Hall as a pass rusher who's coming to the NFC East. That's next. All of our training camp conversations on the show are brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's go around the NFL. Von Miller signing a deal with the Dallas Cowboys. He will be in the division playing against Washington twice, including in week 2. I think people forget, as far as the 8-time Pro Bowler goes, that he had the quietest 9 sacks in recent team history.
Library quiet.
He could still help, though. You get him on the field, down and distance being correct, third down, an obvious passing situation. I do think he can get to the quarterback, probably a 5.5 to 7 sack guy max this year. But at 37 years old, hunting a Super Bowl, he's still helpful. Multi-time Super Bowl champion, prolonging his career, going back to where it all began. He is a Texas native from DeSoto, and now he plays with the Dallas Cowboys. I don't worry about him or fear him like you once did, but the Cowboys have been trying to improve that defense. And if they can just get to league average on defense, a lot like Washington, that offense is going to cook with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and Javonte Williams in the backfield. Dak Prescott's a plug-and-play, 4,200-yard, 34-touchdown kind of guy. That is a deep playoff run team if their defense is good.
And they've reshaped it. I mean, this was Micah Parsons and the traveling Parsonettes, and it's a whole bunch of new players and bits of personnel here. Everything from Donovan Ezeraku to guys they acquired in that trade to free agents they are now beefed up front to try to stop the run, and they are maybe a little bit more multiple than they were before. Where, listen, you're going to run on us. Hopefully we've got enough points where maybe Micah Parsons can sack you. That was the old plan. Now it's a ton of changes to that defense, including Caleb Downs, who they drafted this year, among some other players. They are emphasizing defense, and you're 100% right. Von Miller's in the perfect spot. I don't need you to play 100% of the snaps anymore. Play 35% and set up a couple pass rushes.
They signed 5 new starters and drafted Caleb Downs, so 6 of the 11 are going to be new, including Rashawn Gary at outside linebacker and D. Winters at linebacker on the second level. They're going to be faster for sure, like Washington, in that linebacking core. Kobe Durant's going to play a lot for them at corner they brought over from the Rams. I watched Downs' preseason opener. He made a couple of plays. The only thing that I worry about with him, it's not unlike the Sonny Styles or Arvell Reese thing, who, by the way, is playing off the ball as a linebacker, not as an edge for the Giants, which is interesting. But the further you get away from the ball, and this is just the old thought on safety value, the harder it is to always impact the game. And so, like, when you're watching the Sonny Styles all-22 from every one of his reps, he's just kind of getting cardio, running around for the most part, but he's around the play a lot more. Whereas Downs was so far back playing center field, he's just running up there as tackles are being made a lot of the time. I'll be curious to see how they use him. It was very vanilla. He's a good football player, though. He's going to help them a lot.
I loved him. I was just, when I knew, as soon as I see the math and it's like, oh God, they're going to take Caleb Downs, aren't they? That broke my heart.
We're still about 2 weeks away from making our season predictions on the show. Every division, every team going through all the clubs and picking records and things. But I've already let the cat out of the bag. I've got the Cowboys winning the division. I think the Eagles come back to the pack a little bit. I'm not as high on Philly. I don't like the fit of Jalen Hurts with his new coordinator, Sean Mannion. I think that offense is going to sputter a little bit without A.J. Brown. And I think Dallas is going to cook with the football. They got to be better on defense, be opportunistic. But if they are, I think they're going to be very, very tough team to beat. Obviously on the schedule for Washington in week 2, brutal start to their season, Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks, before they go to London. The other story last night was that Keenan Allen found a home. Allen looks like a future Hall of Famer at wide receiver. He gets a deal with the Indianapolis Colts. Now, I don't know that he gets in. Like, for me, he wouldn't. I just think he's accumulated enough numbers now in the NFL where a lot of guys get in just based on kind of lifetime achievement. He's over 1,000 catches and over 12,000 yards with 70 touchdowns at this point. One of the better slot receivers of his era.
But he wasn't always a slot guy. He's now kind of converted to the big slot guy. He was the quintessential do a bit of everything target, and then has now kind of slowed down over the years to be more of a possession guy. Now kind of your post-up big slot receiver. But yeah, with a few hundred yards this year, he'll be in the top 25 all time in terms of receiving yards. Now, part of that is, as you said, benefit of the area that he was playing in. But the other part is he had some years where that dude was unbelievably good.
I wonder how much of him signing with the Colts is about Alec Pierce's lingering health. He was late to get to camp. A couple of the guys Washington didn't go get. I'm thinking about Jordan Tyson, who's out 2 months with a hamstring, who they could have drafted at number 7. Alec Pierce is on this list. There was somebody else I just saw Obviously, Biotish today with the injury, but somebody else had an injury where you're like, man, a lot of the guys that people wanted the Commanders to go get, free agency or the draft, it hasn't gone great so far to start camp.
Which, you don't know if that would have happened here, but still, you just kind of look at it and you go, okay, well, and maybe it would have happened here is the other part of it. But yeah, I mean, I wonder what the role is. Maybe it's to replace Pittman, who moved to Pittsburgh. This is the unsexy, short, underneath, glorified tight end kind of work that Pittman was doing for a while. But yeah, listen, Keenan Allen's not a world beater anymore. But he could certainly help you. I mean, we're a couple years removed from him being a 70-catch, 740-plus yard guy for the Bears. That is not, oh my God, I saw that in person, guys. Tell your grandkids, but it's helpful at this stage.
The NFL preparing to have a team based outside of the States full time. We'll discuss that next on Grant and Danny.
Commanders are back out on the practice field today in Ashburn as they gear up for their second preseason game coming up on Saturday at noon against the Lions in Detroit. Players that missed practice today included Odafe Oweh, Kaylavon Chason, Johnny Newton, and Jordan McGee. Jerome Ford was placed on injured reserve. Other news across the NFL, Najee Harris is signing with the Giants. Jets running back Breece Hall is going to be out 2 to 3 weeks with a strained groin that he suffered at practice yesterday. He's expected to be ready for the season opener, though, according to Aaron Glenn. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz was carted off the field at practice today. They also had numerous other players get hurt for the Chargers. And the Seahawks are still planning to sign cornerback Terrion Arnold. Arnold will be placed on the commissioner's exempt list when he is signed. Baseball, the Nationals look to snap a 4-game losing streak as they go to the second series of a 3-city road trip, taking on the Texas Rangers for Game 1 of the series tonight. 8:05 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Jackson Kent makes his second career start. Cal Quantrill goes to the hill for the Rangers. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We've got tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix in 1 hour at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori & Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I just saw that Bill Rasmussen passed away, the co-founder of ESPN. Died at 93 years old. So first things first, you get to 93, you lived a pretty good run.
Heck yeah.
I don't know about the details of his passing, but thinking about his family and friends for sure, that's a name that is synonymous, though, with sports and television. And ESPN is largely responsible. As much as I like to beat up on the state of ESPN today, even still, I mean, I watch it as much or more than any channel that I watch.
I was going to say, I think it's fair to beat up. That doesn't change the impact, man.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, none of us, I think I can speak for everyone, would be the same amount of fan or the same level of fan if not for that network. And I can't personally fathom a world where it didn't exist. It did throughout the entirety of my childhood. I mean, it was probably still in its infancy and young, but when I was 8 or 9 years old, that's all I watched was SportsCenter, and every show that they had, I was glued to. That was the only thing that was on the TV in my room all the time. Channel 25, ESPN. Bill Rasmussen, who was in charge of the whole thing getting off the ground, passing away today at 93.
People sleep if you're younger, probably even your age, maybe even below GP on, because by the time you got to be a sports fan, it was like, yep, oh yeah, ESPN, the cable 24-hour sports station, that thing, that didn't exist. Imagine going from a BC to an AD with that, where you go, hey, it's the late 70s. I know nobody has cable. And I know nobody has an appetite for this thing, but just wait, they will. And all the risk and all the venture and all the idea of like, here's what we're going to start and begin. They didn't have access to the highlights at first. You know what I mean? Like you're sitting there fighting tooth and nail to figure out how we're going to populate this network that's going to be on all day long and into the night and, 24 hours worth. And he had a vision for it. His family had a vision for it. I think there's another business partner there as well. But it went from this fringe weird thing where they're showing like different kinds of dog catching frisbees and all sorts of different weird sports on the fringe. A lot of logger competitions.
ESPN 8 man.
Yeah, to the most definitive, as big as, if not bigger than the sports that they were covering network. Impossible to imagine how they went there.
The sports took off too. I mean, who knows? Like eventually something else comes along or they would have gotten where they got to. But ESPN helped them be on a rocket ship. Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, any of the sports. The fandom of all of those games grew. The access was so important in that. Reading from ESPN's story here, it was a moment for risk-taking. In the late 1970s, not many people thought an around-the-clock cable sports network had any chance. Bill Rasmussen, who had just been fired as communications director of the New England Whalers, was one of them. He maxed out his credit card and with his $9,000 advance acquired valuable space on a communications satellite. Think about that. He's like, you know what? Let's do this. Sports all the time. And people kind of laughed at him. Thinking about the early days of ESPN is not that different probably than the early days of like MTV.
Yeah.
And what it initially was. The earliest days of MTV was actual music videos.
With the occasional, like, brief interlude for like a minute or two, but it's like, okay, now back to the videos.
And early ESPN was not even necessarily just the games, but the highlights, and Sports Center was it. I mean, every day before school, I would sit there while eating breakfast, and you would catch up on everything that happened the night before. Old guy radio here, but I mean, there was no just scrolling your phone or looking at the highlights. Nowadays, if there's a boxing match or something that I didn't watch, what will I do? I'll get on Twitter, I'll do a quick search, or go to the account that I know will be talking about it, and I'll see the 12-second clip of the knockout or whatever. Back then, you just had to wait for your 30-minute Sports Center to get to everything because there was no other way to do it. And so it is obviously very different. The world has changed. It's not as necessary now, but pretty amazing just what an impact his idea had on so many of our lives.
100%. And again, I'm old enough to remember, I'm part of that last generation that lived without cable and then with it. And now, of course, we moved into every other option and streaming and satellite and whatever you want to do. But before cable was ubiquitous, almost a decade before, he was like, we're going to do this thing on cable. What? What is that?
Yeah.
What even is that for most of the households or satellite or whatever? Nobody had that. You had whatever local station you could get, you got it. And it was a big deal.
What was your favorite ESPN programming growing up or as ever?
The definitive, most important program, as far as I'm concerned, Sunday NFL Countdown. Yeah. It is quite simply, you didn't know what happened in the other games. You'd see a score bug. I remember it was novelty, and it was amazing when they'd break in with the occasional highlight. Let's go, back to the studio and tell you what's going on in the Giants-Saints game or whatever. But it wasn't until that night where you had any idea of how it looked or what happened, where you had to sit down and watch it. You go, Dad, come in here, look at this fumble, or look at this boneheaded play, or look at this unbelievable thing. And it was definitive and perfect.
Right.
The Berman, Tom Jackson, the chemistry between the two guys, going through all the highlights because they were delivering it to you for the first time.
I told you this last time it came up randomly on the show, but they brought that back, and it's now on the app, and I still watch it every weekend. It's not with Tom Jackson, obviously, but it's Chris Berman and Booger McFarlane. And they've recreated, but it's still the pace and the music and the Berman at his schwammiest, where he's like, go to Landover, where the Commanders are hosting the Cowboys. Into the end zone, 7 yards. Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He's got 3 touchdowns from Louisville. And they do the whole bit.
Yeah.
That show, though, I'm with you. I think for me was probably my favorite.
It was the best. Baseball Tonight was a definitive. So
Baseball
perfect.
Tonight, there was a time where it was fantastic. A lot of these shows are still around in different variations, and they're not as good. I don't know why that is, if there's a nostalgia to it, we're building it up in our heads or what, but I also think a lot more money and time and energy went into Baseball Tonight 30 years ago than now.
I think that's a huge part of it. But to me, what really happened, what made everybody change was the highlight and the information became easier to get. They had it. They held the cards. The local sports reporter held the cards, right? So the highlight machine, George Michael Sports Machine or Glenn Brenner, some of the greats around here, the icons, they knew what happened and then they were going to deliver to you. And I'm sitting there going, hey, what happened in that game? I don't know yet. Now I know. And the fact that whether it's on my cell phone or my computer or the access that I've got, that's what killed those shows in a way to me. Where, again, I'm watching a baseball game, Wednesday Night Baseball with John Miller and the great Joe Morgan doing games, and I didn't know what happened in the rest of the league. Now, if I'm the slightest bit curious, I have an app for it, I have a website for it, I have a network for it where I can watch it live look-ins. That's just different. And that's what killed those shows.
The live look-in element of ESPN 2 was huge in '98 for me in the home run chase.
Oh, yeah, dude.
When McGuire and Sosa were chasing down the home run record of Roger Maris. That was one of the first times I can remember. That summer, I turned 10 in May. And they would just do you would sit on ESPN because someone was at the desk and they would take you out there for the at-bat. And how they got the rights and played traffic cop nowadays, I'm not really sure. It may not go the same way, but very, very cool the way they pulled that off. By the way, the Nats, the Texas Rangers tonight at 8:05, 5 hours from right now, right here on The Fan. Pregame with Charlie and Dave this evening, right around 7:40. If you want to listen to that on your flagship home for the Nationals. All of our Nats coverage today, we'll be talking about the C.J. Abrams position change later in the show. Going to be brought to you by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. So the story out of the NFL about a team being based internationally full-time trickles out today based on a Roger Goodell comment in an interview that he did. So he was being interviewed by a German media outlet called RTL-NTV. I'm just going to say German TV.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, but he was on this channel in Germany talking about the game internationally. And he suggested that there's no doubt that an NFL team will be based outside of the United States at some point during his lifetime. There's no doubt, is what he said. At some point, there will be NFL teams outside the USA, Goodell told this channel. I have no doubt that this will happen one day. We know the league's international profile is growing big time, and it does every single year. In fact, this year, the league voted to play as many as 10 international games per season outside of the States now, and that'll be the first time this happened in 2027. We're going to get up to 10 from 8 previous to this calendar year. The other vote that happened that kind of was under the radar but was really important in this regard was the league voted, and teams have now been stripped the ability to protect home games from international play. So I don't know the exact specifics on this, but the way I read this is if you're the Commanders and Josh Harris, you could say, you're not sending us and the Cowboys in our home, Northwest Stadium game internationally. Can't have it. That's the game we're protecting. Well, now teams are no longer allowed to protect that division game against the rival in their stadium. So that's how you get like the Rams and the 49ers going to Australia. That's how you get some of the really good ones, the Packers and the Eagles in Brazil, or whatever the other games are that are marquee. Because it used to be you just send the Jaguars and the Browns and these crappy teams for 2 last place clubs playing in London, and they go, if we really want to hook people, we need the Chiefs playing the Bills. We need the Bengals at 7-2 taking on the Steelers in a rivalry. And so the teams can't actually say no now. Plus, we're up to 10 international games a year. So the momentum keeps going more and more that way, but the logistics have always suggested that you're never going to be able to base a team outside of the States full time. And Goodell says, it's going to happen, and he has no doubt about it.
So that could mean a lot of things. Mexico City, Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver, or London, Portugal, Barcelona.
But isn't that, like, even if it's Mexico City, I think that still qualifies as a massive deal.
Well, it does, but that's Western Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere. Like, that's the same continent. That's not that big of a deal. They already played some games there. That's, it's a little bit south and east of Arizona, where you're already going to play probably.
You're saying it feels more like realignment into another NFL city.
Yeah, that's not that huge a deal.
The ruination of the sport based on the logistics of travel.
Indeed. So, like, if you're going to Dublin, Ireland, that's a dramatic difference than if you're going to Toronto internationally. And I think that's what they're talking about. It's overseas. It's the difference potentially of 6, 7, 8, 9 hours if you're on the West Coast for some of these places across the Atlantic. And to me, I would say it has to be in the Northern Hemisphere. So you think of the equator line where they're already going to go into Argentina. I think they're going to play, I can't remember if they played a game and they played a game in Brazil. So that's below the hemisphere. I think that's too huge of a deal. It's a different season. Everything about it's different. It's totally topsy-turvy. And then kind of past that prime meridian line that goes through, England, sort of Western Europe.
Geography class.
But that's kind of my point here is if you go beyond those things, it's now like, all right, you're going to fly Monday, but it's really Tuesday there. And when you land, it's going to be yesterday and your body clocks and everything else. And this is just a regular week of the season. Just seems too much to do beyond a special occasion.
I'll get back to the topic at hand in a second. But speaking of the international travel and how insane it is, have you seen the difference between the Rams and the 49ers for how they're going to handle the Australia game? I think this is crazy. So one of the teams, I believe it is the 49ers, are going out there way early. So they're going to be out there for a week, basically.
Trying to acclimate.
Exactly. They're going to go out. They're going to practice there. They're going to live there. They're going to just chill. And they're going to try to see some koala bears and get bitten by spiders and do all that stuff.
There's so many of those.
The Rams are acting like they're playing the game in D.C. They're flying out the night before, you can't fly in a night.
So it's like 3 nights before almost, yeah.
Exactly. But it's like, what is that, Tobes? You live there. It was like 17-hour flight or whatever. It's asinine. But they're going to land, basically, get off the plane, go to bed, wake up, play the game, and then fly back. Like, they're acting like it's a cross-country flight. And so whatever happens in the game, people are going to have the takeaway of that team did it right. The 49ers acclimated, or they were there too long. The Rams, by not taking it overly seriously and just business as usual and sleeping on the plane, because they get the ginormous plane and everyone has the room to lay out, and everyone will be in a bed that basically rolls backwards. I'm sure they'll spare no expense. Kroenke's going to take care of the guys, but they're going to just get off the plane, play football, come back. And so whoever wins will say that that's the way to do it. But I do find it completely fascinating to see those two teams juxtaposed and how they're handling it.
Well, there's no settled science on it, right? I mean, I remember there's been a million debates as to what you do when you go play Denver. Do you fly in at the last possible second you can and expose yourself the least amount to the altitude and less oxygen, or do you go there as early as you possibly can to acclimate to it?
Teams still debate that all the time.
And nobody knows the answer, right? There's no one way to do it.
I do feel like, personally, the more you can adjust, the better. Not just from a time zone standpoint, but getting over there. If you can set up camp and just be there, the same way when Washington, remember, played, went out to the West Coast to play the Cardinals and some other team back-to-back, they just stayed out there. I think the idea of just being there, posting up, no distractions, being in a hotel, having practice every day, you're there for 5 days so your body clock's adjusted. I'm Team 49ers way of doing it, but I guess we'll find out.
Seriously. Yeah, I mean, if one team looks a little sluggish, a little slow, or looks good, is it because of the flight, or is it because the 49ers have practice near power lines? We won't know. We won't know.
I had a couple of people come up to me today, and shout out if you're listening. They're big listeners, it sounds like. But they were like, have you thought about all the data centers around Ashburn? And I was like, no. They're like, do you think all the data centers are why the Commanders get hurt so much? And I was like, so we have the 49ers have their substation, and now the data centers are why the Commanders are getting hurt. I have not heard that one. That's new.
But it can't just be like there's a data center in your county. Like when you look at that 49ers practice footage, they're like, nice pass by whoever, by Brock Purdy. And in the background, as the ball's flying in the air, it's nothing but this giant substation takes up the entire background of the picture.
And it's just crackling electricity.
Yeah,
and stuff.
You can hear the buzz of it.
There's a golf course I play at the one time every year that I play golf.
The golf course.
Meadows Farms, it's called, in Orange, Virginia. It's where I do the Jermon Bushrod charity golf tournament. But there's like power lines over top of all the holes and stuff. And it's just kind of funny because when you're out there, the entire time you can just hear the zzz.
Just power.
That's all it is power. Yeah. But maybe I'm like George Kittle when I'm out there. I'm just like, my knee starts hurting or something. I don't know. But anyway, back to this idea of playing these international games, not just 8 to 10 at a time, but a team actually being based outside of the United States. Here's what I think this is. I think this is posturing from the league in a way to get what they need from the cities that either already have teams or that want teams in a world where they're going to expand or Major League Baseball style, like replace a city with another one or what have you. That's to me what this is the league's bluffing because they want stadium deals and they want the cities that have the stadium deals to feel some pressure. We will take your team and we will move it to London. We will get the best stadium ever built in another country where we don't have to worry about the financials at all. I think that's really what this is.
At the core of it, it's that.
By the way, there's only like one more team right now that's going to be sold anytime in the near future, which is, I think, the Baltimore Ravens potentially in the next bunch of years, I guess, could be like the last team of the like young ownerships that have taken over. Like if you're looking at it, but beyond that, like who's moving? None of these teams are moving. There's no teams coming or going. There's a club of 32 people that get to own these things, and unless somebody sells, I don't know, like how do you get in on the game? They're not adding a new team, so I think this is just their way of saying, hey, when we tell you need a new stadium, you better get a new stadium because Europe is waiting. That's what I think this is.
I think there's something to that, but I think the other part of it is they love to have international stuff. I mean, they're already showing you by how many games they're just going to keep adding. They want those markets. They see the fervor. They see the incredible passion of these fan bases where if you go to a Manchester City game and you're wearing red, the cops are like, yeah, we can't protect you. Good luck. Like you might get your brains beat in. They want access to that. They want these spending avid, if you even just get a taste of it, you're on easy street. It's found money as far as they're concerned. So I think it's two parts. One, leverage the part I hadn't really thought about that, but it makes good sense. But the other part is there are only so many more football fans that you can find here in the United States.
Well, and one other item related to that, if you're talking about holding the events outside of the United States, so there's been a lot of talk about a Super Bowl internationally.
Mm-hmm.
And Goodell went on record as basically saying, we're not going to have a Super Bowl outside of the United States unless there's a team that plays in that city. Like the Super Bowls we like to give to our team cities. Because that would be pretty crappy. If you're like, hey, I know there's a huge line of everyone here that has the teams that want the Super Bowl.
But we're doing it at Wembley Stadium.
We're going to London.
Yeah.
So his point is, I'm not saying no to a Super Bowl internationally, but it's not going to happen until there is a team. The guy that runs, his name's Peter O'Reilly, the NFL's executive VP of business, international events, said something to the effect of it's not a front burner issue, which is being taken to mean we'll talk about this when there's a team over there, and then they'll get their Super Bowl. Not unlike Washington getting their new stadium, and now the Super Bowl follows if you build it, Super Bowl comes kind of thing. But I think that you're onto something with, like, they want to do more events, but you're capped at what kind of and how many of the big events you could do if you don't have a team there, because all the other teams are going to be putting their hand out going, what about us, dude?
Right. What
We're
about our
waiting.
turn?
We want the draft. Why would you put it in Europe when we haven't had our draft in our city, which is a institution, pillar city for the NFL?
So I think there's going to be a team in London before I'm toes up in the ground. I think that's what's coming.
I do not. Give me, like, would you say within the next 20 years?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it went from look at this crazy weird novelty. We're going to play one game in Mexico City for San Francisco to, oh yeah, you guys go to Australia, you guys are in Germany, you guys will be in Bulgaria in like an hour and a half. We're just going everywhere, man. It's a traveling road show. Yeah, you guys go to Buenos Aires and you can't get it on Peacock, Danny. We're going to do all that stuff.
Saudi Arabia.
I think that's what they want.
I don't think there will be a team in London ever. If you told me there'd be a team in like Mexico City you referenced earlier, that's way more likely, but I'd still say no. I would bet against, let's not say in our lifetime, let's say in 20 years, you're saying there will be an international team.
Yes.
I think the logistics make it really hard.
Oh, I'm sure of that. Because I think it's to me, if I'm on any kind of committee, they point me to something, I'll go, no, that's a non-starter. It's stupid. Imagine being a team from San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, used to be San Diego, but anybody out west, even Denver in the middle of the West, even like anybody in the middle of the country, those flights are outrageous. You can't do that. And they'll go, thanks so much. There's more money there. What else you got? Next item on the agenda. We're doing it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number. So Danny says, yes, the NFL will have a team playing its games full-time internationally in the next 20 years. I'm on the other side. I say absolutely not happening, no way. Who you with? Pick a side here. G&D on the Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Commanders are back out on the practice field today. Several players not practicing. Jerome Ford, he was placed on the injured reserve list. Other players that didn't practice at Afe Owe, Kaylavon Chason, Johnny Newton, and Jordan McGee. Across the NFL, Najee Harris is signing with the Giants. Just across town, the Jets running back Breece Hall is out 2 to 3 weeks dealing with a strained groin. He is expected to be ready for the season opener. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz was carted off at practice today. The Chargers sustaining multiple injuries at their practice today. And the Seahawks still plan to sign cornerback Terrion Arnold, although Arnold will be placed on the commissioner's exempt list if and when he signs. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers tonight. 8:05 first pitch. Jackson Kent set to make his second career start. Cal Quantrill goes to the hill for the Rangers. Nats looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. You can hear it right here on The Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are talking NFL football and international play. Get back into training camp. Was out at practice today. Toby was out there for the radio station as well. All of our camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Question is, will there be a team that is based full-time outside of the United States over the next 20 years? Roger Goodell says there's no doubt about it. Says it's absolutely happening in a interview he did with German television. I don't see it. I think it's posturing. I think in a lot of ways it's a kick to the butt to any of the teams in the States to do whatever the league wants, whether that be stadium deals or otherwise, because they've got this option that they really like. This is the monster under the bed. But it's not going to work. It doesn't make sense. It's just not practical, and players aren't going to want to sign for or play for that team. It'll be at an inherent disadvantage. But Danny, you think it's going to happen in the next 20 years?
I do. The same way that they've disregarded what players want with Thursday Night Football, with the some of the travel things that they have imposed. They've said, "Thanks for your complaint. We really appreciate it. Now get on the plane and go play."
But players don't have to sign to play on Thursday Night Football. What player is signing a deal for the same money to be based overseas for the entirety of the season and/or to have to travel for, let's say, 3-4 weeks at a time to get those home games in away from their family?
It's a great question. I would say the same thing about why wouldn't someone sign in Miami and then go and sign in Green Bay instead? Why would an NBA player sign in Utah when they could sign in New York? I mean, it is a disadvantage in general, but it's with collective bargaining and the salary cap and everybody's kind of equal. The money will be the money. I mean, again, I'm with you. The logistics are awful, and what it should be is a non-starter, but I don't see it that way. I think it's real.
Let's go to Steve in Fairfax to get started. You can listen to the show on 106.7. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, we are on in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Doing good, boys. How are you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
So I don't think it's going to happen. I think the need for NFL football every Sunday here in the stateside is just so great. I would probably think expansion would happen closer to home as opposed to overseas. I mean, it's kind of like you guys said, like these cities are fighting for these franchises. They know they're money makers. I just don't see how you wouldn't expand, stateside first and then eventually do that. But I would think the market here stateside, because this is our game. This is not a international game. It's a North American game that was created here and it's played here usually. So I would think expansion would happen at home before it would happen away.
I think you're right about that. I wonder about, when he says expansion, I'm guessing he just means more teams and more cities.
Just say, for example, you had 2 more teams. The next biggest population city that doesn't have a team is San Antonio. I'm making that one up. So I'm not making up a city, but it's far enough away from Dallas, far enough away from Houston, far enough away from anything in Arizona or whatever. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. San Antonio could have a team. So who's their partner team? Is it London, or do you have to go to Portland?
I'll give you two right now. St. Louis should still have a team.
There you go.
San Diego should still have a team.
There you go.
You don't think those cities would go head over heels to bring teams back? The San Diego, I guess you couldn't call them the Chargers, although maybe you would, and then LA would get a new name or something. But, St. Louis, I think the way Austin is growing and the way football is crazy in Texas, it'd be a little weird to have three teams in Texas maybe, but you mentioned San Antonio. There are a bunch of monster cities in this country where I would much prefer to see a new team, and
Same
I agree. Here. If you're growing this thing into more teams, which I don't think they should, I think 32 is a good number. Yeah, there are cities that are lined up ready to go with diehard football fans. Take care of them. But your point is you got change in the United States that you're not getting. You got buckets of money like you just robbed a bank internationally waiting to be handed over. Justin's in Bethesda. What's up, Justin? How are you?
From Bethesda!
Hey, buddy.
I think they're going to start in Canada and Mexico first. I agree with Danny, but I think once these new TV deals are signed, then they're going to start going overseas because they can package it like a Netflix-only international broadcast package for the home games.
Appreciate you, buddy. Your phone sounds a little rough. It's hard to make out. Sounds like he's saying there is streaming opportunities where you could, based on having teams internationally, like Netflix is the home of the UK team or whatever, which is interesting. I think you could still do that with teams in the States, but certainly makes it more appealing now that you can stream all over the world.
So, what I thought he was getting at was, if you'd like to watch any international game, that's on Amazon Prime, or that one's on Netflix. So meaning when we play in Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Frankfurt, Germany, all the international games are on that streaming channel. So I don't know if that's necessarily related or mutually exclusive to having a team internationally, but I do see it going that way, where everybody's going to come up with creative streaming packages or different ways for like one big service to take a new bite out of their coverage, because there's a finite number of games, 16 times 16, right? Per week, and everybody's got or 17 rather. You got those number of games. So here's a group of 11 of them. That's a certain Thursday Night Football. Here's a group of 17. That's Monday Night Football. So we're biting off little parts of it, and then the international games, if there's 10 of them, that's only streaming on whatever.
They could sell the package.
Yeah.
I just don't get why you can't already do that, but I certainly understand the point, I suppose, bigger picture. Reggie just slid into my DMs on Instagram. Grant H.
Provocative.
Paulson. Yeah, very provocative here. He is hitting on the show, it looks like. Grant H. Paulson on IG. He says, no team in London or anywhere else. Logistics stink. Currency exchange? Do I get paid in euros or dollars? Do I relocate my family? Political unrest. Travel is a mess. TV schedule. He's just shooting from the hip here.
Yeah. These are different things. Yeah. I agree with all those, by the way.
All of those things make it unlikely.
But it's the same way with like players in different tax rates for different states. And again, I'm telling you, those logistics are like away from camera, and those things get figured out.
Yes, I would just say when you reference that, or you talk about like, why does anyone play in Utah? That's like the difference between Utah versus Miami or something, let's say, is like a 4 out of 10. Whereas the difference between Miami and London is like a 56 out of 10.
Sure.
It's a sliding scale there when you're still in the States, and you can just like, there's Nats players I know whose families like don't join them until after the school year. And they're just staying a couple states over. The wife will fly in for a trip and stay in the hotel here or there. But for the most part, like, they don't see their kids for a few weeks, and that stinks. It's very, very different than if everyone had to do something like that, and that was just the norm for the entire team every season. Let's go to Alex in Vieta. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for taking my call. So,
Alex, have you ever been to the Vienna Inn?
Of course.
All right, I just wanted to make sure.
Football games every Friday night.
Oh, really? So you go to the Oakton Cougars game, and then you go right over to the Vienna Inn to talk about the matchup?
Well, when my son was playing for him, I sure did.
Let's go.
I love that.
Yes. But yeah, the Vienna Inn is awesome, and they don't hire men to serve for some reason, but that's not a bad thing when you're a middle-aged dude like me.
I didn't know about that. That's an interesting development.
That's interesting.
Danny sleeps on the Vienna Inn, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure I do.
I just don't think you've ever been.
How dare you? How dare you?
It's worth the trip out to suburbia for you. I promise.
What do you got?
I just don't see how the stadium funding works. The NFL teams do not like paying for their own stadiums. The clubs in Europe, the soccer clubs in Europe, all have to shell out for their stadiums. There's no way that an NFL team coming to town for 9 dates a year is going to get the $1 billion or €1 billion that it would take to get a stadium paid for, and you would not ever be able to leverage that and say, if you don't build us a stadium, we'll leave, which teams here do all the time. If you tried that in Europe, they would just say, go.
Yeah, how would that work even?
So
Let's
I'll do my
even
best.
Get into that.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So think of it this way. You know when they advertise for your cell phone company that you happen to have that you've been paying money to for 10 years, and they go, new customers get this, and this. And I'm going, well, wait a minute, I'd like to get that. All I've ever done is paid you every month so much money all the time. And do I get it? The answer is no. They'll do whatever they have to do to get in there.
Yeah.
Because it's a new mine that they're digging. The mines they've already dug here, I don't need to give you special treatment. You guys already know how great the product is. They're going to go give Blue Magic to those folks for the first time over there. And you will take a loss initially for the unbelievable amount of windfall that's coming.
I was going to go the other way. I actually think they'd build the NFL stadium there for the team to get the NFL there.
Maybe. Honestly.
You're going more with the owners would do what they have to do to be there because of the money?
Because the league will basically say, listen, we're going to take...
By the way, the league would help you a lot.
We'll take a low loss here for a short amount of time. But imagine continents and tens of millions of people being introduced to our product. All it takes is for people to see our product, then it goes like hotcakes. It'll be fine. All we have to do is get over there.
Double Play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. G&D on the Fan. Coming up in 15 minutes on Grant and Danny, somebody is winning Freedom 250 Grand Prix tickets right here on The Fan. We've got those tickets for you all week long. Let's get to our double play. Sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, AC, and electrical, absolutely the best.
So, listen, Darius won't have heard of any of these things. This is out of something called the DC Universe. The DC Universe, okay, DC Comics. There have been a lot of misses. We all know that. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. Okay? What? Now, hold on, Mr. John. It's been a lot of things that they were like, listen, you don't know these characters, but get to know them in a hurry and care about them. And it's a miss. Okay?
And we're 7 of them in a movie at once.
Yeah, it's too jumbled. It's too much. They tried to fast track what Marvel spent years building. And then, frankly, Marvel has cut some corners lately on their own, although Marvel's making a big comeback. But here's the point. Whisper quiet, sneaky, down low, very incrementally, DC is trying to make a comeback here. Peacemaker, starring John Cena, really good, really entertaining. The exact right tone that it needs to be. Funny, dark, serious enough that it's like, okay, there's some gravity to this. It matters. You get some pretty gory things. Some people are getting blown up in the whole thing, but it's a really, really good show. Again, heavy buy recommendation on Peacemaker. HBO just premiered Lanterns this past Sunday. So what's today? Tuesday? Lanterns stars Kyle Chandler. You remember him as the head coach of Friday Night Lights. He's been in a bunch of stuff. He's really good. He plays an aging Hal Jordan who's cranky and pissed off and annoyed and kind of over all of it.
Who is Hal Jordan?
The Green Lantern.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to have questions, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Nah, I'm good.
No, hold on. You're familiar with the Green Lantern. He's got a ring, and he can whatever he wants to have happen, he can make it happen.
I was good when you said DC and not Batman, so I'm in Darius's camp. You can keep going, but I don't have any questions.
I saw curiosity. I saw that spark in your eyes. Reporter Paulson was on it.
I do like Kyle Chandler.
Yeah, he's really good in this role. So you don't need to know much about the lore, as the young people say, or kind of the story. They drop you right in, and then you're kind of explaining. You realize what we're in for here. This is aging Hal Jordan, a.k.a. Kyle Chandler, just gruff and ticked off and snarky and sarcastic and like a little bit drunk, mad at everybody all the time. And that's pretty much what we have in the first show. He's training a guy that's eventually going to take his place. And so there's some awkwardness therein. Kelly MacDonald is in the show. You would recognize her from everything. She's aggressively Scottish, but does American accents incredibly well. She was in No Country for Old Men. She played Llewellyn Moss's wife in that film. She was in Boardwalk Empire. She's really, really good. She's in the show, and you're kind of starting to see the universe as it's built. Only one episode in. I really enjoyed it, though. It hooked me in. But that's kind of the point here, is DC has a long way to go. They're not even playing the same sport as Marvel at this point. Not only are they not in the same ballpark, they're not playing the same sport.
They were relegated.
But they're trying, and they're going about it, and they pretty much bet really, really big on a trailer you and I have seen, Clayface, which is, they do kind of this dark, brooding thing anyway, trying to copy Christopher Nolan's Batman, and they failed. They're going for it here with like the first comic book horror movie, and it looks pretty good.
It does.
That's what I got for you.
It's just too much. I mean, everything's so dark, like shot dark, is dark. It's just not for me. But I stopped short of clubbing them because they gave me Batman, which is the greatest trilogy of all the trilogies, the greatest superhero movies that we have, thanks to Christopher Nolan. And I would say Spider-Man gives it a run for its money. Like the 4 Spideys, the Tom Holland Spideys, are outstanding. That's probably my second favorite series of films at this point. But that's Marvel's best offering. They've had really good ones. Captain America was great. I'm really big on the Iron Man movies. Obviously, the Avengers movies are hard to beat. So Marvel, 57 on the scoreboard.
Yep.
DC has a field goal. It's 3, but that Batman field goal was really, really good.
Well,
that was a Drew Stevens 71-yarder.
But even still, the Batman stuff, the Christopher Nolan trilogy, they're kind of like, because they can't get any of those guys back to do any of the Batman stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's over.
It stands alone, so they're like, what about this stuff and all that? And it's all rushed, and it was bad. I think they've got something here. I don't know where they go with it. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm just telling you they're trying, and I appreciate the effort. Good hustle.
Marvel can get some heat on this too. I know Darius will disagree here. I get
Darius, your
annoyed.
muffs.
I get annoyed by the I've got to watch a TV show to watch a movie thing too. Enough with that. Like, you haven't seen WandaVision? Why didn't you watch WandaVision? I don't know, because it's not a movie in the theater that I need to watch.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
Leave me alone.
That's tough.
So Marvel's doing this bit where I just saw what the new Avengers.
So you haven't seen Loki?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Is it a Marvel TV show? Does it take a bunch of hours? That I
No,
haven't
it
seen?
doesn't.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
It doesn't take a bunch of hours.
But I was doing a deep dive on the Avengers flick that's coming out this winter. It's like, here are all the things you should watch before that. And I have the homework of now watching 4 TV series. Get away from me. Like, that's so ridiculous. Go away. Don't do that. So stop with the TV shows before the movies thing. That's absurd. Like, but to enjoy Spider-Man, you have to watch Miles Morales and this, and your kids have. Yeah, hopefully you have kids. Sorry, everyone that doesn't, because you need to watch Spidey and His Amazing Friends, Season 3, Episode 2. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I cannot co-sign that.
I know.
The leaving the nuggets in different places is awesome.
It's time for my double play. This one is tough for me. The University of Michigan is not going to use letter grades for freshmen next fall. Did you see this story?
I did see this.
What are we doing? You're just making it so easy for the tough guys that just want to scream about, like...
Everybody gets a trophy.
Exactly. Yep. The University of Michigan is trying a new approach to curb the mental health crisis among college-age students. Now, I'm not going to sit here and make fun of mental health. I talk about it on the show all the time. It's very serious. I am on, I take a daily pill for anxiety medication. Have not had a single anxiety issue since 2016. Had a couple of weeks of bad anxiety. Couldn't figure it out. Couldn't get over it. I just decided to get on medicine and have never had a problem since. People that deal with it understand how terrible it is and how big of a deal it is. People that don't probably don't get it. So this is not me making light of that. But I do think we use that as just a catch-me-all for making a lot of grand changes sometimes that don't make a lot of sense. And this is one of those times. Starting in the fall of 2027, students entering the university's College of Literature or Sciences of the Arts, a bunch of things that are listed here, instead of traditional letter grades, they're basically going to get like a pass-fail for that first semester to ease them into school, is the way that this is going to work. So reading more about this here, first semester freshmen will receive a pass or no credit marks instead of standard letter grades on their transcripts starting in fall of 27. This applies automatically and mandatorily to all first-year freshmen in the LSA college only. Transfer students and other campuses, colleges at Michigan are not included. Final grades show up as a pass or no credit and do not impact the student's external GPA. So if you leave, it doesn't even matter. And it doesn't affect your GPA if you just had a really rough semester where you got bad grades because you didn't do the work. Professors still grade work and keep records internally for their own well-being, I suppose. These internal grades remain active for financial aid scholarships, athletic eligibility, and academic advising. The university aims to ease the transition to college, encouraging students to take academic risks and help lower student stress and mental health pressures.
It's not hard. It is soft. That's what it is. It's soft.
I mean, you know, in high school, we've talked about this, but like a lot of Fairfax County high school, like schools now, the lowest grade you can get is a 50. Like if you don't get something, they write down a 50.
Yeah, I would have challenged that, by the way, in my day.
If you don't do a project, like, you know what? I'm not going to take this test. You get a 50. Not a 0. Not like when Dad did it or when I did it, and I was like, I'm not going to do that homework. That 0 kills you because that's 87 points lower than what you're hunting for.
Oh, yeah.
A 50 is only 37 points lower than that.
Yeah, that can average out. That 12 I got on that test couldn't.
So I just think that's wild.
No, man. It's terrible. But it goes to show you that this is a inmates running the asylum thing when it comes to higher education so much. Like the student body for so many years has been able to dictate what has to happen, right? In other words, in order to face some of these challenges, in order to face some of these things that are it's supposed to be this sort of life internship before you go live on your own, you go have to negotiate, navigate complex relationships and be challenged academically, et cetera. It's now we need you to succeed and feel great about it so that you look good in the brochure, so that we don't have bad stats about people failing out and transferring, whatever. This was something the Ivy League figured out forever ago. When my friends went, all my really, really smart friends, and I had a bunch of them, went to Yale and Princeton and Columbia and Cornell and Harvard and all these other places.
That is the most St. Albans thing you've ever said.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they all did. And every one of them, to a man, told me it was much harder for us in high school than it was there. because all they want you to do is get in and succeed.
Yeah.
Right. So the grades you would turn in something is probably B+ work. There's your A+ with a smiley face on top, simply because you're here, and the assumption is you can all do the work. So nobody's being challenged in kind of the same way, and it's about making people feel good instead of challenging them.
Yeah, just the idea of like, we want you to be comfortable, so it's okay if you don't do the work. Like, okay, that's the way we're doing it. What about the second semester? Are going to ease me in there? That's going to be a pretty rude awakening.
Well, all it's going to take is some time. Some kid gets a D+, and they'll complain about the book they had to read, and I'm telling you, that's where it goes. It's the kids run it now.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go blitzing around the Beltway next. Speaking of around the Beltway, we got tickets, a 4-pack for you. Freedom 250 Grand Prix. As soon as we return, you got to be listening. The race is this weekend. We got your tickets next.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NFL, the Commanders are back out on the practice field today. Players that missed practice included Odafe Oweh, Kayvon Chason, Johnny Newton, and Jordan McGee. Also, Jerome Ford was placed on injured reserve. Other news across the NFL, free agent running back Najee Harris signed with the New York Giants. For the New York Jets, Breece Hall is going to be out 2 to 3 weeks with a strained groin. He is expected to be ready for the season opener. Charger center Tyler Biadasz was carted off at practice earlier today. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers. 8:05 first pitch. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Jackson Kent will make his second career start for the Nats tonight. Cal Quantrill goes to the hill for the Rangers. The Nats looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. IndyCar is zooming into history with the first ever race around the National Mall, August 22nd and the 23rd, 4 days out this weekend. Get race ready with all the information you need to know over at freedom250gp.com. We've got your tickets throughout the week right here on Grant and Danny, exclusively at 4 o'clock on our show each and every day on The Fan. I really want to get my family out to that this weekend.
So unique. I mean, again, how many times is that going to happen here? Maybe one other time in our lifetime, but it's such an unusual, once-in-a-lifetime type occurrence, man. It's really neat.
Let's get to your Beltway Blitz, the Nats, the NFL, the Commanders, all in one segment. We'll start with Kyle Williams of the Baltimore Banner on our Beltway Blitz. Kyle, C.J. Abrams is moving to second base from shortstop. Two-parter here. When is he going to start playing second every day? And then also, how has he taken the move? It doesn't seem like he's thrilled about it.
Yeah, so when we asked Blake about a timeline, he said it's mostly a matter of days as to when we'll see it rather than, weeks in which we will see it. And CJ, when we talked to him Friday, there's something different about his demeanor. Like and obviously so. Shortstop's one of those positions like a quarterback in football. It's your identity. Like, you're not just playing shortstop. You are a shortstop. Like, that's who you are. And he didn't seem, too thrilled about it. He was asked, does he still view himself as a shortstop long term? And he said, I do. And so that kind of tells you right then and there, just like he wants to be shortstop. He wants to be play shortstop. And he, to his credit, though, he's willing to try out second base to help the team win. But it's clear he wasn't, this isn't what he would have wanted.
So, Kyle, take his feelings aside, and you can't in real life, of course. You got to consider it. He's one of your leaders. He's had such an unbelievable offensive season, etc. But there's a very easy case to be made here from a baseball perspective that they could have done this at any time. And Grant and I both been focused on this. We both wonder kind of why now. What made sense about this move to do it now?
That's the part that I've been, trying to figure out because this is weird timing in terms of, he's not moving to second to accommodate one of their, Seaver King or Eli Willits. He's not, or, a free agent signing. It's just seems like not out of the blue because, we talked to Blake and he said they've been, him and Paul and Ami have been deliberating about this move for the past, couple of weeks or so. So it was a decision that they put much thought into. But the timing is weird because if the timing is just to see how Nasim plays at short and how CJ handles second, then why not put that off until the offseason and give CJ a full runway to, prepare as a second baseman going into next year? So it's still weird in that, it was just kind of random. I mean, you guys have probably heard the press conference we had with Blake. Like, he opened it up by saying, like, C.J. Abrams is going to be playing second base moving forward. Like, it wasn't, a report. It wasn't a scoop or anything. He offered it up. So maybe they just wanted, give C.J. a look at second base, in terms of, the trade value, like, because a lot of teams around the majors don't view him as a shortstop long term. And I guess just seeing if he can handle second base, would help in trade discussions.
I saw that Josiah Gray is pitching in single A at Fredericksburg, I think tonight, but pretty amazing. He missed almost all of 24 because he blew out his arm in the second start of the season. So basically the 24 season, the 25 season, and now the entirety of the 26 season. So we're going on almost 3 calendar years without him pitching. He keeps coming back, though, and to his credit, with all the setbacks, he keeps trying to make a comeback. What do you make of this story?
Yeah, because when we're in this business, it's easy to look at things through like their performance or how what their stats are. But like at the end of the day, these guys are human. And imagine not being able to do the thing you loved for, basically 2 years, like you mentioned. And so when you see a guy miss 2 years or, get limited throughout most of 2 years, like that's his livelihood, that's his career, that's his identity for the most part. And so to see him work his way back and to be in a position where he's, pitching again, that's a big momentous milestone for him. And just, it should be rooted on because, obviously it predates my time on the beat, but just talking with people around the org about Josiah, he's a guy that people love being around. He's a popular guy. And so to see him, navigate those troubles and then come out the other side and, inch ever closer to, returning, that's a positive sign.
Latest on James Wood. I miss him. I need him back in the lineup. What's going on?
So James, they're going to press pause a little bit on, his recovery from the oblique. The tightness and discomfort is still there. Blake said that Sunday. And so it's one of those things, with oblique, you need in every part of baseball, you need your oblique to be healthy and intact. And with James, it just hasn't responded the way that I think they would have liked to this point. And so, he's still doing stuff on the field. He's throwing, but it's not progressing at the rate in which he should be returning to play, anytime soon.
Kyle, thank you, buddy. Good catching up as always.
All right, great catching up. Thank you guys for having me on.
You got it. Check him out, Baltimore Banner. Let's talk football. And to help us do that, Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports on G&D. Frank, Juju Smith-Schuster. I'm old enough to remember when he was a stud with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Released today with the New York Giants. Kind of slowly, year by year on a staircase, has gone in the other direction. He's not that old. What happened with him?
I don't know. I mean, I think part of it was he was very lucky to be playing alongside one of the greatest receivers of all time, and Antonio Brown, who was occupying everybody's coverages, and he found some open areas playing with a really good quarterback and Ben. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to. He was so good. I think it was the second year that he really, really broke out, and he came in the NFL at a young age, so he was 21, 22 when he had his huge breakout, and it just went completely sideways after that. And usually it's an injury, like some guy tears an ACL or tears an Achilles, and he's never quite the same. This was just a really, really quick fall. And like you said, he's not even old now, but he's been kind of irrelevant for a few years. And with this release, it's like I assume the end of the line for him, unless somebody really needs some veteran help.
Are the Seahawks really going to sign Terrion Arnold? It seems like he's pretty radioactive, and there's a lot of flirtation there. And I guess Arnold would go on the commissioner's exempt list, right, for however long. What's going on there?
I mean, the nature of the NFL is if they don't sign him, somebody will. That's why I just said, and I'm being a little cynical and sarcastic to just say, why didn't the Lions just hold on to him? Because somebody else is going to sign him. The team's lining up to sign a guy who's facing 8 felonies. I mean, that's. We like to think that the NFL, some teams are above it. They're not. All these teams care about is winning, and that's fine. Hey, it's a business. And, these coaches and GMs who get fired, they're not kept on the job because, hey, you had a lot of good citizens in the community, but you went 4-13. Like, you got to win. Terrion Arnold gets the Seattle Seahawks or the Giants who are poking around on him or anybody else closer to winning. But it is kind of gross, isn't it? I mean, come on, like. This is some serious stuff he's facing, but as I said, if it's not the Seahawks, it's going to be someone, and they're just going to say, because it's such a low risk thing if you think about it, other than like the PR hits if you take any. Money wise, you're probably giving Terrion Arnold a nothing contract that has no guaranteed money, and if he it ends up going to jail like he might. You just cut him and you move on. It's no big deal money-wise. And if he somehow beats this, well, you got a first-round cornerback who's, 24, 25 years old? So that's the risk as far as the salary cap goes and the football reasons. It's really not that great. That's why I understand why teams are poking around on him.
Which I get. It just feels weird. And I'm a guy that always says, like, if somebody gets in trouble while they're on my team, let's let it play out. Let's make sure. Let due process. But signing him after this, it just feels different.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't there already. You're just pouncing on this opportunity, basically, with all of these things and allegations out there. Kind of crazy. Moving on to the Jaguars and Travis Hunter. So he took 0, 11 on 11 reps on offense to kick off the week. It sounds like they're going to start ramping up more of his defensive workload and less of his offensive stuff going into the season. I guess two-parter on this. Number one, what do you make of this? But then second, they traded up and paid a pretty penny to go up and get him, and I'd imagine it was to be a two-way player. Sounds like he still could be, but are we trending toward him being basically like a corner who just plays a couple snaps on offense? And if so, is that a bad trade that they made to go up and get him? Or if he's an elite corner, I guess, does it still work out?
I mean, terrible trade, honestly. Unless if he's Darrelle Revis in his prime, yeah, okay. But, you drafted him higher than any cornerbacks have ever been drafted. You traded up to draft him, and you traded a lot to get up and draft him. And the reason is they said it on draft day. Tony Basilio, I think, is their president of football operations or whatever title he has. He said, we basically thought we were getting two players with one pick. That's the attitude you should have, right? Like he was a unicorn in college. That's why he won Heisman. Yeah, if you make him just a cornerback, it's not that juice ain't worth the squeeze anymore. Unless he's just the most elite cornerback in the NFL, which honestly he could be. He's that good of an athlete. But yeah, I don't like it. I always wanted to see this, have them see this thing through. I think he was such a unique player, and it seemed like they had a plan. And it seemed like they ditched that plan really quickly, and more out of need than anything. If you look, they're thin at corner, but at receiver, they have Jacoby Myers, they have Brian Thomas Jr., they have Parker Washington. You're already pretty set there, so you can play him at corner almost all of the time. I do think he's going to play some offense. I do, but it's just going to be 20% of the snaps. Is that enough? I mean, can you really get into a groove as an NFL receiver playing 1/5 at a time or 1/4 at a time or whatever it's going to end up being? I just wanted them to I thought that they were the team that, I mean, they talk big. They talk like, hey, we want to do this. We know it's different, but we're going to do this. And then to give that up after 1 year, maybe, I don't love it. I just wanted to see it because he's just such a unique guy.
Brent, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yep, absolutely. Appreciate it.
You got it, man. Hit that the Local 53 sounder, please, Darius. We just did NFL, and now we're doing the Local 53 for the Washington area. This is Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, to talk about the football boys. Mitch, have they been intense enough in training camp, preseason, et cetera?
I mean, it's certainly been much more intense than it was last year. Whenever they're in pads, we're seeing full 2-hour practices, and they're going hard and fast every day. Today was kind of the first day of camp that I was a little bit, hey, you just came off of not quite 3 straight off days, but 3 straight days without full practices, and they were scheduled to be in pads today and ultimately ended up just doing shells. I think they had a bunch of guys, kind of nicked up, banged up, didn't want to, push it too hard. But for the most part, yes, this year's camp has been much more intense, much harder than certainly last year's was.
Mitch, at about 5:30 today, I'm going to get into PFF's O-line rankings. They went 1-32, all 32 teams going into the season. And after the Tunsil injury, they had Washington 32nd, dead last in their offensive line rankings, which seems a little bit crazy to me, but I digress. How concerned or worried are you right now about this offensive line?
I'm a medium level of concern. I mean, certainly since the Tunsil injury, I think is a little bit of a cascading effect where, it challenges the depth across the O-line. But I understand the bigger picture across the NFL. You go from a top 3 or 4 offensive tackle in Laramie Tunsil to Brandon Coleman, that I think nationally certainly has a lot of question marks. Certainly locally has a lot of question marks as well. You go from Tyler Biadasz, who is a steady Eddie center, to Nick Allegretti, who's relatively unproven at that position. I think there are real questions. You look at Chris Paul, even he had a decent season last year, hit the open market. Nobody wanted to touch him. He ended up coming back to Washington on a pretty minimal deal. There are a lot of questions, and I understand why PFF, would have them ranked there. I would say that I think Brandon Coleman is pretty strongly underrated by both fans locally and nationally. I don't think he's going to give you anything close to what Laramie Tunsil would, but I think he's going to give you solid left tackle play. To me, the big question is kind of on the interior, and it starts with Nick Allegretti, but it also relates to Chris Paul as well, who I think, last year did have a decent season, but playing when you're a center, playing between Laramie Tunsil and Tyler Biadasz, covers up a lot of potential, zits when you have guys who are, as seasoned as those guys are. Now you turn to Brandon Coleman on one side and Nick Allegretti on the other, and all of a sudden there's a lot more pressure on Chris. It makes his job a little bit tougher than it was last year. So certainly there are some real questions, but to me, I think, you look at the totality of the group combined with the offense that David Blau is going to run, and you hope that it's enough to make up for some of those question marks, or those question marks come out and play really well. And we're sitting here in week 5 saying, man, they really made the right decision, letting Biadasz walk. Obviously, he had the injury today, so, it's a bigger story. He got carted off the field in L.A. at practice. Maybe you're saying, hey, they made the right decision with Allegretti there because he plays really well.
Double-clicking on Chris Paul for a second, you answered part of this question, but I want to go deeper into maybe why there is so much intrigue or concern. I mean, I started to hear that Coleman might overtake him for the left guard spot before the Tunsil injury. There was some type of combination, or competition going on there between that combination of guys. And you think about it, like he went to free agency. There were reports out there that he was going to get a ton of money. He didn't really get that offer. And so he kind of came back here for 80 cents on the dollar, tail between his legs a little bit. How sure are we that he was awesome last year?
I mean, I think as much as I am probably one of the people most confident in what Brandon Coleman can do at left tackle, I probably have equal angst, if you will, with Chris Paul. I mean, Brandon Coleman beat him out last year at a camp, and Brandon Coleman was the starter, obviously, until injuries and whatnot took over. I think Brandon Coleman ultimately would have been your starting left guard to start this season had Laramie Tunsil, injury not happened. But all that being said, ifs and nuts were candy and whatever that saying is, you can talk about it a million different ways. I think Chris Paul got a lot of help last year with the center left tackle combination that was on either side of him, and also with an offense that is, in shotgun as much as it was last year. It while it makes it a little bit easier for the defense, it also can make it a little bit easier in ways on an offensive line, and particularly a guard. I think that I have real questions about how that Chris Paul, Nick Allegretti inside left portion of the offensive line is going to play. And quite frankly, we're going to get some answers early on in the season when you look at, Philly, Dallas, and Seattle, coming at you right out the chute there.
Mitch, thank you as always, buddy.
Hey, don't forget to thank Toby Altimer for calling me out today, Grant. I forgot last time I was on to mention Toby's new nickname, but I think
that's right.
I think you guys need to incorporate that into the show a little bit.
How do you like? I was saying I think it's really, really good at practice. Instead of Toby Altizer, Toby Altimer.
Toby Altimer, meaning he's always on, like he's there from dawn to dusk.
More like legend goat status.
Oh, the all-timer.
Like, he's an all-timer.
I got you.
He's a superstar producer and personality and everything else across the board for you guys.
He does a lot of stuff.
He's an all-timer. He's Toby Altimer.
All right, hey Danny, you guys can workshop that a little bit, but I wanted to put it out in the ether, and if it ends up taking hold, just I want some.
You'll get credit.
Royalties
You'll get credit for sure. I mean, obviously, tens of dollars will change hands, but it's just I don't want that ego to get too big. Do you know what I mean? We got to keep it in check a little bit. He's already got several characters that he plays, alter egos and stuff. He's a little bit full of himself sometimes.
All
you know
ties
what I mean?
are egos.
Yeah.
I mean, Danny, you're handling a lot of egos on that side, so I understand if you don't want to boost up anybody else there.
You got it. You got it, Mitch.
Mitchell,
you know what it's like.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
See you,
yeah,
bud.
be good. There's Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports joining us on our Beltway Blitz. Next, I want to get into C.J. Abrams. There was a story in The Athletic today that he is not thrilled about moving to second base, which I thought was pretty clear when he said, I think of myself as a shortstop. We told you that he had not taken that well to the conversation, to the decision to move him over, but now you've got his agent, Mike Sanders of Rock Nation on the record saying that his client is not thrilled. We'll talk about that next and what it means for a possible Abrams extension on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are back on the practice field today, but missing several key starters on the defensive side of the ball at practice. Odafe Owe, K'Lavon Chaisson, Johnny Newton, Jordan McGee all missed practice today. Other news across the NFL, Najee Harris is signing with the Giants. The Jets running back Breece Hall is going to be out 2 to 3 weeks with a strained groin that he suffered at practice yesterday, but he is expected to be ready for the season opener. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz was carted off at practice today. Chargers with multiple injuries at their practice today. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers. 8:05 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Jackson Kent starts for the Nationals. It's his second career start. Cal Quantrill goes to the hill for the Rangers. The Nats looking to snap a 4-game losing streak again. 8:05 right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home will sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altimer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I do want to get into the Commanders' offensive line next hour. PFF saying it's the worst offensive line in football going into the season. Is there any argument for that? I'm going to push back a little bit. We'll get into that in about an hour. By the way, 5 and 30 minutes, Mike Florio joins the show from Pro Football Talk. Where does he weigh in on our debate as to whether or not Roger Goodell is right when he says there's going to be an NFL team based internationally in the next 20 years? That's coming up on Grant and Danny. I also want to get his thoughts. Have you seen any of the pictures, videos coming out of the Bills' new stadium where there are a bunch of seats that are completely blocked and you can't see the field?
Incredible that it's happening in the year 2026.
It really is
incredible.
Stunning. But I think it's a blessing in disguise for this ownership group, which I think is being very meticulous and doing this correctly. And Mark Klaus and all those people over there are very, very smart, and I trust them to do it right. But good for them to see what happened, make a couple calls over to Buffalo when the dust settles a little bit.
How did that happen?
Hey, how do we not have those tweets the first time we have people in our stadium?
It's only slightly analogous, but I saw this the other day. My wife follows this, a bunch of these like different kind of home project contractor type people on the Instagrams, right? And she showed me this one where this guy was going through, here is a new $3 million construction, this beautiful looking home. Well, you go inside and, this stair doesn't match up. And this part of the foundation is a full, 3.5 inches higher than 2 feet away. And it's this, and this is sinking and that. And so the whole point is they built it quickly to try to get it done and move on to the next thing instead of being meticulous about that. Right? You get to a certain point, it's a point of no return. You're going, oh my God, this pillar is going to be in the way of this seat. Oh, well, bring him in. What are you going to do? You have to avoid that.
I want to get into C.J. Abrams' move to second, though, and the Nats news of the week here. And this is big. This is many years in the making. Abrams, who has struggled defensively at short since he got to the big leagues and is inevitably going to have to move. We've been saying this for years. It's happening. And the timing is odd to me. I don't know another way to say it other than after the game stopped mattering that much, and while simultaneously the team seems to be saying Seaver King's not coming up imminently in the next couple of days. I think he will be up in September. Plus, you don't want to move CJ for a prospect. That would not look very good. Kind of the face of your franchise with James Wood and an all-star. You're not making room for Seaver King, who may or may not even stay at short because ultimately Eli Willits is going to play that position. It's kind of strange that they are moving him to second base now. Although I'm team move him to second base and have been since the day this staff took over. I said to Paul Taboni when he was sitting in this seat last offseason, I said, are you moving CJ to second? And he's like, no, we're going to watch him. We think he can play short. We're going to figure that out. It was a matter of time, and the time, I guess, is now. But we just had a Nats reporter on minutes ago and Kyle Williams from the Baltimore Banner on our Beltway Blitz, and we asked him how CJ's been handling this move behind the scenes and how he's taking the news that they're moving him off the shortstop position.
When we asked Blake about a timeline, he said it's mostly a matter of days as to when we'll see it rather than, weeks in which we will see it. And CJ, when we talked to him Friday, there's something different about his demeanor. Like and obviously so, shortstop's one of those positions like a quarterback in football. It's your identity. Like, you're not just playing shortstop. You are a shortstop. Like, that's who you are. And he didn't seem, too thrilled about it. He was asked, does he still view himself as a shortstop long term? And he said, I do. And so that kind of tells you right then and there, just like he wants to be shortstop. He wants to be play shortstop. And he, to his credit, though, he's willing to try out second base to help the team win. But it's clear he wasn't, this isn't what he would have wanted.
So that's Kyle from the Baltimore Banner, who was just on the Blitz. Abrams has had an unbelievable season. Part of why this is weird, Danny, is he's finally put it together offensively. Yep. He's got an 885 OPS. He's got 29 homers and 90 driven in. He's the major league leader in runs batted in. He's going to have a 30-homer, 100 run batted in season as a middle infielder. Those guys are really, really hard to find. There's immense value in that. If you were going to trade him, you'd get a ton back, a Soto-light kind of package for him at this point. And that brings me to the Spencer Nussbaum column in The Athletic today, or the reporting that he did, where the headline is, C.J. Abrams not thrilled with change, agent says, but focus remains on Nationals. So the second paragraph here does some damage control a little bit for the team, for, kind of the piece that he's writing and whatnot. We're going to talk to Spencer coming up in 90 minutes at 6 o'clock, but he says, 3 days after the announcement, both Abrams camp and the Nationals front office praised each other as strong partners in the decision, signaling a desire to find common ground despite lingering disagreement about the timing with the necessity of the position change, end quote. That's like a, hey, it's going to be okay, these guys like each other kind of paragraph. But that's not the lead of this story. The lead of this story is this quote from Mike Sanders, the agent for C.J. Abrams from Rock Nation, where he says, I think first, C.J. was not thrilled about the decision to move him off shortstop. Now, he's not going to be thrilled, as Paul Taboni has pointed out, including in this piece. He shouldn't be thrilled. If you came to me and demoted me and took me off of our time slot and put me on, late nights or the weekends or whatever, I probably wouldn't be thrilled either. But the fact that the agent is speaking publicly to say as much is a really, really big deal. Because whatever you're saying publicly as an agent is like 10% of what you'd like to say. You know what I mean? Like, this is not what an agent would typically do. They don't come out
quite literally the tip of the iceberg type expression, right?
Exactly.
We don't see the depths down below.
Now, Paul Taboni said, if I'm CJ, of course I'm upset. It'd be weird if he wasn't. CJ has been a shortstop his whole life, and it's a huge part of his baseball identity. If I didn't sense he was upset, I'd be worried that he wasn't being real with us. So that's a good quote from Paul Taboni, who's a real guy, and I've really enjoyed working with and talking to because he's always pretty honest. But here's what happened. The team decided to move Abrams. We can talk about the timing, which is the only part of this that I think is a little bit strange. And Abrams doesn't want to go to second base necessarily, but he's going to do it because what choice does he have? Right. And you can throw a temper tantrum, or you could just say, I'll do what's best for the team. But I don't think this is a, hey, man, I'm happy to be here. I'll do what's best for the team. I think this is a, whatever, dude. I'll do what's best for the team. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's a tacit agreement.
This, to me, is the first step toward him getting traded in the offseason. That's where I'm at on this. I do not think this ends with an extension, and I also don't feel like there's a whole lot of reason necessarily to go into next season with him on the roster and wait till the deadline, unless the work stoppage is so convoluted and takes so much time that it's hard to get any real baseball business done. But Danny went, by him handling this, I needed to know, how does he take this? How does he feel? So I did my own digging right away and just asked around and kind of got the feeling he wasn't that happy about it. But if he was cool with it, it would have been the other way for me, where I would have said, hey, you can now pay him like a second baseman. He's happy to play second. Let's give him close to $30 million over 8 years and make him the highest paid second baseman ever, and let's sign him to an extension. But by him saying he's a shortstop, which, by the way, he's not going to be a shortstop long-term in his career, I think this is kind of the beginning of the end in terms of him here. Do you think that's overstated?
No, I think it's 100% on point. And we get to the same conclusion slightly differently. I think the team, because you're willing to put up, it's a push and pull. You're willing to put up with certain things. Like, think back to the Wizards and having Bojan Bogdanovic on the roster. The guy could shoot the lights out. They were going to go at him defensively. How much? What's worth it? Well, if you're shooting the lights out and open things up for everybody else, you just deal with the fact that he might get picked on defense. Same with, say, Trae Young now, right? He's worth it, but the net result is, yeah, they're going to find him when he's got to play some defense. If you've got a guy that's in a good place mentally and is hitting the bleep out of the ball and is behind like Yordan Alvarez and one other player in terms of offensive WAR and leads the league in RBIs and is having the renaissance season, and you're willing to do this to ruffle the feathers, because that's what this is. It's a feather ruffle. You're willing to do that. You're basically saying we're not as concerned anymore about you liking us long term. It reads to me like a team going, we know we're not signing him to an extension, so we're just going to do the best baseball thing. Because, again, take every bit of personality, ego, et cetera, out of it and go, what's the best defensive lineup? Oh, that's Nasim Nunez at shortstop and C.J. Abrams at second. Maybe him DHing more often than not, honestly. You could name that Jag there at second base or whatever, right? And long-term, he's not a shortstop. We don't view him as that. But he does. What's worth it? Him being happy and making, an error every 2 weeks more than the average peer, or, he's hitting the bleep out of the ball, or just saying, hey, this is what's best. Maybe you can do some combination of both. If you know you're not going to resign him and you're not going to be worried long-term about him being as happy and locked in, then you make the move. And that's how it reads to me, is as we know we're not signing him. So what's the next step? Obviously, as you said, this offseason, 2 years of arbitration and control left, you get a tremendous haul. That's how it reads to me, as if they say, we were concerned about if we're in it, him being happy and pleased that, he's going to kick one, he's going to lead the league or be last in the league in defensive runs saved, among the worst in the position, both just statistically, eye test, everything of the sort. We can live with that because the offensive production is so great. We don't want to do anything to mess with that.
By the way, there might be a team that trades for him that plays him at shortstop early next season.
Yeah.
Because the offense is that good. Just like I think a team would have tried to trade for him at the deadline this year if the Nats were willing to give him up for not as much as they were asking for. And they might have played him down the stretch, just like the Nats have played him at shortstop, kind of in perpetuity throughout his career to this point, even though he was never really their best defensive shortstop since Nasim Nunez has been on the roster. The offense is so good, you can justify the expense a little bit, especially as a second division team that isn't winning anything. That tells me, hopefully, they're looking to turn a corner and get into competition mode as well, to actually start winning some baseball games. Because if you're just playing out these 77-win seasons or trying to build something where it doesn't matter that much because you're still in a developmental phase, then you could play Abrams at shortstop probably. But by actually prioritizing your defense enough that you're moving him to second, it tells me you're maybe turning a little corner in that regard as well. The agent for Abrams, Sanders from Rock Nation, doubled down that his assertion, meaning Abrams' assertion, that he views himself as a shortstop long-term is how he feels, indicated that his client intends to spend the winter focused on improving his defense at his preferred position. So here's the issue with that, and this is not a knock on CJ. I really, really like the player. He is known for years that he has struggled defensively at short. He has put in a ton of work. We talked to him at spring training. Every single year we have the same conversation with CJ Abrams about his defense and all the work that he put in and how hard he grinded over the offseason. This was not a new thing that he might not stick at shortstop. Mm-hmm. Since his earliest days with the Padres, people have wondered, despite his immense athleticism, if he was going to be a shortstop. That was in 2022. I mean, that was like 3 kids in a house and a van ago for me. A lot has happened since then. In 2023, he was a bad defensive shortstop. In 2024, he was a bad defensive shortstop. In 2025, he was a bad defensive shortstop. And this year, he's been a bad defensive shortstop. Again, not knocking him or trying to crush him. He's one of my favorite players in baseball. He's awesome offensively. He's just not a shortstop. So putting in more work this offseason after a bunch of off seasons where you put in the work knowing you might not stay at short, there's no breakthrough coming here. Like, this is what it is. We have enough sample of 650 games and 2,500 at-bats worth of baseball to say you have been statistically over that time arguably the worst shortstop in baseball. Certainly in the bottom 5 percentile, as evidenced by all of the numbers, savant things that we have.
So when I read that, I rolled my eyes. I went,
Well, I get what they're saying.
This isn't new.
They're like, give him some time. He's going to work this out. And it's like, no. This is 5 years in now.
I'm going, you've had a lot of time, respectfully. Yeah. And again, I just want to clarify this for some folks. Some people say it's a position switch. What's the big deal? There is a mystique and there's a glamour with shortstop more so than pretty much any other defensive position. It's where the best player plays until you get to the major leagues. Then you see great Gold Glove defenders in center or third base and everywhere else. You can be a superstar defensively at those positions. But as a kid, the best athlete, where does he go? Shortstop. And that's true until, you're kind of through college and maybe even into parts of the minors.
But let me go one step further. It's not uncommon that guys have to change positions in baseball.
Oh, yeah.
But it almost never happens with the best player on a team. And other than James Wood, or even with him, This is a perennial all-star. So how many guys that are all-stars annually, which Abrams has become that kind of guy, are being asked to change positions? It's very, very rare. A guy like Nico Horner, who's a really good player and a Gold Glove defender for the Chicago Cubs, had to move off shortstop for second base when they spent a ton of money on Dansby Swanson. Abrams is a bigger star than Swanson, just to give you an idea of the comp there. Like, you move over when you're able to acquire a guy like C.J. Abrams if you're Nico Horner, who is a glove-first player. So, this is a big deal. Also, the timing of it's crazy, which I want to double down on next as to how the timing came about. But to go to him, and I'm glad that they did. This is not me questioning them doing it, because every day is the right day as far as I'm concerned to move him off the position.
There,
But it is a little bit stunning that in the middle of this career year, while he's having this unreal stretch, finally turning into the player they've wanted all along and becoming one of the most talked about studs in baseball offensively, that's when you're going to say, hey, by the way, now we're going to do this thing that he feels is a demotion and humiliating in a lot of ways. That part of it is odd, and I just wonder how they would explain that away. But let's open up the phones for Nats fans next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Do you agree with me that this will make it much harder to get an extension done, and that this makes it more likely that Abrams is probably traded this offseason? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Grant and Danny on the Fan talking Nats baseball, and CJ Abrams. Our baseball discussion on the show is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. The Nats saying CJ Abrams is moving to second base. I don't mind doing it now. I think him getting to play some second down the stretch helps him to figure out what he needs to work on this offseason to be a good second baseman. But it does seem to go against the argument that they weren't moving him before because it would lower his trade value when his trade value still matters into the offseason. So the why now is the one thing I can't answer.
Here's what I'm guessing. And again, this is me guessing. They've talked to enough people. The trade deadline came and went, and whether you were planning on trading him or not, I don't think they were because he was hitting the cover off the ball and they were in the wild card hunt. They found out that nobody was really that interested in him being a shortstop for more than like a week or something at a time, and they'd have to move him the way a lot of guys when they change teams think A-Rod, think Bo Bichette in New York moved off a shortstop, and guys do that. But the incumbent moving is a little bit different, right? When somebody new comes in. So I don't think anybody really was interested there, and they said, okay, well, this is the best baseball decision. Now that we're out of it, we can afford. He's already put in the deposits where he's had this unbelievable year. If his feathers are ruffled, he's not the same guy down the stretch. He's not here long-term anyway. I think that's how we got here.
So you're definitely on board then that he's more likely getting traded after the move.
I think this was NBA Jam style, the nail in the coffin.
Interesting. Yeah, I was probably 60 to 70% confident that they were going to try to trade him this offseason. Now that's closer to like 90%.
Yeah, I'm at 90.
Now, whether they can get the deal done or not, I'm not sure. I think it could go to the deadline next year again because you have to get the right package. This is such a special player, such a talented guy. You're not just taking the best offer. You're not going, hey, we need to trade CJ Abrams before opening day, so put out feelers, and whatever the best offer is, we'll take that. I think you actually get choosy here, and you go, here's the bar. You got to pass this.
Yeah.
And until someone's willing to do that, you're not trading. So if it doesn't happen this offseason, it might take till the deadline a year from now. But I do think he gets traded, and I'm more confident in that after this position change. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
How you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
A couple things here. So, to answer your question, why do it now, Grant? I don't think they do this if they're still competitive because they would not want to upset the apple cart, so to speak. But
Agreed.
They're not really competitive anymore, and there's nothing to gain by keeping him at shortstop. He's going into arbitration again this year. This is about setting the precedent that you are no longer a shortstop. It's a lot easier to negotiate with a second baseman than it is a shortstop.
True. Yeah, the money you're
That's a
willing
good point,
to pay
Chris.
him changes. And so by moving him to second, they're saying what they're going to say behind closed doors, which is, you're not a shortstop. We're not going to pay you like a shortstop.
Yeah, if they go into that argument, they'll go, look at the defensive run save metric, how bad it is, and you're a second baseman.
And
Yeah.
I don't think that ownership's going to pay him anyway, Chris. But I guess it's possible that they could offer him, 8 and $220 or whatever, and say, here's the elite second baseman money we're willing to give you, even though he wants probably, shortstop money, which is closer to $300 million.
But this is what I really want to understand of who is in his camp that's telling him he should still be a shortstop in this league. I mean, he sees the stats. He's not ignorant. He's a smart guy. He knows what the stats say. Every defensive metric you can think of, whether it's StatCast, FanGraphs, outs above replacement, whatever, Ozer, they all say he is categorically one of the worst starting shortstops in baseball. Either his agent is either incompetent or lying to CJ to tell him what he wants to hear. And he's not the first, like you said, he's not the first guy. He won't be the last guy to have to get off this position. I mean, I can't think of a bigger prospect in baseball than Fernando Tatis Jr. a couple years ago, who was told, you're no longer the shortstop of the San Diego Padres. And he turned himself into a platinum glove outfielder.
Well, I'll say this. We're up against
Thanks,
it, so I got to let you go. Thanks, Chris. I think he's going to put in the work wherever he ends up to be okay there, whether it's second or the outfield or whatever. And it's not like he said no. He didn't pull a Rafael Devers and say, trade me, I'm not playing there.
Mm-hmm.
He begrudgingly took the assignment. Your point about the agent's the best one, that's really interesting. I wonder if behind the scenes they are having that tough conversation with him that they need to have, which is, hey, bro, let's look at the data here. First percentile fielding run value this year, 7th percentile last year, 1st percentile the year before that, 9th percentile the year before that, 9th percentile the year before that. Like, you're not a shortstop. As long as they're doing that behind the scenes to help kind of prepare him mentally, then they're doing their job. he publicly, the agent should be arguing that he's a shortstop.
Yeah, it's his job is to advocate.
Absolutely. So I just would love to know what he's saying behind the scenes. Like, Scott Boras is not going to come out and tell you all the flaws of his player. He's going to make it sound like he's the greatest player at whatever position gets the most money. Jared in Richmond, real quick, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I think that now is the right time to do it, not just because they're out of the running, but that's part of it. The other part is I want to get a look at what him as second looks like before the offseason to have kind of a baseline to go from. Some of the issues that have caused problems for him at shortstop could also be an issue for him at second base, and I want to know, can he play second a little bit, or do we need to look at moving him to the outfield? And I don't think this affects extension talks to them either way, because this team, this analytical-minded front office, was never going to extend him as a shortstop. If they're going to extend him, it's going to be as a center fielder, as a second baseman. So I think they're probably more likely to trade him than not, but I don't think that doing this now really has a big impact there one way or the other.
I agree. The difference, though, the reason I disagree with that is he is going to be less inclined to talk extension after you've done this, in his mind, I think.
He's going, I'm having this season, this year?
He feels
you
slighted.
do this now?
Yeah.
That's his perspective.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk to Mike Florio next. I want to talk about the Bills' new stadium and some of the warning signs for the Commanders after they had a rough first week opening up their stadium in the preseason. Plus, is there actually going to be a team playing internationally like Roger Goodell says there will be? Next on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Commanders players that missed practice today include Odafe Owe, Kaylavon Chason, Johnny Newton, and Jordan McGee. Commanders will be back out on the practice field tomorrow in pads. Other news across the NFL, Najee Harris is signing with the New York Giants. Jets running back Breece Hall's out 2 to 3 weeks with a strained groin. He suffered that at practice yesterday, but he's expected to be ready for the season opener. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz was carted off at practice earlier today. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers, looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. 8:05 first pitch. Can hear it right here on the Fan. Jackson Kent set to make his second career start for the Nationals. Cal Quantrill goes to the bump for the Rangers. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are brought to you each and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
We love those guys. They can help you with so much, like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome onto the show, our buddy Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on All Things Social. Mike, you're on in D.C. Grant and Danny, great to have you back on the program. How are you?
Guys, I'm doing great. How are you today?
Very well.
Doing well. I was thinking about you, wanted to get you on because Roger Goodell, in an interview on German television, said that there's no doubt in his mind that there's going to be a team that plays all of its games out of an international, basically home stadium, that there will be an international NFL team. Do you buy that, or is that posturing in some way?
No, I think I do buy it, and he actually said teams, and I think if they would ever move a team or expand, and I think expansion is the far more likely outcome to a place like London, I think they would put 2 teams in London. I can't imagine an odd number of teams. The NFL did that by necessity from 1999 through 2001. That was when the Browns came back, part of the negotiated exit from Cleveland, when the Browns became the Ravens and the Browns became the Browns in 1999, and then the Texans arrived in 2002. So I think it would be 2 teams, and I believe it would be expansion. And I think the way I look at it, it is the statement that officially, asterisk, puts expansion on the table, because that's the only way it would happen. Cannot imagine a team relocating, and it would be multiple teams, and I think it would come through expansion. Now, there's no timeline applied, so between now and infinity, yes, but it's the clearest statement I've ever seen any NFL official or team official make, indicating that there will be a team on foreign soil.
But, Mike, if you're going to add teams, why not give St. Louis and San Diego or some other market like Austin a team?
Well, and who's to say they wouldn't ultimately do that, too? I think the long-term vision, and I think it'll take a while to get there, if they start adding teams beyond 32, would be 40. But I think they're going to look at these international markets. They saw what the World Cup did. They've seen what the international growth has done. They're committed to this for the long haul. This is something that if they could ever get the global crowd as excited about pro football as the American populace is, this billion-dollar business becomes a trillion-dollar business. And they see what soccer is. Yep. And I remember a time when people thought that football would never catch baseball in the U.S. And I lived through the decades where football systematically caught baseball in popularity and has since left it in the dust. So they're committed to this over the long haul. And it's just a question of the right time, the right moment to identify the proper venue. And they've got 2 NFL-ready stadiums in London right now. And really any place in Europe where they play a game, is technically NFL ready because it has to have all the technology in place to allow the game to be played, to allow replay to happen in real time. So, yeah, I think that they see greater growth potential long-term for the sport if they would put teams outside of our borders.
So, and Mike Florio with us here on G&D, you just touched on the logistics of it, because somebody brought up earlier when we were just kind of kicking this around, yeah, but who's going to build them a stadium? And I kind of thought it was to what you just said. Don't they kind of already have stadiums at the ready that can be football stadiums during, English football or soccer to us during their off seasons? One would already kind of be ready made there.
Yeah, it's ready to go. I think the logistical issues deal more with having a significant number of employees who are stationed full-time in these other countries. Will there be guys who get drafted by a non-U.S. team who say, screw that, I'm not going to London or Germany or wherever else there may be a team? And you have issues like exchange rates, tax rates, you've got travel, although there are efforts to bring back supersonic travel, and the NFL has been monitoring those. There was an item in the Wall Street Journal at some point in 2025 regarding the NFL paying very close attention to that. And if they really want to do it, they'll just find a way to do it. They are chasing something bigger than how easy or difficult it would be to have teams in these places. They want the game to be global. I think the World Cup experience, if the NFL was paying attention, should have gotten their eyes open to what football could become with the proper investment, and they seem to be willing to make it. And then, you find somebody who's extremely rich that'll pay the expansion fee to have these teams in other countries. And once they start down that path, I don't think there'll be any stopping where the NFL goes. So
one of the things I was thinking about also is I watch my sons, for example, and all of their friends, and so many people in this area here in D.C., Richmond and beyond, they're fans of the English Premier League for soccer. They've never been to Tottenham. They've never been to Liverpool or any of these places, but they follow this league religiously. And doesn't have to be a team here, though, for that. Is the NFL able to kind of export that way as well, but even kind of to lay the groundwork for having a team maybe in London?
Well, we're 20 years into this experiment where the NFL plays games that count in other countries. And look at where it's gone from one game a year to 9, 10. They want to get up to 16 under the CBA. That's one of the key concessions the NFL is looking to get from the union, because currently the CBA limits the NFL to 10 international games per year. So they've decided the only way to truly capture the imagination of fans is to give them a local team to rally around and to root for. I mean, really, anybody that loves the NFL, there aren't any Rob Lowe fans out there that go buy an NFL hat and wear it to games. They become a fan of a team, and the passion and that drama and the nonstop interest fuels their interest in the sport at large. So you got to have a team that you get behind. And I think the NFL recognizes that may be the way to finally break through, to give these communities beyond our borders a reason to become very passionate about supporting their team and in turn consuming everything they can about the NFL.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. How surprised were you in 2026 that the Bills had as many issues with sightlines at their stadium than they did? Because as the Commanders get ready to put shovels in the ground here in D.C., you can imagine in town our eyes were on that story.
Well, and the way that the architect of the stadium explains it, this was always part of the plan because they wanted to construct a stadium that got the crowd as close as possible to the field, in part to generate maximum noise that will enhance the home field advantage that the Bills will have in that new stadium. And I think the problem is, and this is why they've agreed to address the concerns raised by the fans, starting with the first practice they had in that stadium last Saturday night, the week before the preseason opener. They're going to look at every one of these concerns, because when you sell the PSL through a virtual product that gives the people an idea of what the seat is going to look like, and then they show up and it possibly looks very different because there's a big plexiglass panel and a railing in the way because the stairs are all pressed together with the seats. That's when you have a problem. That's when you open yourself up to a potential claim that you sold me something that is very different from what I agreed to buy when I bought this 30-year PSL that gets attached to the price I have to pay for season tickets every year. So, they downplayed it by saying it was less than 1% of the total PSL account holders, but one of the reporters in Buffalo said it affects about 500 seats. That's a lot. That's a lot. And they need to clean that up and clear that up, especially if they knew all along it was going to be an issue. And it's almost like they hoped it wouldn't become a big deal. But for those 500 people who showed up and sat down and were staring right at a railing or a big plexiglass sheet, it becomes an issue.
Yeah, so let's say you do buy their numbers, like if it's 1%, then maybe it's 50 people. Oh my God, 50 people are looking at railings, kind of at your point, or behind obstructions. It really is unfathomable, especially with how boisterous the state was to say, yep, let's make sure we're paying for this. That's kind of the part that I wouldn't be able to, that wouldn't sit well with me if I was a Bills fan there. Is there anything that New York State can do about it?
Well, it's too late now. The stadium's built. They just need to take care of the people who have the concerns. And here's the reality. If you disclose this ahead of time and you price the seats accordingly, somebody's going to buy it.
Right.
They've got seats that, and there was one example, the AP writer up there found what he called the worst seat in the house, and you couldn't see the far end of the stadium. They're never going to sell that seat for football, they say. That'll be available if there's a concert where the stage is at the end of the structure where you can actually see what's going on. But there's somebody who's going to pay, whatever the price is, you set the right price point, somebody's going to pay to be part of the experience. They're going to pay to get there. The worst seat in the house is better than the best seat not in the house. So I think it all comes down to acknowledging to yourself and to your customers that there is going to be a sightline issue, disclosing it, setting a price that makes it fair, and somebody's going to pay for it.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk on Grant and Danny. Mike, as you can imagine here in the district, we've been talking a lot about Jayden Daniels being at odds with LSU over the last several days. I'm curious how you would have handled it differently if you were Daniels' camp.
There are certain points where you just have to take the high road, and you just have to let something go, even if you're upset about it. I'll give you an example. Back when Jerry Rice was still playing and he signed with the Seahawks, he wanted to wear number 80. Number 80 is his number. That's the number he's always worn. Well, they've retired that number for Steve Largent. Steve Largent now, years after the fact, tells a funny story about how he never agreed to let his number be unretired, but next thing you know, he's agreed to let Jerry Rice wear number 80. And what did Steve Largent do about it? He did absolutely nothing. There's a point where you just have to accept the fact that nothing good comes from taking a position that some people will regard as petty and standing in the way of whatever the team is trying to do moving forward. Now, it's the team's fault always if they retire a number and then they unretire it. In the Daniels situation, I think all flows to Brian Kelly. He made multiple promises that couldn't be kept because they conflict with each other. He smoothed it over last year, as smooth as he possibly could, by telling the guy that was issued number 5 that, nope, it's going to be number 3 instead. And now Lane Kiffin, he doesn't care. He wants his guy to stick around, and I guess that, and I've heard rumblings, DJ Pickett was just going to leave if they didn't give him number 5 this year. So it's an LSU problem, but when you react to it, and in this case it was an overreaction when you look at the letter from the lawyers and the statement that was issued by the camp, you just can't do that. You just have to lump it and move on. There's nothing that's going to come from it to your benefit. And if anything, if you say nothing and then all of a sudden a guy's wearing number 5, that's when others will say, hey, didn't they promise that to Jayden Daniels? And then the blowback's only going to hit LSU. When you're the one that comes out strong against it, you're just opening the door to get dragged. And look at how he's been dragged. I mean, he's never going to get past this. And it's been something that's been poked fun at by baseball teams, soccer teams, you name it. It's everywhere. And I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. It's going to last well past the point that it's funny and everybody's getting in on it. So it's a valuable lesson to any other person who had a number retired for them officially or unofficially. When that thing gets reissued, your best play is to not say a word.
From your law background, from the cease and desist standpoint, I'm wondering about the 180-day period on using his NIL. I guess if that's in writing, that's winnable from his standpoint, right? Because there have been a lot of guys that have gone after schools after the fact and lost. It would seem to me, after you've been somewhere and you've gotten millions from a program, like they got to be able to use your name, image, and likeness. But I guess that's just from when you were there. And then after 180 days, like they can't use your highlights from your big performance against the Bengals on screen. How does that work?
Hey, this all started, this whole NIL thing got rolling because of Ed O'Bannon suing EA Sports over his name, image, and likeness being used in the college basketball game that was out at the time. And I don't even think they've brought that back yet. And that was the thing where people first realized that there's a path to getting players paid through their name, image, and likeness. And it was just one domino after another that culminated in the entire college sports system being blown up and being exposed to the widespread antitrust violation that it is. And everything the NCAA does is an antitrust violation. So if you're not compensating someone after the fact, then, you know, it all comes down to what the contracts say and what the contract law is in the various states. And it may be ultimately toothless. It's all that maybe he had in order to push back. It was a way to manifest his frustration. So I don't know, and I haven't researched how Louisiana law would apply to this or how federal law would get involved. I just think it was a way to vent, and it was a way to just make it clear they weren't happy, and it was something tangible they could do to fight back when they felt like they'd been lied to, and they had been lied to. But again, you got to be careful about that reaction, because if you overreact or if you react at all, you're opening yourself up to criticism.
Mike, I'd ask you, what's the latest with Terrion Arnold, his saga and the Seahawks flirtation that's kind of been, I'm surprised, frankly, it's been documented as it has on Hard Knocks. Even mentioning that just seems to open up a whole series of questions. What's going on there?
None of this makes any sense. Look, if Terrion Arnold was good enough to justify keeping him around while these 8 felony charges arising from an alleged armed robbery and kidnapping, which apparently happened. The question is, was Terrion Arnold involved in it? There was property stolen from a house he rented in Florida, and a group of people took matters into their own hands and went and tried to seize the stuff back, and it turns out the people that they targeted didn't even steal the stuff. It just sounds like a plot line from a Fargo series. But the fact that the Lions cut him, you know, that's the ultimate litmus test. Like, they've known him for 2 years. They know what he can do. And they cut him once this hit the fan. And I was surprised anybody was interested in him. But, you know, what happens is people fall back on their evaluation of a player coming out of school. And, you know, you can make the argument, well, Arnold didn't fit in the Lions defense. Maybe he'll fit better in a different defense. It's more premised on zone, yada, yada. But I knew all along there was a risk he's going to be put on the commissioner exempt list if and when he's on a team. And lo and behold, that's now coming out. And I don't know if the Seahawks misjudged it. On last week's Hard Knocks, the GM, John Schneider, was telling the coach that they believe he's going to be allowed to play in the preseason. Well, now it's coming out, no, he's going straight on the commissioner exempt list. So why are you paying somebody to be on your team? Why are you devoting salary cap space to that player? Even if it's the minimum salary, why are you doing that for a guy who can't play? Why not wait until if he gets clearance to return to the NFL unaffected by these charges? So it just is weird to me. And the fact that Mike McDonald, the coach of the team, had been kind of equivocal in things he said last week, and now I don't know if they're looking for an off-ramp from this. I don't know if they just misplayed their hand. And hovering over all of it is they got a new owner who's due to be approved next Wednesday. It's really not the kind of first impression you want to make. You don't want to come off as bumbling when a new owner is rolling up to assess everything. Even though they've just won the Super Bowl, a new owner is going to be paying attention. And this just seems like an unforced error by the Seahawks. It just makes no sense whatsoever for them to do this at a time when he's not going to be available to them. All he can do is attend meetings. He's not going to be able to practice. He's not going to be able to play. And there's no guarantee he's ever going to be able to practice and play until he gets this legal issue behind him.
I didn't even think about the new owner element. That's an interesting layer. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. We'll let you go. Tell us, though, what you got coming up. I know it's the one-year anniversary of the book as well.
Yeah, Big Shield's available actually for free today. Today's the 1-year anniversary when it came out last year. 99-cent ebook, not the print edition. That's not free. Paper ain't cheap. But the ebook for 90, you can get it for nothing today. And we got a few other things in the pipeline that are coming up. You know, the writing for me now 6 years. It's just become the balance to the nonstop every day. And anybody who's worked in newspapers knows this. Like, everything you write today, by tomorrow, it doesn't mean anything. Everything you write tomorrow, by the next day, it doesn't mean anything. So I stumbled into a world where you can write something. If anyone ever does read it, they don't have to read it today. They can read it next week. They can read it next year. They can read it in 10 years. And it's a nice, refreshing break from this nonstop assembly line of covering the NFL, where it is content, content, content every day, every day, every day. And we appreciate it in this business, as I'm sure you do, because it gives us plenty of stuff to talk about and write about.
That's amazing. I don't know how you have the battery for it. It's incredible. It really is prolific that you're able to do it. Mike, I appreciate you as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Be good. There's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, the quickest
He beat
hanger-upper
you.
in the game.
Grant, that was adorable, by the way. Grant moved his hand over to the mouse to click hang up. I'm sure.
Well, normally, if you're a quick hanger-upper, you can't be thanked. So I often, the way that it would work is when you're done with the phone call, I will put you on hold.
Yeah.
And then Darius, Toby, whoever will pick up the phone and say, thanks for coming on. With Mike Florio, those guys don't even try to do that because there's zero chance they could actually get the phone to their ear in time to thank him. But at least I can generally get to my mouse and put him on hold.
Respectfully, you had no chance. That was Doc Holliday in his prime right there.
By the time the word thanks had come out of my mouth to Mike Florio's ears, gone. I don't know if he's doing the Will Smith bit. What's the movie Pursuit of Happiness? Where like he's trying to sell things, so he keeps his hand, like he keeps the phone on his ear the whole time, so he could just hang up with his finger, and it saves him like 3 calls a week or whatever. I don't know if he's doing that. He's on to the next city, or if that's just there's something about the amount of time you spend before you hang up, and probably the amount of success you have that's corollary. There's an efficiency to it.
Yeah, he and Mike Lombardi are the 2 fastest in human history. They are lightning quick.
Lombardi was very fast. I think Florio has surpassed him, though. I could at least put Lombardi on hold normally, and then he would immediately go away.
It was 50-50. You didn't always get him on hold.
But that right there, that was an all-timer.
Lightning downhill.
That was a Toby all-timer right there. Pro Football Focus says the Commanders have the worst offensive line in the NFL. Want to get into that next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Do you want to sell your home? And do you want to win? That's exactly what happened for Colleen. She wanted top dollar, and she wanted it fast. So she called Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. And just 4 days later, Colleen's home was under contract. And get this, $20,000 over asking. Here's how they did it. Debbie and Sarah marketed her home across more than 1,200 marketing channels and tapped into their database of more than 16,000 active, ready buyers, including buyers ready right now to move when the right home hits the market. They have the buyers, they got the marketing, and they have a proven strategy designed to get your home sold fast and for more. That's what we experienced, and it sounds like that's what Colleen experienced as well. That's right. They sold my place a handful of years ago. Sell with certainty, your home sold, guaranteed. Do what we did. My family did this. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Commanders are back on the practice field today. Several Commanders missed practice today, including Odafe Oweh, K'Lavon Chaisson, Johnny Newton, and Jordan McGee. News across the NFL. Najee Harris is signing with the New York Giants. Jets running back Breece Hall is going to be out a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Strained groin at his practice yesterday. He's expected to be ready for the season opener, however. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz was carted off at practice earlier today with a leg injury. Chargers also had other injuries in their joint practice with the Niners. The Seahawks are still planning to sign cornerback Terrion Arnold, although Arnold would be placed on the commissioner's exempt list if and when he is signed. Baseball. The Nationals begin a 3-game series in Texas against the Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch. You can hear it right here on the Fan. The Nationals looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. Jackson Kent goes to the hill for the Nationals, making his second career start. Cal Quantrill starts for the Rangers. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All of our training camp coverage today. There's been a lot of it. Brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. My cousin and his kid were out at practice today. Got to bump into them at practice, texted me that they were there, and then he told me when they left that his little guy had gotten Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin's autograph today.
That's not a bad autograph haul.
Just kudos. The couple of people that I've known with kids out there have really done well with autographs.
Mm-hmm.
They've got this kids area, this little like kid pen they call it, where they set up the kids in their own little specific area. Normally when we play interviews on the show, you can hear all the kids that are screaming and chanting the name of Jaden Daniels and players. But guys do a really good job signing for those kids. And I think that's what I loved when I was a kid, going out to practice, getting to meet players, and that builds fandom for a long time. So I want to give some love to Daniels and McLaurin and so many of the stars of the team that don't have to do that after these really hot, long practices, just going down the line, sometimes for 20, 30 minutes at a time, signing autographs. Really, really cool.
I love that. Again, those are, there's no immediate reward in that. I mean, obviously, you feel good, you sign for a kid, but that's the fan investment. You know what I mean? That's that kid then grows up to be a massive fan of the team, and there's your base.
Have you guys seen the way the Toronto Blue Jays established their draft order for their fantasy football league? This is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
So all I saw was a highlight video. I didn't get the audio, so I didn't get the full details, but I saw velocity slaps. You know what I mean? The dude's doing the, you're ramping up to throw max effort off of the mound.
Well, speaking of max and max effort, so this will not surprise you that Max Scherzer was at the middle of this. I thought this was the coolest thing ever. So Scherzer's Blue Jays, they've got a 14-team league probably in their clubhouse where you go around, you find out who wants in. Now, I know that you can't bet in sports, so I'll assume that it's for absolutely nothing, or that there's a massive buy-in. One of the two.
Sure.
Probably absolutely nothing. But all of the Toronto Blue Jays that are playing fantasy baseball, fantasy football rather, here's the way Max did it. So he wrote down the names of staffers on cards, okay? And then randomly, players on the Blue Jays drew cards out of a deck, and you would draw a name of one of the members on the staff. And then based on the order of who throws the hardest, they'd all go out onto the field and try to be the fastest velocity thrower from the mound. They did the order for the Blue Jays. So they're all gathered around. Manager of Toronto's big league club, John Schneider's got the gun behind home plate. It's the coolest video ever. Max is next to him screaming out the velocities. So let's just say the Nats did it. C.J. Abrams draws a card, and it's Blake Butera. Butera's got to go out on the mound and throw the firmest, hardest pitch he can throw. And so Max is like, come on, risk the arm a little bit. So like someone's going, okay, they're touching 72 miles an hour. The next guy, and the guy that threw the hardest, by the way, was a assistant pitching lab coordinator, something, probably pitched in college or whatever. And I think he touched, I saw like 86 or 87 or something. So if you draw that guy, you know right away. Like he pitched 3 years ago. He still works out. Like we got a shot
This
here.
feels good, yeah.
Where a couple of these dudes are like, you get like the dumpy guy like me, who's like the R&D guy. He's throwing 64
the guy that
miles
carries
an hour.
the bags.
Exactly.
Or a grounds
but
crew
have
guy.
you heard a better way to do your draft than that?
It's pretty phenomenal.
What was so cool was all the baseball players were jumping around in the infield, like watching this. All the staffers in their khaki pants and their, pullover jackets indoors at Rogers Center, like walking up onto the mound and like doing arm circles, getting their arms loose. And so then they would chuck the baseball as hard as they could. And I want to say you got 5 or 6 tries because like the one guy was like ramping up a mile per hour each time. And Max and John Schneider are yelling like, come on, if you got to blow out the arm, do it. You're right there, and they're trying to get him to max it out. But I just think that's the funniest thing in the world.
Good.
Like Butera throws a pitch. You get Doolittle and you're like, oh, let's go. I drew Doolittle. He might still get it up to, what do you think he could throw right now? 87?
Yeah, 86, 87. Guaranteed.
He might be able to get closer to 90. I don't know. He probably hasn't thrown in a little while.
Yeah.
Like Simon Matthews is in great shape. Pitched at Georgetown. It's been a while. But could Simon Matthews touch 85, 86? I don't know.
You would
Probably.
think? Yeah.
I definitely, right? So, but then maybe you draw like the clubby. Like just some dude who's
Right.
like,
The traveling secretary.
Exactly.
You're like,
Help
damn
him
it.
with the cleats or whatever.
Pick 12.
And now he's like 58. So I would have to imagine the way you do it is based on where you go 1 through 12 in the order, you get to pick your spot. Because if you're 12th, you get the snake 12th and 13th pick. So you'd almost rather be 12th than like 7th. So it must be that you go 1 through 12 based on velocity, and then based on where you rank, you get to
you pick your pick.
Exactly. It's got to be how you do it, right?
That's how I would do it. Yeah, I've seen guys that are able to get together in person do like a combine.
Oh yeah.
So they do the like everything from the 40 to the the broad jump, do like a decathlon or kind of keep your score, do like a any kind of testing or things like that. I love those sorts of things.
What can we do for the Grant and Danny Listener League? That would be a fun way to establish a draft order. And also, I guess while we're on it, I have had my first few inquiries at Grant Paulson on Twitter, at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram in the DMs. Where are we at on our fantasy football league? It's coming back, I'd imagine. This is a Darius Dameron venture. I always just go, I don't want anything to do with this time around. You go for it. So
but then you have to commit. You have to be the commissioner again.
Well, I think he's going to be the commissioner. Last year, I just put it on his desk.
Oh, you did. So what usually happens for us is we come up with an idea and it goes into the ether and then it's never heard from again. This actually happened.
No. So last year, I said to Darius, I think that was last year, I was like, I don't want, because everyone gets mad at me if they don't make the league and they hit me up to get it. I'm like, I don't want to be the bad guy.
Right.
I just don't want to be involved. I'm happy to be there. Tell me where the draft is, when it is.
And watch how much pizza I
You're
eat.
in charge. This is your baby. So
I've pretty much run the show the last 2 years now.
And so are we back? Are we good?
Sure. Yeah, we're back. We are still looking to get a venue, which would be a big part of it. It'll probably be first week of September.
So
would be our target area.
Our guy Mike from Pupatella said he can absolutely use Pupatella again for the venue. Hit me up this week.
Oh, well, there we go. We might
Look at
have a venue then.
Look at this.
There will be pizza. There will be some fried appies, and there will be lots of Diet Coke.
Fried dough just sounds so good right now.
Indeed. So okay, so let potentially Pupatella, but we'll workshop that.
Sure.
See, we got to run that by adults, and grown-ups have to be involved.
Somebody has to weigh in.
Are we going to have carryover participants? Are you doing a trivia challenge this year? How are you going to do the league?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the champion from last year will be invited back, which I do have to check back and see who that was. And then we'll do our normal, open up a trivia contest to everyone. We'll try to change up the questions so it's different from last year.
Okay.
And we'll take the top scorers and invite them back into the league this year.
And I think producers have a team.
Yeah, we'll have a producers team.
Me and Danny have a team.
Correct.
So and then there'll be 12 open spots.
Yeah, because we wanted instead of opening up 5 spots, we opened up a bunch more. We're able to have more listeners in there.
Yeah.
So by sharing teams.
Right.
Yeah. And it'll be 11 open spots because one of those 12 spots will be last year's champion. As long as the defending champion wants to come back.
Champion. And still.
Was it us? Did we win the whole thing last year?
No.
Very possible.
Come on.
Well, I know we finished out of the producers. I know that was a thing.
That's always the case.
Yeah, that was something.
That's an annual tradition, unlike any other around these parts.
But I know they talked more than we did.
Oh, a lot of trash being talked.
There's a lot
by
of
the
comfort
producers.
talking. Yeah.
They love chirping us on draft night as they put together a horrible roster.
To be fair, I feel we've upgraded because we've now dropped Ryan Clary.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
The outsized Jared Goff influence on from Team Clary.
Yeah, we don't have to. We're not obligated to take 3 Lions anymore. We now have a real other producer to join us in Ben Strober. So yeah, I think we feel a lot more confident this year.
The only issue you guys are going to have this year at the draft is where Clary was trying to draft like Terry and Arnold for some reason in the 3rd round. Now with Strober, when the 4th round rolls around, he's going to be trying to take Will Riley or something. He's going to be trying to talk you into Jody Meeks for some reason. And I just don't know why that is.
Toby's like, 1-1, we're going Bashal Tootin, Hiahoki. Like, he can't quit it.
Hashtag Hiahoki.
Well, I have an announcement for you, though.
Yes.
I will be forgoing my spot in the Fantasy Football League for Ryan Clary. Don't do fantasy. I'm out. Ryan Clary will take my spot.
Oh, no.
Wow. Are you
what a swerve.
So anti-fantasy.
Wow. Occasionally, it's not often, occasionally Strober becomes this 85-year-old, 23-year-old. He shows up every now and then where he's like the oldest 23-year-old ever. Like, that kind of works. It's once every few weeks that you get one of these, like, sniffs. He's like the fact that he doesn't do fantasy sports, that is definitely one. Like, every dude your age can't wait to do a fantasy draft and just get together with the boys at a restaurant and eat pizza.
That should have come up in the interview process, by the way.
I will not be there that night. That's not fun to me.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking to find out.
He hates food. It's not meal prepped. So, like, there's fried dough and there's appetizers and there's pizza. That's not for him.
It's not grilled chicken and rice in a Tupperware tub from 2 days ago. So it doesn't quite work for him. Clary back in. Just like that. This is like when you find out that your buddy broke up with a girl and you trash her and you're like, oh, dude, she was so terrible. I couldn't stand her. And then he gets back with her. We just killed Clary for 5 minutes. And now, just like that, Clary's back in the fantasy.
How exciting is it that he's back?
I can't wait for Clary at the draft.
So happy to have him back part of the team.
You know what I love about Clary is all the Lions he drafts. I think that because they have a great offense.
They do.
Jameer Gibbs will be on his team.
I mean, that's pick 1-1. There's nothing wrong with that.
I want to talk about the Commanders' offensive line and why PFF thinks it's the worst offensive line in football. Next on Grant and Danny.